The manhwa starts with someone banging pots and pans to wake people up at a camp. We see a man in bed that doesn't want to get up, and another man saying there's something in his boot, and that it's a bug. This wakes the other guy up, and we learn his name is Incred. These people are his squad members. He says after causing trouble he was demoted to this position. On the battlefield, we hear the commander say to attack. Incred says he doesn't have any special powers, he got here with endless training. We see him block a hit, then returns with a kick. But another soldier tackles him, and starts to repeatedly punch him, but the enemy gets his head cut off by a friendly. Incred says he actually has no talent, he grabs his sword and begins to run saying his dreams are too far to reach. An arrow flies in, doming a soldier beside him. Incred sees this and is glad it wasn't him, but when he looks forward he sees a man charging at him. Incred grips his sword, saying he will become a knight. But he gets stabbed in the chest, but he says his dream was just worn out, as he starts to bleed out. He falls to his knees, and starts to lose consciousness. He says that he didn't even know that his death would be so pathetic. He hears the sound of a fire being lit, and he opens his heavy eyes, but it's blurry, and we see ripples below him. The banging is heard again, and he opens his eyes and the man from before says there's something in his boot, and freaks out again because it's a bug. Incred wonders if he's just feeling deja vu. He's back in the battle, and turns to see a blade flying at him. He gets stabbed in the throat. Saying it's his second time, then he dies for the third time, and the same guy stabs him making it his fourth time. He gets woken up again to the pots and pans, and grabs his throat to make sure it's okay. He's sent to battle again, and turns to see the soldier who has been killing him repeatedly. The soldier lunges forward. Incred says that he cannot escape this hell. It jumps to the soldier once more lunging, and Incred says he's seen it 17 times now. He closes his eyes and accepts his fate, saying this is his 17th death. And he wishes he put more effort into his sword. The soldier begins to walk away, leaving Incred in a pool of his own blood. As he lays full of regret, we see a blue lantern swinging, and a voice asks him if he truly believes that. As it's none other than the boatman to the other side. The boatman says to feel it properly, and give up, saying he needs to despair at the wall he cannot cross. But Incred wants no part of that, as his eyes are full of resolve. The familiar pots and pans clang again. The tattooed man says he's surprised Incred woke up so early. We finally learn his name is Rem, and Incred tells him about the bug in his boot. Rem looks inside of it, and dumps the bug out. Then stomps it, asking if he put it in there. He says he watched it crawl in earlier. This is his 18th time seeing that corpse. He wonders how many times he'll have to see it before he can move on from this day. Incred says he's wielded a sword since he was young. He learned swordsmanship from a retired mercenary who came to his village. We see the one-legged mercenary, telling Incred that if he's this good, he might actually become a knight one day. These words heavily influenced Incred, and that helped him dream of becoming a knight who can slay 1,000 people by himself. He began to grin at the thought of it. He thought he was the protagonist of a bard's song. It cuts to a bar, with people laughing, making fun of Incred asking how he can be a knight when he's scared of a dog. Incred realized that his talent is nothing special, but he refused to give up, as hard work won't betray him. He believed that with enough time and enough effort he would be able to overcome that wall known as talent. We see him stabbing a monster with his blade, and he says he's started to be acknowledged by those around him. He's actually becoming stronger, but that hope was shattered when he was stabbed after a child from the village he was staying in requested a duel, and won. The kid was 12 and had only been learning swordsmanship for 6 months. The man who spent over a decade wielding a sword, lost to a mere child. Incred really wondered if that was the end for him, but he took his anger and used it as fuel to continue training to achieve his goal of becoming a knight. He would skip out on eating and sleeping to train, continuously swinging at a tree to practice during his free time. He puts his all into one of his swings, causing his sword to vibrate from hitting the tree. He is gassed out and looks up at his effort, to see the marks he left behind on the tree. He says even if he can't become a knight, he lifts his sword up, and swings again saying he will at least become an experienced soldier. He screams out of frustration, and continued to practice his swings. 3 years later he heads to the Cyprus division. He became the squad leader of a second-rate squad. The best position he could achieve after his endless training. He calls out to one of his men named Jackson, who asks what he wants. Incred tells him to do his morning rotation for him. Jackson says alright, and just to repay him next time. Rem says that Jackson is like a wild cat, and all he does is glare. Incred calls out to him, and Rem asks if he's going to push work onto him too. Incred says he'd like to learn the heart of the beast. Rem looks taken aback, saying he gave up last time, asking if he thinks it'll work this time. Then the battle began, which Incrid was killed in, and continuously died off spawn, even though he's learned the heart of the beast every time he wakes up. He can only watch as the blade pierces him. He says today for sure will be different. The soldiers start to roar before charging in. Incrid says it's now his 21st time here on the battlefield. He's memorized the situation. He dodges the spear, then blocks an attack from behind. Then turns to see another squad member named Vel, screaming. Incrid says he'll die soon, and an arrow flies in, but Incrid blocks it. Vel wonders what happened, and another man goes to attack him, but Incrid cuts the man down. He says he completed his first goal for today. All that's left now is the soldier that is continuously killing him. The soldier draws his blade out of the enemy he cut down, then glares at Incrid. He slowly walks towards him, but Incrid is ready for this. The soldier lunges in at him like usual, and Incrid recalls Rem saying he always closes his eyes during danger, then swings his axe at Incrid's face, and Incrid flinches, closing his eyes. Rem says he needs to be brave, and not to be agitated or taken aback, and that he must become someone who doesn't even fear death, just like a beast, that is truly the heart of the beast. Incrid doesn't even blink as the sword flies at him. He says that he isn't afraid of death, as death only makes him stronger. He avoids the thrust for the first time ever. He keeps his eye on the sword and his heart begins to pound like crazy. Since he avoided the attack that's always killed him, he and the soldier stare at each other. Then both start to go in for an attack, but the other soldier is way faster, stabbing his blade into Incrid's throat. Incrid's eyes begin to see the underworld, as he begins to bleed out profusely. He hears the boatman. Incrid sees the boatman approach him, and the boatman says to give up and get on the boat, acknowledge your weakness and be at ease. Incrid says no, the day he gives up will never happen. He finally saw the tip of his sword, and dodged it. After waking up, Rem says he woke up early. Incrid is now on his 22nd life, saying he'll challenge it again. It jumps to the midst of the battle again, and Incrid has jumped to his 33rd life. He dodges the thrust once more, and as the soldier turns to continue, Incrid dodges, but it's too slow as his throat gets sliced, causing him to drop to his knees. We see he has a necklace that falls off him, and Incrid says that in his time as a mercenary, he subjugated quite a few monsters. He took the request from a random village who asked for help. He helped since he wants to be a knight, and protecting the weak is a knight's duty. The elder of the village says they are poor, and hands him something. He looks down to see that it's a charm. It was a laughable reward for risking his life, but the elder said it would grant whatever he desperately wished for. He wonders if this is the reason he is having a Groundhog Day. The soldier who stabbed him says he must be in pain, and raises his sword saying he'll grant him mercy. Incrid says mercy my ass, as the soldier is enjoying the pleasure of killing him. He executes him, and the pots and pans clang again. He tells Rem he put a bug into his boot, and Rem asks if he's lost his mind to be doing this so early in the day. Incrid tells him to stop yelling and come outside, as he wants to learn the heart of the beast. Rem swings his axe, and Incrid keeps his eyes on it, dodging the swing. Rem is confused, asking how he stopped flinching all of a sudden. He tells him he trained, and Rem says it's not something that can happen so quickly, and there's no way his family technique was taught by someone else. Incrid tells him that he learned it by chance. Incrid grabs some weapons, saying that he would like to spar with him. Rem stares at him, then smiles saying that sounds great. Rem swings at him, and he avoids it. This continues, and Rem asks him how long he's planning on dodging. While charging in, he dodges another attack, and Incrid says the only sword techniques he possesses is the Valen mercenary sword technique. It's often called a petty trick. Incrid starts to lose his balance, and Rem leaps at him. Incrid gets his balance back, and readies himself for the leaping Rem. Rem notices this, and just like how the soldier he is always fighting, he thrusts his sword at Rem, but Rem knocks the blade out of his hands. The sword slides across the field, and Incrid says even if it's just for a moment, he imitated that bastard's stab. He says his body remembers the technique. Rem says that it should have made him bleed. And among all of the techniques he's shown until now, that stab was pretty decent, and he tries to give him some tips on how to make it better. Rem says that if he doubts himself too much, it'll lead to nothing good. He says that he should start worrying about what comes next, rather than doubt himself. That is how he won't lose the grip on his sword, but in his own broken words. Incrid looks at him, and says even though Rem explained it poorly he understood everything he meant. The difference between his stab, and the soldier's, is that Incrid lacked confidence in his sword. The soldier kills him once more, saying he'll show him mercy, stabbing him again. Back to Incred, he's training with Rem, who knocks the sword away again. The soldier kills Incred yet again, and he instantly goes back to training with Rem. Incred says he will repeat this vicious cycle, taking it one step at a time, or even baby steps if he has to. He dies once more, and we learn he is on his 111th life, yet it still wasn't enough, as he died again, jumping to his 123rd life, to be greeted by the sword to his throat again. In the next life, we see him shouting while swinging at Rem, and he actually manages to push Rem's axe back, using the thrust he's been killed by. Rem asks if he's crazy. We see that Incred's hand begins to bleed. Rem says that his hand is gushing with blood. He asks him why he's laughing like a madman. But Incred feels nothing but excitement, as he mastered the stab. He's back on the battlefield, fighting his mortal enemy. He thrusts towards the soldier. Now that he's mastered the technique, it grazes against the soldier's helmet. As the soldier also went for a stab, but lands it in Incred's throat. Incred says his first stab trade was a failure, but he refused to blink or let go of his blade. He falls to the floor, blade in hand. The soldier puts his foot on his chest, and is smiling, saying he looks like he's suffering. And repeats his line of he'll show him mercy. Incred says that tomorrow, he will kill him tomorrow. The soldier laughs, saying there's no tomorrow for the dead, executing him. The bug from Rem's shoe tries to get away, but Incred stomps it out, saying he saw it fly in. Rem thanks him, and Incred says if he's thankful to take his guard duty. Rem wonders why he's being ordered so casually. We finally meet a new member called Big Eyes. Incred tells him to get him a shield armor and a dagger, and he'll pay him later. Big Eyes is surprised, but says that he'll only trust him since he's his boss. Rem asks if he's ever been this pushy with his commands. Jackson says that they've always pushed their tasks onto him, and more members appear. Rem says that he's really acting weird today, as Incred is usually not this tense. He's back to practicing on the tree. Incred says he's felt an incredible amount of pain with every death. He wonders what'll happen if he doesn't win even after tens of thousands of times. He wonders what if he can find a way to escape and survive. He wonders if he were to escape if he'd wake up to tomorrow, or still repeat this day. He wonders if he could be content with the strength he's gained. But says he needs to stop being a bitch. He won't ever give up. He will overcome this wall to see what is on the other side. He thrusts the tree again, and again, saying he won't abandon this blessing of being able to repeat his life. He splits the tree in half. He starts to put on all of his equipment, readying himself for the fight as he truly believes he will win today. The horn of war is blown, and Incred's squad starts to walk into the fight behind him. The war begins. Incred says that the only reason he gets as far as he does in this war is due to luck, preparation, and keeping himself a cool head. We see a man coming at him from behind. He blocks the hit, cutting the dude's head off. Another soldier goes for his leg, but the shin guard blocks it, and he bashes his skull in. Another one throws the axe from behind him, and he dodges, throwing his own weapon at the man. He says this is only all possible due to the repeated lives he's spent here. He sees Vel screaming, and he blocks the arrow for him like before. Then kills the other attacker. Now it is time for him to face his wall. The soldier glares at him. He has a WWE stare down with the soldier, and the soldier charges at him. Incred blocks it, but it shatters his shield. He throws the shield away, heading straight in, blocking the next attack with his sword. Incred says that the soldier is a regular guy, close to being a prodigy, but lacks real experience. So is easily surprised. Incred headbutts him. So the Valen sword technique with its many tricks is effective. Incred gets some dirt on his boot, then throws it into the soldier's eyes. While he's panicked, Incred leaps at him. The soldier sees this, and thrusts towards him. Incred dodges the blade. The soldier lands after missing, and turns instantly to prepare for the follow-up. But Incred does too, saying he knows now everything there is to know about this stab. Incred attacks the blade, shattering it to pieces. We see an archer draw his bow back, and unleash it, soaring across the battlefield. The soldier lets go of his shattered blade, as Incred goes in for the kill. He says he's won, but the arrow from before begins to fly in. As it gets close, it's broken by an axe throw, as the soldier is stabbed in the throat. Rem is the one who blocked the arrow, saying he's going to destroy the archer, but Jackson tells him not to waste his energy. The soldier starts to fall down, but has a look of disbelief on his face. He looks at the battlefield, and drops to his knees. Incred pants, and looks down to see the soldier shaking in fear. Incred readies his sword, saying that this is mercy. and cuts the head off of the soldier. Smiles just as it's happened to him. He has finally shattered the wall he couldn't surpass. But gets kicked in the back, by a man we'll call Ponytail. Incred grunts in pain, and Rem starts to run and saying that it's a frog. We see Ponytail is actually a frogman. While Incred is in pain, Ponytail says he's invested a lot into the soldier. He can't believe he was defeated. Soldier's nickname will now be Pervert. Ponytail says to die, while swinging his weapon. But we see the axe block it, as Rem is pulled up to help. He swings his axe down, but gets blocked. They both lean in and start to trade blow for blow. Another soldier goes to kill Incred. But Jackson leaps in, cutting his head off. Rem creates distance, as does Ponytail. They have a standstill, and Rem says if he wants to kill his squad leader he needs his permission first. Ponytail asks how the weakling is commander. Rather than Rem explains to us that frogs are a race born to fight, and he'll either have to burn it with magic or kill it with one strike. Ponytail looks at Rem, wondering why he's on such a small battlefield, saying he'd have to risk his life to kill him. Then says it isn't worth it, and stands up straight. Then walks away. Rem calls him a coward. Jackson runs while carrying Incred, and Rem helps block the soldier in front of him. Another soldier goes to follow up, but another party member stops him. A whole row of soldiers drop, as another one of the boys pull up too. Incred's vision is blurred, and their allied force say to retreat. He closes his eyes while they all retreat. He plops back into the underworld, as the boatman says that he's managed to survive another day, but that's it. He won't be able to withstand the walls that keep appearing in his way. Giving up and falling into despair is his fate. Incred starts to get up. We see the wall behind him, and he tells the boatman that the walls exist for him to overcome them. The boatman smiles, saying he awaits the day those eyes, which are filled with greed and ambition, lose their light completely. Incred wakes up bandaged, and Rem says he is in the infirmary tent, and that he slept for 2 days straight. He tells him he saved him from the frog. Incred is confused, and says if it was a frog he's amazed he survived. Rem asks if he remembers him, saying he's his bestest friend. Incred says he never said they were friends, and calls him a noble hunter. Rem covers his mouth quickly, and looks around to see if anyone heard him. Rem says he can't just blurt out the secrets of others he has nothing to do with. Incred says he thought they were best friends. But he realizes he's made it beyond that day. We learn Big Eye's name is actually Craze, saying he owes him triple what he spent. Incred was wondering why he was here, and says that he wasn't anywhere to be found in the battle. Craze smiles, saying he'll take double as a discount. Jackson also comes to the infirmary. Incred asks what business he has with him. Jackson throws something at him, saying to apply it in the morning and the evening. Incred says that Jackson hates sharing personal items, yet he did it anyway. We learn the tall monk's name is Odon, and he's crying while praying. Incred tells him he's still alive, and to go. That night he wonders why they are all taking shifts. He wonders if they are worried about him. Then another member comes in. He's surprised to see Incred, asking why he's in here. His name is Ragna. He quickly leaves, and Incred says there's no way he's worried, as Ragna is very carefree. Besides him, there are 2 soldiers in the infirmary. One is a platoon commander who always picks fights with him, and the other is a soldier he doesn't know, that just blankly stares into space. Incred wonders why he's here. Then they hear footsteps outside, and all turn to see a long-haired elf woman entering the tent. She asks who the 444th Squad commander is. Incred is confused. The other platoon commander calls her a fairy. She asks him what group he is with. He says his name is Vengeance. He is the 3rd platoon commander of the 2nd company. She asks if his company taught him to state others' races when he meets them. He apologizes, and Incred says she must be the new commander of the 4th company. Incred says he's the commander she's looking for. She says she's heard he's leading his difficult squad members well. She looks forward to his contributions. He's surprised she came here just to say all of that. As she goes to leave, she asks for the young soldier's name. He says Krang, but says it suspiciously. Incred wonders if he just made it up, saying his attitude is also bad. He wonders if he's a noble. The commander gives him one last look, then walks away. Incred wonders what's going on. Later on he says most of the pain is gone, and wonders if he should start training now. Vengeance asks where he's going, and he says the training area. Vengeance calls him an idiot, saying he's trying to act tough when he's the lowest ranking soldier. The nobleman says nothing. Incred says he needs to recall the past battle. He spent a lot of money to learn how to do it when he was young. Incred wonders what if the last attack he did failed, saying it isn't good to put all of his eggs into one basket. He makes some analogy about Rem's attacks all being lethal. Then the noble from the infirmary says he's working hard. Incrid is caught off guard, and he says that he doesn't know what he's doing, but his hands kept twitching in the barracks and now he's spacing out. Incrid says he was training his grip, and he's currently recalling the battle. The man asks why he's doing that. Incrid says so he doesn't get killed. The noble asks if he plans to become something by preserving his life. Incrid doesn't want to say it, since people laugh at his dream. He looks up, raises his sword up saying he wishes to become a knight. The nobleman is surprised by this and Incrid says it's the first time that someone didn't laugh at his dream. He says he forgot too, and he suddenly remembered something. He understood what he needs to do. Incrid watches him leave, and the man says if he becomes a knight to remember his name. Back at the camp, we see a bard playing to soldiers, and they are talking about Cyprus, the hero of the battlefield. Vengeance wonders where his morning rations are, asking if they are planning to serve them nothing. Incrid decided to walk instead of heading to the training area, and Jackson asks him how his injuries are. He tells him the medicine worked well, thanking him. Jackson says if he's thankful, to hurry and come back. That night the nobleman tells him good night, and Incrid says it back to him. Vengeance wants nothing to do with it. Incrid says it was a day of doing nothing. He hears the bard again, and wonders if the bard came this morning too. But Vengeance says the same thing about the morning rations. Then he realizes what this means. He jolts out of bed saying it can't be. But Jackson asks about his injuries again. Incrid tells him the same thing as before, only to get the same reply from Jackson. Cementing the fact he's in a loop again, he recalls the boatman telling him about the next wall. He wonders if he died in his sleep without noticing. He says it feels worse than dying in the battlefield, but it makes him more determined, as he was given another challenge. That night again, he wonders who killed him and why, saying the only person capable of getting in would be a knight. He says it must be an assassin, and they have to be among us. He recalls the commander saying that a fairy is light and nimble, perfect for assassinations. He wonders if she came here to figure out the location beforehand. He says he needs to confirm it, and there's only one entrance at the barracks. He can just scream to wake others up when he sees her. So he just needs to wait for the assassin, but a needle goes into his throat. He turns and says he didn't even see them coming in. He starts to grunt due to the pain, and falls out of bed. He says it's a numbing poison. He sees Vengeance also has one in his throat, and someone stands before Krang. He sees the assassin, and they raise their blade in front of Krang, stabbing him in the chest, killing him instantly. Another person stabs their way into the tent. He says it's another assassin. He looks up to see the commander girl, saying it really was her. And that it's the fourth company leader. He wakes up to the sound of the bard again, saying it's his third time now, and he wasn't even able to detect their presence, so it won't be easy. Plus the company leader, even if he stops the assassin, fighting her after is not possible. He says he feels helpless. He felt the same way a few days ago when he fought Pervert. But in the end he was able to overcome it, killing him. So as long as he doesn't give up, he will find a way to win again. He rips the covers off of Vengeance, and he says he's acting crazy. Incrid says that he was wrong assuming they were in the base, and he should be wary of outside. Vengeance mocks him, asking if today's training is catching cockroaches. But he says he guesses that's fitting for a lowlife. Incrid says he's glad he cares about him so much, annoying Vengeance, who says he was being sarcastic. Incrid sighs, saying he was too. Krang asks if they are arguing again, and says maybe he'll come back later. Incrid tells him it's fine, and Vengeance lays back down. He says that Krang is definitely the real target, and wonders who he really is, saying he's suspicious. But he doesn't plan to dig into Krang's past, if he doesn't want to talk about it / just like his squad members. But he was involved so he goes for it. He asks him what he is. Krang is taken aback, and Incrid wonders if he phrased it wrong. Krang says well that isn't something he can tell him. Incrid asks why not, and Krang says it's a long story. Incrid waits a second, then says that makes sense. Vengeance starts to flip out, asking why he's accepting such a shitty answer, and if he was going to accept it regardless, why even ask? He says that Krang is definitely not from this country considering his manners, and asks which country's spy he is. Krang stares at him, and Vengeance shuts up. Krang walks to him, saying he is not, and will not betray the kingdom. Incrid says he can see from his eyes and his movements, that Krang has a knight-like aura. Vengeance asks if that's any way to talk to a higher up. Krang laughs, and Incrid says that he definitely isn't a knight, since he was also powerless in the face of the assassin. However, he is truly hiding something. That night they tell each other good night again, and Vengeance clears his throat to acknowledge them. Incred wonders if it's because he's scared of Krang. He looks at the tent entrance, saying that if assassins barge in they would all die. He sits up out of bed, and Vengeance asks him what he's doing instead of sleeping. Incred says that assassins are going to invade soon, and to cooperate if he wants to live. Vengeance gives him a gross stare, and says he's lost his damn mind. Krang smiles at the situation, and Incred says that's the reaction he expected. But here's a voice asking how he knew. A poison needle flies through the tent wall, cutting his throat. Incred wonders when the hell they got in, and reaches for his sword. The assassin flies in, killing Vengeance, and stabbing Krang in the chest, and Incred drops dead. He wakes up, now to the 4th time, saying that since he has no evidence, he can't get their help with the assassins. He decides to tell the higher-ups, and one of them tells him to shut up and leave. Incred decides to predict when they'll enter, and to scream. The wind blows the curtain entrance, and he wonders if it's now or not. He says now, and screams assassin, but gets stabbed in the throat. They pull their blade out, causing him to bleed profusely. They then run through the front door, and it jumps to him saying he has to ambush them before they can do anything. Though how is he meant to fight back against an enemy that he cannot even see? The next life he's standing guard inside the tent again, and they come up from behind and stab his throat again. He realizes he can't do anything if he doesn't avoid their poison needles. He wakes up, now for the 20th loop, and he says he still can't do shit against them. He starts to think, then smirks saying he's only died 20 times. He needs a way to avoid the poison needle first. He sees Jackson sitting down, and walks up to him while he's cleaning his dagger, and says this is the key. He asks Rem why he calls Jackson a perverted wildcat, and Rem says that's because he's a damn pervert. He always stabs people in the back and runs off, saying it's just like a cunning wildcat. Jackson sees Incred, asking if his injuries are okay, and he says that Jackson would surely win against the assassins, but he can't take him with him, since he has no authority, and that it's a wall he must overcome by himself after all. He calls out to Jackson, asking him what he would have to do in order to stop himself from being assassinated. Jackson thinks for a second, and says he's not sure, since nobody has survived any of his ambushes, making Incred realize he's found the right guy to help. He then asks Jackson if someone like him were to stab him in the back, what would he have to do in order to stop it? Jackson thinks about it, saying he's not sure as nobody has ever survived. Incred's face still looks determined. Jackson thinks about it, and then lets out a long sigh, saying that he needs eyes on the back of his head. Incred wonders what that means, and asks him. Jackson says perfect timing, asking if he sees the wagon behind him. Incred asks where, and Jackson says behind the tents. Incred wonders how Jackson noticed something so far away, asking if he really does have eyes on the back of his head. Jackson tells him that it's going to fall apart, and then on cue, we see the wheel pop off, and it falls over. Incred is surprised, asking him if he's a prophet, but Jackson says he just has spent too much time with that barbarian. Incred tells him to stop kidding around, asking him how he knew. Jackson points to his ear, saying sound. He heard creaking from the wagon's axle. If you can hear what's around you, you can predict what's going to happen next. Incred is surprised that he heard something so quiet as he didn't even hear the wagon itself. Jackson says basically you don't need to see to sense what's around you, and you can keep trying to listen to what's around you to practice, hone his senses, and isolate the sounds. Incred says that was a nice explanation, and before he would be too lazy to even reply to him. Jackson says that's just how he is, but it's better to do this than have him on his heels, and nowadays it seems like he's too determined to give up. That night, we see Incred in bed, saying that he's come across his second wall now in the form of faceless death. He can live if he can sense them. We see him focusing on his ears, and he hears the footsteps of the patrol along with the sound of torches outside. We see the assassin flying in, but Incred has not heard him yet, and wonders where it is. We see the assassin landing, but Incred still has not sensed him. The assassin vanishes, and then a needle quickly goes into Incred's throat. He opens his eyes, saying of course he failed. He wakes up the next morning to the same chant about Cyprus. He says he has not taken a single step forward, but his body remembers everything, such as the experience of loaning, the heart of the beast, and the stab. Jackson tells him that he can gain a lot of information from sound. You can tell the location of something based on the intensity and direction of the sound, and once you're able to hear faint, far away sounds, at that point, your ears might as well be a second pair of eyes. Jackson snaps his finger, explaining how sound is a wave, and the wave rings out in all directions, no matter how silent it is. In the chaos of thousands of sound waves mixed together, he needs to isolate one single wave. Incred starts to overhear everybody's conversations, thinking about how all the sound is entangled, and that he needs to isolate and categorize them. He says all the flags sound like one large one to him, and tries to remember how many there are, and then starts to focus on the footsteps close to him, and to really feel the sound around him, focusing on the familiar ones first, followed by the unfamiliar ones. We hear Krang say Enchi, and Incred opens his eyes as Krang asks him what kind of training this is. Incred asks about the nickname, and Krang says that it should be fine since it's just short for his name. Incred says he's not a fan, but if that's what he wants to do, that's okay, and then asks what part of this looks like training since he's just sitting here like an idiot. Krang says that he already knows that he is not somebody who wastes time. Back tonight, we see a needle flying in, and again, it hits Incred in the throat. He glances over to see Krang getting stabbed in the stomach. Then the assassin goes in for round 2, causing Krang to spit out blood. We learn that he is now in the 33rd loop of this, and again on the 34th, he did not hear anything as well, which led to another failure as Krang died. This repeated over and over again. We see him sitting there, focusing again on trying to listen to the sounds, and he explains that he does not need more experience to overcome this wall. There's no sudden realization or divine intervention. He just needs to repeatedly do this over and over and over until he can hear the sound of the bird. We see a bird landing atop a flag. He hears it, so it means the assassin's footsteps should be able to be heard as well. He opens his eyes to Krang, who says that he's surprised he snuck up on him, yet he knew he was here, and says that since his eyes are closed, he must be training his perception, and repeats the words that he knows he's not somebody who wastes his time after all. We see that Incred's eyes have a different feel than usual to them. It jumps to the assassin raising his shoulder and throwing the needle towards Incred's throat. He then avoids it and reaches for his blade under his pillow and swings at the assassin, which makes him fall over out of sheer panic. The man begins to sweat nervously, and Incred smiles, saying that he's no longer a faceless death. The assassin starts to grit his teeth, and attacks back at Incred, calling him a rat. Incred realizes that he's not as good in combat as the pervert, so he can easily handle him. He looks over, wondering about the others, and he sees Vengeance has a needle in his throat, but Krang is still okay. The assassin comes in, and Incred dodges it, saying he shouldn't let his guard down because he's still an experienced assassin. The assassin then throws a dagger towards him. Incred narrowly dodges, but it still cuts his chest open. The assassin doesn't want to miss the chance, so he runs in towards Incred. We see the tent get cut open, and Incred looks over, seeing the ferry company commander, and realizes that if he doesn't stab first, he'll die, so he thrusts towards her. The assassin then yells about him having a guard, and throws out a ton of poison needles towards them all. He turns around, but it's too late to react as they fly towards Krang as well. We see the company commander leap over Incred's attack, and use her cape to block all of the poison needles from hitting Krang. Incred says he thought she was an assassin, but she actually came to protect him, but regardless, now it is his chance. He lowers himself to the ground, and leaps forward towards the assassin. The assassin tries to block it, and we see the attack knock his hands away. The assassin grits his teeth, and tries his best to run, realizing that he needs to get out of here. Incred doesn't chase him, and says he can't believe he'd run away like that. Krang sits up, saying that he was probably after him. Incred says he knows, and Krang asks how. Incred says there's nobody who'd pay an assassin to kill a boot like him or Vengeance. The company commander says exactly, and tells him that he's fast on his feet. While reaching for her sword, Incred realizes that even if she was an ally just now, she can't let what happened here slip out, and she doesn't plan to leave any witnesses. Incred tightens the grip on his blade, and then Krang steps in front of them both, saying that he has a favor to ask her as he does not want anybody to die today. Incred wonders what's going on, as we see her bowing, saying as he wishes. Krang says that includes Vengeance, and that he isn't dead yet. The company commander says that they have an antidote, so he should be fine. Incred realizes that she is knowledgeable in poison if she could tell what it was at first glance. Krang thinks about it, saying they need to clean up this mess, and it's going to be a bother if people find out that an assassin has been here. Incred asks if it's fine as long as there are no traces left, and looks over at a fire, saying that there's actually an easy way as we see their tent set up in blaze. Soldiers from all around start running over with buckets of water, saying there's a fire in the tent, and that there are 2 survivors as we see Incred and Vengeance. Incred says with this, the traces of the assassin have been removed, and that they will take care of the rest. It jumps to a bird soaring in the night sky, as we see Krang and the company commander. She says that if Incred didn't slow the assassin down, Krang would be dead, and she asks if he changed his mind due to that. Krang says yes, asking if she agrees that he is interesting, but she does not answer, and just looks away. Krang says he's been trying to avoid it, and he recalls how hard Incred would work in the mornings, and smiles, saying that he has rubbed off on him, and that they'll meet again in their respective roles. We see a scythe as it is coming out of the water, and then it quickly dissolves as he sees the boatman. The boatman tells him that he'll see him again, and Incred says anytime. He says that he survived against the second wall, and woke up the next day. He can sense the presence of most things, yet he could not sense the company commander, and he has a lot to do when he gets back. Incred says thankfully he wasn't hurt, so he can return immediately. Vengeance asks him if he saved him from the fire, and asks him why. Incred wonders why he's giving him shit for saving him, and why he dislikes him so much. He simply tells him it's because they're comrades, and he doesn't need another reason. Vengeance looks off to the side, a bit guilty, and says even after all the shit he's put him through, he's very selfless, and he asks if he's returning to his squad. Incred says yes, and Vengeance says he's shit out of luck as the vibe is going to be horrible out there. Incred asks what's going on, and Vengeance explains that there's a rumor going around that the entire base is cursed. We see somebody from Incred's squad calling out to Rem, calling him an underdeveloped monkey, and shoving him. Rem looks excited, and we see people running away, saying that the squad is fighting again. As we see him lift him into the air, and throw him into the table, breaking their shit. The man attacks back at Rem, but he avoids it, and then returns with a solid right to the face, and pulls out his axes, saying he'll decorate his skull with it. The man pulls his own sword out, saying that he's going to split him in half. Incred finally makes it there, and says he doesn't know about the base being cursed, but these bastards might as well be his curse, and he sighs, telling them all to stop it. We hear them say that they thought he died, and he says that he didn't, but he might go crazy because of them. 4 days have passed since Incred has gone back to his squad. We see him in bed, and he opens his eyes to Jackson standing above him. He said that he was trying to leave quietly, asking if he woke him up. Incred says no, and he's gonna wake up and work out anyway. Jackson says that he only started recently, but he's really good at listening already. Incred tells him that he's been practicing, and Jackson says to keep it up as it'll help him someday. Battles are far and few in between. With winter approaching, the best thing for him to do right now is to solely focus on training his body to the limit. As we see him doing one-armed pull-ups on a tree, we hear a man saying good morning to him, and Incred looks down at a rock, and underneath it is Odon. He asks if he's returning from his morning workout, saying that he is keeping busy. He drops the boulder and says this is good. We see him starting to stand up as he towers above Incred, and he says a well-trained body is a weapon in itself, and he should be able to even withstand a kick from a frog. But that he's too thin, so he needs to continue training. Incred says he's just excessively large, but he'll try it. Odon starts to talk about the training technique he told him before, and then we hear something going down in the tent beside them as we see Rem kicking the man that he was fighting earlier out of bed, saying that it's his duty, yet he's still asleep, calling him lazy. The man starts crawling towards his sword, grabbing onto it, and swings it, telling Rem to eat his ass. Rem starts to swing back, and Incred enters, asking why they're fighting again. Odon tells them that violence solves nothing. Rem explains that this dude is trying to starve them, and Incred says if it's his turn to start cooking, then to do it, and Ragna says okay. Rem tries handing him an apron, telling him there's no need to act like this if he's just going to do it anyway. Ragna slaps it away, saying that it reeks, and Rem starts sniffing it, saying that it smells good. Incred asks if he's bored since he's picking fights for no reason. Rem asks if it's that obvious, saying that the lack of battles is making him itch. Incred tells him not to take it out on randoms, and to come with him as he'll fight him. Later on in the day, we see him get kicked in the side, and Rem says he needs to take hits better as he comes in with his axe, knocking Incred's weapon out of the air. Incred keeps himself calm with the heart of the beast, and as Rem comes in with another attack, he deflects it, saying that he needs to utilize his hearing to block hits. He will continue what he learned while dying hundreds of times, and thrusts towards Rem's face. Rem avoids it, but it was still a good try nonetheless. Then he grabs onto his sword with his axe, using it to hold him there, and then grabs him by the collar, using his own momentum against him to push him into the floor, saying that he was expecting more since he improved so much recently. But asks what made him boring all of a sudden, saying he's seen the stab a lot now, asking if there's anything new. Incred starts to get back up, saying he knows that he's different now, and he can repeat everything hundreds of thousands of times. He glares at Rem, saying to try it again, and he'll destroy him this time. Rem starts to think to himself that even if his skills are really bad, he doesn't get sick of seeing how determined his eyes are. He smiles, saying that he can only say that after he's laid a scratch on him. It begins to rain, and they both look up, surprised as it came out of nowhere. Back inside their tents, Incred says that it starts and stops whenever it wants. Rem says that he's gonna start growing mushrooms on his feet at this rate. We see Ragna asleep, and Odan praying. Another man enters, asking how many times he's going to have to cancel his duels because of the rain, and he believes the curse rumors now. Incred asks what he's talking about, and the man asks if he didn't hear. Incred says that now that he thinks about it, Vengeance mentions something about it. The man says that the weather is weird, and that casualties are increasing, and they keep getting hurt, especially Jack, Bo, and Rotten, as they are all hurt. People are saying that they're cursed due to this, but he's sure they aren't cursed, and that the temperamental weather only added fuel to the rumor. Incred says that the higher-ups won't let something like this go unnoticed, and the man asks why he's doing it in the downpour, and Incred says that's exactly why. Rem asks if he's a stray cat and what purpose this would serve. Jackson tells him that it's a good idea, and to keep it up, and Rem looks at him, scoffs, and starts yelling, asking what he taught him, and when he started caring for the squad leader. As they start yelling, Odan says if he's looking for a way to train in the tent, there's some things he can do even while laying down. Ragna asks if he wants him to look at his stance again. Rem turns around, saying look at all these guys, and they all continue glaring. Jackson glances over while Odan smiles, and Ragna still just keeps staring at the back of Incred, and Rem says that he noticed. As we see Incred still looking outside the tent. It jumps to a war room, and a man is telling all the commanders to keep their soldiers in check. They should send out a scouting party before the winter again, and ask if anybody has suggestions to fill in the gaps. We see the ferry commander suggesting the 444th squad leader. The man instantly says that he's a little dumb, and that he'll probably hold the scouts back. She tries telling him that he could bring about unexpected results, and he asks why she thinks that, and she tells him that it's just a fairy's instinct. The next day, we see Incred talking to her, and he's asking her why he's being sent to the scouts, and she glares at him. It jumps back to the man from earlier asking Incred if he pissed off the company commander, and he asked what he could have done to do that, and he suggests that he did because there's no other reason for her to specifically pick him. He wonders if she's going to kill him now that Krang has left. Rem asked if he's really going, saying that he can help him get out of it while holding his axe. Incred says it's not like he can use that axe on a superior, and that he's not like Rem. Rem says that's not what he was going for, and Incred says that he'd better not do it either as he has a history of being violent. We see Odan praying that they don't take Incred away from them, and he wonders what's wrong with them all. Ragna sits up, saying that he can go in his stead as well. They all kind of stare at him funny because they know he's directionally challenged. Jackson says if he's going to be scouting in tall fields, and that he needs to pay attention to the changes in the grass, noticing disturbances, and that's the first step to overcoming an ambush. Rem starts chirping up, saying that he told Jackson to stop teaching Incred this weird stuff. Incred sighs, saying that nobody will prevent them from fighting once he is gone, wondering if it is okay to leave them here, but even he agrees that there's nobody better suited than him. After enlisting, because of his lack of skills, he constantly moved around filling in for other people. The one place he ended up being useful was here. As we see Jackson and Rem both going to attack each other, Incred steps in between them, which catches them off guard, and they both stop their attack. He tells them to give it a rest. Rem asks if he's brave or stupid, and Jackson tells him that he should be thanking him, otherwise he'd have a hole in his chest. Incred says that they are really skilled, so they can't lose them, and compared to them, he's not much of a loss in combat power. There's no need for this sudden contemplation. He knows where he stands in terms of skills, and that he has a lot of room to improve. We see him walking through the woods with the other scouts as they are heading to the front lines. One of them sees him with his eyes closed and tells him to lock the fuck in, saying that they may both have the same rank, but he's the leader of the scout squad, and if he has a problem, they can fight it out. His name is Andrew Gardner. Somebody else laughs, asking Andrew if he really thought Incred would fight him, saying he's an outcast. Andrew begins to smirk, saying that if he does try, he'll make sure not to hurt him, and then he starts flaming him, saying that a squad is only functional because of its members. He tells everybody to listen up, if they meet the enemy, they'll bash their skulls in. Incred says they are very loud, asking if they don't understand what scouting means, and that Andrew is too green for this. They spot some tracks on the floor, and Andrew says they are new tracks. New is a type of animal, and he says that they'll follow the tracks and have a barbecue tonight. Incred says that new travel in groups of at least 20, and if he's seriously gonna go fight this, wondering what is going on inside his head. Another man starts laughing, saying that's not a new but rather a gazelle, and he looks at Incred, who's glaring at him. and says that Andrew is kind of obnoxious, and his name is Henry. He's previously a hunter and didn't seem to care for the squad lead. He ended up talking to him out of luck, and they became close. Henry talked about the basics of being a hunter, which he thought was very helpful, and Henry talks about how there are usually separate paths for animals in the fields, and he'll tell him more about it tomorrow. At night, we see Andrew saying that it was a new for sure, and that he needs results more than anything as Incred watches. The next day, as the squad heads out to the fields, Andrew says that this is the location that they're supposed to recon. Called Green Pearl, aka the unnecessarily tall grass field, as they all stare at it. Andrew says that they'll cross this field, find the hostile party, and bring them back as prisoners. They say yes, and as they continue, Henry asks if they're really going in here, saying that they're just supposed to scout, and Incred says that it's the squad lead's command. As they're walking through, Incred says that it's not that easy, and he thought Andrew would give up soon, but it's not, as this is unexpected. He's not complaining, and he's taking this seriously. Henry notices there aren't many animal droppings, and Incred asks if that's a problem. Henry says that means that there aren't any animals in a place where food is abundant for them. We see a paw raise into the air and then slam into the ground. Incred instantly feels a chill on his spine as we see a panther running by him in the grass. He makes eye contact with it and pushes Andrew's head down, telling everybody to stay low. As the panther was running from something else, two people catch strays in the head, and Andrew tells everybody that it's an ambush as we see their ops have pulled up. He calls for them to run, and we see everybody hauling cheeks. One of the men gets held down, and we see them capture Andrew. Henry gets stabbed in the chest, and Incred turns around, seeing the enemies are closing in, and he can tell based on his senses that he's completely surrounded. Incred continues to run as we see a crossbow being armed. He hears this, saying that the listening technique he learned from Jackson is definitely helpful as he dodges an arrow from behind, but then he begins to hear way too much sound, saying that he doesn't know what's with all the noise and that in the end, it's only helpful. As we see hella spears coming in, and he is soon impaled, knowing that they were going to be ambushed, it makes sense trying to avoid it. We see him trying to convince Andrew about it, and Andrew asks him if he wants to get his head cut off, and Incred realizes there's no way they'll listen to what he says, asking if he needs to find a way to make it out alone. We hear him trying to tell everybody that it's an ambush and to run away, and that he tried using a different path to escape, but he was stopped by the enemies once again, and that Henry was killed too. He says it's okay as he can always find another way, and he has the repeating time loops on his side. We see a firing squad pull up, and he catches a whole lot of arrows to the chest. He got caught by 20 or so crossbowmen from the east, and died after being riddled with arrows. He moved north to avoid them, but met a squad of spearmen. We see him grabbing dirt as he slowly crawls after being shot with arrows. Even if he manages to avoid them all, they never stop pursuing him. Their uniforms are dyed green as if they've been preparing for one. He wonders what's there to guard in a field like this in the first place. As he continues crawling, he spots a fire and a flag, and then gets his head clean cut off. As his blood begins to pour out, he wonders what they are hiding here. It jumps back to Andrew, telling everybody that they'll cross this field and bring them back as prisoners. Incred has heard this a dozen of times, and once they head in, there's no making it out alive. They are definitely hiding something, and he needs to figure out what it is. If he gives that up, he won't have to die. Henry calls out to him, seeing that he's lost in thought, and Incred realizes that if he tries to avoid it, it means that it'll be the end of the loop. But he decides that there is no running away from this wall. Andrew calls out to him, asking what he's waiting for. One of the members tells Incred that he knows Andrew is an asshole, but just to go along with it, and that he has his own difficulties. Incred asks why he would do that, saying that there's a limit to how much bullshit he can tolerate from an idiot. Asking the man if he's tired of kissing Andrew's ass, the man starts to get angry, and Incred pushes him out of the way, saying that he's no longer playing this game. Andrew goes to draw his blade, asking him if he's disobeying orders, and Incred realizes he needs to reframe the situation, and tells him he's not disobeying him, rather he's going to be the one giving commands from now on. Andrew starts to get angry, and Incred explains how he survives the longest, along with the other soldier and Henry. The soldier with the scar on his face is as tough as he looks. He's the most skilled one in the squad, but stays on Andrew's ass, and he's got to be some type of bodyguard or babysitter. Andrew draws his blade, saying that he can try to take command if he can beat him, and tells him to draw his sword. Incred says a normal soldier wouldn't have a bodyguard, and that he's obviously properly trained by his posture, and that Andrew must be the son of a rich lord, but says if that was the case he wouldn't be so eager for results, and suggests that he is a fallen noble. Andrew says that judging by his pathetic skills, yet high rank, He must be someone who never trains while leeching off money. Incrid says whatever he is, he can't keep following his orders, and Andrew starts to tell him that he's different from him, as he has a mission to fulfill. Incrid starts telling him to come at him, saying that he doesn't know why he's running his mouth so much, and that he's light work. This pisses Andrew off, and he starts to run at him. Incrid says that normally he would struggle against someone like him, but he's obviously being looked down upon, and that his brash actions will lead to carelessness. Andrew thrusts towards Incrid's head, and Incrid uses his hand to deflect it, saying that carelessness is the best chance he has. As Andrew's arm is sent flying backward, he realizes that he made a mistake. Incrid capitalizes on it by getting in close and punching him in the stomach, causing Andrew to spit up and fall to the floor, coughing. His babysitter and Henry are both surprised that it took one punch, as they thought that Incrid was a weakling. Incrid says from now on, the squad is under his command, asking if anybody has issues with this. Henry is speechless, and the babysitter starts thinking about it, and looks down at Andrew, who looks disappointed in himself. The man sighs, and Incrid says that this is the first step. We see them walking through the forest, and they wonder what Incrid is thinking. Incrid then asks Henry what his dream is. Henry is a bit taken aback, and wonders why he's curious, but tells him that he wants to marry a beauty who runs a flower shop. Incrid says for him to do that, he has to survive. Henry asks another man, and he says that he recently became a father. Incrid tells him if he wants to continue being one, he has to survive. This continues, and we learn that one of the soldiers wants to open his own business, and another wants to return home. Incrid asks Andrew, and he says that he wants to fulfill his mother's wish, and that his mission is to revive House Gardner. Incrid says that since they all have dreams to fulfill them, they have to make sure they get out of here alive. He stops walking, and tells them, rather than trying, they will guaranteed make it out of here alive. Everybody is surprised by this, and Incrid says that he needs them to move proactively, as there's nothing more motivating than life itself, and the enemy will soon appear, and he was planning for them to break through. He points towards the grass, telling Henry to shoot an arrow over there, at head height. Henry tries to tell him there's nothing there, but Incrid says he's not repeating himself and to shoot. Henry fires his arrow off, and we see it hit one of the men in the face. The enemies then yell that they are being ambushed, which surprises Henry and the others. Incrid draws his blade, telling Andrew to stay on his ass. Andrew grits his teeth and runs in, and Incrid says that he was wrong, and to fight with the upper hand, they need to find them first and ambush their enemies. As we see him stab one through the back, and then he readies himself for the next one, the enemies start to wonder what's going on and yell to kill them. We see Andrew stab one in the throat. Incrid says they need to take advantage of their confusion to reduce their numbers as much as possible. The reason he brought Andrew was because his bodyguard will follow. We see one of the men going to attack from behind. He instantly gets his head cut off and then cut into pieces by the babysitter. Incrid says this will be the best chance they have. We see Incrid cut one of their arms off, saying that the enemy, which originally numbered 12, has been cut down to 8 people. The rest are coming up, and we see the rest of the boys pull up. Incrid orders them to kill them all. The boys charge forward, dealing with their enemies. Incrid says in a tall grass field like this, the enemy soldiers have a hard time finding their location too. There is one reason they discovered them first. We see the panther running by them. One of the enemies gets jump scared by it and then tries to attack it, but Incrid comes out from the side and stabs the man in the stomach. Incrid says they were chasing the beast the first time around and coincidentally discovered them. This time they failed to notice their ambush because they were focusing on chasing it. Things are going smoothly, so he won't let it die easily. Henry tells them that they have finished, and we see Andrew is gassed out while his babysitter cleans his sword. Incrid tells them they will be moving immediately, while the panther watches him from behind. After one casualty, their unit has 6 people remaining. Even after multiple cycles, it was impossible to save everyone. However, this was the most survivors he had, and he wants to keep pursuing. We see a man watching guard, and he quickly gets his head cut off by Incrid. Incrid says due to the loops, he knows the quantity and locations of the enemy soldiers. If they keep going straight, they will get annihilated by 30 crossbowmen, so they need to turn right here to avoid them. The spearmen who persistently chase them every loop need to be disposed of quickly, or else they will hamper their movements. To avoid the difficult fights, using hit-and-run ambushes, they escape the enemy's encirclement. We see Andrew killing one of the men. His babysitter says he can tell he is overexerting himself. When it is dark, it will be hard to find the exit. They need to escape while the sun is still up. Incrid tells them they need to keep going forward, and he asks him why he is going further inside. Incrid tells him he knows it is the right direction and that he won't accept any disagreements, and to follow him. The babysitter looks pissed. Henry is then surprised as we see him pointing his blade at Incrid, saying that he should act right, and that he has no plans to follow him to his death. Even if he has to kill him now, he is going to find a way to live. Incrid says that he himself should know it is too late to turn back. After the commotion they made, their retreat path will have already been swarmed by the enemy. The man asks if he should really follow him, and Incrid says he wants to make one thing clear, that he wants to survive as well. Andrew thought Incrid would be some useless trash, just like his father who had given up on everything and just wasted the wealth of his house. But that was not the case. In fact, he reminds him of his mother, as we see her telling Andrew that their house may be finished, but even so, she hopes that he becomes somebody who can lead their people. He needs to earn their trust and rebuild their family. Andrew says he has always wanted to be like her. We can tell by Incrid's eyes that he is someone who paves the way, as he says to trust him and that they will survive. Andrew steps up, saying that he does trust him, and calls Incrid captain. His babysitter tries to call out to him, but Andrew says that the captain right now is Incrid, and that a squad follows the orders of its captain. The babysitter is surprised, and Incrid tells them to crouch down until he gives the signal and to stay close. The first step to escape is to take the initiative and ambush the enemy to break out of their encirclement. The second step, as we see them all sneaking through the grass, they hear the sound of rustling. They see enemy soldiers walking by them, and there are quite a few passing by their location. Incrid says the critical point he found out after dozens of loops is that only during this exact time and place can they let the enemy pass by them without trying to start a fight, and that this is the only method they have to actually escape. Everybody sits there nervously waiting. Incrid focuses his best on listening, and once he hears nobody else, the rest nervously anticipate his call. He says that everything has gone according to his plan, and that the final step is after the sun sets and it becomes dark. The reason they always fail to escape this field is clear. Incrid tells them they have arrived, and Henry says no way. One of the men starts to facepalm, saying after trying so hard, they ended up being at the enemy camp. Incrid says that the soldiers of Aspen are killing everybody in the field to silence them because they are hiding something in this field that nobody can know about. We see some kind of shrine in the middle of their camp with flags strung high and bones all over. Incrid wonders what happens when something more important than catching them occurs. He tells the rest it's time to go and that a way for them to escape will definitely appear as they start walking into the camp. The babysitter asks why he's going to set the enemy camp on fire, saying he's out of his mind, and it's not unlikely that they'll get surrounded and killed. Incrid finally asks his name, thank God. And we learn that his name is Mac. Incrid warns him that he will not tolerate disobedience. Mac starts barking, and Andrew tells him to be quiet, and instantly starts following Incrid's movements. Mac says he doesn't need Andrew to tell him, that they won't be able to find their way out with it being so cloudy in the night. They have no choice but to trust the squad leader. We see Incrid cut into a tent, and Mac thinks that they're done for, but as soon as they head inside, it's empty. Mac finds it suspicious, that he seems to know so much about this camp. And thinks that he's too reckless going through the enemy camp, but oddly enough, they haven't seen a single enemy soldier despite this. Looking back, they are definitely in their camp, so how is this possible? Incrid tells them to stop as they finally make it to the shrine, and he tells them all to wait here. Incrid says that he's infiltrated this camp a dozen times. When he first noticed that flag and touched it, the entire base focused their attention on him. He says what the soldiers wanted to hide is that flag, and protecting that flag is their main objective. He wonders what will happen when the base catches fire. Mac wonders how the hell he knew that the flag was already here, and then starts cooking up a misunderstanding, wondering if the ferry commander told him this, saying that she was the one who appointed this nobody here. Incrid says that the soldiers will be too busy protecting the flag. The reason why he suddenly took over control of the squad and infiltrated the encampment, maybe it was all to complete a secret mission. Incrid says that they'll escape while that is going on, and that they'll split into two groups from now on. One group will be bait, drawing the enemies, and the other will start the fire. Mac says he'll be with the bait group, and Incrid is surprised, saying that he's complained constantly but now he's suddenly cooperative, but decides it's better for him. He's dragged the squad into the encampment many times, however he's never had this many people with him until now. Incrid says that today is the best loop he's had so far, and he thinks that it'll be doable. One of them catches a rock to the head. Then they spot Mac running away and yell to alert the rest, and they start chasing after him. Incrid says that he will succeed. We see him reach towards one of the torches, and he says that this is their best bet at moving to tomorrow, but out of nowhere, an absolute unit appears beside him, and swings down with an ass ton of force, cutting the torch in half. Cold chills runs down Incrid's spine, and he says he didn't even notice this dude. Incrid goes to draw his blade and says he's never seen this guy in any of his other loops, but he can tell this dude is a fucking menace, and he wonders where somebody so strong has come from. The man glares at him, calling him a rat, and Incrid says that they're late. The man wonders what he's talking about, and looks over to see a fire on one of the tents. Some robed guy comes out yelling about it, and then we see the boys running off with barrels. The man tells everybody to put the fires out. Incrid explains that Mac baited away most of the enemies, and he got the attention of the rest while Andrew set the tents on fire. Now he just needs to escape. He stomps his foot on the ground, saying all attacks start from this as he prepares for a thrust. He says to kick against the ground to propel his body forward, and go for the gap in this man's defense as he starts thrusting his sword towards the man while he is distracted. The man instantly turns his head around, locking eyes with Incrid, and then avoids the attack with no wasted movements. He instantly gets behind Incrid before he could even react. Incrid realizes this is bad as he just got cut on his stomach. He leans over, holding onto it, and says that was the best stab he could have done. He turns back and looks at the man who calls him weak, and Incrid can feel the sheer gap in skill, saying that he can't beat him, at least not at his current skill. He barely managed to get here after all of the ambushes through the fields, loop by loop, with everybody dying except for him. He finally thought he had beaten the challenges of this loop and could continue, but now he realizes that this man is the real wall of this loop. As the man raises his sword, Incrid says that if he's going to die, then he says that then he'll have to take over the control of the squad and repeat this over and over to get the chance to fight this man. He begins to laugh, which surprises the man at first. Then he starts to get pissed, asking him why he's laughing. Incrid points his sword at him while smiling, and the man says that he's going to cut him up and feed him to the dogs and starts to swing at Incrid. Incrid lowers his stance and readies his weapon, saying that he will overcome this wall. Incrid manages to block the attack as we see sparks flying from their collision. The man starts to parry his attack, causing it to slide down his blade. Incrid is surprised. The man takes the chance to go in for a quick follow-up and swings. Incrid sidesteps it, but the man is relentless as he instantly goes for another. Incrid manages to dodge that too, surprised that he swung from that position. But the man's onslaught isn't over. Incrid looks up at the blade and somehow manages to block it. He can feel the power behind it. He realizes that he has no opportunity to counterattack. There's too huge of a gap in terms of skill. Incrid does his best to create some distance and takes out one of his throwing knives, launching it towards the man. As it gets close, the man simply raises his arm to deflect it with the back of his hand. Incrid didn't expect that. The man instantly closes the gap once more, stabbing straight for Incrid's chest. He hears his men yelling about the fire spreading, and we see the blade go by Incrid's face as the man was distracted. All over the shrine is now on fire, and it is heading towards the flag. The robed man from earlier calls out to his commander, asking if he doesn't understand what's at stake here. The commander realizes that Incrid won't go down without a fight, and that he has no fear in his eyes. He calls out to him, telling him that he will see him again, and begins to walk away. Incrid is surprised that he's backing off so easily, wondering if maybe he was not the true wall, saying that even if he wasn't, he'll need to overcome this loop, and that he can still improve from here. He hears Andrew calling out to him, saying that they need to go now. Incrid turns back to glance at the commander, as Andrew continues yelling. The commander turns, making eye contact with Incrid who wants to fight him, but instead sheathes his blade, realizing that the best call here is to escape with their lives. And he yells to retreat as we see the men doing their best to put out the fire on the shrine. They start to alert everybody for help. As the boys run out, Incrid says, one of the guys who went that way disappeared, and there are only 5 of them left in the squad now. Mac asks if this is all, and if they are going to send a pursuit force after them. Incrid says no. They hear Henry coughing, and as he's beginning to slow down, a small group of soldiers begins to chase after them. The boys instantly turn to defend Henry, and Incrid finishes his enemy by cutting his head off. Max stabs one in the throat, and Andrew copies Incrid. Incrid tells the rest not to hesitate and keep running. As we see Andrew grab onto Henry, he says that they won't be able to follow them if they keep running towards the habitat of the field fox and snake. Andrew asks if that will make it harder for them too, and Henry smiles, saying that he knows a safe route, the hunter's path. Incrid tells him that he trusts him to guide them properly. As they get deeper through the field, Incrid says he no longer hears the footsteps of the pursuit party behind them. As we see them running, we see a fox watching over them. Thanks to Andrew and Mac's efforts, they were able to get rid of them pretty easily. If it wasn't for Henry's pathfinding, they wouldn't have been able to lose them quickly either. It took the efforts of every squad member to get this far. The sun begins to rise, and Incred blocks the light with his eyes as he looks up, seeing that he has made it to the next day. They continue running through the fields, making it back to their camp. One of the men asks what happened to them. As we see them all bloodied and gassed out, Henry says he feels like he's about to pass out. Then we hear him slump onto the floor. Incred cracks his back, saying that he's finally got through that loop, with most of them alive. Now he can continue his days. It jumps to the shrine as we see the flag is still intact, but that everything else is damaged. One of the men asks the robed guy what happened, and he says that they need to prepare it again. He didn't expect the famous Grey Dog to be unable to stop a few small fry. As we see one of the company commanders named Grey Dog, he says he can't understand what happened, as the soldiers stationed here were the best of the best. Yet a few enemy soldiers broke through, set fire, and escaped. The Grey Dog is an independent company, pretty much private contractors. It is derived from the Grey Dog that resides within the Principality of Aspen. Having a persistent temperament, it has a need to connect with whatever target it has decided upon. Whether it be alone or in a war, therefore the company with the name of Grey Dog is also called the Persistent Lovers. Yeah, I don't get what they're doing with this one. Grey Dog asked the man from earlier if the one he faced was strong, and we learn that his name is Mitch Hurrier. I hardly know her. Mitch says if it wasn't for the fire, he would have easily finished him off. Grey Dog says he got lucky then, and that luck is a skill in itself. Mitch tells him that it will not happen again, and we see Incred inside his tent, saying that it bugs him that he faced that wall but couldn't get over it, and that he wanted to keep fighting him. And Incred says that soon eventually they'll have to fight again, as we see Mitch as well, determined to kill him the next time they meet. We see Rem throwing his axe through the air, saying that he's bored as hell and that Incred should be returning from the recon soon, wondering why there's no news from him. He catches his axe and sits up in the bed, wondering if maybe he died. He says while he got better recently, he's still a small fry, so it would not be surprising if he did. It doesn't happen often, but he actually liked him, and sighs, saying that there's nothing he can do if he's dead. We see Ragnar waking up as well, and he looks over at Rem, who's in a weird pose, and he asks him what the hell he's staring at. Rem waves good morning to him, and Ragnar returns with his own wave. Rem begins to grin, saying that he thinks he wants to kill him, while holding onto his axes. Ragnar starts to unsheath his blade, calling him a crazy dog. It jumps to the ferry company leader. She starts asking Incred about his scout mission, asking how he happened to burn the whole place down. He tells her that he continued to make the best possible choices in that situation and got lucky. She makes eye contact with him while saying the words lucky, and then says, alright, telling him to rest and recover. She had hoped that he would achieve something, but she didn't expect anything this big, wondering who exactly he is. As Incred goes to leave, he says that he has no idea what she's thinking. We see Andrew calling out to him and then bowing, saying that he's sorry for acting out in the beginning, and he's alive, thanks to him. Wondering if they'll meet again. Incred waves, saying that maybe if their paths cross, and he begins to walk away. Andrew grabs his sword and bows to Incred, and the rest follow his lead, paying their respects. He says that he managed to bring back 4 of them but wonders if that was really his best, saying that he ended up losing 2 of the members and if he were a little stronger, he would have saved them too. With all the loops, he is capable of exceeding his limits. Eventually, he'll be done with his desperate struggling and strive towards his true goal of becoming a knight. He'll use his loops as a stepping stone for just that purpose, and to prevent repeating the same day over and over, he needs to become much stronger. He hears his squad yelling that they're back at it again, and we see sparks flying as both Ragnar and Rem are trading blow for blow. Both of them are making very serious expressions compared to when they usually duel, and Incred says he's never seen this before. He sparred with them countless times yet never seen them make this expression. One of the men says that they aren't even human, calling them animals, and Incred says he guesses that they never needed to go all out against him. So he needs to get his priorities straight, and that he needs to have them make those same faces when he spars them. We see Ragnar blocking Rem's attack, and then he glances over, spotting Incred. Rem tells him that he's got to report back to them if he's home, asking why he's hiding again. He starts yelling at the rest, saying if they're not going to fight him, then to run off. Ragnar comments on Incred being injured, and he tells him that it's just a little scratch. Incred goes to ask about their techniques, but Rem instantly tells him to just go wash up and rest. Incred decides to ask Ragnar about it instead, asking the same thing, and Ragnar asks if he's seriously asking this right now, and Incred asks if it's a bad time. Ragnar turns his head, saying it's nothing, and Incrid says it sounds like he has something to say but decides he'll tell him later if he wants to. We see everybody packing up the tents as the battalion commander began to move the entire group closer to the tall grass field. Incrid's wounds healed significantly through the trip, and he constantly reflected on his entrained. We see the red-haired guy asking him if he's training, and saying that they're moving out tomorrow, asking why he doesn't rest. He tells him that he'll just be going out for a little bit. Rem clicks his tongue, saying that if he keeps doing this, he's going to die soon and he needs to rest. The next morning, Ragna wakes up to the sound of somebody swinging their sword and sees Incrid's bed is already made and that he must be training. He starts stretching and grabs his sword, saying that he is good with his sword and getting stronger wasn't difficult, and he had a chance to become a knight. But we see him saying that it was boring and that there's nothing he wanted to do as a knight, asking why he would spend his time and energy on it. That he couldn't find meaning, so he lost his purpose, and that's why he's here in this squad. He begins to watch Incrid swing his sword. We hear Incrid grunting in pain as he swings and falls to his knees as we see that he still hasn't fully recovered from his fight. Ragna comments on how his fundamentals are all wrong, and that you need to learn them properly when you start. With all the shortcuts to make up for his shitty fundamentals, it'll be impossible for him to get stronger. But Incrid grabs his sword, and we see his eyes are full of determination, and Ragna wonders why he's putting his body through so much pain, trying so hard. He decides to ask him the same question, and Incrid tells him it's because he wants to get stronger. Ragna asks what he'll do when he does, and Incrid tells him that he'll become a knight. Ragna tells him that a knight is just somebody who fights well, asking if it has that much meaning to him. Incrid says that the knight he aspires to be is someone who decides for himself what is right, and raises his sword for honor, for the sick and the poor, and to protect those he loves. Ragna is surprised that he's doing it for honor and merit, and says that strength is just a tool, since a knight is just a sword, and starts to think about what he wants to do. He walks forward, saying that he won't know until he figures it out, and he calls out to Incrid, asking him if he would like to learn the sword. Incrid says of course. And then Ragna stares at him blankly, and sighs, saying that he should not have said that, and he's already getting lazy. But still, based on how determined Incrid looks, it might be interesting. He says that Rem already taught him the intestines of the beast or something, right? Incrid corrects him, saying it's called the heart of the beast. Ragna says that he needs to get rid of anything that is not that or his stab. Incrid asked about the Valen mercenary sword technique. And he says, especially that if he doesn't ditch that, even if he learns a new technique, he will revert to his old habits, and in that case, he might as well give up. And he tells him to choose, either ditch everything, and start fresh, or just be complacent. Incrid instantly says that he'll start fresh, and Ragna, surprised by how fast he replied, asking him if he's sure about this. And Incrid asked what he needs to do first. Ragna says that this guy really is not normal. And while he has a good physique, he wields too light of a weapon, and he should find something heavier, and hands him his blade. Incrid asks if he should really be handing his sword over like that. And Ragna says it doesn't matter as it's not special, and tells him how to properly grip the sword by having his right hand above his left. He then notices he's squeezing tightly, asking why. Incrid says so he doesn't lose his blade. And Ragna asks him who taught him this. And he says Rem did. Ragna clicks his tongue, calling him a useless bastard, and tells him to get into his position. He then raises the sword above his head, and swings it down on Incrid. He blocks it, and we can see his hands shaking. And he says that shit hurt, asking why he did that. Ragna says of course it would hurt. And if he stiffens up, it's only going to get worse, and says he's essentially like a branch or a column or something like that. Incrid wonders why everybody in his squad talks like this, asking if that's a metaphor, and what that's even meant to mean. He wonders if it means that he's too stiff because he's clenching the sword too tightly. Incrid says he probably means to say that he needs to stay flexible with the sword to keep his sword from breaking, and he needs his movements to be more malleable. He then loosens his grip, and then we hear Ragna slash his sword a couple more times. And then he kicks Incrid's feet out from under him, telling him to pay attention to his balance. Incrid tries again, and he asks him where his feet are pointed. And then smacks his sword, saying it's too stiff, telling him to try again, asking him if he's trying to break his wrist. We see Incrid go for an attack, and Ragna taunts him, asking if he was trying to dance. This continues on throughout the day until we see Incrid on the ground. Ragna sighs, saying he did not realize it was this shit, and that Incrid has none of the basics down, and that it's not something that can be taught. We see Incrid gassed out, but he tightens the grip on his sword. Ragna stares at him, and then thinks about something. And Incrid asks if they can go again. Ragna sighs, and draws his blade, telling him that they should start with the baby steps. We then hear Rem asking where they have been all day, asking if they are playing picnic here, skipping meals and shit. And he points at Ragna, asking Incrid if he's giving him a hard time, asking if he wants him to take care of him. They start their typical banter, and Incrid asks if there's something going on, because Rem is dressed up. Rem tells him that it's because they're being summoned. As the enemy forces are gathering in the distance, we see everybody preparing for combat. And it jumps to the ferry commander standing on a cliff above all the soldiers, as well as Incrid's entire squad suited up for battle. Ragna wonders if teaching him was a mistake, saying that he's still new to the technique so he probably can't fight all that well. And then he might die because of that today. He puts his sword on his shoulder, saying that he's definitely going to need to babysit him today. Incrid wishes that he had more time to practice. Some of the soldiers start asking why the enemy's formation looks like that. As we see that flag from the camp, and that they are all spread out in a very specific pattern. As the robed man stretches his hand out, saying this is the end. A strong gust of wind suddenly starts to form from where he's standing. And the ferry commander realizes that it's a spell. All the soldiers fight to maintain their posture as a fog envelops everybody. Incrid looks around, saying he can't even see the people next to him. A lot of the soldiers start to panic due to the fog, and Incrid hears something. All the other soldiers hear it too, and wonder what that noise is. They start to panic, and Incrid yells, telling them all that it's arrows. As we see them coming down like rain. They start impaling the soldiers, hitting them all over. The fairy queen starts to deflect them, saying the fog is not normal, and nobody could have expected them to use this tactic. She yells, telling everybody to raise their shields. And she realizes they've been had. The robed man begins to laugh, saying it was so difficult to get this spell together. He had to offer up the blood of many animals, while collecting a ton of water by casting rain spells. And once the spell is active, the fog will obscure all vision. Unless you're under the casting point of the spell, which is the flags, it's going to be a one-sided battle. And he calls it the fog of annihilation. We hear Mitch telling him that he looks satisfied. The man says of course, if it wasn't for that flag almost burning down, this would have been a cakewalk. And Mitch thinks about Incrid, calling him an asshole, as we see him doing his best to endure the arrows. The second barrage of arrows starts to come in, and we see Incrid evade one. He hears a voice behind him telling him to keep his head down, and he recognizes it as Ragna. Then we hear Rem say that this is a spell, and he's pissed. Incrid says that he's right in front of his eyes but can't identify him, and he won't be able to fight properly like this. An arrow lands directly at his feet, and he says that his breath is getting strained and his body is getting stiff, making it hard for him to move his legs as he needs to. This means he can't use anything he's learned from Ragna at this rate, and he didn't expect to get it on the first try. Back to training, Ragna says that he'll revert back to his old habits for now, even if he learns from him. It would be best not to fight until he finishes learning what he's about to teach him. However, unless he fights on the battlefield, he'll die regardless. He realizes that's right and then closes his eyes, relocking in, saying that death to him does not hold the same weight as it does to others. As all the soldiers continue fighting around him, Ragna tells him to get behind him, but he says that he found a way. If he can't do it in one try, he knows what he must do. He charges straight into the fog. Ragna calls out to him, asking if he's crazy. A spearman comes from the fog, thrusting his spear forward and stabbing Incrid directly through the throat. Incrid lets out a groan as we see it impaled into him. He then starts to smile, saying that now he can go back to learning from Ragna. The soldier starts to get scared, calling him crazy. He pulls his spear out of Incrid's throat, causing him to die on the spot. Back at the camp, Ragna is asking him if he really understood what he said. Incrid replies that, to be frank, Ragna is not a great teacher. To a genius like him, it's also obvious that it's hard for him to put what's wrong into words. Ragna says maybe this is what they mean about understanding it but not being able to put it into practice. He just asks him to swing his sword downwards, asking if that's too hard. Incrid says he's not making fun of him, he's genuinely confused and asks where his center of gravity should be. Ragna is surprised but starts to think about it, asking if he means something like this. Incrid confirms that's as he thought. He says that guys like him don't even know how they do what they do. While Ragna's explanations are lacking, it's not that big of a deal, since observing and listening are some of Incrid's strong suits. He'll remember his stance no matter how many times it takes. Back to the barrage of arrows coming in. Incrid raises his blade, deflecting one of them. But his hands start shaking, and he realizes he's still too stiff. Another spear is thrust forward, and Incrid doesn't even dodge it, saying it's okay, so he can just die and continue learning. So he takes it to the throat. Back to training. We see him moving his feet as he dodges underneath Ragna's blade. He says this is now the 31st loop, and he is capable of flexible movement. Ragna tells him that the step he took is pretty good, asking where he learned it, and with that he should be able to start learning the basics already. Ragna explains that the 3 basics with a sword are cutting, stabbing, and slashing. He needs to use the edge of the blade for defense, and if the sword is good quality, he can also use the sides. The shortest distance between the opponent and him is called the line of attack. Using the sword is all about blocking the opponent's line while extending his own. He tells him to draw his opponent in and reach out to him with his sword. Back to the battlefield. The spearman is thrusting forward. Incred watches as it grazes past him and he thinks that his feet are light, so he can easily dodge this. Then 4 more spears are thrust out in front of him, immediately killing him on the spot. He says that little by little, his loops are starting to change. We see him actually parrying Ragna's sword, which surprises Ragna, who asks if he really just parried that. Incred is determined, saying that even though it's only a little bit at a time, he will make sure to continue this cycle. As he does a diagonal slash at Ragna, Ragna says that it no longer needs work. He seems a little surprised. Incred claims that even though they're baby steps, they're still adding up to be long strides. As he's running forward in the smoke, Ragna calls out to him, asking if he is crazy. Only for him to die once more, smiling and saying that as long as he can achieve steady progress, he'll die as many times as he needs. We see Ragna raising his blade as he swings down towards Incred. Incred ducks forward while bringing his blade up, successfully countering Ragna's attack and knocking it away. Incred states that it is now the 100th loop. Ragna is looking at his blade in complete disbelief and then looks back down at Incred, asking him what the hell his deal is and who he is, since he can no longer recognize his captain's movements. Incred says that Ragna no longer looks at him the same, and he thought he couldn't improve much more with his talent. As he's running in, Ragna calls out to him again, but Incred continues marching forward, saying that he has surpassed his previous level. We see him dodge the first spear as he follows it closely. He completely runs past the enemy soldier without killing him, as he has a goal in mind, the road to becoming a knight. As he charges directly into the back line of the spearmen, they thrust forward, impaling him yet again. He starts to smile through death, saying that this is so fun he might actually go insane. Back at the training camp, Ragna calls out to him, asking if he wants to learn the sword once more. Incred replies that he'll do whatever he can to become stronger, smiling and ready to die as many times as it takes to achieve his goal. Ragna says there's no way he'd be this good, as he's confused, asking if he's been fighting like shit on purpose until now. Incred says that's not it, but Ragna continues, saying that he's got all the basics down and it seems like he only needs experience if anything else right now. Back to the battlefield, as the arrows come in, Incred says that he has now been on this loop for 200 attempts. An arrow flies directly towards his head, and we see him firmly plant his heel into the ground as he leans forward, ducking underneath the arrow. Saying that he plans to see how far the techniques he has learned will take him today. The typical spearman thrusts forward, but he ducks under it, retaliating by swinging his blade forward, cutting the man's arms and head off. Incred says he knows where the enemies will pop out from beyond the fog. He pulls out one of his throwing knives, saying that he can get a few of them even if he can't see them, as he throws it forward, killing one of the enemy soldiers. As they begin to panic, we see one of them looking around in the fog, wondering what the hell is going on as he can't see anybody. He then immediately gets his leg lobbed off by Incred. Some of the crossbowmen start to panic, wondering what's going on. One of them raises his crossbow, getting ready to fire. Incred remembers Ragna telling him that he needs to look with his eyes and predict what will happen, and then move with his feet in accordance. As Incred ducks underneath the crossbowman's weapon, piercing him through the chest with his blade, Incred starts to laugh, saying this shit is hitting different and it feels like he's an entirely different person compared to when he didn't even have the basics down. He starts to charge deeper into the enemy lines, saying that he needs more and more people to come at him. He gets a little further until multiple crossbowmen all raise their weapons. As they're setting up the firing squad, one of them says that he's done well infiltrating up to here, asking him how he plans to make it out of this alive. As we see Incred panting, he steps forward, saying that he wants to fight it out with swords like men as he continuously plans on testing himself. They call him crazy and then immediately disrespect his request by unleashing crossbow bolts, killing him on the spot. We then jump back to the boatman as he's calling Incred foolish, saying that he's walked into his own grave, asking if he is all there upstairs, calling his metal cooked. He then wakes up surprised, saying he hasn't seen that in a while, and he wonders if the boatman really came out of nowhere just to shit talk him. Rem then asks what he's doing as he sees that he's blanking out. Incrid then remembers something about Rem, saying that he called it a spell when it happened. In the enemy's formation, it looked as if they were guarding the flag back in the grass fields on his last outing. He then asks Rem if he knows anything about spells. Rem asks why he's so curious all of a sudden, and Incrid says that he just thought it might be interesting to tell him what he knows. Rem says sure, asking if he knows the difference between magic and spells. Incrid says that magic is more common, and Rem says that is not wrong, that a spell requires a medium. It's not just that it requires it, but the medium is a whole lot more important, as spells cannot exist without them. Incrid thinks about it, saying that the fog was due to the enemy's spell and that flag must have been the medium. Therefore, if the flag breaks, the fog will leave. Incrid asks him if his tribe also used spells since he knows they originated from the west and that is where Rem is from. Rem smiles, saying that he's seen them, asking if he knew that there aren't many actual spellcasters, as most of them are hex casters. Incrid ignores him, and Rem asks him where he's going. Incrid tells him that he's going to train. Ragna says that it looks like they both have the same training background, asking if he knows what the Unyuk sword technique is. We get some lore and we learn about 500 years ago there was 1 in a million prodigy. A child born on a sword farm slayed 12 bandits that attacked the farm with nothing but a fireplace poker. Having lost his parents early, he learned the sword at a young age, and a noble having heard the rumors took him in. That prodigy went by the name of Leonis Unyuk. However, as gifted as he was also cursed. He began losing strength as a 10-year-old and became fully paralyzed at 12. And just like that, the Mist Runes prodigy was lost to history. Rem says that at the age of 20, Leonis fully paralyzed and immortalized himself in the history of swordsmanship, completing all the sword techniques in the land and categorizing them into 5 categories: the righteous elaborate sword, the heavy strong sword, the flowing confounding sword, the fast swift sword, and the gentle parrying sword. Leonis rewrote the history of the sword, and with this, the Unyuk family became the greatest house in the empire. The after effects of this technique can still be felt, as it is the foundation of all swordsmanship today. Ragna says that there is the northern heavy sword and a bunch of other sword techniques, including some eastern techniques that utilize ki. And among those, the technique he developed branches off of the northern heavy sword. He tries to think about what Rem taught him, asking if it was called the conscience of the beast. Incrid corrects him, saying it's called the heart of the beast. And Ragna says that this will be more useful than that, and it's called concentrate on a single point. He needs to forget everything around him and focus only on his own sword and the enemies, and he'll show him how it works as he starts to get in a stance. Incrid wonders what's about to happen as Ragna thrusts his blade directly towards him, nicking the side of his throat. Incrid is surprised, saying that it was faster than Rem's axe, and he nearly just died. Ragna then asks if he felt anything, and we hear Rem calling him a degenerate, asking if he's really trying to kill the squad leader. Ragna says that people concentrate better in the face of death, and he's just trying to help him out. Rem says that he can't learn anything if he's dead, asking if he even knows how long it took for him to learn the heart of the beast. Ragna says that's only natural for a stupid barbarian teaching him, and they start to argue. Incrid says that both of them are pretty shit at teaching, though. Rem then says that his people are more north than his, saying that truly that means he's more barbaric. Ragna says no, as he knows Rem is from the southern barbarian tribe. As they continue bantering, Incrid tells them that's enough, and they should leave, as he is here for the departure order. Ragna then reminds Incrid to remember how alert he was just now, saying that moments before death, if he succeeds with concentrating on a single point, everything around him will fade, and he will feel his sword do his bidding. Back at the battlefield, Incrid says that it's similar to the heart of the beast yet completely different. The heart of the beast makes you numb in the face of death, but the other makes you more alert, and he needs to experience it in real life or he needs more experience with it. He looks up at the battlefield, seeing the flag. As the fog starts rolling in, Incrid says that he'll add another objective on top of gaining experience, and that is for him to actually take out the flag. He starts to march forward, decapitating one of the soldiers, saying that it will be easy for him to get there with both Rem and Ragna. But he plans to do it on his own, as we see him taking down another soldier. He cleanses his blade of the blood, saying that he is hella excited to learn this new technique. Incrid says that he died while unprepared too many times. Which is why concentrate on a single point is very useful. To survive the assassin, he trained his ears. To survive the battlefield, he learned the heart of the beast. But concentrating on a single point, he does not truly understand. Ragna thrusts his blade forward, directly towards him. It stops just shy of his face, asking if he understands. saying if he succeeded, he should have felt the tip of the blade slow down or something. Incred shakes his head no, wondering if maybe the heart of the beast is interfering with it. But he doesn't think that's the case. Ragna tells him that he should feel everything else fade besides the opponent's sword. And he should be able to predict the sword's path, asking if he's felt anything similar. Incred says that he's starting to think that channeling his fear of death isn't the right move for this, asking him how he learned it. Ragna says he didn't have to learn, as it's something he could always do. And it's in the name, you just have to concentrate on a single point. Incred sighs, saying he's not going to get any useful answers out of him, and he'll just have to figure it out on his own. But he shouldn't get impatient, as he'll keep practicing this on the side, as his first priority is knocking down one of the flags. He plans to minimize the damage to his allies and penetrate straight through the enemy lines. As the fog starts rolling in again, everybody panics, but Incred yells, telling them to get down. They immediately follow his command, and he tells them to raise their shields. As arrows start to fly in, we see their shields blocking the volleys as he takes charge. He's repeated this loop over 300 times. He knows where the attacks will come from, even if his eyes were closed. Even the enemy soldiers are confused by the fog, so he takes advantage of it, slipping past one, immediately stabbing him in the side of the head, and then following through with a swing, killing 2 more soldiers. The enemy starts to scream, saying that it's just one guy and they can take care of him. As they see the shadowy figures of their comrades getting bodied, another group gets close to Incred, and he rears his sword back, immediately getting rid of them, as he has one goal in mind, and that is the flag. One of the soldiers yells, telling everybody to get a hold of themselves, and they need to stop him. Incred smiles as he gets closer, as he's actually enjoying this. He swings down his sword as the enemy soldier blocks it in front of him, creating sparks. But Incred doesn't let this stop him, as he uses pure brute force swinging downward, breaking the sword in half. Then using the soldier's body, he slams him into the pole, breaking it. He says that it took him 10 loops to get to this flag. As we see it finally break, he says that that is all he wanted. But then he's surprised that the fog still hasn't left. While he gets distracted, the enemy soldiers take advantage of it, stabbing him. One of them laughs, saying it seems like he knows a little about spells, but that he has been deceived. Incred now understands what's going on, saying that there must only be one real flag, and every other one is merely a decoy, and that he needs to find the real one among them. The loop restarts, as Ragna asks what he's doing, because Incred is charging straight in, all alone. He says he has a 1 in 5 chance of getting it on the next try. As he takes the lead, he yells, telling everybody to get down and raise their shields, but they can't hear him as he's too far, and they wonder what to do. Incred turns, watching the arrows fly over him, completely confused. As he raises his shield, he blocks the ones in front of him, but all of his soldiers start to get clapped, and he wonders why they didn't listen like they did last time, saying maybe it's the timing, or maybe he needs to give them time to catch their breaths. He breaks another flag, only for it to be a fake, as he gets his head cut off immediately after. Now with 4 left, we see him break another one, yet it was still, again, a fake, as the soldiers killed him once more. That took him 5 extra loops. The 4th flag took him 7 extra loops to get there, and even after he broke it, it was still the same fate. He only has 2 flags left, and he says that if he were to trust his gut on which one is real, there's only one clear winner here, as it would have to be the one that is the furthest away from the rest. We see right beside it is the robed man from the camp. Incred kneels, telling everybody to get down and raise their shields, and they actually listen this time. The arrows get blocked once more, and Incred tells Rem to follow him. Rem asks if he's out of his mind, as they start to charge into the arrows. Incred says even if it's far away, he can't get exhausted before he reaches the flag. As they charge into the spearmen, Incred doesn't even bother swinging since Rem is with him. He takes out the man by throwing his axe. Incred says the plan is to get Rem to draw their attention, and he'll slide past them. Rem picks up the soldier, asking him who cast the spell, but realizes the dude has his brains on the ground, so he throws him away, saying that he'll just have to hear it from the next guy. He continues killing the enemies. Incred says it's been over a year of him repeating this loop. He runs closer to the flag and readies his blade, saying now it'll be the end of the fog. And then as soon as he goes to swing, his sword gets stopped. As we hear a familiar voice asking if this is a dream. As it's none other than Mitch, who knocks his blade away from the flag. Mitch says that God has answered his prayers. As he says that he has really wanted to kill him with his own hands, and he's been waiting for this moment. Incred glares at him, but it's solely because he doesn't remember who the hell he is. Mitch is a bit taken aback and then starts to get angry, asking how the hell he forgot about him in only a few days. But Incrid is confused, since for him it's been so long. Incrid asks Mitch who he is. Mitch says that he'll remember as he readies his blade, charging forward, saying that maybe being stabbed will jog his memory. Incrid watches as the blade comes close, so he turns his chest to the side to dodge it. He then pushes off the ground with his back foot, thrusting forward, trying to counter Mitch. Mitch quickly backpedals and wonders what's going on. As Incrid has changed so much in just the last few days, he says that he's gotten incomparably better. He starts to get pissed that he tried to catch him with a single step. While he's lost in thought, Incrid charges in, closing the gap. He swings down at Mitch, who blocks it, creating sparks from their blades. Incrid says that he is loyal to the basics, using the righteous sword technique, and he's mixing in the flowing sword technique, which deflects attacks. Our boy is learning as he fights. Mitch begins to push him back, but Incrid doesn't allow him as he knocks his sword backwards, saying he needs to focus all of his senses in front of him. Mitch raises his blade, thrusting forward. Incrid says if he gets distracted for a single moment, the balance will collapse, so he has to make sure to actually lock in. He needs to forget the flag, the outcome, and even sword techniques, as everything else needs to fade around him, leaving only the swords behind. As they both swing towards one another, the tips of their swords clash. Mitch grits his teeth and pushes as hard as he can, knocking Incrid's sword backwards. Incrid is surprised, but before he can even retaliate, Mitch thrusts his sword directly through his chest, fatally injuring Incrid. He starts to cough while impaled by Mitch's blade, and he looks up at Mitch, saying that he remembers him. He was the guy blocking the flagpole in the grass. Mitch introduces himself, saying he is the Aspen Principality's Greyhound Squad platoon commander. Incrid introduces himself as well, saying that he is the Nalilia Kingdom squad commander. Some of the soldiers ask Mitch if he is an enemy, and Mitch says yes, and his specialty is hiding. One of his men says that Incrid sure is an odd guy, and when Mitch looks back down at him, he is confused, asking Incrid what is wrong with him and why he is smiling. Incrid says that Ragna is a crazy bastard, and it wasn't the concentration that comes from the fear of dying that was necessary. Rather, what he needed was a good rival. He needed an opponent that would put everything on the line to fight and encourage him. He wonders if maybe he was low-key just a freak, and he pulls his blade out of his chest, saying he ain't trying to match that. Back to Ragna explaining the concentrate on a single point again. Incrid looks to the side, saying that he sees, and Ragna mistakes it as him not listening and maybe giving up. Rem approaches, saying that they've been called to head out. Incrid tells Ragna it's time to go. Ragna then says he actually looks like he's more full of energy and he sure is a weird person today, and that he should maybe go a little harder during warm-up. As the fog starts to roll in, Incrid yells, telling everybody to get down and raise their shields. The volley of arrows then starts to fly in. And before Rem can say his usual line, Incrid cuts him off, saying to follow him. Rem asks what he's doing, and Ragna says that he'll be coming as well. Rem starts barking at him, asking if maybe he took an arrow to the head, saying he's being weird. Ragna tells him if he doesn't want to have an arrow lodged into his head, he needs to look forward as the enemies are right in front of them, and we see Incrid running in between the enemy lines. But the same can't be said for Ragna and Rem, as they have to brute force their way forward. Incrid says he really wanted to make sure that he could open the path in a similar way to before and meet Mitch once more, and they start to have their stare down. Incrid then starts to give off some psycho energy, saying it's nice to see him, calling him his friend, saying they should fight. Mitch asks if he really came looking for him, and Incrid asks if this is his first time receiving a confession, saying that he came because he fell in love at first sight. Mitch says that usually he is the one finding people, and this is the first time somebody else has come looking for him. Incrid asks him if he's upset, and Mitch readies his blade, saying nonsense. Incrid starts to explain that entering the state of concentration where he can only feel the sword once more is a lot harder than he thought, as we see him get stabbed to the chest. Mitch says he didn't think he'd lose this easily, and he doesn't know why he made him believe that he could fight him. Incrid now realizes that his attitude was wrong, and it can't be intentional, as he needs to be absorbed into the fight naturally. As he's clashing blades once more with Mitch, he says that he'll just repeat the fight over and over until he can find that feeling. Finally, on the 18th loop, everything else but the sword starts to fade, and he can feel it again. In his 28th loop of fighting Mitch, he can intentionally enter the state of concentration. By the 48th loop of meeting Mitch, we see Ragna saying that he'll teach him the tricks as he readies his blade, thrusting forward at Incrid like usual, but Incrid this time is locked in as he's staring at the blade, solely focusing on it. As he gets closer and closer to his eye, Everything else begins to fade, and right when the moment arises, he raises his blade, actually deflecting Ragna's attack, leaving Ragna speechless. Then he asks him if he just deflected his attack by concentrating on a single point, asking how. Incred doesn't say it aloud but thinks that it's pure concentration that means completely controlling his body and sword. His power and technique have developed to the point where he cannot compare them to before he met Mitch. Ragna asks him where he's going as he starts to leave, then Incred says it's time to meet the platoon commander. Incred says it is finally time for him to overcome this loop once and for all. It jumps to the ferry commander asking what he wants. Incred says that he remembers that he saw something about spells during his reconnaissance. She wonders what he means, and he continues, saying that the Aspen soldiers were calling a weird-looking man the spellcaster. She seems more interested, telling him to elaborate. He says that he told her everything that might be needed to win the battle, and it jumps straight back to the fog rolling in. Incred commands his men yet again and begins to charge in, leaving Rem and Ragna behind him. He says that he just has to hope that his commander is competent because all he has to do is focus on what's in front of him as we see Mitch by the flag. He says that his goal is to overcome him. Mitch recognizes him, but Incred then says his name, which surprises Mitch that he knows it. Incred says that he wanted to fight it out with him from the very start and that today he plans on beating him as he charges straight in. He swings down at Mitch, who sidesteps it. He then rotates his hips, swinging his blade forward. Incred reacts in time and turns his blade sideways, bracing it with his arm to block Mitch's attack. Mitch is actually surprised by how sturdy he is. Incred then thrusts forward with his sword. Mitch narrowly blocks it, and he swings forward, knocking Incred's sword back. They collide once more, creating sparks. Mitch then asks him if maybe he was hiding his skills, and Incred says yes. Mitch then asks his name, and Incred tells him. Then they begin trading blow for blow. Mitch tells him that he will remember the name, and Incred says there is no need as he will remind him if he forgets. He then starts to lock in, focusing solely on Mitch's blade. He notices that Mitch's balance is shifting to his right foot as he is preparing to slash diagonally. Incred sidesteps it, saying that he has learned this from all of the loops, and the experiences gained through repetition all culminate to allow him to see his movements. They both thrust directly towards each other's necks, barely grazing one another, as we see they both drew blood. Mitch then looks down to see Incred actually following through with this swing, and he narrowly dodges by ducking underneath. He says that he really thought he would get him in a couple of moves, and he wonders why he is struggling against someone like this. He grits his teeth out of pure anger, saying that his righteous and flowing sword techniques are suited for parrying, so he needs to get a proper attack in. Now Mitch says that he will use his ultimate technique that he has learned to remedy that. He stomps forward and starts to swing his blade diagonally, saying that it is an attack that starts from the bottom and slashes in a huge arc. It is called the wheel cut. Incred watches as Mitch prepares this heavy swing, and he starts to see the actual line. He says that he has died to this technique so many times because he couldn't see where and when it started. But now is not the case. As the blade starts to come up, he smiles, saying that he is so glad he gets to see it again. As they collide swords, Incred actually manages to parry the wheel cut. Mitch's heart sinks, asking how the hell he saw it and parried it. We learn more about Mitch's family. It is one of the three main houses that reign over the Aspen Kingdom. House Hurrier represented the brute force of the kingdom and recruited any and all people who showed talent in the sword. He was also recruited from a regional house to that end. After adopting the name Hurrier, he proved himself with his skills and fought 2 adult knights at the age of 15. He won against a champion swordsman of a town at 18 and was strong enough to become the champion of an entire city at 22. He became one of the 3 best fighters in the Greyhounds through his skill alone. There were only a few that matched up to his talents. As we see him watching people train, he wonders why they put so much effort into it. Asking why it's so necessary to swing a sword until your hand bleeds, as it only takes a few swings for him to understand things. He was satisfied with the present, and he was emboldened by his skill, which was a mistake on his part from being complacent. Incred starts to capitalize on the fact that Mitch lost balance and quickly stabs forward, piercing Mitch's shoulder, completely dominating the fight now. Mitch tries to find some way out of it, but Incred quickly pulls the blade out, readying himself once more. Mitch then starts to lean over and spits up blood. Incred starts to slowly walk towards him, and Mitch realizes that he underestimated him and thought that his attack would definitely get him. He says that Incred isn't as good as him in strength or technique, and Incred says he's right. But in the end, he still beat his ass. Mitch starts to grit his teeth and realizes that he is right. Incred readies his blade to execute him, telling him that this was fun. Mitch says that if only he tried harder instead of being arrogant and relying solely on his skills. But he hears somebody yelling to protect Mitch. Then he watches as Incrid's blade comes in to finish the fight, but someone blocks the attack. As we see, it's none other than the Grey Dog, and Incrid distances himself. Mitch's men then start to tend to his wound, asking if he is okay, and the Grey Dog tells them to take Mitch somewhere safe. He says he didn't expect one man to cause this mess, and he raises his blade, telling Incrid he won't let him have a peaceful death. Incrid says that he can't forget that he is surrounded by enemies here, as they are in front of him and behind him, ready with crossbows. He says breaking the flag and securing his exit is his goal, aka the wall he must overcome to get out of this loop. His eyes start to focus, and the Grey Dog yells, telling his men to fire, and they all start to unleash their arrows directly towards Incrid. Incrid charges straight in through the arrows, saying that he can't avoid all the attacks, so he'll take them head on and continue advancing. Grey Dog raises his sword into the air, saying there's no way he's this foolish. He swings down towards Incrid, only for it to be blocked. Incrid realizes that his sword is cracked from the attack, saying that his technique is extremely heavy. To win this battle, he's going to need to die many more times, but the objective now is to win the battle, which means he needs to destroy the flag. He throws a throwing knife forward, trying to hit the flag, saying that the spell medium will stop working even if it's only slightly damaged. But his wind is moving the flag too much. Grey Dog calls him a bastard and swings at his head. Incrid ducks underneath, throwing another dagger and saying that he needs to aim for the connection between the flag and the flagpole. He does exactly that, breaking the top portion of the flag entirely off of the pole. The fog rolls in even thicker than before, and the ferry commander says that she informed the command that there would be a spell and asked for resources to combat it, but they haven't done anything, and the kingdom is hella rotten. They sent a potato of a dude to command the front lines, and at this rate, they're going to be wiped out. She then notices something as she looks to her side. The fog starts to actually disappear. The soldiers are confused, asking what happened to the flag. While they're distracted, the ferry commander immediately stabs one of them in the back, saying that with the fog gone, the enemies have been completely taken by surprise, and now is the chance to change the tide of the battlefield. Now they have the confidence, and they start charging forward. She says that things are more favorable now that the fog is gone, but she wonders who destroyed the spell. She wonders if maybe it was Incrid, as we see a couple of arrows lodged into him. He says he messed up. After destroying the flag, he thought he'd run into either Ragna or Rem if he ran straight towards friendly lines, but instead, there are only enemies, and he wonders where the hell they are. Back to Rem, he's holding onto an enemy soldier while barking at the rest, telling them to bring him to the spellcaster or else he will kill them all. Ragna is more lost, as this dude is back at the allied camp, and they all stare at him like he is actually disabled. Ragna sits there for a second, as his brain processes it. Since it's a bit smooth, he recognizes that they aren't the enemy, and they ask what the hell is wrong with him and if he wants to be executed. Back to Incrid, the enemy soldiers call him a rat, asking why he's still trying to survive even in this state. One of them gets close, telling him to just give up as he raises his sword above his head. Before he can swing it down, we see a puma attack from the side, biting the man. Incrid immediately recognizes it as the one he met in the tall grass fields, and he makes eye contact with it. The enemy soldiers wonder why a beast is helping him and ready their crossbows. But the puma doesn't give them the chance and immediately jumps straight towards them. It attacks their weapons by breaking the strings in their crossbows. It then walks directly in front of Incrid to protect him. Incrid tells the puma it should leave, as the man in front of them is a little special, and Grey Dog is utterly pissed. We then hear a familiar voice as he puts his hand on Incrid's back, telling him to stand back. It's none other than Vengeance, who walks forward like a badass, saying that he's going to save him. Incrid is confused, but Vengeance starts to charge directly in. His attack immediately gets parried by Grey Dog, and he gets sent flying backwards, saying he didn't expect him to actually be strong. Vengeance then tells his boys to just shoot him instead. As we see them firing their crossbows, Grey Dog doesn't stop his charge, starting to knock away the arrows with his sword. While he's distracted, the puma leaps for a surprise attack, but Grey Dog reacts in time by hitting it in the side with his hilt, knocking it to the ground. Incrid then starts to lock in, focusing on the tip of Grey Dog's blade. He says he sees it as he follows the line and raises his short sword up in front of him, saying he can't parry that sword with his strength, which means that he'll have to actually use Grey Dog's strength against him. He'll take one out of Mitch's book and let it flow against his blade. He does exactly that, but due to the short length of the blade, he actually gets cut on his arm. But it does work, And Grey Dog is surprised as he instantly recognizes Mitch's technique, asking him where the hell he learned that. Incred lifts his blade, saying it seems like his skills will even work against him. Vengeance then comes in with the greatest attack of all time, obviously having no effect. Grey Dog then looks over, seeing all of the reinforcements running in. He clicks his tongue and turns, telling Incred he won't forget him. Incred tells him to do what he wants, and Grey Dog orders his men that it's time to retreat. Vengeance runs over, telling him that he doesn't have bandages, so they have to move back to wrap up his shoulder. Incred says that they need to bring the Puma too, and he picks him up. Vengeance calls him crazy, telling him to worry about himself first. As we see he's actually carrying the Puma, Vengeance starts carrying him away, telling his men that it's time to head back. Incred's eyes then start to feel extremely heavy. Vengeance tries to bark at him enough to keep him awake, but he's lost too much blood, so his eyes start to slowly close. The boatman then asks him if he accomplished what he wanted to, calling him a persistent bastard, and asks him what truly drives him while Vengeance and his boys fight to take him back to base. It jumps to a tent. We hear a bunch of people talking about Incred, saying they hope he wakes up without any issues. Incred wonders what's going on as he feels a strange sensation in his hand. When he wakes up, he sees the Puma cuddled up to him. Rem asks if he's awake, saying that he really thought he died this time, as we see all the squad members looking at him. Incred asks what's going on, and Jackson asks if he's feeling okay. He says he's thirsty, and Jackson hands him a drink, saying that he's lost a lot of blood. They tell him that, thankfully the medics said there won't be any lasting effects and that the goddess of luck must be on his side. Incred says that he must have passed out during the retreat. Jackson says that now that he's awake, he's going to leave, and Ragna says he's going to sleep. Incred's just glad he got through another day. Rem sits there deep in thought, and Incred asks him why he's staring at him like that, asking if he wants to pet the Puma. Rem says no, he's not interested in beasts, and he asks him how he knew it was a spell. Incred says that he won't believe him if he tells him about the repeating days, so he needs to lie to him. But he says that he shouldn't because Rem has always been faithful to him, and he needs to return it in kind. He says that he was friends with someone like him, a settler, and he suspected that based on what he heard from him. In Incred's mind, he says that's a perfect lie, as he did hear it from a settler, which was Rem. Rem sighs, saying it's fine if he doesn't want to tell him. He should just not get himself interested in spells. Incred says he really is really smart despite how he looks, and he asks him what he was doing during the battle. Rem says that he was going to see the asshole who set up the flag, but he didn't like his face, so he sent his head flying. Incred says he was wondering what happened with the spellcaster since he never saw him. Kraze tries to hand the Puma some food in return for touching its paws, but the Puma hisses. Incred says it might rip him to shreds, and Kraze says it's worth 10,000 krona. And explains that because of its blue eyes, it's actually called a lake panther, and they're supposed to hold the energy of the lake inside them. Each of its claws is worth over 10,000 krona, and they keep growing new ones. Incred says that a single bronze coin is worth 1 krona, so 10,000 must be worth a gold coin, which is way more than his pay. After he collapsed, they dominated the battle easily since the flag was gone, but the battle itself wasn't conclusive, and since then they haven't gone marching or ventured out. He wonders if he would succeed in the parry that he did last time if he tried doing it again, but he's not sure. Jackson tells him that he's not going to heal if he keeps moving, and Incred says he's not overdoing it, this much is enough. Ragna tells him that the most he can do right now is stretch and continue resting. Rem asks if he's trying to spread his laziness to him, telling him to stop loitering in the walkway. Ragna goes to find his sword, and Rem asks if he's trying to fight, but Incred says he has a question regarding the sword, saying that he used a technique that he never practiced before. He asks if it's normal. Rem says that it's nothing special, and using the heart of the beast, he can actually see what the enemy is doing, so he would have been able to see how they swing the sword and how they use their strength. Ragna tells him that it should be easier since he learned the basics and should succeed with concentrating on a single point, so he definitely would have seen more. But he still must have gotten pretty lucky. Incred accepts the answer, saying that the day that just passed was not just one day for him, rather, it was hundreds of days of struggle. He got stronger through sheer hard work, not just through memorizing patterns. No matter how pathetic his talent is, he can continue growing. He tells both Rem and Ragna that he wants to duel. Rem says that they call him a madman, but he's clearly more psycho, and Ragna says that it's rare for him to agree with this idiot, but asks what he hopes to achieve in that condition. Ragna says that with his body in that state, duels are off the table. The ferry commander then enters the tent, asking him if he was the one who broke the spell. He says that he thought Command would start asking questions soon, but he wonders why she is here herself. He tells her that it was him who did it, and he saw it while on patrol. He knew a little about it beforehand. She says there were 5 decoys, asking how he found the real one, and he tells her that he just guessed. She seems suspicious but heads out, and he asks if that's really all she came for. She says that she also came to see his face, and she truly believes that fate has brought the two of them together. As she leaves, he wonders what she is talking about with fate. Rem starts to laugh, asking if there's something going on between them, and Ragna says he realizes now that he was skilled with women. Incred tells him to shut up. Craze says that he knew he was suited to start a host bar with him, and he'll make the terms favorable for him. Incred just wonders why she's like that himself. Craze then tells him that he has some good news, as a squire from the Night Order is here. Incred is told that it is the Scarlet Cloak Night Order. The battalion he is with is called the Cypress Division, which was named after a knight, and Cypress is part of the Scarlet Cloak Night Order. Knights are especially skilled, which is true even across the entire continent. That's why a Night Order has many more people besides knights, squires, servants, and students of knights. Once a squire is approved by their knight, they become a proto-knight, and far above them exist knights who have surpassed humanity. Squires rarely fight in battles without their knight, so this squire is probably about to become a proto-knight. They then get yelled at, telling them it's time to go to battle. They say maybe they were all waiting for the squire, but it's time to head out, and they tell Incred to rest well. But Incred's eyes look determined, and Rem can sense that, saying that he can tell that he wants to come with them, but he guesses it can't be helped. Incred really wants to see the ideal that he has kept as a dream this entire time, on the battlefield. We see everybody forming up, and Incred says that he's about to witness a small piece of that dream. As he and the boys make it, his eyes are fixated on something as he sees a man slowly walking towards the enemy army all by himself. His cape flowing in the wind, he marches forward as the enemies draw their bows, beginning to grow uneasy as the air gets more tense with each step. As he gets closer and closer, the enemies yell fire, and the arrows begin to be unleashed one by one. The man looks up at them, and slowly the sky begins to get blotted out with a sea of arrows. They start to fall directly towards the man. He finally stops walking and kneels down to the ground while holding onto his blade. His legs begin to give off a strange aura, and Ragna says that he used determination on his legs, as we see the wind channeling upwards from him. He quickly bursts off the ground, completely redirecting all the arrows above him as he charges directly into the enemy line. Incred is completely speechless as the man stops just shy of the enemy front line. In one quick breath, he unsheathes his blade, slaughtering them and sending half of their corpses flying through the air with just that one strike, and Incred now realizes how big the gap truly is. The enemy soldiers start to wonder if they are dreaming. The man kneels down once more and quickly dashes forward, swinging to his left, sending a whole group of them flying, and then immediately dashing forward again and swinging to his right, carving out the enemy front lines. From the enemy's point of view, they are just getting sent flying through the air as one man renders their army useless, akin to a natural disaster. The commander yells, telling them to stop him, calling them all idiots, only for him to get ahead of himself as the man quickly leaps up, decapitating him on the spot. He then lands directly on top of the horse, and Incred's eyes are filled with nothing but admiration. Rem says that guy's not bad, and he isn't called the war specialist for no reason. Ragna starts to think about how it would be a good fight, but Jackson says the enemy had at least 5 opportunities to stop him, and the enemy commander is an idiot. Odan prays for those who died, and Craze says it's going to be over without them needing to do anything. Incred starts to think about what kind of sword technique he used, asking if maybe it's the righteous sword, but immediately correcting himself, saying it has elements of the heavy and the swift sword. He explains how the righteous sword is a just and intricate technique that lures the opponent into your moves. The heavy sword utilizes strength to cut through everything and dominate the opponent. The confounding sword tricks the opponent, ambushing them, and the swift sword overwhelms the enemy with speed. The flowing sword is a gentle technique that parries the enemy's attacks and retaliates. Incred says that even though the heavy and swift swords are at opposite ends of the spectrum, he can see both of them in this man. Then he realizes something, saying that they might actually be different in character. But all of these techniques started from one single source, and if one understands the commonality between all 5 and wields the sword like a living object, then maybe that is the secret to having any form of moderate success. He starts to have some form of enlightenment as his eyes start to close slowly. The main army starts to charge in towards the enemies, and both Rem and Ragna look at Incred and realize. Rem smiles and says that the squad leader is about to overcome something, so they shouldn't let anybody disturb him, and they all start to form a wall around him. While Incrid is lost in his mind, he says nothing changes despite his understanding, as understanding is nothing. He starts to look up, while in this limbo-like state, he only sees the wall he must overcome, and he says that it exists to show him how much further he has to claw his way up. As the main forces run by him, in his mind, he is still juggling with trying to truly understand the thought that he is having. He is climbing over the wall, saying that he will make sure he sees it all the way to the top. The armies now begin to battle, and Incrid starts to see a light on top of the wall. The troops finally start to push the enemies back. As Incrid continues crawling up more and more, the allied troops raise their hands into the air, cheering for victory. Incrid opens his eyes, saying that the war is finally coming to an end, and the following winter and spring are going to be very busy. Back at another kingdom, it is none other than the Principality of Aspen, and we learn that it is controlled by three main families: Aspen the Sovereign, Hurrier the Mighty, and Atkins the Administrator. The Administrator says they use the Frog General as an excuse, and the frogs do require a nightly response, so they have nothing to retort. The king starts to get angry, saying that the Greyhounds will pay for this, and Greyhound tells him that this will not end well for the enemies. So back to the army slowly marching back. Incrid says that after the lengthy war, the Aspen forces headed back as well, so they had no choice but to do the same. They made their way to Border Guard, the kingdom's remote fortress city, and with its proximity to Aspen, the city is heavily militarized, with 1 in 5 people being a soldier. The city commander starts yelling, telling everybody that he highly praises the heroes of their empire, specifically the Nalilia heroes who have led them to victory in the war. He calls forth Incrid, saying that for destroying the spells of Aspen, he plans to reward him. Everybody watches him step up onto the stage, asking how some useless squad leader like that really broke the spell, saying that he's actually weak and must just be taking credit for what his squad did. As they keep talking to him, Mac then steps forward, telling them to shut up, as Andrew says that he isn't someone they should be talking down to. Everybody who has been a part of his journey so far smiles watching him receive his reward, saying that he is much more than they'll ever know. As Incrid accepts the reward, he looks down at it, wondering what to do with his money. Craze asks if he wants some recommendations, and Incrid says yes. He wants to go to a good store, specifically, he wants to go to the best blacksmith in the city. As they head there, the dude starts yapping at him, saying there's no way he's going to use all that money to buy a sword, saying that the regular sword isn't bad, and there are also so many swords lying around on the battlefield. Incrid says to become a knight, he needs to prove his strength as well as his skill. As he starts to unsheath his blade, he looks down at it, telling Craze that he is going to take the soldier promotion exam, as his time as a lowly foot soldier is now over. Craze says that he thought he wasn't interested in promotions, and Incrid says that he can't stay at the bottom forever. He guesses it's time to get things set up then. There is a soldier ranking system to increase morale. Those stronger than the existing scale are designated as special, and you're treated according to your rank. To be promoted to a rank, you have to duel 3 soldiers in the rank you're aiming for and win. For the soldiers there to witness it, it is a fun sport involving bets. As we see, Craze is hustling everybody. He asks who wants to bet on Incrid. His opponent walks up, asking why somebody at the lowest rank is going for medium straight away, saying an award shouldn't warrant stupidity, but it must have been his squad who earned it, so that is getting to his head. Incrid says that he must be the first one, and he's skilled even among the medium ranks, hailing from a famous mercenary group. Back to the hustler. Only one person has voted in favor of Incrid, asking which idiot did that. The hustler says that you can't know the results until you see it. Incrid says he only got stronger by dying over and over up until now, but there's no risk of death in this fight, so this is his one and only chance. He needs to look ahead, not let his guard down. While his skills may be pathetic, he will show that hard work is not a foreign concept to him, and most of the guys here he never would have stood a chance against before. But now won't be the case, as he forces himself to focus and fight like his life is on the line. His opponent screams, running in, saying here he comes, and Incrid says that he needs to try to pull off the parry he learned from the last battle, and he can use that to create an opening. He swings his blade, knocking the sword out of his opponent's hand immediately. As it starts to fly away, Incrid notices the guy's fingers are bent in weird directions. The guy starts screaming about how his shit is cooked, and while he's distracted, Incrid charges forward, hitting him in the face with the hilt of his sword. The guy falls to the floor, bleeding out of the mouth, and Incrid wonders why the hell this guy is so weak. Everybody starts to go crazy, saying there's no way that loser just won, and they ask Craze if he was the one who bet on him. saying that surely he knew how strong he was. Of course, he didn't, as even he can't believe how strong he was, saying he just didn't want his bet to be empty. When someone else says he needs to have more faith in his squad leader, Incred says that maybe the guy let his guard down, but even if that's the case, he wonders if all duels end quickly, and he shouldn't be that weak if he has a medium rank. An older man steps up, telling him not to get cocky, saying it was sheer luck. He readies his spear, saying he'll fight him this time. Incred recognizes him, saying he's part of the heavy infantry, the strongest in his battalion. The man distracts him by moving the tip of his spear, trying to surprise him. Then immediately thrusts forward, but Incred's body moves before he can react, cutting the tip of the man's spear off, wondering why he thrust from so far away, saying maybe there's a trick up his sleeve, but immediately realizes that's just a bad thought as the dude looks like he just dropped a brick in his pants. Wondering if it's his turn to strike now, Incred takes the chance, kicking the dude in the stomach, making him fall to the floor. We see Henry and the crowd watching while everybody's surprised that he won again, realizing it's not a coincidence if he won twice in a row, and at the lowest rank took down 2 medium ranks. Craze start to ask who else wants to fight him, and everybody starts to wonder when so many people arrive, saying it's embarrassing to go out there and lose to him. Vengeance calls them idiots, saying everybody's scared now after looking down on him. His friend tries to say he was the most condescending, but he immediately tells him to shut up. Andrew starts to sit up, saying that after losing last time he trained with Mac every night and wants to ask for a rematch, but Mac tells him not to bother, as he makes him sit back down. He says he's gotten way stronger, and he doesn't think even he could win against him right now, and they both sit there watching intently. Rem nudges somebody, telling him to go up, and the guy wonders who he's talking to, only to get scared after seeing who it is. Rem says that he was just talking about how much he must have kissed the commander's ass to get his promotion, and that he should go up and show off his skills, but the guy says he's not scared. Incred says it was so normal for him to struggle up until now, so he didn't notice the stabbing pervert in the first loop he went through, the assassin in the next, and even Mitch from the most recent one, as well as the squad members he trained with daily. He just had it hella rough until now, and his old teacher told him to never underestimate his opponent. The yapper finally walks up asking if he is distracted before his fight, and Incred says no. He thought that advice was irrelevant to him, and he never thought he'd get to look down on another person in a fight. The yapper asks what the hell is with his face then, as we see Incred looking smug, saying that he's now become strong enough, and he tells him that it's just interesting, as he wants to know what it's like to dominate an enemy. He charges forward, and the yapper freezes up. Incred smacks his sword into his, and we learn that the Nalilia respects strength as they are called the Kingdom of Knights. Incred raises his blade and swings down again, cracking the yapper blade. The guy looks up in complete fear as Incred raises his blade once more, swinging down, stopping just shy of the dude's head. The dude's eyes start to roll to the back of his head, and he foams at the mouth. Incred says now he has proven himself, as everybody in the crowd is stun-locked, bro straight pissed in his pants. Somebody calls him the Spellbreaker, saying it really was him who destroyed the flag, and that he didn't just ride his squad's achievements. Andrew starts to stand up and screams, calling him the Spellbreaker. Incred wonders what he's doing. Andrew yells, telling everybody to say it too, saying if it wasn't for him, at least half of them would be dead. They all start to chant, calling him the Spellbreaker, as that is now his new nickname. He decides that it's not that bad, and the hustler runs over, telling him that he is now a medium rank. Incred says it's too early to get excited, as he has to get to a high rank. Bro is confused, asking if he's going to keep going, and a man stands up in the crowd, saying this is interesting. As he walks forward, people look over to see an eagle patch on his arm, meaning he is part of the border guard, the ones directly serving the crown, which is an elite squad. They wonder why he is here. The man calls out to Incred respectfully, asking if he would like to duel as well. Incred and the man begin to have a stare down. Rem stands up, saying that this is going to be difficult. Incred explains that the border guard is equivalent to Aspen's greyhounds, which means this guy might be as strong as Mitch. He wonders what would happen if he fought someone like him without dying. He points his blade at him, telling the man to come at him. The man finds this amusing, saying he's not scared while going against someone like him in the special forces, and after watching him, he's way more interesting than he thought. The crowds rush to cheer him on, telling Incred to show them the power of the Spellbreaker, and that the kings of the battlefield are the infantry, as that chant starts to drown out everything else. The man asks if they're stupid, saying that they know he's part of the infantry too, and that they are too cocky with their recent victory. He's going to try to humble them as he readies himself and then immediately dashes forward to close the gap with Incred. Incrid starts to lock in, following the tip of his blade, seeing exactly where the path is going. He leans back slightly, just enough to parry the blade, and the man is surprised, saying that he's wasting as little movement as possible and that surprised him. He then grabs Incrid by the collar and tries to throw him down, but Incrid grabs onto his arm and raises his blade directly above the man. A chill runs down the man's spine as he realizes that if he doesn't dodge, he will die. As Incrid starts to thrust forward, he stabs the ground as the man sidesteps it. The man returns the favor by rearing his fist back and stabbing forward with all of his might directly towards Incrid's chest. Incrid doesn't even try to avoid it and instead grabs the blade directly with his bare hands and then knees the dude straight in the stomach. The guy regains his footing, as the momentum is back to being equal. He starts to charge back in, as does Incrid as he grabs a throwing knife off his vest. They both start stabbing directly at each other's heads, only for the fairy commander to appear, knocking both of their blades away with one strike. She tells them that's enough, any more and they'll kill each other. Incrid is gassed out, and so is the other dude, and Jackson is ready to kill him. Actually, it's not just him but rather all of the boys have pulled up. Rem says, "Look at this lucky bastard." The man tells him not to get too excited as this is only a duel. He says he almost got him when he lost sight of his movements and wonders what would have happened if they went until the end. The man says he didn't expect anything but he can't deny recognizing him, introducing himself as Torres, a platoon commander of the border guards. Incrid introduces himself as they shake hands. The crowd is surprised that he is a platoon commander, meaning he just fought a special rank soldier. That means he is at least a high rank one now, and they start to give him their respect. Incrid glances back at their cheers and raises his hand, brushing it off. Torres says he likes his reaction and that he'll see him again soon, calling him a high rank soldier. Incrid says with this he is one step closer. On the outskirts of the town inside of the barracks, a man tries to tell Incrid to come to his company as he is the first company commander of the heavy armored infantry called the Turtles, and his name is Graham. Incrid says this is his third request, and maybe it's because of his rank or the role he played in breaking the spell. Accepting an offer means he would be a monthly lease in the military. While it's a great offer, he doesn't want it, so he bows apologizing to Graham. Graham says that if it's about the 4th company commander, he'll have a word with him. Incrid says that's not it. The guy says he seems completely unbothered and just knows that he would still like him on his side. Incrid asks if he would like Rem, and the guy says he does not want a psycho in his squad and that he survived the last battle thanks to him and should keep at it. Craze asks if it's time to pack their bags, and Incrid says no. He asks why he's rejecting everything, saying right now he'll get treated well no matter where he goes. When Incrid goes to explain it, somebody else appears. When they turn to see who it is, it's Torres, who asks Incrid how he's been. He says he'll be direct with him and wants him to come to the border guards. Incrid says that the border guards are directly under the Crown's command, and it's a better offer than the one from the Turtles. Rem says that this is something Incrid could have only dreamed of before, and even if he rejects the other offers, he'd be stupid to reject this one. Torres says he realized that as soon as they exchanged blows, that he wants a harder fight, and if he comes to him, he'll bestow him with hellish training and insane challenges. This means he'll be able to realize his full potential. Rem thinks the deal is over, and so does Ragna and the rest as they're already coming to terms with it. Incrid waits for a second and then says if he's talking about endless hellish training, there's no place like where he is currently and that what he wants is not to reach his full potential but rather fully overcome it. Sometime later, Rem is shivering in bed, saying it's so cold and he wishes he could fight it with his axe. He asks Incrid where he's going, telling him to get him some hot stones. Incrid says that with the battle over, he's completely useless. Odan says it'll get warmer if he moves and he should come outside for some training. Rem barks at him, saying he's gonna kill him. Odan asks Incrid if he wants to train with him, saying it'll thaw his frozen muscles. Incrid says he needs to go on duty right now and he'll do it once he's back. Then Rem reminds him to buy hot stones. As Incrid leaves, he says winter hit real quick. It jumps to a market stall and he says the border guard's purpose is to go to battle, but with the lack of battle, they patrol the streets to safeguard the city. He's introduced to 2 people named Jack and Bo, and the 3 of them are meant to work as a team today. Incrid wonders if they are part of the scouting mission, saying he has heard those names somewhere before. Jack says being on duty with the famous Spellbreaker is an honor, and Bo says he heard he got promoted to a high rank as well. Going from the lowest rank to the high rank in one go is amazing. Incrid says he got lucky, and Jack says he wants to see how strong he is, asking if they can duel when they go back. Incrid says he's always welcome to duels, and Jack says that's a promise. Later on, While they are patrolling, Jack and Bo start to get closer to him, wondering why they have to do this in such cold weather. Incred wonders why they are so close, saying he's not big enough to block the wind. As they pass by a market stall, a robed figure begins to approach them. Incred notices something as the person begins to trip. He goes to help the kid, but they immediately pull out a dagger, and before he can even react, it's plunged directly into his chest. He begins to spit up blood, wondering what's going on, and Jack and Bo quickly cover it up by saying that he was drinking so early in the morning and they are hiding him from the crowd, meaning they are all working together. The robed man asks if he's surprised, saying that a greyhound never forgets its target. Incred says that this half-fairy assassin must have been sent because he broke the spell. The assassin pulls the knife out of Incred's chest, causing him to drop to his knees as Jack and Bo leave him. Jack says the mission is successful and they should head back. One of them is named Rotten, as we see him up in a guard tower nodding for confirmation. Incred says he remembers them now. They were the wounded soldiers from the recon mission according to Craze, and they found an excuse to make contact with Aspen. As he falls to the ground, he says it's a 4v1 and this is going to be rough. A woman spots him on the street and her face turns pale as she screams as his blood begins to pool out. Incred says this will be interesting. His eyes open wide awake, and he tells them good morning. Rem asks what's wrong with him, and Incred says nothing, he just wants to start today with some energy. Rem again tells him to get some hot stones. As Incred approaches Odon, who is pouring water on his head in the ice, it immediately steams off. Odon asks what he can do for his squad leader. Incred says he mentioned a method about heating up his body. Odon says it's called bare body training, and it's essential to keep your strength in this cold weather as it will prepare you for any situation. Incred tells him to teach him. He saw the dagger being pulled out, but he could not react because his body wasn't prepared, he was frozen solid. Odon instructs him to get into a stretching position and says he should have noticed that as soon as he saw Jack and Bo stick close to him and he'll take those two down first. After he can't take them down too early, the assassin will flee. Odon says his muscles will be sad if he can't even hold this. Incred tells him they're already screaming. He gets introduced to Jack and Bo once more and tells them it's nice to meet them. They ask him if he's cold seeing him without his cloak, and he says he was just training. They start to get close to him again, and Incred shows that his body isn't in its prime, thanks to Odon. Right about now should be when the assassin makes his appearance as he spots him in the crowd, and on cue he makes his appearance from a bit ahead. Incred immediately raises his hands, swinging backwards, hitting Jack in the face, but Bo manages to dodge under it. Bo asks if he somehow noticed and draws for his blade. Incred sees the assassin, saying he's either going to charge in and attack or run away. He draws his blades and needs to take care of these two quickly. The assassin throws something at him, which makes a screeching sound. Incred wonders what the sound is, but it's too late as the throwing knife has already pierced his chest. He looks down in confusion as it was so fast he didn't even see it. Not only that, but because of how far they were and through the crowd, it means this dude is deadly accurate. The guy tells him once more that a greyhound never forgets its target. Incred says it pierced his heart by the time he noticed it flying through the air, and that is a dagger faster than sound. The same woman from before screams that a person just died here. Incred says he needs to face melee and ranged assailants at once. He begins to smile, then faces death, asking how he should prepare. Incred says that the half-fairy stabs when he's close and throws a dagger when he's far. This isn't hard to understand as this wall is relatively simple. He continues his stretching. Incred says death. Odon asks if he's threatening him as he sits atop his back, but Incred says no, he genuinely thinks he's going to die. Ragna asks if he's doing torture training or something, and Rem laughs, asking if it's that hard. Incred tells him to get over here, saying he'll show him how to do it. Jackson enters, saying it's his turn on duty. He sees them all stretching and struggling except Odon, who laughs, saying this is his territory so they should step out of it. Jackson looks confused, and Incred asks what's wrong with his face, saying they're only training. Incred starts drawing in the dirt, saying he needs to somehow block the dagger he'll throw. He says the accuracy and speed aren't like other daggers, and it's shaped oddly too. Jackson then asks him if that's a whistle dagger. Incred asks if that's what this is called, and Jackson says it's because of the sound it makes when it's thrown. If handled well, the target will never know what hit them, and it's good to stay far away from things using it. Incred says he'll remember that, no matter how good he is at throwing daggers, he can't do anything if it's blocked ahead of time. Incred raises his hands once more, swinging at Jack and Bo. Jack again gets hit, but Bo does not. Bo asks if he noticed, and Incred grabs him by the robe and uses him as a meat shield, saying that he should take down these idiots and use them to protect himself from the dagger. The whistle sound comes through, but it's too late as Incred is stabbed in the stomach and Bo is stabbed in the back. Even Jack is stabbed in the throat, and Incred realizes that he threw 3 in such a short time, and this dude is incredibly skilled. The assassin starts to grin and laughs as everybody begins to run away, screaming murder. Incred says he'll kill his own people if they get in the way, or maybe he never thought of them as his people. The assassin kneels close to him, saying that was admirable. Incred glares at him as the man repeats the line, "A greyhound never forgets its target." Incred says thankfully, and the guy wonders why he's joking at his deathbed. He pulls out his whistled dagger, calling him a funny guy. Incred admits that he underestimated this whole thing. As the dagger gets pulled out of him and his wound begins to gush out, he says that a wall is still a wall. The boatman asks why he is enjoying this, saying he should laugh while he still can because the despair at the end of that enjoyment is why this is a curse. Incred wakes back up in bed and heads out, saying no to him. This is solely a blessing. He asks Jackson to tell him about a whistled dagger, and Jackson asks where it came from. Incred asks if that's important for the explanation, and Jackson says that it's multiple thin blades pressed into one, which causes the whistling sound as it flies. At one point, it was called the dagger that is only heard, and it's really hard to follow with a human eye. Incred asks what he's meant to do if he wants to see and dodge it, and Jackson says that he can't. Incred asks what if he has to, and Jackson asks if he needs to, and he says yes, that he does. Jackson says that this guy is being weird again, wondering where he even heard about this. He says there's no point in spotting an already thrown dagger, he has to watch the hand of the thrower. The path it takes is decided at the moment it's thrown. There are ways to hide himself as it's thrown, but it's not hard to spot once you know what it is. Incred asks if he thinks he can learn the technique, and Jackson says not with the way he throws. Incred says he's continuously catching strays, and Jackson asks if he wants him to teach him how to throw daggers. Incred is surprised that he offered to teach him first, and Jackson says that if he's not confident, he doesn't need to do it, but Incred tells him he'll learn. Back at the market, Jack and Bo are following him once more. Incred explains that the moment he throws his dagger, he needs to relax his whole body and focus as the blade leaves his hands. Seeing and dodging it is the same. As he stares at where the assassin usually appears, he sees only his feet before drawing his blade, immediately cutting Jack's head off. As Bo goes to reach for his, he turns towards him, slicing him through the stomach. The woman that usually sees him die screams, saying that there's been a murder, and both Jack and Bo have dropped to the floor. The assassin starts to approach, and Incred says he needs to watch his opponent and switch from relaxed to focused. He can only avoid dying if he protects his heart, and he needs to watch the tip of his hand. The dagger is immediately lodged into his arm, and he didn't even see it. He looks down at it only to catch another one straight to the chest, saying that shit was too fast as it only lasted for a split second, but he saw something for sure at the start. He saw a shine from the assassin's hand, and he's sure of it. The assassin goes to say his line, but Incred finishes for him, saying that a greyhound never forgets its target. The assassin's surprised and asks how he knew. Incred smiles, saying that he'll see him again because after a few more loops, he'll know all of his tricks. In the next loop, Incred quickly draws his blade, piercing Jack in the throat, immediately following it up by killing Bo as well, saying he needs to eliminate these two as fast as possible. Everybody starts to scream about a murder, and he quickly turns his body to the side, looking for the assassin, saying he's no longer someone who only dreams of doing better. He sees the shine in the assassin's hand and says that he can achieve what he wants through hard work. The dagger is immediately thrown as it soars through the air towards him. Incred uses concentrate on a single point to follow its path and uses metal bracers to block the first one. The assassin begins to spin another one, calling him crazy while sweating nervously. Incred realizes that it's coming from the front and needs to dodge to the side. But it was none other than a feint, as the assassin is still spinning the whistle dagger on his finger. Incred realizes this and accepts his fate, as there's nothing he can do when the assassin throws the blade for real this time, piercing him through the chest. He drops to his knees, saying that he can adjust his timing according to his movements, and that this dagger is pretty damn cool as he pulls it out of his chest. He looks down at it, saying that he wants to have this as well. We see him spinning a throwing knife on his finger, and he throws it towards a fruit. He misses, and Jackson asks what he's doing. Incred says he's practicing with the whistle dagger, and Jackson tells him that's not a whistle dagger. Incred tells him that he'll have a real one soon. As he is spinning his throwing knife, the string breaks, and it flies right by Jackson's head, leading to an awkward silence. Incred explains that this is the 8th loop. The whistle dagger comes straight in, and Incred ducks underneath, saying he won't fall for his delayed attacks again. He then feels a sharp pain in his back as we see an arrow lodged into it, and he forgot that Rotten was up in the tower. On the 9th loop, he's throwing his own dagger, which hits Rotten straight in the throat. The assassin calls him an idiot for looking away and throws his dagger, only for him to die once more. Then we see the fruit he was throwing at earlier get pierced as Jackson was holding it, and it falls to the floor. He looks over at Incred, surprised, and Incred says that his arm and hands are for guiding it, and your entire body is used to throw, asking what he is missing here. Jackson says that this should be enough, asking if he learned to throw daggers before. Of course, Jackson taught him, but Incred can't tell him that, so he says that he saw someone throwing one on the battlefield, and he just copied him. Jackson wonders if he is a hidden genius or something and asks if he has heard of the throwing blade technique, saying it was created by a man called Georg, an assassin. The name comes from his weapon, the whistle dagger. Georg strived for a soundless blade made of a very thin single-bladed knife. However, that was too difficult to handle, which led to the whistle dagger as they know it today. Incred says that must have some real history behind it, and Jackson asks if he hasn't heard about it, saying that he thought he would have. Incred asks why he would think that, and Jackson says that it's because his stance fits perfectly with throwing the whistle dagger. Now on his 10th loop, we see Jack asking him where he wants to go, and Incred says that he told him they are patrolling another route today. Jack tries to tell him they were assigned to the market, though, and that they'll be punished for this. Incred barks at him, pulling rank, saying that he ranks the highest, so he'll take responsibility to follow him. Jack and Bo then discuss what to do, and as they get further from the town, we see them up at a hilltop. Incred says the market is a stage that has been perfectly set up by the assassins, but he doesn't plan to play their games. Jack tells him that they should return, and Incred asks them what they earned for betraying them. Jack and Bo realize the jig is up and immediately draw their weapons, running at him. He slices horizontally, cutting Jack open, and immediately impales Bo with his sword, killing them both. Then he glares over as the assassin makes his way up the hill, but Rotten is there as well. Rotten is surprised, and Incred tells them that they're late and to start already. The assassin then throws out 3 whistle daggers at the exact same time. Incred pushes his hand on the ground and lifts his body up over them, saying it doesn't matter how many he throws as long as he sees his hands. Rotten then goes for a crossbow shot on his back, but Incred throws a knife directly at him, piercing his skull. The assassin calls him an idiot, saying he looked away. Incred then blocks it with his bracer, and the assassin starts to have some cold sweats as Incred slowly turns towards him and lowers his arm, giving this dude one hell of a glare. The assassin starts to shake, asking him who the hell he is, and Incred tells him there's no need for him to know as he pulls the dagger out of his forearm. He asks him how many of the whistle daggers he has on him. The assassin realizes that Incred understands how to throw the whistle daggers as well, wondering if he is an assassin. Then he tells him that he has 2 left. Incred says he's jealous as he only has 1. The assassin tells him that he sure does have some balls to be joking around like this and that he must be crazy. He should know that he's a dead man as soon as he throws that one out. Incred says that there's only one way to know and they'll have to figure that out once he actually does it. He may hide his hands but he can't hide his entire arm. Incred starts to focus in, saying that if he pays attention to his posture, then that'll be the key to dodging these daggers. On cue, the assassin's arm starts to be visible. As his hand is twirling one, Incred realizes there's 2 at once. The assassin throws them as Incred easily avoids them. He retaliates with his own, which the assassin dodges, getting his cape caught. Incred stays locked in on the assassin, saying that he bets that he actually has more. As he sees them in the dude's hands, he realizes he's right. Incred then raises his as well. The assassin is shocked, since he thought he only had 1. Incred avoids the dude's whistle daggers and throws his own, which the assassin narrowly avoids too. He tells him that he lied, drawing his blade, calling him a bastard. Incred says that he did the same, and this is something he hasn't seen so far. He guesses there's no rule saying that assassins can only use long-range attacks. The assassin starts charging in with a lowered position. Incred says that this is a new attack. As the assassin thrusts forward, Incred says it doesn't matter, as we see him grabbing onto the dude's wrist after dodging the attack. The assassin now understands that he's in some hot shit, as Incred starts to pull him towards him. He raises his sword, saying that this is the end, and swings down, cutting half of the assassin's skull open and his chest. He then pants. As he pulls his sword out, the assassin's body falls over, and Incred says it took him 10 attempts to overcome this wall. He sighs and looks up, saying that this cycle of fighting, losing, and getting stronger, then eventually winning is so damn exhilarating. Bro is getting addicted. He then looks back down at the assassin's corpse, and wonders if he has any more whistle daggers. He starts searching the dude's clothes, finding a good bit on his chest, and decides to take them with him. Back at the commander's lodging, we hear the ferry commander asking if he almost got assassinated, but that he expected that and led them away. He tells her that it was actually just a coincidence, as we see the whistle daggers on his chest now. She says that she doesn't really buy it, asking if it's a coincidence that he fought 4 people and only got a minor scratch. He says the goddess of luck is on his side, but she looks at him with eyes full of suspicion, as he tries his best not to even make eye contact. She then tells him to return to his post, as he heads back to the boys. He opens the door, saying he's back. As an axe flies straight by his face, he sidesteps it, and Rem is surprised he managed to dodge a sneak attack. Incred asks if he's insane, saying he almost killed him. Rem says he's got assassins on him now, and he's got to keep training. Incred tells him to eat this, as he throws a hot stone towards him. Rem catches it with his bare hands, for some reason he knows it's a hot stone, but not that it's edible, and starts screaming. The axe actually cuts some of Incred's hair. So he asks Craze how much for a haircut, and then they start haggling, as Rem is freaking out about the damn stone. They settle on 8 copper, as we see them now outside, with Craze cutting his hair. Incred then asks if he can get a discount for being a squad mate. Craze tells him to go to one in the city if he doesn't like it, but Incred says he won't do that, as the ones in the city suck. It then begins to snow. Craze looks up at the sky, saying it's pretty cold today. Rem calls it the devil's powdered shit, whereas Odan says it's a test from God. Ragna says he agrees, and Jackson just sits there silently. Incred just wonders why they are all out here, but it's obviously to protect him. He wonders how the assassin got into the border guard. Also thinking about Jack, Bo, and Rotten, wondering if they were corrupt before or after they joined, saying that someone else might be working with them. He asks Craze if he knew the 3 who died and where they are from. Craze says that Jack was conscripted after he was caught pickpocketing. Bo insulted a noble, which gets Rem's approval, and low-key Incred's too. Craze continues, saying that Rotten was a mercenary for a failed merchant association, and they all joined in the past year. He also thinks they were in a guild together. Incred says that based on all of these things, there's only one thing he can think of, and that has to be the Thieves' Guild. What in the Skyrim? He says it is a guild in name only, a den of criminals. A Thieves' Guild member would know the ins and outs of the city, so it makes sense. He asks Jackson if he knows anything about the Thieves' Guild. Jackson asks why he's asking him. Incred says that he thought he might know, asking if he doesn't. Jackson says he's become too open, but tells him anyway, saying after they reconstructed, his contact in the guild went silent, and he doesn't know any more than that. Craze tells him that he's all done, as Rem says that his barber lined that shit up really well. We see his hair's a little shorter. Incred looks up at the snow, saying there's quite a bit of it. Jackson then tells them all that he's going to be out in the city tonight, and Rem says that he knows he's just trying to get out of snow shoveling duty. Incred thinks about it, asking why they don't all go on a mission instead, and if they agree, none of them are going to have to shovel. As soon as they hear that, they immediately agree, saying bet. Even Craze is ready to go. Bro can't believe that everybody here hates snow shoveling this much. He says he's going to have to go get permission from the commander, and Ragna calls him lazy for not having done that already. They all head inside, as even Odan tells him to go do it now. Incred says at least they are unified in their hate for snow shoveling. He heads back to the ferry commander after telling her everything, and she asks if he wants to go investigate the Thieves' Guild. He says with her permission, of course. While she's still suspicious of him, he continues not making eye contact, and she realizes it's deeper, asking if he only wants to skip snow duty. Before she can even finish her sentence, he says no, and he really just wants to seek justice. He can't believe she sniffed his bullshit out so fast. He heads back out and regroups with the boys, who ask where the Thieves' Guild thing came from anyway. Craze says that he's talking about the Gilfin Guild, asking if he has any info. Incred says he doesn't, and that's what they're here to get. Poor Rem is cold. He then tells Jackson that they are going to wait in the inn and find out where they are. Jackson asks how he's meant to do that, and Incred says that's something he needs to figure out. Craze wonders what the hell kind of order that is, but Jackson immediately says he's got it. Craze starts to wonder if maybe he's the weird one here. At the inn, which is called Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup, Craze asks what will happen if the Gilfin Guild is innocent. Jackson says that even if they aren't involved with the assassins, they are still criminals. It's about time someone cleaned them out. Crace thinks about it and then tells the waitress named Lisa to wait. She asks what he needs, and he starts whispering into her ear. Incred wonders what it's about, but notices that Jackson is late. Even though it's him, he's still starting with no clues. He wonders if maybe his orders were too vague, because he's starting to feel bad for him. As we see Jackson standing on top of a roof covered with snow, overwatching something. He doesn't even move, just continuously letting the snow build up on him. As something catches his eyes, he sees two men walking down the street. Back at the inn, they start asking Craze if he knows who Lisa is. He tells them that her father is a shoemaker and her dream is to open an inn in the capital. They say he sure knows a lot about her, and he says that all pretty women are future customers. Jackson finally makes it back, opening the door covered in snow, saying he's found where they are located. They all stare at him, wondering where the hell the snow came from, and he stares, waiting for a reply. Incred then pulls the drumstick out of his mouth and tells Jackson to eat too. Jackson says he's good, asking why they are waiting, saying they should head out. Rem says hell no, it's way too cold out there. Jackson says he'll shower him with his own blood, and that'll make him warm. Incred says he also wants to head out now, but their mobility is compromised due to the snow and they need to be careful, so they'll leave when it stops snowing. He looks out the window and realizes it won't be anytime soon, then he tells them all to get ready to go. They say that he literally just said a couple seconds ago they were going to wait. He says that he's waited long enough. As we see them actually heading outside, poor Rem is still cold as hell. He says the inn was so nice, asking why they had to leave. As they make their way down the alley, a beggar beside them pulls out a hidden blade while glaring at them. It's not just him, but his boys pull up too as they start running at them. Rem takes off his blanket and greets the man with a smile, asking the man a hard-hitting question. He then hits the other dude in the face, saying that he came out of nowhere, asking Jackson if this is his friend. Crace says that they are probably with the Gilfin Guild. Jackson says that this will lead them to their hideout as he reveals a hatch. He says the beggars are their gatekeepers. The door is locked though, so they need to find a way in. Odon tells him that he just needs to get away from the door. He rears his fist back, saying knock, knock, as he punches straight down, shattering it open. He says it looks like they forgot to lock the door and that they can go ahead and enter. Rem calls him a brute, which is pretty funny from the barbarian. Incred says he doesn't really care as long as they get the door open. As they head inside, Rem wonders what he's going to ask them first, and Incred says that he'll talk later. For now, they just need to subdue them with force. As they make their way down a narrow hallway, the people on the other side have actually already been informed by someone about them, as we see them lying in wait for Incred and his squad. The leader of the small group says that reporting their failure would be a pain in the ass, and he guesses they can take care of it themselves. Another dude says he doesn't know if this is going to be okay as his squad mates are coming to him. The leader asks why they should care about a bunch of nobodies. As soon as he says that, the door gets blown off its hinges by Odon, who kicks it down again, saying it looks like they forgot to lock this one too. The leader now realizes that he might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Rem says that now they can kill them, but Incred says to start with those who have never killed the weak. Those who are willing to go into a cell, those who do not want to die can throw down their weapons and cross this line, as he draws it in the dirt. He says that those who don't comply will die. Rem asks why they're not just killing them, and Incred says he's changed his mind, but just thinks to himself that he was pretty cool just now. Rem is just confused. The leader says that he's just another grunt, asking if he really thinks he can order them around. Odon says their judgment is clouded by demons, and they will not listen until he forces them to. Incred readies his blade, saying that they can do that as well, asking who the strongest is among them. The leader smirks, saying this will be fun, and tells their strongest swordsman, Wyvern, to step up. Mullet starts to walk up, following his leader's orders. He starts to wonder if Incred's even going to be able to block his blade, as he's never been beaten in his life. But before he finishes his own sentence, he charges forward with a surprise attack. Incred easily deflects Mullet's attack and stabs him straight through his chest. He says that is the Valen mercenary sword technique, stab while talking. And he's pretty used to it. The leader starts to sweat nervously, and Incred says if that was their strongest, he wanted to see the rest. As Mullet starts screaming on the ground, Incred says this is their last chance, telling them to surrender or die. Everybody else in the squad just kind of stares at him, wondering if he is really trying to act cool in this situation. They hesitate for a second, but then some of them begin dropping their weapons, saying they surrender. The leader gets pissed, and calls him a coward while swinging his blade directly towards him. The guy turns, looking at it, But before the leader's blade hits him, a whistle dagger gets lodged into his forehead as Incrid threw it to save the guy. The leader falls down to his knees, dead on the floor, while the rest look down at his body. Rem says, "Damn it, that was actually pretty cool," and it looks like Odon and Craze both share the same sentiment. Jackson too. Ragna's annoyed he didn't get the chance to show off, and Incrid, again, is saying they definitely thought that shit was sick. The rest of the group immediately start getting on their hands and knees, saying they surrender, begging not to die. Rem asks what the plan is, saying it'll be better to kill them now than deal with them again later. They plead, saying that there are people with sick mothers here. Incrid tells them that does not excuse their crimes. Baldy says that if he must kill someone, to kill him, as he is Gilfin. He asks if he means that he's the Gilfin Guild's Gilfin. Asking if he was not the boss of them all while pointing at the dead guy on the floor, Baldy says no, that was him. And Incrid says, wouldn't that make him Gilfin? But Baldy says that's him, actually. Incrid, confused as hell. Reminds me of Rush Hour. Craze says they named the guilds after random people on purpose. If they start getting chased down by the law, they ditch that person and run. Gilfin says that Bastard was a terrible person, but the rest of them aren't. So if he must kill someone, to kill him instead. They all start crying, saying they aren't gonna let Gilfin take the blame for this. As we learn, he's a pretty chill dude. He's taking care of all of their family members, and he's just a kind dude overall. Rem gets on their side, asking Incrid if he's really gonna kill them when they're acting like this, saying that he didn't think he'd be such a cold-hearted devil. Incrid says he was the one who suggested killing them. As Gilfin continues, saying that he'll give him the guild's fortune and everything else if he just lets them live. Incrid looks back down at him, while Craze smiles. Gilfin continues explaining, saying that most of it is in a safe, but they need to find the key that Bastard had hidden. Luckily for them, they have an expert at opening doors, as Odon rips the vault door open, revealing all the gold. Gilfin says my fault, OG Incrid tells the rest to go ahead, as they all start grabbing different things. Jackson grabs a knife. Rem grabs leather, saying this is super warm, and Ragna asks why he's not grabbing money. Incrid also starts looking through it, and spots something that interests him as he finds leather armor that's flexible yet strong, saying that he's gonna take this. Craze calls out to him, saying they should take over this guild. Incrid asks if he's wanting him to be a thief. Craze says yes, but not one that kills. Even if they took down this guild, within a month, another one will appear in its place. At this point, it would be better to just use Gilfin as a puppet to run this guild. Incrid thinks about it, saying this is all way too convenient, wondering if it was back when Craze was talking to Lisa. He says that he definitely told her something, and they were all gathered here for some reason. Craze laughs, asking if he noticed, saying that it was a plan to get them all together, and if he allows it, he'll get him a monthly payout from this guild, but also gathering information from it. Incrid says he doesn't particularly want a lot of money, but it's not like more money can hurt, so he'll allow it. Craze then tells Gilfin that from now on, they are a guild of thieves who don't kill, and they'll sort out the bad apples and send them to prison while they slowly work to reform the organization. Gilfin tells him that if they don't disband, they're all going to die. Craze asks why, as Gilfin continues explaining, saying that the dead boss worked for Aspen and their money. A frog comes every spring and fall to check on the guild. If they realize what happened, that frog is going to kill all of them. Craze tells him that won't be a problem, as they even have worse monsters on there. As he points to the boys, Incrid tells them that if they've got what they wanted, they should head back. Rem looks up at him, asking if he really thinks they're done shoveling the snow by now. Incrid can't believe he let such a crucial thought pass by. As he looks out the window, seeing it full of snow, Ragna says there's still some unfinished business here, whatever it may be. Odon starts sitting by the fire, saying that he's going to pray and reflect, and preach the word of God a little more. Jackson also says he has something to do, and he's going to head out until tomorrow morning. Incrid says that he didn't know that everybody was so busy, and he decides to join by laying down on the ground, as they prepare to take a group nap session. The next day rolls around, and Incrid starts reporting it all to the ferry commander, saying that they have located and destroyed the Thieves Guild. She asks if he had fun skipping snow duty. He says he has no clue what she's talking about, but can't believe she's so damn smart. She then says that she heard he doesn't turn down a duel. He says that is usually the case. She asks him to spar while pointing her blade at him. He says of course, and he wonders why he's getting a duel instead of punishment, saying he thought she was angry. She then comes in with a sweep to his leg, which he can't even react to as he falls over on the floor. She tells him to get back up, as he reaches for his blade. She comes in with yet another sweep, flipping him over this time. He wonders what's going on, and her first sword has always been this thin, saying it's like a whip. She tells him to get up over and over, as she continuously just makes him fall over. We see him laying there after a bit, gassed out. As she's looking down at him, she says that she's seen him respond instantly like he knew the future, but the way she sees it now, he seems blind. She really doesn't know who he is as a person, but it's still true that he broke the spell and killed 4 assassins. She looks up, saying that it's snowing again, and she'll be watching him. He says he can't believe she was actually angry about the snow, and he calls himself pathetic. He's trained endlessly with the sword, but he's never done anything with his bare hands. He's now realized what he's lacking. It's something that requires the use of your body, and every aspect of it. It's none other than martial arts, which he can learn from Odan, who it then jumps to, as he is squatting a whole tree. He tells Incred that one of the basics of martial arts, as he throws it down on the ground, is none other than a trained body. And it's not like he is wrong. Incred thinks about it, as some dude screams in the back, asking who the hell pulled this tree out. Odan tells him that he has a method for training. As Incred asks about the tree, Odan ignores him, saying that this method will push his body to the extreme, and it's called the isolation method. He smiles, saying that it's going to be really painful, so it would be better to go ahead and think of himself as a dead man. Obviously, death is something he is familiar with, so he tells him that's his specialty. It then jumps to him training with a boulder strapped to his back, doing lunges. He says that he is actually going to die. Odan says the fundamental principle of the isolation technique is overload. His muscles will become stronger as they are torn to shreds. As we see him shaking, Odan says that he needs to stay like this for 10 seconds, and he knows his limits better than he does. Incred wonders how he would even know that, as Odan pushes down on the rock. He smiles, saying that surely he regrets not starting this sooner, and that he needs to grow his body a lot more before he could properly start martial arts training. But Incred cuts him off, saying he doesn't have time to regret. The past is the past, and he is still faithful to the present. If he wasn't, he would have never made it past the first loop. He looks up at Odan, telling him to teach him something else while he is holding this pose. Odan can't believe he is so diligent, and his work ethic is nuts. He smiles, saying that he respects his squad leader, and saying that they can move on to the next thing. As we see even more rocks, he tells Incred he is going to return to the post on all fours today. The leopard watches this homicide in broad daylight. As Odan has him holding up the stones while having his arms extended out, Incred is clearly having a hard time and still doesn't give up, and the leopard continues watching. That night, Incred faceplants into the doorway of their barracks, and Rem asks him if somebody is bullying him, asking why he keeps coming back so worn out. He says that he is just training, as his leopard starts comforting him. Rem asks if he is going to keep it, and if so, that he should name it. He thinks about it, then says that it is warm, so he is going to call it Heater. The leopard starts hissing at him, and then he says that maybe because its eyes are blue, he will call it Blackie Blue. Of course, it hates this name too. Rem says that those names are all basically animal abuse, but Incred says that Blackie Blue sounds cute, but that he will have to think about the name a little more. It starts to cuddle up next to him as he starts to fall asleep. He begins to dream about a field of flowers, and when he opens his eyes, he is startled as he is standing up, walking around. There is an aurora borealis up in the sky above. He says it is weird to have a dream without seeing the boatsman, and that this doesn't really fit his vibe to begin with. As the petals are flowing through the wind, he turns, spotting a woman in a cloak approaching him. As she gets closer, we see her eyes are blue just like the leopard's, and he is surprised by how pretty she is. She then tells him Esther, and that her name is Esther. He looks down, seeing that Esther is now laying in his bed. She starts to sweat nervously. But luckily it's in the dead of night. We see he has his hand wrapped around her. She starts to blush, and he tells Esther goodnight while hugging onto her and falls back asleep. The next day, he starts to head out, and Rem asks where he is going, and he tells him training. Rem says that is gross, asking if he is not hurting from yesterday. He says that his body actually feels light, and Esther says of course it would if she used magic on him, and she needs him to free her from her curse so she can't have him die while throwing his body around like that. Rem asks if he met the priest last night or something, and he says nah, he dreamt about some woman though. Rem says that he didn't take him to be a guy who had dreams like that, asking what kind of woman it was. He recalls Esther's face, saying that she was hella pretty. She sighs, saying at least his eyes work well, and it is natural for magicians to endlessly explore magic and mystique, and in her quest for knowledge, she got cursed. Transforming into a beast, least one of you freaks gonna look at your cat sideways, but due to this her powers are also bound. She was wandering the fields one day, led by the scent of a curse, only to find none other than Incrid. She continues watching the training, and Odan says that he can't believe it, as it is normally a week for Doms to go away, and that he's already stronger than he was yesterday. Incrid finishes his set and stacks the rocks on top of each other, calling out to Blackie Blue. Esther hisses at him. He says my fault, asking her since when she started watching. Esther explains that the world of magic is affected by the power of names. If she gets carelessly called by another name, her powers will be further weakened. She used what little power she had left to tell him her name, and she made a mistake while doing so. As we see, that's why she transformed back into herself at night, which made her really embarrassed, but she's glad he's a dull man. She says he definitely is under some type of curse, but it hasn't fully set in yet. From what she can tell though, it is far more powerful than what she is dealing with. A powerful curse slowly eats away at weaker curses near it. If she stays by his side, it's just a matter of time until she recovers her powers. Later in the day, we see Odan and Incrid practicing by sparring now. Odan comes in with a knee, which Incrid sidesteps to avoid. Odan expected this, as he stretches his hand out, grabbing onto Incrid's face, slamming him straight into the ground. He explains to him that for martial arts, his body needs to be ready just like swordsmanship, and he grabs onto his wrist, saying that this is all meaningless if he is not quick. He tells Incrid that he's still as slow as a turtle, yet his body is definitely changing, and he really doesn't know when to quit. That's because our boy is dedicated. It's been a whole month now, and the greens are starting to sprout through the snow. He spent his days occupied with training, as he's even got all of the boys helping. We see him thrust his sword at Rem, who's surprised, saying that he's improved and now he can fight properly while grinning. He then finishes his meal, telling Ragna that they should spar as well, but Ragna tells him he's still eating, so he waits a bit before getting his ass whooped. Ragna tells him that his adaptability is still lacking, his fundamentals are perfect for now, and his muscle memory alone should be able to do this in his sleep. But it's going to continue to require endless repetition. Incrid sighs and smiles, telling him that is his specialty. That night, he's looking at his blade, saying that training with his squad is great, but more real-life experiences would also be great too. He then hears rustling, which startles him, as Jackson comes in with a surprise attack that he manages to block. Jackson says that he won't die to an ambush anymore and that he has really improved. Craze tells him that he should go outside if he wants to train, and Jackson says that he's in here early, asking why he's not out there getting money. Esther then gets up from the bed, and Craze thinks this is his chance, as he starts looking for a claw, saying that he bet one dropped for sure this time, and that this is money waiting to be found. There's then a knock on the door, as Incrid is trying to get out of the bed. He wonders if Craze is lazy or hard-working. We see it's the ferry commander. She tells Incrid to follow her. He tells her that the snow is all gone, and she says that's not what she's here for, as there's been a new mission. He needs to take care of the mission specifically on the Mercenary Soldier Board. Incrid explains that the Mercenary Soldier Board is a policy that runs alongside the soldier ranking system. It's a policy that allows people in the cities to hire soldiers as mercenaries. It's cheaper than proper mercenaries, and has better trained people as well, which are usually quite polite, so it's pretty popular, and he wanted to test it out himself, so this is a good opportunity. We see a dude yawning, saying that he's finally finished his duty and he's been non-stop working, and he needs to find something new. He then spots Incrid and the ferry commander, as Incrid asks how many he should take. She tells him to do 3 in total and to bring a squad member with him, as she'll be the third. He can't believe she's doing this herself, wondering why. The dude passing by says that he heard they were dueling the other day as well, wondering if maybe they're dating. The ferry commander asks what's wrong with his expression, asking if he finds it uncomfortable to go on a mission with her. Dude can't help but mistake this as romance, and starts spreading the good word. All around the camp now, they are talking about how the company commander and the spellbreaker have a fling going on, and that they apparently have kids together. Later in the day, they start talking about it while Incrid is training, saying they can't believe he managed to pull a fairy with a face like that, saying that's pretty respectable, but they do look great together. Incrid wonders what the hell is going on because of all these rumors. As soon as he heads back to the barracks, Rem yells, saying that Papa's home and asks how many months it's been, and he heard the baby's coming soon. He tells him that they've heard it wrong, and everybody's misunderstanding the rumors. Craze tells him not to be shy, as they're going to find out eventually. He says no. Ragna says that it sounds great and to keep her by her side and train, as even Odan is praising him too. Incrid says he can't help but feel like he's being bullied. As Rem asks when they're going to go on a date, and it'll be weird to be the third wheel, but he's got to do what he's got to do to help his boy out. Incred asks if he's talking about the mission. He says he is definitely not taking him. Rem says that he has nobody else to take but him, and he points over at Jackson, who says he's ready, and they start heading out. Rem says he can't believe he's taking the damn cat and not him, asking if he got hit in the head recently. Incred says he'd be the first to ask the commissioner if he got pissed, so definitely can't take him. Jackson asks if he is only bringing him because he thinks he won't cause trouble. Incred says that he takes these missions often too, so he thought he would be a great help. Jackson says he wants to offer a piece of advice then, and that he shouldn't give too much of his heart to one woman, as it'll come back to hurt him. Incred says he does not need advice on this. As they meet up with the commander, Incred asks when the commissioner will be here. She says soon. And he looks off to the side, saying she probably hasn't heard the rumors yet, and it'll be awkward if she did. She instantly asks if they ever did something for people to think they have kids together. He says no, while Jackson holds back his laughter. Incred asks if he's laughing. Jackson says he doesn't know what he's talking about. Incred says he definitely heard it. The ferry commander asks if her questions make him uncomfortable, and he says no. She then asks if he's glad, and he says no, but changes it to a yes, and he's starting to get confused, as she teases him. A carriage then pulls up, as Jackson says that the commissioner is now here. The ferry commander clicks her tongue, saying that it was just getting fun, and turns around. Incred can't believe she was joking with such a blank expression. He explains that the mission was to protect a son of a wealthy merchant, and the process of deciding which of the two heirs of the Rokefried Trading Company will become the next owner. They've been hired to make sure they don't hurt each other. He expected the heir to be some greedy toad, but instead, a pretty woman exits the carriage introducing herself as Leona, and she is the heiress to the Rokefried Company. She tells them all that it's nice to meet them. As they start heading downtown, Leona is whispering to a woman as we see Incred in the back. He says not a word has been spoken since the initial greeting, and what little communication that does happen is done through her maid, who says that they'll get a room in the inn first, and then wait for the others. They really just want them there to escort her and nothing else. Incred recalls Odon's words, saying that age, body stance, positioning, and gaze are all important information that he needs to pay attention to, as figuring out the enemy's strategy is a skill in itself. He's observing and analyzing as her guard is left-handed, her footsteps are heavy, wondering if she's heavily armed, and the sword tells him that she's pretty strong. None of them seem to be as strong as a special rank, and while his analysis is lacking, it'll do for now. Jackson says if he's bored they can play a game, and they can identify sounds. Jackson starts naming the sound, and Incred names where it's from. Jackson says a rustling paper bag, and Incred says that it's from a woman in the food market. They continue this game, and Jackson then asks them to identify the tongue clicking, and when Incred starts to listen for it, Jackson says it was too late, and it was coming from the man near the shoe store. Incred explains that the point of the game is to locate and identify the sources of sounds, and it's way harder than it seems. As they head to the inn, the guard tells them they're going to get a room upstairs, and they can all wait here. The commander sits down with them, saying that what they're doing seems interesting, and she wants to join. Incred says he's heard that fairies are much more sensitive compared to humans. They continue as Jackson says a knife falling to the ground. Before Incred can answer, the ferry commander says that the second floor next to the stairs. This happens again as Jackson asks about a dagger being unsheathed. She says it was at the entrance of an inn. Incred says he's not even able to participate. Then he notices something as the directions of the game start to become more and more as if it's no longer a game. Jackson asks where they're silently being observed from, and the ferry commander says right behind him, as we see a man grabbing onto his blade. They then both deal with the assailants behind them in one quick motion, killing them both. Jackson says they're being ambushed, and she says she agrees. The other mercenaries are panicked at the assassins as we see one coming from behind towards Incred. He turns, cutting the dude's throat. Then they hear a scream upstairs, and he says the commissioner comes first. He starts to run up as an assassin says no way. He throws knives towards him. Luckily Jackson's played PUBG, so he uses a frying pan to block the knives as the ferry commander starts making light work of the assassins on the first floor. They wonder why they're so strong, and the assassins say they'll just outnumber them. Jackson stabs a dude in the throat while Incred runs upstairs, and the ferry commander says that all of his squad members are far stronger than him, but they all listen and trust him, and she can't help but wonder why it is this way. As one of the assassins starts charging at her while screaming, she smiles, saying it's interesting, and then turns, stabbing him through the arm and the throat at the same time. Incred stabs a dude in the chest, pinning him to a wall, and says after encountering the assassin that went after Krang, and recently the half-fairy assassin, attacks like this no longer faze him. All of the strength and combat skills he's been practicing have made him feel like an entirely different person. Odan says he's still too slow. But he can feel it already, that his movements are much more refined as he kicks the assassin straight in the chest through the railing, sending him off the second floor. He then turns, seeing the female guard thrown out of Leona's room as she hits the railing. He runs up to the door, seeing what's going on as an assassin is yelling glory to Aspen, going to stab at Leona. The maid stands in front of her screaming no. She is really about to Mr. President get down this. Incred says he's too close for the whistle daggers, and stopping him can't be guaranteed. He doesn't even know if he'll be able to reach them if he tried. As he starts to recall a way to quickly close the distance, he says he's seen it once. As he recalls the night on the battlefield, he says imitating it perfectly is impossible at his level. As he starts to try his best to do it, he says even if he replicates it a little bit, it'll be good enough. He does exactly that. As he quickly dashes in, making his way closer towards them, the assassin's blade starts coming down. As we see Incred make his way in front of it, he uses his back to block the attack. The assassin scrapes against it. He's surprised, and we see that it's actually been blocked by his armor. Incred says he's so glad he got this from the Gilfin Guild, telling the assassin that they should have a chat downstairs. He then picks the dude up over his shoulder and yeets both him and himself out of the window, and they land on the ground outside. The assassin starts coughing, and Incred stands up, saying that he managed to cushion his fall with the other dude. Leona looks out the window, wondering what the hell that was, and Incred says there are no more enemies on the second floor. This guy here is definitely in pain from the fall, but he's still standing up, which proves that he's got some grit. The dude pulls out a second blade, calling him crazy, asking if he is a border guard. Incred says no. The dude says that means there's no reason he shouldn't be able to beat him, as he pulls out a second blade. Incred says that even though the dude's swords are of different lengths, he's not off balance. Incred wonders if he knows how to use the flowing sword, thinking about how to respond. The assassin says that he's going to kill him first, and then destroy that woman. Incred asks him if anyone else has told him that he talks way too damn much. He gets pissed, charging in, and Incred says this is his first real fight in a while, and that the dude seems pretty strong. Incred lowers his back foot, starting to get into position, wondering what he should try first. The assassin, ready to thrust one of his blades, raises the other into the air. Incred says that both of these attacks are going to come in unison, and that it is a Valen duet. As one of the blades comes towards his head, he sidesteps to his left. The assassin immediately follows up with a swing, which he ducks underneath. The dude then tries it again by thrusting forward, which Incred backpedals. Now that there's distance, the assassin comes in for a big lunging thrust, which Incred avoids by ducking to the dude's other side. He stands behind the guy as he starts to realize he might have screwed up. He can't believe some random has dodged all of his attacks, and Incred tells him he's impressed. He couldn't learn that because he lacks the talent. Based on the guy's speed and accuracy, he's about as good as the stabbing pervert he met in his first loop. The guy comes back in, asking what he's saying, calling him crazy. As Incred locks in his eyes focus, he starts to hone in on the guy's blades, and says now he understands as he can tell which path of attack the assassin is going to use. Incred then raises up his arm and smoothly starts to move his blade forward, stabbing the dude in the chest while having zero wasted movements in doing so. Incred is a little surprised, says he wanted to stab him in the heart, but he missed a bit. The dude starts to scream as Incred pulls his blade out. He says he still needs to improve a lot, and he needs to train with both Ragna and Jackson. Incred then looks at the dude as he falls to the floor, as the other assassins run out the back door, saying they need to retreat. Incred says he has to go get them all, but Jackson tells him that his fight drew too much attention. Incred points, saying they're getting away, and Jackson says they are, making Incred wonder if he's not going to chase them. He says they weren't commissioned to root out criminals. They ran away on their own, so the commissioner should be safe. Incred says he must be solely focused on the mission. The ferry commander then tells him that wasn't bad, and he asks if she's okay. She then tilts her head, saying she can't believe he's worried about his lover, and that she's not going to be able to sleep with all these butterflies in her stomach. He stares at her with the stone face emoji, and Leona asks if they're in a relationship. He says no, and she continues asking if everything they've done so far was a joke to him. He once again hits the stone face, asking what the hell is wrong with everybody. Leona asks his name, and Incred tells her. She thanks him for protecting her, saying she will pay him properly in the future. He says it's fine, and it was what was asked of him. She looks at him like there's more she wants to say, but she doesn't yet. It then jumps to some time later, and he explains that the few they captured were sent to the army, and they were sent reinforcements in case of a second attack. Incrid sits at a table wondering who the assassins were, saying that some of them were pretty skilled, so they definitely weren't just here to rob them, and he guesses they have to assume it's the other heirs of the company. Leona starts to make her way downstairs, saying he's up pretty early, and he tells her that this is his shift. She then sits down beside him, scooting her chair close, saying he should join her, and she'll give him a chance to join her personal forces, as their rogue-fried company leaves little to desire. Their key partners include the Shepherds of the Wilderness from the Beastlands, the Black Leather Guild that is famed for hunting dragons, and the Glacial Rangers who were the defenders of the permafrost. Additionally, the company map, which outlines key routes and regional specialties, is valuable enough to let those who sell it live without wanting anything more for the rest of their lives. All of this is too much for him to leave behind. She says that the previous owner's sons are all stupid. She needs to protect and grow this organization, and she needs talented people to do that. People who are talented enough to save her from the brink of death and a personality that doesn't seek additional rewards. A position at her association is wanted by most, and that he's probably no different. She tells him once more that she'll get him anything he wants and to come join her. He says nah. She can't believe he did that with zero hesitation, asking why. Jackson comes down the stairs, saying that continuing to ask after being refused is unsightly. The commander also says that it's not very becoming of a merchant to do so. Leona bows, saying that they're right and that other heirs of the association will arrive at noon, and she needs to prepare for that. As she heads back upstairs, the other two start to walk towards Incrid, and Jackson says he managed to seduce a rich heiress too, asking if difficult women is his type. He says no, and Jackson continues, saying he needs to stop going around seducing all these women. He says he never did that in the first place, as the ferry commander calls him a two-timer, saying that hurts her. He grits his teeth, saying that he's sorry, and that his taste must have just changed. Jackson is surprised, and so is she, that he actually had a comeback. People from outside overhear this, saying they can't believe he's an asshole that seduced another woman when he asked the commander. The ferry commander then smiles, since she took this W. As he sits there in complete shame that he went along with it. Later on, we hear Craze saying he heard everything, that he spent the night with the commissioner after one night. Everybody starts saying that he's managed to score a rich heiress now, and that he's not the spellbreaker but the heartbreaker. Jackson asks Craze if he's here to make fun of him too, and he says that it's about the Gilfin Guild, and he needs to stay on top of things. Incrid says that's good, and he needs to do something for him. He needs to catch the ones who got away and see what they're up to. We learn that Reynos Roquefried, the previous owner of the Roquefried Merchant Association, was an honorable man with a sharp business mindset. He considered his stepdaughter, Leona, to be his successor due to her sharp wit and intellect, but he could not bring himself to push his son out of the picture. His barber did him dirty. So, without a clear successor to lead the Merchant Association, he passed away. We see a carriage in town as the kid who needs to fire his barber is being told the assassins failed. They say that he should have left it to them, and it was a missed opportunity. The kid's name is Polide. The man opposite of him says that they'll figure something out, and their agreement surely still stands. Polide says, of course, and he'll reward him handsomely if he inherits everything. The other dude in the carriage sits there not saying anything. They then arrive at the inn, and they open the door. Incrid and the rest stare at him as Polide says there's too much dust here, and he says that calling him to a place like this is typical of that bitch, Leona. Incrid stares at the dude with the black hair, saying that he can tell just by the way he holds himself that he's strong. The man glances down at him, making eye contact, then looks away as if he's not much of a threat to him. Polide then points at them, saying they need to go call Leona. Incrid says it was a great idea to bring Jackson because if it was Rem, he would have mistaken the dude as a monster and cracked his skull open. He then sees Jackson pulling out his blade and stops him as Polide barks at him, asking him what he's doing and to get moving. Leona comes downstairs, telling him to stop shouting as it's not fitting of him, and tells him that he's late. He says, late my ass, and she should educate her bodyguards. She then slaps the piss out of him, and Incrid says that nobody around him is normal at all, and he sighs. Jackson looks like he doesn't realize he's the odd one out. Polide asks if she's crazy and what she's doing. Leona says that he was the crazy one, and he's messing with a soldier mercenary of the border guards, asking if he wants to rot in prison for the rest of his life. He says that he didn't know about that, and the man behind him clears his throat, which scares him a little bit, and says that wasn't him, asking who she's trying to frame and how dare she, an outsider, yell at him. Leona says that sure she was adopted, but he can't even analyze trade routes or even calculate finances. He tells her that's a job for servants, and she says that she wouldn't be wasting time like this if it weren't for the will, and stating that the successor is to be decided after talks is way too much. Ingrid says the previous head must have been soft, and no matter how you look at it, Leona seems more suited to be a successor, and he wonders if he wanted to give his son one last chance. Leona says the only argument he has to support his succession is that he's a blood relative. Polite asks why that's important, and she grabs him by his fat chin, saying that no matter how she looks at it, he's nothing like him, and his ignorance and ugly-ass face make her wonder who he got it from. He grabs onto his blade, hella pissed, as Ingrid does his as well. He then is startled by something as he sees the dude he was glaring at earlier reach for his too. He then widens his stance as everybody is getting ready for the gang war. Ingrid sits there waiting for somebody to make a move, and Polide starts to get scared as his guards block him. Ingrid recognizes the stance, saying that the man is going to use the swift sword, but he wonders how fast it will be, saying he wonders if it will be as fast as Rem's axe or a whistle dagger, and tells the dude to show him his sword. As the guy starts to unsheath his blade, Ingrid smiles, doing the same as he unsheathes his blade too, but then a man tells everybody to stop. As he enters the room, we see it's none other than Torres, who says that he is part of the border guards who are directly commanded by the crown, and they'll consider them to have committed treason if they don't put their blades away. Polide looks like this wasn't part of his plans, and Ingrid also looks a little annoyed and then clicks his tongue. Jackson stares at him, recalling how he was talking about nobody around him being normal, and says that he's the weirdest dude here. As Torres says the assassins hired were foreigners, so they're taking over this case. They confess that they were paid by a merchant association, and surely Polide didn't hire them because of this inheritance dispute. The man puppeteering him asks if any of them confess to have been paid by their specific merchant association, and if not, then there's no evidence to blame them. Torres says he sure does yap a lot, asking if he thinks that they're that stupid. Leona says she would like to make an offer, and they should find more evidence to identify the true perpetrators, and that they can lock both her and Polide up until they find the ones responsible. Polide says that he didn't agree to this, and Ingrid finds it strange that the victim is asking to be locked up. Torres says the ones they detained were all grunts who had no information. They just kept repeating that they were told to do so by their boss. Leona says there are still people to interrogate, as people managed to escape from that scene, and one of them might be the boss with the details, and that they should try to find them. Torres says that he wants to know what they should do if they can't find the ones behind it, and she says that's for him to deal with. Although it's not prudent to continue discussing the air matter of the border guards, they will return to their city under the condition that they all return if they were to be summoned. Ingrid says that they won't be guarding her if they leave the city, and her bodyguards won't be able to take on Polides, especially the guy with the rapier, so she'll die as soon as she leaves the protection of the border guards. Surely she knows this, wondering what the hell she is thinking. Her maid hands her something, and she says she's a merchant, so she doesn't ask for anything without proper compensation, and she'll give this to whoever catches the ones who got away. As she starts to unsheath it, Jackson is obviously startled by it, which Ingrid wonders what's going on, and she says this is the fourth work of the Carmen collection. It's Carmen's stiletto. She says hopefully this is enough to get them to go find them. Jackson steps up, calling out to Ingrid, saying that he'll take this one. Ingrid wonders what's got him so motivated and why that dagger is so special to him. Polide recognizes it as well, asking if she is insane and if she doesn't know how much that thing is worth. She says the stiletto is hers, so she can do what she pleases with it. Ingrid asks if it's that amazing. Jackson says he's surprised he doesn't know about it, and it was made by a legendary weaponsmith named Carmen. Originally a slave, Carmen worked as an assassin out for revenge and used 7 weapons of his own creation. The fourth among them was the stiletto. There are people who would offer up people's lives for the weapons as well. Torres then says that since everybody is present, he's going to hold them all, and nobody is allowed to leave the inn. Ingrid tells Jackson not to worry about the stiletto, as he told Craze to get the dudes from earlier, so they should hear from him soon. Polide starts to get pissed while the guy with the rapier looks over, glancing at Ingrid, who turns, and they make eye contact once more. Looks like the dude might acknowledge him now as he turns away. Ingrid watches him leave. That night Polide says if things lead back to them like this, it's going to be a problem. The puppeteer says they can't do anything against the border guards, and they just need to wait. If the two of them can't sort out who becomes the successor, Then the decision will be left up to the investors, which is what they need to use. Polide says that'll be fine, as he already sent word. He already told them he'd reward them if they place him as the successor, and he'll win if just half of them agree. The man with the rapier looks out the window to see Incred doing planks with stones on his back. He's clearly having a hard time, but of course, bro is dedicated. He finishes his workout, and Torres asks why he's doing all that tedious training. Incred wonders what Torres wants, and Torres says that surely this is a prime opportunity for some time off. Incred says he would think that way if their time were equal, but time is valued differently from geniuses and those who are not. And things they can learn in a week, he needs a month or sometimes even a year to learn, and that means he doesn't have any time to waste. He then picks up the rocks again, starting to do curls, saying that he'll make sure to use each and every day to make sure his foundation is better to allow his future to be brighter. One of Torres's men says that he sure is an odd one, or maybe they are the ones that are lazy. Torres thinks about it for a second and then decides to get up, telling Incred to calm down with trying to get stronger, as he's already plenty strong. They only had a draw because he didn't expect that from him, wondering what he thinks the outcome would be now. Incred stares at him and then smiles while nodding, which means that they are about to start fighting. We hear people cheering them on as we see Torres preparing an attack, and both he and Incred stop shy of each other's throats. But obviously Torres would have won. They start cheering, saying that this makes 7 wins for Torres, and he says this is how it should be. They remind him he also lost 4 times too. Incred tells him to run it back. Torres asks if he's not tired yet, calling him a fiend, saying they've already gone at it 11 times. One of Torres' men says he wants to try as well, and the dude from earlier says he wants to do it too. If they've introduced these guys before, my bad, I haven't done this series in a while, it just now got enough chapters for another part. They start cheering, saying they need to take him down, and Polide watches, asking what they are doing so late, calling them barbarians. The guy who subbed out Torres is now throwing Incred to the ground, and as soon as he hits it, we see the man with the rapier is actually watching intently. Incred asks what that was and if he can do it again. The dude calls him insane, and the rapier guy says that his pride isn't hurt when he loses, rather, it's like a little kid who found something new to play with. On top of that, his open hostility while knowing he's far stronger than him is certainly unique. But even so, as we see Incred fall to the ground again, the dude says he falls for the same thing at least 3 to 4 times, and he's really not talented at fighting whatsoever. This time Incred slaps the dude's hand away and hits him with a judo throw, doing the exact same thing the guy did, slamming him into the ground. Torres starts cheering him on, saying good shit, and even the rest do, asking who's going to do it next. We see the ferry commander watching, saying that he's going around charming everybody, and that makes him a bad man. Leona asks if they are dating, and the ferry commander says no. Leona asks if it was a joke then, as the ferry commander tells them they are married. Leona gets surprised, and the ferry commander says they didn't hold a ceremony, but she thinks there's a child. Leona is even more confused, and Incred says this bothers him, and he really wishes she just had gone inside already. We then hear the rapier man call out, asking if it would be okay if he joined in with them. Incred turns as we see the dude raring to go. Torres wonders what he's thinking, and the dude says that his talent is by no means worth speaking of, yet he still has a desire to teach him, and he can't hold himself back from doing so. The man who taught him the throw says that the rapier dude's in a different boat from them, and that he should just sit down and watch, but Incred says nah, and he's been waiting for this. The dude stares at him, realizing he's a man of culture, and smiles while Jackson watches from the roof. He says that even though the only thing that dude's holding is a wooden stick, he is still hella dangerous, and he grabs onto his blade, saying he needs to make sure he's prepared. Incred readies his stick as well as the man with the rapier gets ready. They start to have a WWE stare down, and the man raises up his wooden stick. Incred says that tension is creeping up his entire body as if he was at war again. The man then begins to thrust forward as Incred focuses his eyes. Concentrating on a single point, he can see the dude's attack path. He says there's a slight feint mixed in, but it's coming for his neck, and he needs to block his line and extend his own. But then he feels as if he just got stabbed in the throat, which surprises him. As we see that Incred couldn't react in time, but it's not just him, everybody is surprised. The dude says he read his attack well, but he's slow. Incred says that he lives up to the name of the swift sword, and it's so much faster than he imagined. He thought he'd gotten a lot stronger, but he hasn't. The dude is so inconceivably far, and it's at a height that's so intimidating. As the dude starts to walk away, Incred laughs and tells the dude, one more. The man smiles, saying that his attitude is exceptional. He continues losing over and over to the point where Torres and the rest fall asleep. We see the ferry commander still watching intently, and she looks like she's really enjoying it. We see Incred losing his balance. The man with the rapier starts speaking, saying that anyone who has ever held a sword knows the despair one feels when meeting someone you can't beat. Incred falls to the floor and begins coughing, and he says that he's shown him this unbridgeable gap between them, but for some reason, he's not giving up. Incred stands back up, and Jackson says that Incred's reaction speed is too slow to be seeing and dodging everything. At this rate, he'll never overcome this wall, and he says he's going to have to teach him something more about his speed. The man says that's enough, and they should get some sleep as Incred is gassed out. We see him sweating hella, and he tells the dude he's amazing and that swift sword is something that he will eventually learn. The dude laughs, saying he's even more impressed by him. It's unfortunate, if only he had the slightest bit more talent. Later on, we hear Craze calling out to both Incred and Torres, saying they've captured the runaway mercenaries as they are beaten up on the floor in front of them. Incred nods, telling him good job, and Craze says that it was just finding a couple of hidden people, no big deal. Leona says they must be Incred's squad members, thanking him for it again. He still has his armor torn from when he protected her last time. Torres then asks who hired them and asks which people it was. Belide's fat little diabetes heart starts beating really fast, and the mercenary then speaks up, saying that it was Aspen. It was a merchants association from there that wanted to expand across the contested zones, and he doesn't know which specific one. He only received a letter, and the money was promised upon completion. Leona says that might be what he's saying, but what happens next is up to the border guards. Torres says that she seems satisfied by the outcome, asking if she wasn't hoping that the ugly idiot was behind all of this. She says of course she did, enough to offer up the precious stiletto as a reward. Torres says that breaking these bastards is their job, and that all the rogue-fried people are free to go. As everybody starts leaving, Jackson unsheaths the stiletto, and Incred tells him not to do that in public. He can't believe he's so happy, saying it's almost as if he's a kid sometimes. Craze then tells Incred not to love Leona, as she's scary. He says he doesn't, asking if he's even listening to him. Craze then says it's weird. No matter how he thinks about it, those guys were hired by Polide. Yet they are saying it was Aspen. He had a little run-in yesterday after they found those guys. We see them in a room with the mercs, and a man enters, asking if he is Craze of the 444th Squad. He says that he's someone who serves Leona, which confused Craze. He continues explaining to Incred they already had tabs on where they were and knew everything about the Gilfin Guild too. They wanted to pay the military to let those mercs go and told them to say what they did. Incred wonders why, saying that Leona is going to be disadvantaged now. If Polide is the one who was behind this, it would have been better for her. But on cue, she says it's a relief he wasn't behind it, as it would have left a bad record on the previous leader's accomplishments. He now understands it was out of loyalty to the previous leader. She says surely he's not interested in these kinds of things. He asks her if this will even be okay, saying she won't be able to receive their protection outside of the border, and if he decides to come attack again she'll be in danger. She says that it's already been taken care of and not to worry. As we see a whole group of troops waiting at the front of the gate, a knight-like man stands on guard with his platoon behind him. He introduces himself as the Roquefried Merchant Association Guard Corps Commander, Mattis, and he says that he is here to escort the new leader, Leona. They all then start bowing towards her. Incred says that she had them held up here on purpose and managed to get a vote going with the shareholders in the meantime. She has loyalty, decisive action, and information, which means she truly is a scary woman. She says asking again would be undignified, so she won't tell Incred to accompany her, but he has a knack for having people root for him, and she hopes that they can meet each other again in the future as friends. He looks down at her hand and shakes it, saying of course. Polide hops out of his whip, asking Mattis what he's doing, calling him a bastard, asking if he doesn't know how nice his father was to him, yet he betrayed him. Mattis tells him to stop dishonoring his name and calls him a dumbass, which scares the little lardass to the point he might have dropped a brick in his pants. The puppeteer says it turned out to be a failure, and the man with the rapier says they got something out of it at least. Now they know that the new leader of the Roquefried Empire is quite cunning. He then glances to his side, saying that he also learned about the existence of a peculiar soldier. We get a flashback to the man with the rapier telling Incred to lower his sword. He admires his effort and strength, but he doesn't have the talent to back it up, and it's just painful and depressing. Incred says he hasn't heard this in a while, but he's never listened to it in the past either, and he's managed to get to where he is now by pushing through. The man with the rapier just wonders where all this dedication and willpower comes from and walks away. The next day, in the city, Incred tells Rem to get up, but Rem says that he doesn't want him waking up when he's just going to go hang out with that cat-like bastard anyways, but Incred wants to train with him, saying that he needs him. Rem gets super excited. Bro is just a giant golden retriever as a human. Incred wants to practice the swift sword, as we see them training, and there you are. Incred says that first is the decision making for finding the most efficient line. As he begins focusing on a single point, he readies his sword for thrust, saying that the second would be for him to master the explosive movement, and as he thrusts forward, he says that he needs it to be efficient every single time. We see blood being drawn from Rem's neck, and Incred is surprised as the blood begins pouring down. Rem looks down at it and is also a little caught off guard. Incred says that with this, he is now faster than Rem, with his repeated fundamentals, fluid flexibility, and strength in muscles all working in harmony to create his newfound strength. Rem says that sure surprised him, and that he finally figured out how to swing his sword fast, and that now it's time for him to speed up as well for the first time in a while. Incred wonders what this means, but can barely react in time to Rem's attack, so he knows he was telling the truth, and it's also heavy enough to make his hands ring. He then looks forward, seeing an axe coming straight towards his head, and he barely ducks underneath it, and he says that his axe was always fast, but now it's even quicker. Rem is coming in for another attack, but Incred runs head in, meeting it 1-to-1, saying that there's still a long way to go. At night, he continues his training, and senses something blocking an attack from Jackson and his dagger. Jackson says that his eyes and ears are both doing great, and he won't need to train those anymore. Incred asks if he came all the way here to say that. As he walks away, Jackson says for now. Incred sighs, saying that this is why Rem calls him a cat-like bastard, only for Jackson to appear behind him, slicing his throat. Incred reaches for it, screaming, but we see Jackson far away, saying that is called murderous intent. It's what comes out of a person's intent to kill another. If he can't predict an attack with his sight and hearing, he'll need to detect it instead. This skill lets him detect something that supersedes the 5 senses. It is called the 6th sense. He will teach him that, as it will be his repayment for getting him the stiletto. Incred is just glad there's always more to learn, saying that an endless amount of fun is awaiting him. The next day, Jackson explains that the 6th sense borders on his instincts, and he can't rely on his perception, because his perception relies on his existing 5. His sense of direction, his ability to move, they're all things that predators use to hunt their prey. They are all part of one's instincts. If he repeatedly fights with all of his senses on high alert, he will be able to detect ill intent as well. Incred turns, saying that he senses him behind him, but Jackson says that he won't be able to get this so easily at first, but as he continues training, his 6th sense is sure to open as well. That night, Rem says that he seems a little different. Incred says that it's because he's got more muscles, but Rem says that's not what he's talking about. Odan chimes in, saying that he smells more reform. Ragna says that he doesn't think that's all. Krace thinks that he's more insane than usual. Rem says that's right, while all the boys begin agreeing. Incred says that he's the only normal one amongst these lunatics, and that's just how they must see him. Jackson wonders when he'll realize that he is the most insane one among all of them. That night, as they set up the brazier to sleep, Esther crawls over to Incred's bed as Rem asks if he smells like food or something since she's always sleeping with him. Esther tunes him out, saying that he once more put his body through hell, and she starts sleeping on his chest, saying that he's training enough to die every day. He would have collapsed long ago if it were not for her magic, and if he does end up dying, she won't ever be able to break her curse. She puts her paw on his armor, enchanting it with her magic. The next morning, Incred is stretching, saying that just like how he's repeating these loops, he'll train again. He'll never get tired of it, and knowing that this is something that will improve him is enough of a reward. He senses something, turning around, saying that that's where Jackson is, but of course he's wrong. He does it again, to be wrong, and once more, and all the boys are watching, and they seem to be thinking something in unison. Rem says that he wants to take back what he said about him seeming different. He has not changed at all. Odan says that it was weird, because he improved so much in one day. Ragna says that he too felt that he was once a genius, but he guesses he isn't. Jackson mentions that if he doesn't improve with as much practice, he can agree. But Rem says there's nothing like real life experience. Since the Aspens will be quiet for a while, he should go get commissioned to hunt beasts or something similar. The next day, Incrid goes in front of the commission board, saying that all 4 of them are pushing him for real experience, as if they are trying to test him. But he also understands, since he's not improving at all. A man then says that if he doesn't find anything he likes, then he could do this for him as he hands him a paper. Incrid looks down at it, as it says that he wants him to investigate a shoemaker's base. Incrid asks why he would do this mission, saying that this is something that a recon party should be doing. The man says that a recon party won't be enough, as according to the shoemaker, he thinks there were undead in his basement. Incrid is a little curious, saying that there's no way something like that is in the city, and he must have heard a rat or something, and he needs more experience right now. The man then says that he should please do it, and he calls him the spell breaker, saying that he can probably tell but nobody else wants to do it. The shoemaker is short-tempered, but he's a good man. His wife went missing recently too, so he must be angry, and that he should go check it out. Incrid says that he's sorry, but this request is too much, only for him to fold under zero pressure as he accepts it. A woman says that if he's here for the request, he needs to quickly get to the basement, and that he just keeps digging into the ground. Incrid says that he did hear he was short-tempered, and the shoemaker calls out to him, saying that this is what he was talking about. He shows Incrid the ground, and he found this tunnel. Incrid is surprised there's a tunnel in the middle of the city, saying that it can't have just been a rat. He lights up a torch and starts to explore it, saying that this looks like it was man-made. It's quite large, and there might really be monsters down here. He then is surprised as he sees multiple pathways in front of him, and there are 6 total. He says that this is made to be a maze. The shoemaker tells him to listen to the weird sound as they hear some form of rattling, and he says there must really be undead down here. Incrid tells him not just to walk in, and that he'll head in first, so he should stay back. As he takes a step forward, immediately the entire cave gets hit by the world's brightest flashlight. Soon they are drowned out by a blue light and they feel an intense heat. Incrid wonders what this feeling is. As it starts to get closer and closer, completely blinding them in the tunnel until it actually begins to disintegrate them, turning them both into ashes straight up on the spot. Incrid's eyes jolt open as Esther is laying on his chest. He said as soon as he detected the heat, he burned up instantly. He wasn't even able to take another step, and that was definitely a magic trap. It's common sense when you face magicians that you need to run. Rem then says that he and the boys were talking, and that he needs more experience. Incrid's lost in thought, saying that you're lucky if you die when facing a magician in combat. If you survive, you'll meet a worse fate. This advice applies to traps that are created by magicians. He wonders what he can do against the traps, saying that he doesn't know what skill he can train to overcome this. The man then tells him that if he doesn't see anything he likes to take care of this one, and it's the shoemaker's request once more. Incrid says this needs a magic specialist or support from the higher-ups. It's not like other walls that he's faced, which he could just do head-on, and that the ferry company commander would listen to his request. But before that hot-headed man goes in there alone, he then realizes that he barely made it last time and begins running, and grits his teeth, saying that he can't be late. He runs over to the shoemaker's house, kicking the door open. The daughter is scared. He asks where her father is, and she tells him the basement. He immediately leaps into the hole with zero hesitation, because the father is nowhere in sight, as he took a little longer this time to accept their request. As he begins sliding down the hole, he realizes he's too late, as he sees the shoemaker ahead of him walking down the middle path, and Incrid runs over towards him, telling him to stop. The shoemaker turns surprised and confused, but we see his foot was too far into the hole, as that bright blue light begins to appear behind the man, and Incrid screams out for him, only for the both of them to once more get deleted, turning into straight ash. In the waters of the afterlife, Incrid says that he needs to find a quicker way. He needs to go see him first and tell him to stay out of the basement. The boatman says that it may only be a moment, but he must have felt the pain of his flesh emulating and his entire body turning to ash, yet he still intends on stepping towards that flame. Incrid says that it's just as he said, the pain was like a million needles passing through his body in an instant. But that doesn't come close to how bad it hurts for him to watch idly by as an innocent bystander dies, and that is the true way of a knight. I love this guy. He immediately gets up out of bed and starts to head out, as Rem asks where he's going since they need to talk. Incrid says that he's going to save an annoying old shoemaker, and Rem wonders if there are leather boot monsters or something, wondering what the hell he's going to a shoemaker for. Incrid makes it in time, and he's actually the one digging the hole. He says that he can stop him from digging and make him ignore it, but he can't let something as dangerous as this remain. He tells the shoemaker that he'll go in alone, so he shouldn't follow him. The shoemaker says this is still his house, so he can't let him do that. Incrid tells him that this isn't a negotiation, and the dude agrees. He says it would take too long to find a magic specialist, and there's no way they'd even listen to his request. It's a mysterious trap that he has some information on, and someone is bound to die while exploring it. That goes even for him and his squad, so he needs to find as much information about it as possible. One of these paths must be rigged, and he wonders if the only way to find out is by walking through them. He says using the repeating loops is the easy way out, and there must be a better way for him to do this. If he can find a hint or something that tells him there's a trap, he might be able to figure this out. He then wonders how many times he's died and what he felt each time. He wonders what exactly he felt when he felt helpless, or when he felt a blade piercing his throat, when his opponent would kick away his sword, or even when he first met the pervert he could instinctively feel the murderer's intent. Jackson's words echo throughout his head as it's something that wants nothing more than his death. Something begins to shine in the darkness as it goes towards Incrid, and we see a Dark Souls trap. Incrid actually senses it. As he comes to a complete standstill, he says that he actually did it. He then steps forward, saying that he felt something for sure just now as it cuts him straight down the middle very cleanly. It's so clean that his blood is still flying out the back of his body as he hasn't fallen into two yet. He says that he really felt the trap's murderous intent, and he has one hell of a grin on his face. The next day, he immediately heads back down to the shoemaker's store and says that detecting the murderous intent of the trap is today's wall. As he stands before the entrances, he says that he can't just walk in. Instead, he needs to walk back and forth until he gets a good feel for it. As he slowly walks forward, with each step, he stays locked in, saying that he hasn't set his foot on this path yet, and he doesn't feel anything, wondering if this is the right way. He slowly raises his foot down in front of him, then turning around, saying that this is where the blade came out from. He then steps towards it and sees an image of the blade flying straight towards him. There's nothing coming yet, and he says that he didn't actually detect it. He just remembered what happened. The shoemaker asks why he keeps walking back and forth and if he needs to take a piss. Incrid says that he told him to stay up there, and he hasn't been down this path before, so he'll keep going until he detects it. As he continuously steps forward and back until the night comes, the shoemaker asks what the hell he's even doing down there without eating. Incrid says that he'll come back tomorrow morning, so he shouldn't go in there since there are traps everywhere. He tells him to please help and take care of this, as he can't even sleep because he's afraid that he'll lose his daughter. Incrid asks if he doesn't have any leads that might point towards his missing wife. The shoemaker says that there have been a lot of missing people lately, so they haven't addressed it. He says if he sees a brunette woman with freckles wearing this wedding band, to please let him know. Incrid says that he understands. That night back in the barracks, we see him focusing with Esther laying on his lap. He then turns, thinking he senses Jackson, but instead, it's the opposite direction. Rem says that he's like this because he hung out with the stupid shoemaker, telling him to go to bed. Incrid says that now that he thinks about it, this is the first time he ended a loop without dying. He wonders what happens if the day just passes like this and if it'll continue into tomorrow, and he guesses he'll find out. He then takes one more step back into the boatman's into the waters of the afterlife and wakes up the next day. Rem then says they were talking yesterday, and they think he needs more experience. Incrid realizes that he's come back to the same day and wonders what will happen if he doesn't sleep. As he sits out watching the moon slowly set and the sun begin to rise, his eyes look tired, and he begins to fall asleep until he wakes back up in his bed. He says that he just blinked, but he's back in his room. Rem once again says he needs more experience, and Incrid says that he can't get past the loop without facing the wall, but this is fine, as he has no intention of facing it without overcoming this. It goes on for 10 days and then 20. He says that this is different from simple fear. He needs to feel it as he slowly lowers his foot down into the pathway. He says that lingering feeling of death is something he needs to be familiar with. As he continues slowly lowering his foot, it has now been 40 days. He throws the torch aside, and we're 50 days in now. On the 60th, he is getting closer and closer. And on the 70th day, we see a bunch of corpses' hands reaching out from under the ground, tugging all over his clothing, trying to pull him down into the ground. He doesn't continue his step forward, and he smiles as he's got some kind of idea of what it should feel like now. That night, Jackson comes in for a sneak attack, which Incred dodges. He then turns, looking at Jackson, and Jackson asks if he really figured it out in just a few days. It is now the 72nd day, and he's got his whistle daggers and everything ready for war. Then Rem asks if he's going to war at the shoemaker's place, and Incred says that he won't come back until he's slashed through 10 boots. Rem asks what the hell that even means, as Esther watches intently. Incred says that there are 6 paths and only one leads to an exit without traps, was what he thought. But whoever made this tunnel is a true creep, as there are traps in every single path. A safe option does not exist in the first place. But still, there is a path ahead of him. He just has to make sure that he does not step on the traps. On the first path, you instantly burn up into ashes if you take a wrong step. He exhales deeply before raising his foot, slowly marching forward. He senses the trap starting to activate as he stops his foot before it touches the ground. He realizes that this is what he needs to do all the way through, and with his foot still hovering, he slowly starts to move it to the side before he confidently slams it into the ground, and there's not a single hint of the trap activating. He stays locked in, focusing on his senses, saying that one step at a time is all he needs. As he just has to continuously keep this pace up, taking baby steps, focusing to not activate the trap, as he's opening his 6th sense, he begins to feel the path open up ahead of him. He begins walking forward as naturally as breathing was to him, following his 6th sense. He then steps into an area with light, which as he slowly opens his eyes, he sees torches in front of him, and he says that once again he has overcome a wall. A ghoul begins to attack at him, but he cleanly slices at it, cutting it clean in half, sending its torso across the room, and he smiles, thanking this cycle because it has given him a great present. Our boy is a freak. As the ghouls continue running forward, Incred says that ghouls have a strong poison on their fingernails. Even a slight scratch will lead to a serious injury. Normally, a ghoul takes multiple soldiers to subdue. But we see him charging, slicing through a good chunk of them. Incred then rotates, keeping his momentum carrying through with his hips, giving us that classic baseball swing, cutting the group in front of him also in half. He's not done there, as he grits his teeth and lowers his blade and does a very big overhead slash, making his way through the ghouls. He then leaps through the air with his sword behind him and swings forward, cutting the one in front of him in half, but also the head off of the one behind him. As he lands on the ground, they begin falling over, he's gassed out. He says that he fought quite well back there, and his squad should have seen this with how they've been treating him recently. He then hears some ghoul dogs barking and running towards him. As he looks over, the shit looks like straight nightmare fuel. He says that it's a demon wolf, but realizes it's mixed with other beasts and monsters, so he wonders what exactly is up ahead of him. Meanwhile, Esther is jumping roof to roof, saying that Incred seemed weird today. She wonders why he would go to a shoemaker while being so heavily armed, and it'll be very bad if he ends up dying because he's so reckless. She then starts to sense some energy coming from the shoemaker's house, saying that it's the smell of a spell, and she looks very wary about approaching it. Back to Incred stabbing his sword into one of the wolves, he still stands there, panting. He hears some weird breathing, saying that it's coming from deeper in the cave. It's really faint, as if it's about to stop any second. He wonders if it's another demon, or if it's the one who dug the tunnel. But what he sees ahead shocks him, as there are corpses littered all throughout the section. He begins looking up at the corpses, saying that he spent a lot of time in the battlefield, so he doesn't blink at the sight of a regular corpse. But this is definitely not the same. He begins to hear a woman begging that somebody please grant her peace, and she begs for him to kill her, as he spots the wedding band on her finger. It's the shoemaker's wife. He recalls him saying that she is a brunette with freckles. Incred starts to feel hella pissed, as a man says that he's been hearing some noise, and it looks like he has fresh new material. He doesn't know how he got here, but all is well, and that he can make a friend for Bamillo. Incred asks the man if all these corpses are his doing. He asks who else would do it besides him. And the man says that those pieces of trash are failures, and that this child behind him is Bamillo. This is pure art, saying that he'll make something beautiful out of him too. Incrid says that he's a magician, and his instincts are telling him to run, because like he said before, he's lucky if he dies when facing a magician in combat, but if he survives he'll meet a worse fate. Incrid is too far gone, saying that he'll kill him even if it takes him tens of thousands of lives. As he pulls out the whistle daggers, he throws the first one forward, directly towards the man's head, but it bounces off a barrier. Incrid instantly closes the gap with his sword reared behind him, then feels a heavy hit, directly under his armpit, on his torso, sending him flying backwards as if he just got hit with a bullet of air. Incrid lands safely from the attack, but never keeps his eyes off of the mage. In the corner, we see Esther watching this, saying as expected he's fighting a magician. She hasn't managed to gather a lot of power yet, but if she gathers everything she is now, a nobody like that will be meaningless. The man raises his fingers up, pointing them at Incrid, before shooting out another air bullet. That shit broke the sound barrier. As it starts to fly towards him, he dodges it in the last second, which tears his clothing. He says he can't sense or hear it, but he can feel it. His murderous intent, that is. The magician is just surprised that he actually dodged it. As Incrid starts to close the gap, taking this chance, the magician shoots out 4 more air blasts towards him. He recalls some time ago when he asked his squad about what to do if he faces a mage in combat. Rem says to shoot him with an arrow. As once again, Incrid narrowly dodges the attack, but it cuts his clothing. Jackson tells him to kill him when he isn't looking. Odan says that he just needs to get up close and personal and beat his ass. The next 2 attacks begin to come towards him. Ragna says that anything that breathes can be cut down, and nothing is exempt from this rule. The magician's face looks worried, as Incrid is now overhead. With his sword ready to swing down, he says that the magician has an invisible shield that surrounds him. If he can't break it with his whistle daggers, he'll just have to smash through it with pure brute force, as he begins to pour everything he has into the attack. The magician smiles, telling him to go ahead and try. Now that Incrid is fully committed to the swing with no way out, the magician counterattacks with a spell. We see Esther watching as it flies directly up towards Incrid's chest. She says that he has won. It comes into contact with his vest, which Esther had blessed the night before, completely dispelling the magic everywhere in the room, shattering the mage's barrier. His eyes instantly fill with fear, as Incrid continues swinging his sword down. The mage tries to block it with his arm, but it is futile because he gets nothing but cut in half diagonally. There was so much power, Incrid swung straight into the floor. What an absolute Chad. Incrid starts panting. His sword then chips, and he says that, thankfully only his sword got damaged, and that the impact was strong enough to tear him apart. He wonders why he wasn't hurt. And if maybe his armor is actually that great. He then looks back up towards the shoemaker's wife. Now she is no longer moving, he says that her faint breathing has stopped. He's trained his 6th sense and taken down a magician, but he has a very bitter feeling inside of him. As he leaves the magician's corpse there on the ground, Esther walks in, calling the magician foolish, saying that he lost because he didn't use his creation. A flesh golem created to supplement a magician's physical abilities. And that it'll wake up with a few touches, but she'll be taking this. She raises her paw. We don't get to see what happens, because it jumps back to the barracks as Incrid is talking to the ferry commander. She says that she just wants to double check that he said there was a magician's tunnel under the shoemaker's door, and that there was a civilian who was kidnapped and experimented on in the middle of the city. There would be chaos at the news if it spreads. He says that he thinks it's best to keep this under wraps. She asks why, as his contributions would go unrecognized. He says that the lives of the people are more important. Also, he doesn't want the shopkeeper to find out that his wife is actually gone. As the men are filling up the hole, a lot of bystanders wonder what happened to the shoe store, and that apparently they just told everybody that there was a tunnel dug up by the Thieves' Guild. The shoemaker says he's surprised that it was thieves, and tells Incrid to take this as a gift for him, and since his shoes seem quite worn out, he wanted to fix that. And now that's one thing off of his chest. He just hopes that his wife finds her way back safely. Incrid looks over at him with a somber expression, and the shoemaker says that he knows he's done a lot, but he really hopes that he'll find her. Incrid does his best to keep his expression hidden, and tells the shoemaker in an almost broken voice that he'll do his best. Later that evening, as he's watching the sunrise, he wonders if it was really okay for him to lie to the shoemaker like this, and that it would have been better just to tell him the truth and let him experience despair maybe. He says that maybe if he becomes a knight, he would be able to prevent these things from happening, but he doesn't know yet. As he stabs his sword into the ground, he walks away, leaving it as if it was a gravestone for the man's wife, as a symbol of regret that he'll never forget. Some time later, we see some demon dogs charging at the group. They effortlessly kill them, and they're making a shield formation while the men inside are killing the wolves. Incred says right after taking down that magician, they took on a monster hunting request immediately. As it's a much slower fight than they're used to at this point, with the wolves being taken care of extremely slow, it's making Rem low-key fall asleep, and Incred says that he doesn't think this will make him stronger. He says that this is what other people go through, and he maybe should have taken a solo mission instead. Rem says that he can tell he's thinking that this isn't enough, and he wants to fix that for him. As he starts to pull out his weapons, he lets go of his shield running forward, as the other men wonder if he's insane. Rem starts effortlessly ripping apart the wolves, and one of the men tells the spellbreaker to rein in his men. But of course, Incred's already run off, and they say that his squad of lunatics had rubbed off on him. Incred charges in, carrying his sword behind him, preparing for a heavy swing as he follows through, once more getting a 2-for-1 with the wolves. Rem says they shouldn't get things mixed up, as they were the ones who rubbed off on his craziness. Incred asks if it's really okay for him, the craziest one, to say that. Rem asks why he's the one catching strays. Incred tightens the grip on his sword, and he and Rem start tearing the monsters apart. The other soldiers watch, saying they are both not there upstairs. Incred then cleans his blade after the fight, and the men can't help but acknowledge that they are still really good at their jobs. Incred still doesn't seem that happy, and Rem notices this, saying that he doesn't seem satisfied. The men say that if he really wants more action, he should go to the armored units. Incred asks if they are fighting strong monsters. The man says that they went to fight a herd of monsters. And we see some more nightmare fuel, as the soldiers are yelling for the archers to support them. But there's nothing happening. Something starts to fly in off screen, and the man looks up, horrified, only to see a harpy flying straight in. The men start getting kidnapped one after the other, as they are forced into a circle and picked up by the harpy. They then drop from high up, either killing them or severely injuring them. Rem says that looks like it hurts. Incred spots the harpy, saying that in his brief stint as a mercenary, his group was massacred by them, and they were people he really liked. He starts to unsheath his blade, saying that he refuses to let any more people die today. Both Incred and Rem begin running forward towards the harpies. The harpy lets out a screech, making the normal soldiers cover their ears. Incred explains that a harpy's cry disorientates you. As it comes in for an attack, he says that it's actually not as painful as death. So he got through it with sheer willpower. He swings his sword forward, cutting into the harpy's wing, and begins to follow through until he cuts it clean off. Rem yells out to him, saying that he's doing great, and he's holding onto one of the harpy's feet, saying that they should bet on who's going to kill more, as he slams it into the ground, killing it. Another harpy begins to fly in towards Incred, and right as it gets to the back of his head, he says that they're not here to have fun, and he avoids the attack, taking back shots too literally, and swings, killing it too. The other soldiers wonder if the spellbreaker has always fought this well. They know Rem has, but they can't believe that the spellbreaker is keeping up. Rem goes in for another attack, and the harpy does its best to stop it with its foot, but his axe pierces through it anyways, and he slams it straight into the ground. Incred follows up with a diagonal slash upwards, cutting another one of the harpies in half, and Taurus says that Incred got better. His men ask if they can really just stay here like this when they're here to support him, as Bro is sitting on the ground. He says that they're not needed anymore. A few of the remaining harpies begin to fly in, and one of them takes Incred's sword, knocking it out of his hand. Now that there's distance between him and his blade, the harpies begin screeching and flying in, thinking they've won. We see a whistle dagger get launched into one of their foreheads. As Incred now only has one more to deal with, it begins to fly in, and he charges forward as well, as it's now a dash if he can get his sword in time before the attack hits. Right as it's in his face, he grabs onto his blade and swings upwards, cleaving the harpy clean in two. They start to actually notice the last of the harpies begin screeching, flying in circles before leaving. The soldiers can't believe that the harpies ran away, and they say that since they scared off the monsters, they must be monsters themselves. Incred says that the harpies that killed the mercenary corps aren't the same ones. We see a man saying that's because he was weak, that these bastards died saving him, and it was all his fault. These words stuck with him, and he says that now he'll be the one saving others. Torres says that the harpies are all gone, wondering if they should go back. His men say that it would look bad if they go back empty-handed, so they should kill some dogs at least. Incrid and Rem get informed that the support has arrived, so they can leave, and Rem asks Incrid what he wants to do. Incrid says that it's too soon to return. Torres and all of his boys think he's a complete lunatic now. Back at the camps, people are talking about how he helped the heavy armored corps. We see him doing his lunging squats, and they're still talking about how he has changed a lot, and that he tries really hard, so they should maybe do it too. Incrid takes his request off the board, and the dude says that he thought he did one yesterday. Incrid says that he's going to finish it quickly and do another one tonight. The dude asks if he has clones or something. And later that night, Incrid is still swinging by training his blade. A man sees this and says that he trains every single day, wondering if it's fun to live like that, and that he should try it too. So he continues to train throughout the night. The next day comes and passes, but again that night, there's 2 people training. This happens again, and that night there are way more than 2 people training, as there's a whole group just going crazy throughout the night. The ferry commander appears in the morning, and she looks over at them, saying that everybody seems different nowadays. A man says that they're following the spellbreaker, and it's become a trend. She says that she can't just ignore it anymore, and she walks over saying that they had a long meeting about him, and that these are the orders from above, so he should listen well. And now his squad, which is the 444th Regiment, will be promoted to an independent platoon operating under the 4th Company. From now on, he is an independent platoon leader. He says that he can only have 5 men under him, so he cannot be a platoon. She says that she'll reassign more men according to his request. Incrid says that being a platoon leader is nice, but it'll be a pain with all the lunatics in his squad, and she says that if he becomes a platoon leader, he will be exempt from menial duties, so he'll have more time to train. He looks her dead in the eyes and immediately folds, saying that he'll do his best in his new assignment. She says it's a shame to let him go like this, asking if he wants to have a duel. She raises up her hands, saying that these will be the weapons, and she wants to go unarmed again. Incrid says that after he lost with her last time, he's worked his ass off training with Odan. He drops his sword, saying this was great, and it's time to see how much he's progressed as he is ready to show her the equal rights, equal lefts. As they start to square up, he recalls how Odan once said before, that hand-to-hand combat requires him to get up close and personal. Something quick is better than something complicated. The ferry commander dashes forward, swinging in, but he manages to block it. And he says that pretty much what Odan is telling him. As he starts to push her arm back, he says he needs to use his size against her. As he begins to get the momentum, pushing her directly towards the ground, she lands, and he puts his arm on her chest, saying that he thinks he's won. She asks if that's so, saying that a human's proposal is quite aggressive. He can't believe she's at this once again. As she raises her leg, wrapping it around his side, she instantly 180s the situation, getting atop him. She says that analyzing his opponent's weakness and breaking them down with his own advantages sure was a good thing. She tells him that he did a good job, calling him her fiancé, telling him that he should keep it up. He says that he's not her fiancé and that she should get off of him. She does so, and they start dusting off, then she apologizes. He wonders what she's talking about, and she says that she couldn't stop it. Now he's even more confused because he has no idea what she's talking about. As the winter began to leave, the battlefield once again was getting heated up. It was time for an all-out war. The Aspens have begun mobilizing, desperate to wash off the dishonor of defeat. A man slowly walks up to the podium, getting ready to give a speech. Since the Aspens were preparing for war, so did the army of Nalilia. The man introduces himself as the new battalion commander, Marcus. Crace says that since that guy is here, it seems like they'll actually see through to the end of this now. He is Marcus the Warmonger. He is one of the key officers under the Cyprus division. Unlike his predecessor, he's a great tactician, and he's very well experienced. Inside of Marcus's head, he says that the Aspens aren't weak, and their army is filled with nothing but weaklings. And that is the only thing they offer. With the exception of the heavy armored corps and the border guards, Among them, the only one who caught his eye was the platoon commander. People call him the Spellbreaker. He's been doing heroic deeds since the last battle, and he wonders if it was luck or skill, saying that it's time for him to prove himself, and that he should prove his usefulness. Later that day, Rem asks if they're really getting sent out to scout along the Penanel River, and if it was directly by the battalion commander. Incrid says that this is what the ferry commander was talking about. Craze then mentions the area, but a familiar voice cuts him off, as it's none other than Henry who says that it's near the Cross Guard, which is Aspen's fortress city. It was created for military purposes similar to the border guards. I'm glad that Henry managed to join the group. He then continues, saying that if they were to go at this time, and this time Craze finishes his sentence, saying that they're only going to gather intel. Rem says that he shouldn't go, but Incrid says that he can't refuse an order from the commander. Rem says that he guesses he'll get ready too. Yet another familiar voice, as we hear Andrew saying that the battalion commander has also ordered him all to obey the commands of the new squad leader, and that they should all follow his commands, and we see Mac with him too. Rem approaches him and begins licking the hell out of his blade, but really slowly like a freak, asking why the hell there's an insect in their midst. Andrew starts to get freaked out, saying that he's the new squad leader, and they should all listen to him. Odan says that he can feel him trembling all the way from over here. Ragna asks if that little kid is really their squad leader. Andrew says if they have a problem, they can fight it out. He volunteered for this so that he could fight by Incrid's side, and he's not going to leave. Rem readies his axes, saying that he sure is a feisty insect. Odan also begins cracking his knuckles, saying that he wants to gently loosen up his joints. Jackson says that a finger should do, but Incrid tells them all to go easy on him. Ragna says that he should focus on his own fight, but Mac begs that Incrid stop Andrew from continuing. Incrid says they seem to be getting along well, and if Rem's offering to duel, it means that he likes you. Mac asks if he's really not planning to murder him, saying that he needs to tell him more, and he starts dragging Andrew away from Rem as Andrew is provoking him. Henry asks Incrid if he knows anything about the geography of the Panhandle River. As he warns him, the area is very dangerous, and he can tell him what he knows about before he sets out. Incrid tells him to go for it, and that night outside of the barracks, Incrid begins walking somewhere, and we see him dripped out, killing that shit. Torres asks if he's not going out on duty, as he's been seeing him around often. He also heard about his promotion, congratulating him, saying now they're the same rank. Incrid says that he won't compare himself to the king's finest, but Torres tells him that he should relax because it's not that deep. Then he asks how old he is, and Incrid says he's 30. Torres says that he can't believe he's older than him, wondering why his face is so young. Incrid just wonders why bro is so old. Torres says that he's the only one aging. Incrid says that he told him to relax, so he will, wondering what the mission is about. Torres says that the two of them will cross the Panhandle River first, and he was going to explain the rest once they meet the others. But the boat Swain isn't here, and it can't be helped. They should chill out. Incrid says sure, as he starts to unsheath his blade, instantly starting to train. Torres tells him to rest, but Incrid says this is rest for him. Torres says that he sure is persistent. He trains hard, people acknowledge him, plus he looks young, and he's handsome, and then he is low-key too much. Bro might drown him in the river. Incrid can feel the murderous intent and turns, only to see Torres crying, and he wonders why he's making that face. Torres sighs, asking if the record at the end was 14-6, saying that at least he's better at fighting. Incrid reminds him that was in the past, and Torres says that he's not the only one getting stronger, and Incrid says that he's glad to hear that. We see Torres' sword starting to get swung down as Incrid blocks it and instantly returns, deflecting his. They start trading blow for blow with one another. On the spot, Torres says that he noticed when he was fighting the Harpies, but that Incrid has gotten way stronger than when they fought previously. We see his eyes are full of determination. Torres grits his teeth and pushes down as hard as he can, knocking Incrid's sword towards the ground. He then instantly rears back his fist, coming in for an attack to Incrid's face. Incrid doesn't take his eyes away from it and spots the hidden blade underneath, stepping to his side just barely in time. As we see blood coming off the blade, Incrid asks where he got that from, as we see it cut his cheek. Torres says that it's his little secret hidden knife, and Incrid says that he's speechless. Torres asks if he's going to say that it's unfair or something, but Incrid says that's really cool and now he wants to know how to use it. Torres says that he's more insane than he thought, and he should practice first with flat stones and use the snap of his wrist. As he starts showing him, but of course, he's an awful teacher, saying that it needs to be like a bam motion. The bosun finally appears, asking if they're going to cross or not. As they begin doing so, Torres teaches him the entire ride. They finally get across, so Incrid asks where exactly the rendezvous is because they're meant to meet the recon platoon here. Torres says they should wash beforehand, as there's no reason to start this while drenched in sweat. Incrid smells himself, saying that he's probably right, and they start getting undressed, hopping into the river. Torres tells him it's cold as hell, but that he needs to hurry up and get in, only for him to be absolutely shocked by what he sees. He calls Incrid greedy, saying that he lost his will to compete. Incrid says that he still wants to fight though. Torres says that he's not talking about with their fist, calling him an idiot. A woman then says that they came looking since they were late, but they're wasting their time taking a bath. Incrid's just surprised, wondering how long she's been there because he didn't sense her. She says they need to get near Crossguard by today, so they should hop out. Torres asks how they're meant to do that with her watching, and she says there's nothing to look at in the first place. Incrid hops out of the water, and she also makes a face full of surprise, and says that she takes back what she said. Torres says that her gaze is too lecherous, so she says that she's only looking at his abs. He says that he also has cool abs, and she introduces herself as Pin, the leader of the recon platoon. She shakes Incrid's hand as Torres is looking down at himself, getting body dysmorphia. They get dressed, following Pin, and she says that before she explains the mission, she wants to brief them. Their spy in Crossguard is named Kitten, but they also said there was something important to be relayed. They were supposed to receive word 4 days ago, but Kitten didn't appear at the rendezvous point, and is still MIA. Incrid asks if something happened to her. Pin says that's exactly what this mission is for. They're going to infiltrate Crossguard and rescue Kitten. Crossguard is right next to the land of the monsters and beasts, so the enemy doesn't patrol it often, relying on the monsters instead. They have 3 different infiltration routes. First, a tunnel. Smugglers use it to enter the city, so the guards leave it alone. Second, they can try scaling the walls at night. It's going to be tiring, but it's the safest option. The last would be to enter while disguised as a merchant. This could be dangerous because they have to use the main gates, but it's also the least tiring. Her platoon will head in first just in case Kitten is running late and head to the meeting point. The 3 of them will be the only ones entering Crossguard. Whichever route they pick, it's going to be equally difficult, so she'll let them decide. Incrid says that she says it like it's all so easy, and she must know better than anyone that it's going to be hard. Torres says that it would be better for her to pick since she knows the area. Pin says in that case, they set out tomorrow, and they'll go with the first option, the tunnel. That night, while they're all camped out under a rock, Incrid is still practicing flicking his wrist, using stones so he doesn't hurt himself. But it doesn't work at all, so Torres asks how he uses a sword when he's this bad, but he'll figure that out eventually, so he should keep at it. Pin says that she wondered what they were doing by not eating dinner, but wonders what exactly he's doing. He tells her it's training, so she hands him some food, saying he should eat first, as they have a platoon member who wants to be a chef and it's really good. They start eating it, then both say this shit is actually gas. She says that they can get more if they want. His parents apparently have a shop in Border Guard, so they should check it out. She also tells him not to go over there to train, pointing at a tree, and she goes to tell him what's under there, and Incrid says there's a viper. She's surprised, asking how he knows, so he tells her that he has a hunter in his platoon, and he learned it from him. She says that he sure is well prepared, and she likes him after all, asking if he wants to train with her too, but it'll be adult training. Incrid stares at her for a second, but still has no idea what this could possibly mean, so she just says that she's flirting with him, asking if he's stupid. She says that she's actually quite nice. Torres asks why she's doing this in front of him, but Incrid straight up refuses. She asks if he's taken, and then says that she did recall hearing about him with the company commander, and it sure is a waste. He can't believe this has become so widespread. As Pin goes to leave, she points at Torres, saying that if Incrid talks casually to him, he should talk the same way to her. He says only if she wants, She says they'll go to crossguard tomorrow so they should get some rest. Torres has been ignored until the very end. Ingrid is sleeping, and as he falls deep into sleep, we see the boatman's face holding the lantern. Ingrid immediately opens his eyes again, saying that he hasn't seen that guy in a while, and it probably wants to tell him something. He recalls the ferry commander apologizing, and he smiles while getting the chills. This mission might be rough. As they start heading out the next day, he says he can tell that it's going to be a massive wall as they finally approach the tunnel. Torres asks why they are moving during the day, as it would be better to move at night. Penn asks if he's stupid, as the guards are turning a blind eye, but they aren't clueless about what happens here. Ingrid agrees with her, saying that they're catching them off guard because they won't expect it during the day. Penn says, she was expecting someone so handsome to understand. Torres just wonders why the hell he's getting so many strays. Penn says it's time for her to lead the way, as that it's a ranger's job. Ingrid says that a ranger works as a scout, and it's imperative that they move quietly with the bare minimum equipment. As she walks forward, he barely hears a sound, and he says that sure does suit somebody that is a ranger, and he wonders if he can do the same. As he slowly walks forward, we hear a man saying that he's got them, calling them little rats as they were waiting in ambush. Penn is surprised, and she yells, telling them that they need to retreat. But the guard says there's nowhere to run, as we see men with the crossbows behind them as well. And the guard tells his men to kill all of them. Penn yells, saying they need to fight their way out of this as the crossbowmen unleash their bolts. Ingrid runs in, cutting as many as he can in front of him, and Penn blocks one with her arm. She runs up, swinging, cutting one of the men's arms, and immediately gets on top of him, going to finish the job. Torres also instantly kills one, and Ingrid says that the two of them aren't used to fighting against a larger force. So they won't be able to fight to their full capabilities in this situation. As one of the men gets behind Penn, going to finish her, another does the same with Torres, and Ingrid watches helplessly as both of them get executed directly in front of him. As they start surrounding him, he says this is definitely a tall wall, but he won't die so easily. He throws out some of his whistle daggers forward, instantly killing two of the crossbowmen. He runs in, cutting another one's throat, then instantly to the next, cutting the dude in half. The guard yells, telling his men to surround him. One of them kicks him straight in the chest, causing him to fall to the floor, and they dogpile him, stabbing him all over. As he's going down, he stabs one of the men in the legs, and his eyes are still filled with absolute determination. But against their overwhelming numbers, there's not much he can do. Back in the next loop, he says that a force of that size wouldn't have just appeared there, and they were prepared beforehand. Which means the enemy expects them to come. I wonder how he didn't notice them. They must be skilled. Penn asks Ingrid why he's not getting ready, as it's time for them to head through the tunnel. He says that he doesn't have a good feeling about that place, and they should enter by scaling the walls instead. Torres tells her that Ingrid wants to sort an enemy's spell just by following his guts, so it won't hurt to listen to him. Ingrid says that it wasn't really his gut, but rather what he experienced. Penn says sure, but they'll need to wait till night, so they'll end up wasting time. Ingrid asks her if she wants to go for a round, and she starts to blush, saying that she can't believe he likes doing it out in the day. He says he didn't mean that, but he wants to duel. She says that she guesses they can, but she doesn't want to use any weapons. He says they could do it without weapons, and she smiles, saying she's more than up for it. As the men gather around to watch, Ingrid says that if the enemy knows that they're coming, they'll probably end up fighting no matter where they go. And it'll be good to know how capable his team is, and on top of that, he can get some training out of it. He asks her if she wants to go first, but she says nah, he can have the first go. He runs in with his fist reared back, punching straight towards her head. She ducks underneath it, leading in with a knee to his chest that he blocks. As he's starting to get sent from the attack, she begins to pivot, preserving her momentum, following through with a roundhouse straight to his head, but he narrowly dodges. He says he's going to use the same tactic as the ferry commander and use his superior physical size, as he grabs onto her, slamming her down into the ground, putting his hand right by her head. She says that was the wrong call, as she grabs onto his wrist and wraps her legs around his chest. She hits him with a triangle choke and begins squeezing his throat. Torres says that's enough and gives her the W. Ingrid says that she's small but packed with muscles, and there's a reason why she prefers barehanded fights over those with swords. She asks if he knows that he lost, and he says that she's going to be perfect to train with, asking if she wants another round. She smiles and begins blushing, so Incred clarifies that he meant sparring. She asks how he knew what she was thinking about, and Torres tells him to stop doing that shit in front of him. As the night starts to set, Pen asks Incred if this is really how he's going up, and he asks if there's something wrong. She says that he has too many weapons on him, and that he's going to pass out from exhaustion before they make it halfway up. Torres asks what about him. She gives him one glance, telling him to do whatever he wants. Bro starts crying, saying that his feelings are getting hurt here. Incred says that he thinks he can climb the walls fine with this much gear, and she sighs, saying that he sure is innocent. They aren't just climbing the walls, they need to climb this giant mountain just to get to the walls in the first place. Torres says that's really high up. Incred says that climbing it alone will be a challenge, but none of his walls have been easy to climb thus far. Before we can see them climbing, Incred explains that when he got back from the magician's tunnel under the shopkeeper's house, he picked up some trophies to buy a new sword since his broke. Craze was surprised by all of the magic tools, saying that just one of these is worth enough to buy a full set of new equipment. Incred says that he should go get him the best sword he can with this money. Craze asks if he really has nothing in his brain but swords. Incred says to a person who lives and dies by this sword, their sword is their lifeline, and heading out with that one is not an option for him as he starts scaling the wall. At the top, Pen says that she told him to leave his sword behind, even if he puts away all of his other weapons, just that one he has is just going to drain all of his stamina. Incred says that it really is weighing him down, but he continues climbing up, saying that muscles that have been pushed to their limits become stronger. This is just another example of training to him as he keeps scaling up the wall. He says that he has already reached and overcome countless limits. As he finally makes his way to the top, he says this much won't be enough to stop him. He finally climbs to the top and lets out a big deep-winded sigh. Pen tells him that he's only making it difficult for himself, and Torres wonders why he insisted to bring his sword, wondering if it was to train, but says there's no way he can be that insane. Some wolves begin to howl as they look down, seeing a pack of them, but they're just not normal wolves. They are werewolves. Incred calls them lycanthropes. Torres comments on how it's rare to see them moving in such a big pack. Pen says that means they are going to have to be on their guard now, and she spots the wall off in the distance. As they hide in some nearby foliage, she says there is nowhere for them to take cover, and the guards begin doing their rounds. She says that it's actually so bright when 2 full moons are up that the guards don't really pay attention anymore. As soon as the guard turns, she tells them now is their chance as they begin running straight in towards the wall itself. Finally, as they start to get close, the guard turns, looking straight down, but since they are already out of his line of sight, he doesn't see them, as they have made it directly underneath him. She says that she told them it's easier on nights like these. Incred says that he thinks he met eyes with the guard, wondering if he saw it wrong. She starts to rub her hands in ash, saying that past these walls are the slums. If they hide within them, there's no way they can find them. Before they get up, he should really ditch his sword, as this wall is going to be much harder to climb than the mountain. He says it won't be a proper workout without some weight behind him. Torres says he knew it, calling him crazy. As they begin scaling the wall, he says that he gets why she says this is the safest route. If they safely get past the walls, infiltrating crossguard will be a piece of cake. But that's only if this was not a wall. Just like how there were greyhounds ambushing them in the tunnels, there's a high chance they're waiting for them atop the wall too. As Pan is the first to make it up, Incred wonders how they're going to get stopped this time around. Somebody stomps forward, and we hear a woman's voice saying they sure did work hard this late at night, but it's now time for them to rest. As she snaps her fingers, vines begin to sprout from the ground, flying towards them. Pen yells, telling them all to duck, as they narrowly get underneath the vines. She tells them to run to the base of the wall. As she throws her axe forward, the magician blocks it with her vines, but not just that, she shatters it to pieces. Incred is surprised to see a magician, saying he didn't expect that, and it sure is an impressive trap. He dashes forward, getting right in close to her, but a vine pops out from underneath the ground, blocking him from directly attacking her now. He says he's dealt with the magician once, using his sixth sense as he prepares to thrust. He does exactly that. As the blade starts to go straight towards her, he says that he should have her, but she doesn't take her eyes off the tip of his sword. He recalls Jackson's words about how he should trust his senses, but he shouldn't swear by them, because a strong opponent can fool them, especially magicians. She begins to push him back with her vines, knocking him into the air, entangling him completely. Pen and Torres spot this from halfway down the wall, and she calls him an idiot, asking what the hell he stayed up there for. Vines begin to make their way down the castle wall, killing both Pen and Torres in an instant, piercing their chests. Incred is doing his best to free himself, but the vines are way too thick and he can't get away. The magician says that she applauds his courage for not running away. He grits his teeth while staring at her, and she introduces herself, Richa of the Rose Vines. She begins to raise her hand. She clenches her fist, and Incred can tell that this life is over as a giant magic explosion happens within the midst of her vines. He says that just like how not all foot soldiers are equal, he should have expected the same would apply to magicians, and he got too cocky. He got drunk on the fact that he grew stronger, and charged in without analyzing her. The boatman asks if he knows his place now, saying he is an oddity using the power of loops to get stronger instead of suffering like he should, but against an overwhelming tall wall, he's nothing but an ant. Incred thanks him, saying that he thinks he reignited that spark within him, and this is exactly the wall he needed. The boatman says that he can't wait to see the third wall. I love how the boatman's face is becoming more distinguished with each and every passing loop. We then see Pen asking if he really wants to try disguising themselves as merchants. He tells her that he has a bad feeling about the other ways. She says that's fine, and they just have to enter along with the merchants who go in regularly to trade. He asks her when that will be. She says tomorrow morning. He says that if it's tomorrow, he wonders how that will work because he can't make the day go by without surpassing the wall. He wonders what will happen. Torres says they have to wait another day. As Pen says they should have some time and enjoy themselves. She then tells one of her men to get everything they've got. Incred wonders what it's going to be. As she brings out a lot of alcohol and meat, Incred wonders if she really just brought out alcohol in front of the enemy, asking if she's insane. He says that it would be too dangerous to get this relaxed. She says it's more inefficient to be stressed out in the first place, and that he'll end up losing sight of the forest if he's all uptight, and that he too should take a drink and relax as his shoulders look tense. He says that he's always done his best to overcome his limits, and he thought that was for the best, but she's right. He was tunnel visioned, and he began to think that the only way to surpass this wall was to face it head on. As he steps forward, he says he wants to think about this calmly for a second. As he unsheathes his blade, he says struggling head on isn't the only way. Today, this moment, it will all become a part of him as he begins focusing, as he's about to start training. Pen says that she told him to rest, asking what his problem is. Torres says that it is resting for him. She seems curious as Incred begins racking up a sweat from swinging his sword, and she says that he sure is a delight for the eyes. Torres tells her that's harassment, and she says that's only harassment if she wasn't pretty. As the two moons begin to overlap and night has fallen, we see them camping out, and Incred says that he had a big revelation today, and that alone made his day productive. They would have arrived at the walls about this time. The greyhounds are in the tunnels, and there's a magician atop the wall, and he wonders what's going to stand in their way this time around. As we see a wolf's foot enter the frame, the lycanthropes begin to howl, and these are the ones we saw from under the cliffs previously. Pen looks surprised, and so does Torres. Incred looks a bit tense, and he recognizes it as well, saying that these howls are the lycanthropes they saw underneath the cliff that one time, when they climbed it. As the army of werewolves begin to run in, Pen tells him to run for it, but they get cut off by the werewolves as they have been completely surrounded. Torres mentions how they need at least 10 men to handle one of them, and there must be 20, but there's only 6 of them, and that pretty much just means they're dead. Pen says there definitely weren't any monsters nearby, asking where the hell they all came from. Incred didn't sense anything at all either, and he says that fooling the senses is very similar to what happened last time with Richa. The wolves let out an even nastier howl, and Incred says that he said he wouldn't just throw himself into his problems, but he refuses to get taken down so easily. As he charges straight in, he begins to use all of his senses, feeling where the attack is coming from. He looks over, spotting a second one, dodging backward to avoid it. He says that they're going to attack in irregular patterns from all over, and he can't respond properly while concentrating on a single point anymore, as there's just too many attacks. One of the werewolves leaps in with its mouth, and he blocks it with his sword, and he says that focusing on a single point is the problem, and then he zooms out to a larger field of view. But as soon as he does that, all he sees and hears are the screams and cries of everybody being ripped apart. This poor dude is getting skrunked on. Some of the men are being torn into like a pit bull at a daycare, but poor Tor has got crazy back shots, and it's not the typical ones that he'd like, dying almost instantly, as Pen had her throat bitten by the werewolf. Incrid says that he knows that none of this matters once this day loops, but seeing these brutal deaths is still very painful to him. As he manages to push the werewolf back, biting his sword, he swings, cutting its throat, sending blood everywhere. He then raises his sword overhead, changing his grip, piercing down, stabbing another one in its shoulder blade. One of the wolves charges in, and this one has a scar on its head, and we see it hit him straight in the stomach. Incrid begins to spit up blood, saying that if it's smart enough to throw a punch, this one isn't the same as the others, and this must be the leader of the pack. It instantly goes for his arm, and then uses its large size to easily whip him around, launching him into the air overhead. Incrid looks down, seeing nothing but a pack of werewolves below him, and takes one more glance at everybody's corpses. He hears the boatman, saying that no matter which wall he picks, they are all hopelessly tall. As long as the loops exist, he will be forced to repeat these situations forever, asking if he still finds this fun. Incrid says this certainly isn't ideal. As Torres and Pen are staring at him, they ask if he's delirious or something. Incrid says there is no reason for him to give up, and that he's fine, and they can continue. No matter how hard these walls may be, it's not like he won't be able to find a way to overcome them, as walls are only a temporary obstacle. But he's come up with nothing so far. Torres and Pen won't lose to the Greyhounds one-on-one, but there's no way out when they're surrounded by that many people in this small area. The best way out of this is to not be surrounded in the first place. If he can figure out where they're hiding using his sixth senses, then that might be a good start. We then hear the guard once more saying that he found him some rats, as they have been surrounded in an instant with the crossbowmen cutting off their exits. Incrid says that he got nothing with his senses, only for him to once more get dog-piled on by the spearmen, dying. He wonders if there is magic here as well, blocking his senses, and he tries to go fight Richa once more. As he dodges underneath one of the vines, he asks if the magic that's been cast in the tunnels is her doing. She's surprised that he knew about that, saying that somebody named Roger must not be doing their job properly. This is probably the Greyhound guy. But again, he gets killed by the vines, and he's still practicing the wrist snapping technique. He wonders why the rock isn't coming out. Torres says that he's really bad with his hands. But Incrid's still thinking about it. There's no way to escape the ambush with his senses when a magician is involved, even if they did get out the ambush, it is the persistent lovers that they're talking about. And there's no way they could evade all of them. The same goes for the lycanthropes. It's a many versus few situation, and if he doesn't find a way to bridge this gap, then he's going to have a hard time. As he's running in headfirst, he then stops himself, saying that he is running at the problem, tunnel visioning once more. Back to the cave, he swings his sword, deflecting one of the spears, cutting a man's arm off. Then back to the fight with Richa, he says that he can't be hasty. This is a rare opportunity for him to train endlessly once more after all. Back to the lycanthropes, into the spear death. Richa is the only one where it looks like he's making a good bit of progress. I take that back, as we see his sword soaked in blood as he's killing a lycanthrope by grabbing onto its head, slicing it off. He says that he won't waste this precious time, which he can use to become stronger, only for him to immediately get killed. The boatman's lantern begins swaying, and he wonders how much longer he's going to play around. If he doesn't want to stay in this loop forever, he better choose a wall to climb over once and for all. Incrid says after repeating all of them, he could tell each of the 3 walls are excellent, and it's almost a waste to have to choose one of them. Then, in one of the loops, morning arrives, and Torres wakes up, spotting Incrid training in front of him. Incrid punches forward, and then snaps his wrist as the hidden blade comes out of it. Torres is surprised, saying that he couldn't do that yesterday, asking when he figured it out. Incrid says it was around 30 days ago, leaving Torres confused, asking what he meant. Incrid says now that he has become strong enough, this is actually the 79th loop, and he's going to climb over this wall and progress to tomorrow. He says that they have time before they go into the tunnel, wondering if he could get a simple pouch made, and he gives them the measurements, saying that he needs to be wrapped around his wrist. The guy says that that's not hard. Then Incrid comments on the inside of Pen's boots, as they seem special. She asks if he's that curious, as she takes off her boots, saying that she put fabric on the inside, and it dampens the sound of her walking, as there are a lot of sensitive monsters in the area. Incrid tells Torres they should do this too. Torres is surprised, as Incrid says that she's saying that there's a lot of monsters, but she reminds him that they probably won't run into them. They do it anyway, and Incrid's foot is barely making any sound at all, to the point that Pen is surprised, asking if he has worked as a ranger before. He says no, and she says that even if he did the fabric dampening to his boots, it's hard to walk this quietly. It's because he's practiced this loop over and over again, and to survive in the smuggler's tunnel, he needs to find the enemies first, and then create a gap. It's not easy to find where they'll ambush from in this dark tunnel, but they have an expert on their side. He asks what they should do if there are enemies waiting in the tunnel, and Pen says there's a low chance, but they can run if that happens. He then asks what will happen if the exit is blocked, and asks about the width and height of the tunnel, wondering if there are any side paths if their main one is blocked. Torres asks if he's scared or if he has a bad feeling about this, as he's asking a lot of questions unlike his usual self. Incrid asks her if they are armed and waiting for them, if they are as good as dead. She says that he could sit this one out if he's scared, as it'll be better than listening to him talk ominously. He's saying that they should just be careful, and she can tell that he's serious, but she wonders where it's coming from. Incrid says that the way to make his comrades act like he wants them to, given their ranks, he can't use force, and that means he needs to persuade them. The level of intimidation that Krang showed at the infirmary tent, and the forceful way of speaking, he got his point across. That method is more effective than 100 words. She says that he's right, and she admits that she was too relaxed. The air has now shifted, and if she stays alert, she'll notice things. As she's looking at the floor, she says it's odd, and that there are footsteps that have been muddled on purpose. She then grits her teeth, realizing that this is a trap, saying they need to go back immediately and secure the exit. Finally, men start walking up behind them, wielding crossbows, pointing them directly at them, and Torres and them hide. We then hear Incrid running, saying that he has word from their boss Roger, and that Roger is the name of the enemy commander that Richa had mentioned. It's difficult to see faces and how people are dressed in the dark, as he starts screaming about the city and monsters. They ask if he means Commander Roger, wanting him to explain. Incrid says that these guys think that he's one of them just because he knows the name Roger, and as he gets close, Incrid starts to draw his blade. He says of course they'll realize now that he's up close that that's not the case, but by then it's too late as he instantly kills one of them. They start screaming, saying that he's an intruder, and the man yells for everybody to shoot as Incrid grabs onto his uniform and begins holding him hostage, telling everybody to shoot. The man orders them not to, saying that they better not dare. Incrid taunts them, saying that he thought these Aspen dogs were trained, and he can't believe they can't take down one man, and that they should do something. Both Torres and Pen wonder what the hell he's doing, provoking them. Pen says that if there are others here, this is going to be bad, and she needs to check it out. But Incrid starts screaming, asking if their crossbows are for show, and if their heads are just empty. Continuing to taunt them, Pen then realizes exactly what is going on. He keeps yelling the name Roger, saying it over and over. We see her coming up behind one of the guards as she instantly hits him with the "does this rag smell funny" no jutsu. Torres also picks up what he's putting down, killing another one of them, and she realizes that this is the perfect opportunity for them to kill them, and that he is a real genius, as she stabs a man in the throat. The soldiers now realize that they're pinched and yell about the men behind them. One of them asks where, but Torres instantly cuts him down. Incrid yells, saying that the moon shirks away from the oncoming darkness. The sun rises to reveal a new dawn, and he continues screaming meaningless things. One of the soldiers looks absolutely terrified as he's readying his crossbow. He points it forward towards Incrid, and the guy releases the bolt, only to friendly fire his boy. They scream, telling him to die, as they start charging at him. Incrid says that's the end of wasting time, but that wasn't enough. He throws out 2 whistle daggers, hitting 2 men each in their eyes, as Pen yells that they need to get to the exit. They then hear more soldiers marching in, so he turns, spotting the main forces of Roger's greyhounds. I guess Roger is not this guy, my bad. He yells, saying that he has word from Richa. The captain freezes up, asking how he knows their name, as he yells, saying that they need to run. The guy realizes now that he was being toyed with and yells, telling his men to chase them. As they're about to reach the exit, they finally make it out with the soldiers directly on their asses. Pen asks if they're going to continue chasing them, wondering how to avoid them, saying they need to go to the creek or the cliff. But Ingrid says they have to go to camp. She asks why, but he tells her there's no time to explain. She decides to go with it, telling them to follow her. He says the sun will set soon, and it's about time for him to call them. He's definitely about to use the werewolves to kill the soldiers. He recalls Henry's words about a flat earth-colored stone near the Panhandle River, and that vipers live under those stones, are extremely dangerous. As he puts his sword behind one, he flings it backwards, and we see the tail of a snake as one of the soldiers blocks it, saying that his tricks aren't going to work. We then see a viper that pops out from the broken debris, but it's not just one, as he continues throwing rocks to cause the soldiers to panic and scream in absolute fear. Pen asks what the hell they are doing, saying that if they're this loud, the monsters will hear. But Ingrid says that was the point, and their big ears won't fail to hear all of this. As they continue running up the hill, he says that the moon will now rise, and when the moon is at its peak, it's time for the monsters to roam, as the night belongs to them. The werewolves begin howling as we see them below them. Ingrid says that monsters care not about what's in front of them, they just want flesh and blood. He then tells Torres and Pen to go on ahead. They ask if he's really trying to get them to abandon him, as they wouldn't go without him. He yells, saying they have to, and he has a plan. They just need to go, as they'll get in his way. He then stops, killing his momentum, and begins to turn towards the guards. The captain yells, telling his men to split up after them. And he says that with all of the greyhounds and lycanthropes in one place, he can get them to fight each other to the end, and that this is the diverging point, and he needs to get them all to focus on him so they don't go after Torres and Pen. He needs to let out an immense killing intent strong enough that nobody can focus on a single other thing. As a red aura emanates off him. Bro is straight aura farming at this point. The captain immediately turns towards him as a chill runs down his spine, but so does the alpha of the werewolves. The captain grits his teeth, realizing what must be done, and yells, telling his men to kill him first. The werewolves also begin scaling the cliffs directly below him and leap up directly behind, as the soldiers are in front. Ingrid turns, using his senses, and he dodges the attack, saying that friend or foe, it no longer matters. It will be in complete chaos here, and it's just as he wanted. Everything has turned into a Black Friday sale at Walmart. While Torres and Pen are running away, Torres says that he doesn't know if this is going to be okay, and they should head back. They then hear the werewolves howling and turn, worried, only to see the absolute bloodbath, saying that he's now alone in a sea of enemies. Torres says they need to head back immediately, and then he's in complete disbelief by something, as he has to rub his eyes to double check. He asks why the hell he's so good at dodging, as we see a spear go straight past Ingrid's throat. He says in the midst of this chaotic battle, there are those who sense his murderous intent and attack, as he's focusing on not just a single point but everything around him in unison, predicting the trajectories of their attacks with the most minimal movement required. He easily dodges. He says he had to adapt his senses, and spread his concentrating on a single point to be wide, to places he can't see. Split-second decisions are important, and the tiniest mistake can lead to his death. He says that the tiniest mistake will never happen though, as he turns smiling. The captain yells, telling the greyhounds to get into formation. He says that the greyhounds are an elite troop, and the lycanthropes are no match for them once they get into their formation, and the chaos needs to continue for his purposes. The thing that he discovered in one of the past loops after he was clashing with them, one of them called him stupid, saying that he has challenged Roger, who doesn't take his helmet off, this is his title, and that he will be no match for him. Turns out the captain is Roger. Ingrid wonders why he doesn't take his helmet off and decides to figure out, as he knocks it off with an attack. As his helmet falls to the floor, the men all look worried, saying now they understand the reason he doesn't take his helmet off. Ingrid says that it's not shameful to be bald, as Roger is just absolutely pissed. Bro kinda looks like a monk. Also a bit like my friend Ian. But he figured out that he was hella ashamed of it. Ingrid yells, telling Roger to take his helmet off, and says that, Oh, one who sent his hair follicles off to heaven first, he needs to reveal the desolate hellscape that is his scalp. Roger starts to get pissed, and says that he has to stay calm, and he doesn't need to play along with his childish taunts, only for Incrid to start putting his hands into his hair, showing his nice, beautiful hairline and his super healthy hair. And he looks down at Roger, asking if he understands now that this is the genetics he wished he had. Torres is speechless, but Pen says that he's gone mad. Roger completely falls for the bait, losing it, charging forward, saying that he won't let him have a peaceful death. Incrid smiles, telling him to do his worst. As he swings his sword, knocking Roger's sword back, Roger then immediately starts to come in for a follow-up, which Incrid blocks with his blade. He then thrusts towards Roger's eye, but Roger narrowly avoids it, and Incrid says that it's time for him to meet his hair again in the afterlife. Roger looks up, realizing he messed up. We then see the Alpha's hand come in and instantly take Roger's head off before Incrid even has the chance to finish his attack. As Roger's bald-ass head starts to fly across the ground, he and the Alpha lock eyes. The men start screaming out for Roger. Incrid says that the Alpha attacked when they were distracted, and he sure is smart. The Alpha then immediately closes the distance just to pass by him, heading back into the crowd. Incrid realizes that it's ambushing people by hiding amongst the chaos. As he watches it, he says that the Alpha is more of a problem than Roger, as its increased intelligence and monstrous strength made him repeat this loop hella times. As it comes from behind, rearing back its fist, Incrid turns, saying that he's going to end it this time, though, as he manages to deflect the attack with his blade. As sparks begin to fly, he immediately charges in, generating momentum. But the Alpha does the exact same thing. Incrid raises his sword overhead and swings down, cutting the Alpha's arm off with one clean strike. He then follows up with a shallow cut to the Alpha's chest, causing it to scream. As it comes in for a left, Incrid dodges underneath, lunging forward, ready to thrust. He says that this is the end of it. As he thrusts forward, piercing its chest, he has now killed the Alpha, hella cleanly at that too. While the battle ensues, Torres and Pen are both in disbelief. They feel bad for the werewolf as it falls dead to the ground, and they said that was way too one-sided. Incrid lets out a sigh now that he has finally accomplished his goal. Pen says that they should go join him, and they start yelling out to him. As he looks over, she says that he needs to get out of there. He starts running, as the soldiers yell, telling the rest to catch him. But the werewolves don't allow them to even attempt, as they're getting overrun and toyed with. Pen asks if he planned for all this to happen, and if he knew that the werewolves would be here. He says he got lucky. Torres says regardless of all that, when the hell did he get so strong, and how he knew the enemy leader is named Roger. Incrid says it's obvious that they're confused, because they don't know about his loops, but he can't explain it to them, and he'd rather finish. He says there's something more important, as their mission is not over yet. As they look towards the giant cliffs, he says they need to go climb the wall, because atop it is none other than Richa. The final hurdle of this set of loops. I wish she'd step on me. Immediately we are taken to the wall as they begin scaling up it. We see he has the pouch under his wrist. As they watch him scale the wall, Pen is just surprised, asking if he really wasn't a ranger. Torres says that he wasn't, and she asks why he's so good. He says he has no idea what he's even supposed to be anymore. As he's meant to be a knight, Incrid says that his sixth senses aren't on full alert because of Richa, but he knows where she will be, and that she hasn't moved in the countless loops he's encountered. As he crouches down behind the wall, he starts to give them hand signals to notify them. He says there's an enemy ahead, so he'll head in first. Pen's just confused as Incrid starts running along the edge of the wall. Richa turns, surprised, only to see his sword coming straight for her throat. She summons her vines as they wrap around his arm, and she sends him flying backwards. He cuts some of the vines, and she asks how he is here, as her children are on the move. He says that they're busy facing the greyhounds, and that she must not have trained them properly. She screams out, sending vines once more. He dodges their attacks, and parries the ones that he can't. He says that as long as he continues this pattern, this is all he has to do. One of them starts spinning like a helicopter, and he says that he needs to cut away the thin whip-like ones. As he continues his charge forward, Pen says that she can't believe he's demonstrating such a high level of combat against a mage. Torres asks if they should even step in, but she says that they'll definitely get in his way. Some more greyhounds appear, saying they need to go help Richa. The dude instantly gets asked a question, as Pen says she can't let them get close to Incrid. Richa starts to get pissed as roses begin to sprout from her vines, and she calls them worthless, and shoots out some roses. I was wondering where the rose in her name came from. What a cool attack. Incrid says that he already realized how to beat her, since in the end she's still human. She'll die if she gets stabbed or slashed, but he needs to figure out how to create the gap to do so. He happens to have something perfect for that task, as we see the pouch. He starts to charge in, concentrating on his surroundings, dodging the arrows, and cutting away at the vines like he has been doing so far. As he cuts away at the ones directly in front of her, shielding her, she's surprised. She starts to create a barrier around her, and he puts his fist straight in front of her face, just like he did that one time with his sword. He says that his trump card was repaired with the help of the hidden knife. Back when Craze asked what he wanted to do with these leftover magic devices, and if he wanted them to be sold, he said that he wants to keep them, as they'll have a use for them somewhere. We see that's what's actually inside the pouch, as he flicks his wrist, sending it directly out to her face. He says that these are the magic devices from the cave, as it starts to create a blue blinding light, as if the sun had risen. Both Pen and Torres also have to cover their eyes. As the people in the slums look up, all they see is this very bright light atop the wall. Richa starts screaming in pain. As Incrid swings his sword forward, cutting through her vines, but also cutting through her side as well. He says that what he realized once he learned to relax his shoulders was that there's no reason to pick only one direction. Each of the three walls were excellent in their own way. As Richa falls to the floor in the stone with her, he lets out a long-winded sigh, and says that he created his version of today by using all three of them, and he smiles. Torres kills one of the soldiers. When Pen goes to ask about what just happened, Torres says before they ask questions, they need to leave before more people flock to the light. She yells, telling them it's time to move. As we see guards patrolling the slums, they're looking around holding torches. He says that they've managed to infiltrate Crossguard, and now if they rescue Kitten and escape as planned, he can end this loop. Pen guides them to a house, saying that this is the last place Kitten stayed at before they went missing. As we see signs of torture, they must have figured out Kitten was a spy. Pen says this makes things certain, and that Kitten must be dead. Incrid says that the enemy is on their way here, and the informant they were supposed to see is dead. It means that the entire plan was an aspen trap. The letter from Kitten saying that there was important information to be conveyed was probably made up by the aspens to lure them and kill them. Torres realizes they were played with as the guards ask the other one if he found anything. He says no, but they know they need to search the area. Pen says they should try to make their escape. Torres says that it's a huge gamble to try to do anything with guards everywhere, asking if there's a way to divert their attention. Incrid says that he has a method that's proven to work, asking if they want to try it. As we see one of the houses set ablaze. The soldiers begin running over, putting out the fire. Incrid says there's nothing better than this to draw attention. Now that he's done this multiple times, he's picked up some techniques, and at this point he might end up as an arsonist and not a knight. So he's going to train with his sword more once he gets back. They finally make it back over the walls, leaving their robes behind. And it's now time for them to return back to border guard. Amongst the rebel of the house, we see a man looking at it from up high, as another man, who I thought was Mitch, but it definitely isn't, tells somebody that the infiltrator escaped after setting a fire. The man says that every trap they set up turned out to be meaningless, and they took a heavy blow, and he can't believe Richa would die so easily. He thought the plan was perfect. They had the perfect opportunity to kill all of their rangers and spies, and to inflict a heavy blow on the morale. But he decides it's fine, as there are still lots of things they can do, and he tells the soldier it's time to go, as it's time to prepare for what's next. And we are introduced to the Aspen's genius strategist, Abner. We see them in the boat heading back. As both Pen and Torres are panting heavily, Incrid looks refreshed, saying that he wants to do one more duel after they get off the boat. Torres calls him crazy, saying they've dueled over 10 times on the way here. The boat Swain wonders why they are always covered in sweat. The boat reaches its docking point, and Torres says that their mission is over, so they should rest, and realizes that this is rest for Incrid. Incrid tells Pen that he wants to go for a round, and she says that his seduction skills aren't enough for her to fall under his spell. As they reach the gate, we see a man begging as he needs to meet the platoon of lunatics. Torres asks what's the Baldy's problem. Incrid says that they should go report now that they've returned because he knows this Baldy. We see a familiar face as it's none other than Gilfin. He runs over saying that the guildmaster Craze is in danger. Incrid asks what he means, and Gilfin says that the frogs are here. He recalls that when they took over his guild, the boss was paid by the Aspens, and during spring, the Aspens sent over someone to check on the guild, and they were frogs, and now they are finally here. We get a flashback to 4 days ago as Craze says this should be enough. There's a lot to prepare since they're leaving soon, and it's been about a week since he was at the camp. The higher-ups received goods thanks to him, so this much should be overlooked. We see Gilfin approaching him as he hears a report. The innkeeper is a nervous wreck, saying that she thinks she saw an Aspen spy. Craze says they could send the boys to check it out, and if there is a spy, they can take care of them. As the Gilfin Guild has now volunteered with the night guards, they guarantee the safety of the backstreets, which were not covered by the border guard reservists. Thanks to that, the guild's reputation has arisen, improving their income, and every citizen here is his eyes and ears, which is why he has so much more information. If he raises the tax on the people now, he'll be able to further increase the guild's reach. In 1 year, rather in half a year, he should be able to take over all of the backstreets. We see a man standing guard outside of the door as, on the other side of the hallway, is a man in a robe. He goes to ask him what he is doing, but they already close the distance and send him flying through the door in front of Craze. We can tell from their silhouette that they're not human. We see Craze surprised, and Gilfin asks if he's already here. Craze says that it's a frog, and we see its little inbred flippers as they take off their hood, revealing their face. Craze recognizes that the frog didn't kill his men, so he can still talk to the frog. He gets a bit nervous and tells the frog to please come this way. The frog starts to find him amusing, laughing, saying that's an interesting response, asking who he thinks they are. He says that he doesn't think that's important, asking if they've eaten. The frog says that he doesn't think that's what is important right now, as he hits Gilfin with a backhand, instantly closing the distance, catching Craze with an upper. As Craze starts to soar through the air, and Gilfin hits the ground, the frog grabs onto his clothing and says that humans need to be eaten up before they can listen, and that's been his experience. Craze says that he would have answered no matter what, even if he didn't hit him, wondering what makes him so curious. The frog says that he's really funny for smiling in this situation, wondering where the last guildmaster went and where he came from. Craze says the previous guildmaster has died. The frog asks to who, as Craze says it was to the border guard reservist. The frog asks for their name, as Craze thinks about it, he gives them Ragna's name, saying that that is the one who did it. The frog begins licking his lips, telling Gilfin to bring him this Ragna. Instead, Craze says that he should bring the true guildmaster, and Gilfin realizes he's talking about any of the boys and begins making a mad dash for it. But since then he couldn't find any of them, as they have been reassigned, so none of them are here. Incrid says that Craze sure did think well. Waking up Ragna is a challenge in itself. That means the order was meant for anyone within his squad who could kill the frog. He doesn't think he'd expect every single one of them to be out on a mission, wondering how they even managed to get them out as they only listened to him. Incrid asks Gilfin if he thinks Craze has died in the last 4 days. Gilfin says that he's still alive. Then Incrid asks if he has all of his limbs intact. Gilfin is confused, so Incrid asks if he is being tortured. He says no and that he's fine. Incrid says that he has drawn blood from the werewolves and the commander of the greyhounds, also he has killed a mage. He's grown so much stronger than his past self, but he still recalls how easily he was taken down by a frog in the past. But now he thinks he can do it. More than that, he really wants to fight one so he can test how much he has grown since that incident. Recovering from the crossguard trip should take about a day. And he tells Gilfin that the frog should know that Ragna will come to visit him tomorrow. Craze won't die just because he waited a day. He can tell this much from the frog's actions. There's a stereotype that they are simple-minded, but like how all humans are different, so are frogs. Craze is being held hostage by the frog there who is biding his time, and that's not something an idiot does. Incrid heads over, reporting about his duty. If it has introduced this guy, my bad, it's been a while. And he says that he's heard all of his platoon members have been set out on a mission, wondering if he's going to join them immediately. Incrid says that he's quite tired, so he'll join them after 2 days of rest. At that night in the barracks, he says that just in case he dies from fighting the frog, he's going to be in the best condition possible, as we see Esther cuddled up beside him. He eats well and immediately gets to training. He looks down at his whistle dagger, saying that he didn't get to recover all of them, so he only has these 2 left, and there must be a way for him to get more. Esther starts approaching him, meowing, and he says that she sure is friendly today, as she starts purring from him, rubbing her head. He asks if she's been bored by herself and wonders if she wants to come with him, but she should watch from afar as he's looking forward to this. It's the opportunity for him to fight a frog. Back to the hideout, the frog says that he's waited long enough and he better keep his word about him being here today. Craze says of course, and he will be for sure. Before that, he should try this bowl of food as they are much more fresh, so they should suit his taste. The frog says that he isn't half bad and they might end up regretting killing him. Craze laughs, saying that they are too kind, and he can't wait for legitimately anyone to come already, as he's going to die at this rate. Later, at the Thieves' Guild, the frog is eating something else, waiting with his legs on top of the table. Craze says that they're late, wondering what the hell these crazy bastards are doing to be so late, and that he would go and get them himself, but he can't. The frog tells him to bring more of this as he holds up the apple core. Craze says yes, and says that this crazy frog bastard is keeping an eye on him, barely sleeping, and that he'll just have to hold on a little longer, as they will easily be able to beat this frog, but that's only if just one of the lunatics came to fight him, that is. As Incrid starts walking down the hallway, he readies his whistle daggers, and the frog goes to take a bite of his apple before sensing that Incrid is here, as he bursts through the door, sending the debris everywhere. He raises his whistle daggers, and Craze is just surprised and yells, asking what the hell he's doing here, since he's the weakest of them all. Incrid throws the 2 whistle daggers forward, the frog avoids them as they hit the chair, and then lands atop the desk. Incrid rears his sword back, swinging forward, which the frog dodges as well, by leaping overhead, drawing his own blade, coming in for an attack. Incrid dodges by ducking underneath it, and now they are on equal footing, and it's time for one of them to gain tempo in this fight. They both start charging in at one another, trading blows, creating sparks with each clash, sending nothing but the sound of their swords clashing throughout the room. Craze is surprised, asking if this is really the boss, wondering how he's going up against a frog, as it looks extremely evenly matched with the 2 of them trading attacks. Incrid says that a novice would continue to block against the frog's crazy amount of strength, but his bones will break if this continues. The frog begins to come in with a thrust, so Incrid raises his sword, and he says that he needs to use the flowing sword technique to parry. As he starts to guide the blade, it continuously generates sparks, as he sends it down towards the tip, and he says the only thing he should go for is the frog's only weakness, which is its heart. As he goes in for a thrust, he says that he needs to get a good stab into it to stop it from regenerating. The frog kicks him in the chest, sending him flying backwards, and he crashes into some boxes in the nearby wall, close to Craze. Craze says that he got hit really hard, and if he loses his consciousness like before, he'll be in trouble. The frog asks if he dare goes for his heart so easily, and the frog explains that they are usually called skill readers who are being able to recognize talent readily, but this one he cannot understand at all, and that he has reached his limits a long time ago. As Incrid starts to stand up, the frog wonders how he has gone above and beyond his body's designated talent, and Incrid smiles, saying that even a frog's kick is bearable now. The frog says that he displeases him, so he'll kill him right now. As he goes for an overhead swing, Incrid goes in for a thrust. The frog can tell that he's going for his heart again, and as they both continue their attacks, the frog's attack looks a bit closer. Incrid says that he needs to stop its heart to stop its regeneration, but it turns out that he also understands that he needs to get the advantage. He swings, cutting its arm off, sending it flying through the air. He immediately begins to follow up, saying that it won't have enough to regenerate its arm in the middle of a fight, and if he goes for his gaps now, it should work. The frog says that he can easily kill the likes of him with just one of his arms, and he continues his follow-through that he was doing earlier. Swinging forward, Incrid does his best to try to parry it, as we see his sword flying through the air, because the frog is too damn strong. The frog immediately gets overhead, raising his sword to finish the job, and Incrid asks if this is where it ends this time, and that he'll challenge it again in these loops. As the frog goes to follow through to finish Incred, it stops just shy of his head, sending his hair rustling from the wind pressure. As the room falls eerily quiet, the frog begins to ribbit and growl. Incred wonders why it stopped before the killing blow. As the frog turns around, he says that he can feel it, and he can sense an immensely strong spell as Esther is giving him the death glare. He says that it's emanating from the beast, and it must be a warning that his life will be in serious danger if he kills the human in front of him, as Esther begins to slowly walk into the room. The frog's throat begins to bulge as he's holding back his rivets, and he says that he really wants to kill a human who has surpassed his limits. Since he is unpredictable, he's the type of human that they need to cull early. But he raises his weapon, and Esther understands what's going on, as he isn't trying to kill him anymore, he's sheathing it, and he says that it's not as important as staying alive. He tells Incred to remember this, and we learn that his name is Merloon, and that he will be sure to kill him next time. Incred honestly wished they could continue going, but Merloon takes his leave. As soon as he's gone, Crace starts to get up and ask if this is finally over, saying that this means they survived. He thought he was really going to die, wondering when Incred got strong enough to fight a frog. Incred says that he wasn't quite there. The frog's last attack hit his wrist, making him lose grip on his sword. We see it all swollen. He clenches his fist, saying that 3 times would have been all he needed, because 3 loops and he would have killed Merloon. As they head out into town, Craze says that none of them showed any signs of showing up, and he didn't know that all of the lunatics would be out on a mission willingly. He says that surprised him too. Craze says it was just a relief that the frog just left, but Incred wonders why. He definitely could have killed the both of them if he wanted to. He looks down at Esther, asking her if it was her doing. She meows, and Craze asks if he's really talking to animals now. The first company commander runs in, asking where he's been, and notices the bandages on his arm, asking if he's hurt. Incred says that he got into a fight. The first company commander says that's bad timing, but it's not like they need him to fight now, so he wants him to join, as it's been asked of him by his own company commander. He wonders what she wants. As we see her overlooking a battlefield, she says that she understands why they consider these men lunatics. Rem is tearing apart the enemies, and looks absolutely bored doing so. As he only kills 3 men, he leaves, saying that's all for today. A man yells, saying that there are more, but Rem says that's all he agreed to. A bit later, Ragna enters the camp, bloodied, carrying a man's head, and they said that they thought he died, but he's still alive, since he went missing in the last battle. Ragna says that they should have told him if they moved camp, and puts the guy's head in the other guy's hand, saying that he's going to go to sleep. The guy says they never moved the camps. Then he starts freaking out, because he's holding the head of the enemy commander, and they can't believe that he made it into the enemy base and came back out alive. Odan is straight up bullying these dudes, saying that they sure are noisy, and they need to be taught some manners. He grabs one of the man's arms, and just squeezes it, crushing it in an instant. The other soldiers are scared that he broke that shit like a twig. For Jackson, they're unable to get a single hit on him, because he's dodging each and every attack. He also doesn't feel like putting in any effort without Incred. He starts to leave, as the soldier falls to his knees, saying that he needs to hit him instead. The ferry commander is watching all of this. Then later back in the camp, we hear Marcus asking if she really managed to bring those uncontrollable bastards here. She says that bringing them was the easy part. She told them all that she wants them to fill the shoes of their missing leader. Andrew says they'll prepare to set out. Rem says that she took away their squad leader, and now she wants them to fill his place. She says that the blame of the individual falls upon their leaders, asking if they want Incred to pay for their insubordination. Rem glares at her, but doesn't want that, so he says that 3 a day, and he won't kill any more than that, as he and the boys all get ready. She says she's thankful that these lunatics are doing at least this much, but those above them don't see it as a good thing. Marcus says that their forces are the tip of the spear in this war. Their win or loss will decide the course of the rest of this war. She asks if the Aspens are still trying to provoke them into a one-on-one duel. They lost against them in a proper battle, so now they're trying cheap tricks. She says the method is questionable, but they've only sent out skilled people, and they've never won even once. Though if they were to experience repeated losses, their soldiers are beginning to worry that if they keep losing like this, then they will eventually lose the war too. Marcus says their morale is going to suffer if this continues, and they only need to send in those who are strong, and it would be perfect if those lunatics would do that for them. She says that just getting them to show up to the battlefield is difficult enough. If they ask them for more, they might refuse to fight altogether. He says they are too disobedient given their skill, and it's a waste to get rid of them. As she leaves his tent, Marcus says those Aspen bastards sure are sly. They were never this cunning before, but recently there have been reports of a young genius tactician in the Aspens, and it must be his doing. That night at the barracks, we see Andrew and the boys, and Andrew says that he is the man who will rebuild his house, but currently, he is a squad leader of a band of lunatics, and he is trying his best to keep them in line in Incred's absence. Henry asks if his eye is okay, saying that it's time for him to stop dueling with Rem for a bit. Andrew asks who will take care of his murderous instincts then, as he will paint the ground red with the blood of their own men, and every time he fights him, the closer he brings him to death, the stronger he can feel himself getting. Like he's getting more powerful the more he dances with death. Max says it's frustrating, but it does help. Bro also got his ass whooped. Henry says thankfully the other lunatics all keep to themselves and don't really fight. We see a man barking at Rem, saying that he needs to do his job properly, and that everyone here is risking their lives on this battlefield, asking if he finds it a joke. Andrew says this is the newly appointed platoon commander, asking if he has a death wish. He steps in front of Rem, saying that only their commander is allowed to give orders to them of the independent platoon. He asks if they're just going to slack off in the open, calling them bastards. Rem says he'd feel a little better if he ripped this guy's guts apart, and starts to release killing intent. Andrew says he needs to save this man, telling him that if he's so pressed about it then they should fight, and that they'll listen to whoever wins, asking if he's scared. The guy asks if he really thinks that a squad leader should be stepping up to him, and starts dragging him away, saying that he's going to destroy him. Rem looks up at this guy and sighs, saying that this is boring. He was just about to destroy that asshole, but that little kid just took him away, and there's nothing fun to do here. As he opens his tent, looking at his bed, he thinks about maybe quitting being a soldier. But it's not just him, as Odan and Ragna also look depressed. Ragna says there's no news of Incred, wondering if he's dead. Odan also wonders if he's returned to the earth, and the feeling is there's no reason to stay here. Jackson says that he's being inefficient, he's already accomplished what he wanted to in the army. And now there is no more reason to stay, and they all agree that if Incred does not return by the end of the day, then they don't want to be here anymore, and they will leave, accepting the fact that he's dead. Of course he isn't, as we see him walking through the camp. The ferry commander says it's time for her fiancé to return to his platoon. As he has Craze behind him, we see Andrew fighting the platoon leader, and he enters the camp with the boys, telling them that he's all back. Rem goes to call him boss, but Andrew bursts into the tent full of tears, screaming out for him, asking why he's so late, and starts hugging onto his waist, saying that he's waited so much for him, and that he's had to deal with so much bullshit. Rem smiles, and starts to chuckle a little bit, asking Andrew why the hell he's getting ahead of him, and he and the boys start telling Incred that he's late. And they all call him boss. He says that he was, then they have a wholesome little reunion. Later that night, he says after looking around, it seems the reason why they wanted him here was to take control of these lunatics, and that they should listen to their superiors sometimes. Rem says that only if he feels like it, but Incred says that it's not like he can order them around either. Rem says that's not what's important right now, asking if he got any stronger. Ragna also taps the floor with a sword, saying that he wants to duel. Craze tells them to wait, saying that surely they can see his wrist is hurt. Both Rem and Ragna start butting heads, trying to see who will duel him first. Odan tells them not to fight while laughing, saying that it's been a while, so they should start by warming up their bodies. Incred tells them to stop causing a ruckus, and Craze says it's about time for him to make them quiet, but instead, him being the battle junkie he is, he says that he'll fight all of them on their own. Craze says he can't since he's hurt, but Incred says it's not broken, and he can move a little. Jackson tells him that he can't ignore injuries no matter how small they are, and that he should show him the injury so he can put some ointment on it. Incred can't put strength in it, but he thinks he can still hold the sword, and after fighting the frog and cross guard from earlier, he's gotten stronger yet again, as now he was able to fight Merloon and stand his own. He says of course he is still far from being a knight, and the heights he must reach are still far away, however, he has already climbed so much. I am proud of bro's progress. He wants to show everyone how strong he's gotten so far. Jackson tells him that it'll be bad if he goes overboard, but dealing with any side effects is his burden to bear. Incred smiles as the boys all step outside, ready for him to scrap. Rem is up first, saying that he seems pretty confident, and he can't wait to see how much he's really improved as he dashes in. He swings directly towards Incred, and Incred watches the axe and actually swings and knocks it away. Rem notices that something is different about him. He's moving without hesitation, and his confidence only comes from a man who got stronger. Rem starts to laugh, saying that he can't wait to see more. Incred readies his sword as Rem comes in for another attack. Jackson says that they've only been away from him for a week, yet he's already this different from when he stopped changing. Odan says that his patience is waning, and we see him open his eyes so clearly. For the first time. Ragna says that Rem better hurry up and finish his turn, but it's not just him, as everybody shares this sentiment. Rem can feel them burning a hole in the back of his neck, saying that there's no way he could wait patiently either. A bit later, after they finish their duels, Jackson says that he should tell them what happened. Incred says it's nothing, and he fought a frog before coming here. Andrew says that's not nothing at all. Then Rem mentions that he heard he went to Crossguard, asking if he saw a frog there. Craze butts in, saying that they met one at the Thieves Guild, and he only got hurt after he returned. Odan asks how the mission was, so Incred tells him that they set up a trap. There were greyhounds, lycanthropes, and a mage waiting for them. Andrew looks confused, saying that he tried really hard too, and he did his best to fight these crazy bastards, but he still can't close the gap between him and Incred. They say that even with all odds against him, he still survived. Incred says that he just got lucky, as we see Esther sleeping on his chest. He says that there was much to learn from the duels today, but he could feel them holding back because of his wrist, and he wants to recover and fight them at full strength. So he wonders how much he can bring out of his platoon when he's fully recovered. Rem says that he doesn't want them to lose to a frog anymore, and Ragna as well says there's still much to learn. Odan says that training is the only way. Jackson says that he can still see openings in his fights. Incred says he'll win if they fight again, and Rem laughs, saying that he sure is confident, and he and all the boys start to slowly fall asleep. And just as he starts to actually slump out, Rem says they'll fight again when he's healed. The rest keep chiming in, saying that they'll get rid of his bad habits, and there's no end to the training, also he should use more of his senses. He says yeah, they'll do it once he's recovered, and Esther starts covering her ear since they won't shut the hell up. Once more, they start to fall asleep, and they continue yapping, and both he and Esther can't believe they won't shut the hell up. Rem says that he'd just need to block it and then cave its head in, and starts guiding him. Ragna as well says that he just needs to learn more of the heavy sword, while Odan says that he just needs better muscles. Jackson says that he shouldn't get cocky, because that'll lead to mistakes. Incred tells them all to go to sleep, and they immediately lay back down, saying good night. That was probably the hardest wall of all, getting them to shut up. As the morning comes, he sits up saying that he slept in, and he hasn't woken up this late in a while, saying that it seems that Esther slept in late too. As he wakes up, Craze asks if he's ready to go. Incred asks if the men are at the front, and he says that those who can fight are all at the front right now, and only those standing guard and the men of the logistics platoon are at base. He starts doing some planks and feels his wrist hurting, saying that it feels worse than yesterday, and he shouldn't have fought, but they seem so eager, and he couldn't let them down. After thinking about it, it makes him want to swing his sword again. He looks up, spotting a sword on the rack, and walks over, grabbing it, saying that he's supposed to hold it with two hands. But if he has enough strength, he's actually wielded the sword with just his right before, and if he trains enough with his left, then there might be something to it. But when he swings, we see it's very awkward. He says that it's a pathetic sword path, like when he first held it, and there is nothing better than this to review everything he's learned thus far. The next morning, Incred is training with his left hand, saying that starting from scratch is not easy. But, thanks to the isolation technique, he doesn't lack strength. Vengeance watches him, saying that he's apparently injured, but he's still training, saying that he's insane. Incred says that he thought he went to the front, and Vengeance says that his platoon is in charge of defense. Incred then notices that the strap is loose on his sword. Vengeance says that both the sword and the owner are whack, saying that he won't be able to tie it with one hand. As he starts doing it, Incrid says that he was always so quick to pick a fight with him, but now he's being nice, wondering why he was like that beforehand. So he decides to ask why he hated him. Vengeance looks up, saying that it's because of Jenny. Incrid is confused, asking who Jenny is. Vengeance tells him that she is the herb merchant. Incrid is completely lost, because remember, for him, it's been a very long time, so he probably just doesn't remember. Vengeance gets pissed, handing him the sword, saying that he's done, and starts stomping away. Incrid tells him that he was never interested, and the affection was one-sided, as now he remembers. She ran a herb shop at the border guard, and he dropped by there a lot because her products were good, and he guesses that she grew feelings for him. But Vengeance also happened to like her, and he says that he was interested in her, not her products. Vengeance says that he knows, since he's into the blade and not women, and he was just jealous. Jenny never once lifted a brow at him, but fell for his face, and he calls him a bastard and clicks his tongue. Incrid wonders what his problem is, and Vengeance tells him to take care of his sword, as he's going to work. Incrid wonders how often his mood changes, saying that he sure is odd. Back inside of the tent, Esther is hitting a nasty stretch, and Incrid says that she seems tired, asking if she's sick. She looks up at him, annoyed, saying it's all because of him. He keeps fighting people even while injured, and she overdid it while trying to reduce his fatigue, and she won't be able to use magic for a while. He tells her to get some rest, and back outside of the barracks, we see some guards exiting the camp towards the lake. One of them notices the water acting strange, and keeps staring at it. His friend asks him what he's staring at. He says that he thinks he heard something before, and he catches an arrow straight to the dome. Bells start ringing, and Incrid and Esther are awake. Vengeance yells, saying that there's an enemy attack, and they can't lose their supply, so they have to defend this. Incrid just wonders where they are, and Craze asks why he cares, and that he should stay inside because he's crippled right now. The men start exiting the pond, and Incrid stares, saying that he didn't think he would meet him again here. As we see, it's none other than some Aspen troops, but specifically, it's the Greyhounds being led by none other than Mitch Hurrier. Incrid says he didn't expect to see him, and when Mitch glances over, also spotting him. Realizing that they are now face to face once more, Mitch says that God has heard his prayers, and he's longed to meet him again. Incrid is surprised that he remembered his name, and Mitch says that he realized how prideful he was thanks to him, and now he has reached new heights, and he wants to see his end with his own hands. Incrid yells, telling Craze to take Esther and go. As he starts to draw his blade, he raises it overhead and starts swinging to match Mitch's strike, and when their blades come into contact with one another, due to his injury, Incrid's blade is sent flying backwards because he can't match his strength. Mitch asks if he's injured, saying that's unfortunate, as he raises his sword overhead to finish the job. He starts to swing down, but a blade comes in blocking it, as it's none other than Vengeance who screams. He tells Incrid to run, and charges in, but Incrid tells him to stay back because he's too strong for him, only for him to see Mitch's blade cut straight through Vengeance's skull. Incrid looks horrified as Vengeance's head starts flying through the air and lands beside him on the ground. Incrid looks to his side, spotting it, and Mitch says that the small fry should stay out of this. Esther charges in, and Craze yells, telling her to stop and come back. Incrid says that she can't do this because if she goes that way, she'll die too, as she's leaping directly at Mitch. He swings his blade, cutting through her, also killing her on the spot. Incrid starts running in to save Craze, as Mitch closes the gap, but it's too late. Incrid stretches his hand out, but watches as Mitch pierces through his throat, killing him in an instant as well. Incrid has no choice but to watch helplessly as everybody is murdered. Mitch says that sure is disappointing. If only his wrist was fine, he would have shown him how much stronger he's truly gotten. Before he swings his blade, clean through Incrid's head, sending it soaring in the sky. Damn, this scene was brutal. He wakes back up in the camp and starts petting Esther's head, saying that he couldn't do anything, all because his wrist is injured. He looks down at it, wondering what to do. He heads outside, and Craze says he's glad to see him up. Incrid says that he doesn't have anyone he can receive help from. The Greyhounds will attack before the afternoon, as he's out there training his blade, practicing his swordsmanship, thinking about how to overcome this. He recalls someone saying that it's because he's a weak and pathetic loser that people died saving him. As his sweat hits the ground, He wonders if that's really the case right now. Vengeance approaches him, asking if he's training with his left hand because his other is injured. He says that this much training has to be a disease, asking if anything even comes out of it. Incred says that he'll make sure he gets something out of it, and this time, he's going to save all of them. Vengeance is confused while he's staring at him, and Incred says that he's sorry about Jenny. Vengeance is just surprised that he knew, and he says it's not like he did it on purpose, and Incred says to cheer up, as there are women in this world who don't care about looks. Vengeance asks if he wants to die, and says that he's just trying to brag about how handsome he is, and Incred laughs. The bells get ringing, and with enemies attacking the base, Incred steps up, this time prepared a little more. He meets Mitch, who glares at him, and Incred says that Mitch is strong, he was always over the level of a special rank soldier, and now he's more focused than ever. He blocks the first attack, and starts pushing Incred back due to his injury. Incred creates some distance, saying that he's lacking in strength because he can't use both hands. As Mitch starts charging in with a thrust, Incred does his best to deflect it with his blade, but since he can't get enough strength, he gets trapped, and Mitch gets a slice in on his throat. Incred falls to the floor coughing, and Mitch asks about his hand. Incred tells him that it's injured, and Mitch says it's a shame, as he raises his sword up. He says he really wanted to fight him at his peak, before stabbing him in the chest. Incred says there's not much, no matter how much stronger he is now, there's only one thing he can do, as it's time for him to grind his left side. He needs to focus on how he grips the sword, and how he swings it, his stance, and pretty much everything. From what he learned as a child from a local instructor, to the heavy sword of Ragna, and the basics of the other sword forms, he won't waste any time in figuring them out with his other side. Mitch arrives once more, and again, he gets defeated. Incred continues training, saying that he's already walked this path once with his right side. Again, he gets defeated, and he's training on a dummy, swinging through it, but still, Mitch is easily dealing with him as he gets stabbed in the chest. Incred continues practicing, saying that, thankfully he learns quickly. We all know that's cap, but maybe since he's already done it, it'll be true this time. He says that it's already been 40 loops, and his blade trajectory is still shaky, and he wonders why that is, and if it's because he's not used to it. Vengeance is watching his training, and thinks about something, and calls out to him, asking if he wants to have a duel. Incred says this has never happened in any of the other loops, wondering what could have caused this. But he can tell in Vengeance's eyes that he is being dead serious about this, and says that he has no reason to refuse. As they start to square off, Vengeance charges in, saying that he's not going to hold back. He swings down, and Incred blocks it, saying that he's still a platoon leader, and he's strong, so it's hard to withstand him with just his left side. He starts deflecting his sword, and kicks his feet out from underneath him, causing Vengeance to eat shit and faceplant. Incred says he won, and Vengeance says that he didn't expect him to use his left. Incred says that he's been training with it for a reason, but he's curious as to why he wanted a duel. Vengeance says that he doesn't know, watching him made his blood boil, and Incred says that he's only been doing the basics. Vengeance says that's part of it. Looking at him reminds him of the first time he picked up a sword and began training, the desire to become stronger, and the giddiness he felt from swinging the sword. But when he looks at Incred, he can't help but feel that his sword's a bit weird. Incred asks what he means, and he explains it, that it seems like the sword of the dead. Incred asks what he means by that, and Vengeance says that it's a pain to explain, and he doesn't know how to word it. Incred starts thinking about what it could mean, and if that means he's not powerful enough or something, but Vengeance asks if he's not listening to him speaking. But Incred realizes it on his own, seeing that he tried to follow the trajectory he learned with his right hand, and he was just following it without any thought, and that the left and right sides are fundamentally different. He decides to give it a try with his new understanding, and he says that he needs to look for a trajectory that works with his left. As he starts swinging down, he cleanly cuts through the dummy's arm, saying that the cut was good, and that the sound and the feel of the cut were clearly different from before. He smiles, thanking Vengeance, saying that he finally sees a way forward now. Incred says that he needs to awaken the feeling on his left arm, and that'll be the key to using it. And he'll begin by changing his habits. As he's eating with his left hand, Krace asks if he's always done that. Incred says that since his right is hurt, he's just letting it rest. Krace says that it's going too far though, as he drops the food, even hitting Esther with it. Incred says be it eating, putting on clothes, or training, he's going to use his left arm for everything. As we see him stabbing his sword into the ground after training, he says that to speed things up, he'll also practice the technique that Torres had taught him as well. As we see him flicking his wrist to try to throw it out, and it lands on the ground, he says this hidden knife will surely come in handy in his fight. And today is his 50th loop. Vengeance calls out, asking if he wants the duel, and we see him getting thrown onto the floor. Vengeance says that he fights well with his left arm, but something feels off with his sword. Incred says that he still has the sword of the dead, and he's going to have to keep going until it's gone. The next loop, he and Vengeance are dueling once more. He blocks the sword. He starts speedrunning the loops, he's over 60 loops, now 70. As he's finally now able to knock Vengeance back with extreme ease, we are now in the 80th loop, and we see him practicing his hidden knife technique. He starts to flick his wrist, throwing it forward, and it's perfect. He then knocks Vengeance's sword out of his hands, causing it to fly backward into the ground. Vengeance can't believe he fights that well with his left arm, and Incred wonders what he's thinking so attentively about. Vengeance says once he's out of here, he's going to train way harder than he's ever done before. Incred says that he doesn't mention the sword of the dead anymore. He tells him to do his best, and he's sure this will make Jenny notice him soon. Vengeance gets pissed. He tells him to fight him again, as he's going to beat his ass. Incred says that his reactions are always so funny, and he needs to see that he gets to confess to Jenny. For him to do that, he must not die here. He heads out to the lake by himself, and he starts having a philosophical conversation with himself about talent, as it can't be defined so easily. Training his body well is one thing, but being able to focus without being distracted by anything is another part of it. As we see him training his techniques at a young age, falling in love with the blade one swing at a time. And now, as he starts to grip his blade with his left hand, he draws it from his sheath. He says he's getting a taste of being talented for the first time in his life. The days of him training with his left arm have piled up and caught up to the 30 years of his right arm within 100 days. We are now on the 112th loop. Mitch comes out of the water, and Incred is determined to surpass this wall that is Mitch. Vengeance yells, saying they need to protect the base and drive the enemies out. Craze tries to get Incred to come back, as he's holding on to Esther so she can't run up. But Incred slowly marches forward, and Mitch thanks him, saying he wanted to meet him once more. Incred says he did too, and Mitch says he gave him an awakening in his period of stagnation, and he will try his best to destroy him and climb even higher. Incred says that he low-key feels kind of bad, as he's already seen his best countless times already, and he has realized that he can't win against him in a pure fight of blades. As he charges in, he catches Mitch off guard with the attack, but Mitch manages to block it. And as he starts to slide backwards, he catches his footing and starts pushing back, since he is stronger than Incred. Incred grabs onto his hand that's holding the sword and breaks his thumb, causing him to let go of his blade and scream out in pain. He returns with a kick to Incred's chest. Incred uses his sword to stop himself from falling over, and with Mitch's sword hitting the ground, he says he can't believe that this bastard is using such cheap tricks. Incred says that in all of the loops he has repeated, he has only ever used his sword to defeat him, and he would like to reciprocate, but he doesn't think he can improve with his left arm by repeating any more of this loop. This battle of blades against Mitch was fun, but he's going to have to surpass this. Mitch says that this might be his way of trying to survive, but it's no use, as he picks up the sword with his left hand, but warns him that he can use both of his arms. Incred says that he can too, as he's been training for this reason, but he knows that to fight and defeat the next wall, he won't be able to accomplish it with his sword alone. He's going to have to use a skill that he's been saving up for moments of desperation. It is the ultimate skill in the Veil and Mercenary sword technique. As he rears back his hand, he yeets the piss out of his sword. Mitch uses his to block it, confused. Incred charges in, grabbing him by the throat, saying that the only way out of this is for him to get into an all-out brawl with Mitch. Incred starts to come in with a punch, which Mitch narrowly dodges. He calls him a bastard as he starts coming with his sword, but Incred doesn't give him the chance as he grabs onto his waist and tackles him, saying that he just needs to get close no matter what. They both fall to the floor. Incred puts his knees on his wrist so he can't use the blade, and he says that he needs to win at all costs, and will tear his flesh with his teeth if need be. He raises his hand, now in a mounted position, and starts wailing on Mitch's face. He says he has to use all methods at his disposal to achieve victory. As Mitch is reeling from the punch, Incred comes in with another, saying that this is the essence of an all-out brawl. Mitch sees the attack coming in and realizes what he must do, as he kicks upwards, causing Incred to roll overhead. Incred lands on the ground, and Mitch starts charging in, telling him to fight seriously and to use his sword like a man, as he wants a proper duel. He swings down, and Incred doesn't even try dodging it, as he catches it with his shoulder. Mitch is surprised, but we see that he came prepared with shoulder plates, and Incred says he's being extremely serious right now. He then starts to swing in once more, but we recognize it as he's using the hidden blade technique to cut across Mitch's face as he dodges the punch. Mitch's left eye gets caught in the attack, and half of his face is now bleeding hella from the assassin's hidden blade. Mitch starts to let out a primal scream and pushes down as hard as he can, cutting through the shoulder plates into Incred's shoulder. He then follows through with a swing, getting a very deep cut in. Incred says that first his wrist and now his shoulder. If this drags on, he's gonna lose, and while his sense of distance is messed up with one of his eyes gone, he needs to use that to his advantage before he gets accustomed to it. Mitch charges in full of rage, and Incred then flicks his wrist, causing the hidden dagger to get sent flying towards Mitch. Mitch puts his sword up to block it, and it catches him straight in the hand, and Incred comes back in with another tackle, taking advantage of this. As they both fall to the floor, Mitch's sword flies out of his hand and slides across the ground away from them. Mitch calls him a bastard, and Incred grabs onto his leg, putting him in an ankle lock and breaks his ankle in an instant. Mitch starts to scream and punches, trying to get him away from him. Incred then goes to the other ankle, breaking it as well. Mitch, realizing now that he's a cripple, lets out another primal scream at the top of his lungs. This shit is crazy. As he's sitting there howling in pain, everybody wonders what's going on. We learn that Mitch was called the lazy genius. He was a man who was satisfied with what he had despite his talent. However, he changed once he returned from the last battlefield. The fire in his eyes was back, and he never left the training grounds and mastered his blade. His talent, now combined with hard work, allowed his blade to finally shine. It didn't go the way he wanted to, as he's now crawling towards his sword with both of his legs broken. He wonders how it came to this. Incred goes to his sword first and stands before it. Mitch looks up, calling out to him, and Incred looks down at him, also not entirely satisfied with this, but says that he was a very high wall, and he gave him a rude awakening both times that they've met. Mitch says that he doesn't want this kind of fight. As the wall begins to crumble down, as Mitch crawls forward, he begins begging him to just have a proper fight. As he just wants a proper clash of blades with him, and stretches out towards Incred. Incred picks up the blade, telling him that while he would have loved that, that's not how it goes, because in the end, they're on a battlefield, and that this is nothing but war, before he slams the sword down through Mitch's neck, killing him and impaling him into the ground. And while Incred says this, he doesn't feel the greatest about it, because he too is a swordsman, and he has an insane amount of respect for Mitch. Mitch's men start running in, screaming out to him, as Vengeance yells, telling his boys to fire and to kill all the Aspen troops. As they are being pushed back, unable to go claim Mitch's body, Incred takes one final look at him, realizing that the wall has been completely destroyed. He lets out a couple of deep breaths, and we see his eyes ready for the next wall, and he tells Mitch that it was fun. While it didn't go out exactly as he wished it could have, he's going to use him as a stepping stone to climb even further past his own limits. Back inside the barracks, Cray says things could have gone real bad if they had lost this place, and that headquarters sent archers just in case, and they live, thanks to them. Vengeance enters, saying that he only lived because Incred slowed them down, and drops him his sword, telling him that he found it and that he should take care of it, and he can't just leave it out there. Cray says that he thought he already had his sword with him, and when Incred looks back at it, he unsheathes the blade, saying that it's Mitch's, the enemy he just fought against. Vengeance says it looks like a good blade, and Craze wants a closer look. And since it glows light blue when light hits it, it must have been made with steel from Demp. Incred asks what that is, and he says that it's a famous iron mine in Aspen. It's much more expensive than the Valerian or Noir steel that he's been using, so if he wants to sell it. But Incred ignores him, asking Vengeance if he's going to the front. Vengeance asks if he's trying to come with him, and Incred says that he can't leave his men for too long. Craze asks if he's going to use that now instead of this blade. Vengeance says that he should use the sword he's used too, But Incred grabs onto it, saying there's no need to use just one, and that he wants to start using both of them. Back to the front lines, we see the boys as Rem is whistling. He says that the boss is ready for the next step now, and he can't believe he started favoring someone from the mainland. He could probably advance further from Heart of the Beast, and learn his secret technique now. Odan is also thinking the same thing, saying that he's muscular now, so it's time for his joints. Then his posture and body will change, and he's going to build him a body that doesn't break from joint locks and other blows. But doing it all at once will be a terrible burden, and it'll be good to just do it one step at a time. As he's lost in thought, he starts walking slowly, causing Rem to bump straight into his back. As Rem is holding onto his head, Odan turns around, and Rem asks what the hell happened to his feet, and he needs to keep moving. Odan says that it seems that he hasn't grown much, and they both start to go to fight each other until Ragna steps in, yawning. Odan says that he can't just walk between them because he's lazy, and they both call him crazy. But Ragna says training to get the body accustomed to the sword is something that he needs to start thinking about for Incred. He wants to be able to make it so he can use his sword more freely, and control the tip of his sword like in this extension of his body. But first he needs to go sleep. Surprisingly, Jackson says that it'll be good to teach him how to walk. He won't be as quiet as an assassin, but he'll minimize his movement for maximum efficiency, and it'll help him. But he wonders if he needs to do this, and why he's doing something so bothersome. As he's looking at the squad, Rem grabs Ragna so he doesn't wander off, calling him an idiot, saying that he's always getting lost. Ragna just tells him that he's still more normal than he is, and while they start yelling at each other, saying how crazy they are, Jackson says that he can't let Incred become like these idiots, and he'll set him straight. The ferry commander is also there and notices something, telling all of her men to stop, as Aspen soldiers appear from the bushes. She wonders if they're about to fight, and the man introduces himself as Raoul, asking if anybody will have a one-on-one fight with him. She says here it begins, it's their cheap tactic to draw out a one-on-one fight. She says it doesn't seem like much, but they keep losing, causing very low morale, and they can't just ignore him, because people think they avoided them because they can't beat them. And it's not like she can step up either, because they would call her cowardly, and morale will improve if they just get one good victory. She recalls Craze saying to use the lunatics, as they'll be in a good mood since Incred returns, so they'll listen for a while. She glances back, asking Rem if he wishes to go. He wonders what she's talking about and glances over at the soldiers, and they start shit-talking him, and he says that he'll definitely step up to fix some of his boredom. As he does, the men laugh, saying they can't believe they sent out a barbarian, before Rem sends his head flying off. And in an instant, before the other men can react, they look up to see it, and start screaming as they get painted with blood, and Rem starts laughing like a maniac, asking who's next. The soldiers say that he's crazy, but he sure is good at fighting. As the Aspen soldiers begin begging for mercy, the ferry commander says that it seems like morale has been improved by such a good fighter. But as he continuously sits there and yells that he surrenders, her face turns into that of disgust, as Rem just keeps beating the shit out of this guy. Even the allied soldiers say they can't look because it's too violent, and she says it's enough. Then we see one of the Aspen soldiers begging Rem to stop, as he's just wailing at the guy's corpse now with his axe, and he tells him to stop, while calling him a monster. But Rem has no plans to, as he's just mutilating this guy. He starts laughing, saying that he can't hear him. The soldiers all watch in horror, saying they don't want to be on the same side as him anymore. The ferry commander says with this, their morale has diminished once again, and this was for nothing. And it seems that the only one who can control them is none other than Incred, who's making his way here as they speak. They set up camp, and Incred ends up arriving. Jackson's asking him how he got more injured, as he told him to rest, and that he shouldn't think of fighting even if he's here. Rem also says that he can't do it until he heals up properly. The ferry commander enters, saying that it seems like her fiancé has a bad habit of playing rough. Incred greets her, and she throws him a vial of something, telling him to take it. He asks what it is, and Jackson recognizes it, saying that the medicine of fairies can't be bought with money, and that this is better than his ointment. Rem says that this means that she does care about him then. And Incred thanks her, but asks why. She says that she thought that they promised their future together, but she never gave him anything to show for it, and it's a small engagement gift. He can't believe she's still going along with it, and she just leaves, saying welcome back and to get some rest. As all three of them watch her leave, Craze says that he should do business and sell it, but Incred tells him to piss off. Rem jokingly says that he's better at talking to women than using his sword, and Ragna says that he is. But Incred is just wondering why she's still joking around about the engagement, and he can't understand her at all. A few days after reaching their front lines, the Aspens continued to repeat little skirmishes, but avoided a proper fight. Thanks to that, his wounds got a chance to recover, as we see him doing squats with some weights. Odan tells him he's up early, asking if his body is doing better now. Incred puts down the weights, saying, thanks to the fairy's cream. Odan asks if he's trying to get his shit rocked, and Incred says bet. And then we see the aftermath of the fight. Odan's analyzing his wounds, saying that his right wrist, shoulder, and lots of contusions all over his body. And it's not yet time for him to abuse his body like this. But if there's still a fight, he'll definitely participate, asking if he's right. Incred says as long as he can still move, the answer is yes. Odan looks around, making sure nobody's watching, and then calls out to him. Incred asks what he wants, before a warm feeling starts to envelop his body. As Odan is now starting to glow a bright golden yellow, it begins pulsing all throughout Jackson. Incred says this feeling is divinity. As Odan is doing something to him, a giant ray of golden light begins raining down to the both of them. Odan starts to retract his wrist as the light leaves, and Incred turns surprised. And Odan says that he shouldn't say anything, and he won't speak of this to anyone, and he will swear this upon the name of their lord. Incred realizes he must have his reasons, and says that he won't. Odan walks away, saying that this morning fog is a blessing from God. We learn though that divinity is the hallmark of clerics who serve God, and miracles can heal the injured. Odan, who always prays, has never once used divinity before, and nobody knew for certain whether he was truly a cleric or not. As Odan is begging his lord for forgiveness, Incred wonders if maybe there's a rule against using divinity, as it feels like he broke some to heal him. Incred thanks him as he walks away, and Odan says that if someone finds out that he used divinity, they'll send the inquisitors. As he left the church with many restrictions, and they bound his body so that he couldn't use his divine power, but despite the stabbing pain in his chest, he couldn't let Incred be. Odan says that the Lord always presides over them, but never responds to them, but after meeting Incred, he began to believe that his words live within him, and he will that he believes is right. After mealtime, Craze asks if Incred needs help with his wound again, as he'll apply the ointment, but Incred says that he's got it. It's not fully healed, but it's mostly there, and he can't show this to the others if he wants to keep it a secret, and he needs to be careful in the field too. And he asks when they are going to fight. Craze says both sides just keep testing the waters. Their troops, commanded by Marcus, are their vanguard preventing them from flanking them, and their main force is here waiting at the Green Pearl. They broke the unwritten rules of warfare last time by bringing out sorcerers and spellcasters, so both main forces are probably prepared for an all-out war, with entire night orders at the ready. Rem says they should have been there, and they keep trying for 1v1 duels, and it's no fun here at all. Craze says they can't continue that for long, and he doubts it'll be like this here soon. It is now some time later. As troops begin marching, war horns are blown, and we see their troops standing off against the Aspens. Incred and the entire squad has pulled up for this. What a nice panel to see all of them together. The commander is also there with the fairy, and 3 men step up, calling them all adolescent pricks. Rem wonders why these dudes keep yapping, and if their swords are just for cooking. Craze says this is a battle of words. Without a force offset like a knight, the Aspens and them are evenly matched, and they're attempting to get one up on them psychologically before the fight. They die easily to an arrow, but their morale is already low, and if they strike first, they'll lose. As they keep getting shit talked, and the Aspen soldiers say they'll die before they know the touch of a woman. Craze says their commander isn't doing anything because he knows this as well. Marcus says he has prepared something, but he can't use it here. Using the lunatics to win the duel only backfired on them, and that they just need one win. Craze also hopes that something happens, just one time to shift the morale. The Aspen soldier continues, calling them a bunch of virgins, and start laughing at them. Incred tells Andrew to relax, saying he'll get his chance to let his rage loose. Andrew is just confused, asking what he means, and Incred tells him it's fine to be a virgin, and to remember this rage, and use this feeling in the battle. Even the other soldiers are confused. Andrew says he's not mad, but Incred tells them now is not the time, so calm down. Both Henry and Max start laughing at him, and even Rem does. Odan says he should walk the saintly path if he's already this far up. Ragna says he'll probably get his chance later. Andrew asks what he did to deserve all this, and the other soldiers wonder what's up with him, and if they fell for the taunt. They wonder how he is a virgin at his age when he looks normal. Andrew tells them all to shut up, as he's not mad. The soldiers start laughing, asking if he wants to be introduced to a shop once they're back in town. Andrew says he doesn't. Jackson says that him making fun of someone on purpose was mean. Incred says Andrew is young, he might have taken it personally, and just wanted to keep him in line, but Rem finds this hilarious. Craze can't tell if he's joking or being serious, and if this was out of instinct, and he smiles, saying that he sure is an odd man, and that he should go respond to them. Incred says he's got nothing to say, and Craze tells him he'll feed him some lines. Incred says that's not difficult, and steps up. Craze says that with Incred's devil's tongue, he can surely lift the morale, and the changes he will create will spread like a wave. Incred walks up, the other soldiers recognize him, and start yelling, saying that he's stepping up. But Craze says that this will definitely be their path towards victory. Craze told him to show how brave he was and walk within range of their archers and provoke them. Vengeance asks what he's doing coming up here, and Incred says that he's unlucky for being in the vanguard as soon as he gets back. Vengeance tells him to shut up and warns him that they're going to shoot arrows if he walks up fearlessly with the boys. Vengeance asks what he's doing, and the Aspen soldiers say that they can't believe there's another loser walking up. Incred looks at them and recalls Craze teaching him how to provoke them because he doesn't know what to say, and Craze says that he'll think of something when he's there. He's talented in that way of using his tongue. Incred asks what's wrong with him and how come he's got the head of a ghoul. Bro does kind of look like a TikTok scribbling drawing. He starts to get pissed, asking what he's talking about. The other soldiers start laughing, and Vengeance says he did that on purpose, and he knows how handsome he is, and he starts getting PTSD. Incred apologizes, saying that he shouldn't have been so quick to judge, and that he knows his mother must have been a ghoul. The dude gets absolutely furious and starts screaming. Odan says God's going to punish him for this, but Rem can't stop laughing and it's making him cry. Ragna wonders if the dude is even human, since he's ugly as hell. Andrew also laughs, saying that he won't ever be able to use his package with that kind of face, saying there's no way he can taunt others when he looks like this. Max says he must have been bothered by this the whole entire time. Ghoul tells them to get up here and is going to cut his tongue out. Incred says the enemy calling for a fight, having fallen for a taunt, means that he just has to thoroughly beat him. As he goes to draw his blade, Rem stops him with his axe. Even Ragna steps up first, and they say he's not stepping up. Jackson reminds him that his wound hasn't healed. Incred says he can't reveal that Odan healed him, and they share a silent agreement. Rem says that Andrew has to go do it and to go kill him. Andrew says for him, having dedicated his life for his family, nothing mattered, and he had no shame. But being humiliated and called a virgin sure does make his blood boil, as he unsheathes his blade. He says he's going to pay this ugly bastard back for this. Ghoul says that he doesn't want this punk, he wants the one who made fun of his face, asking if he's scared. Andrew tells him to shut up, as he's going to tear open that ugly mouth of his. He lunges forward with a first attack. Ghoul sidesteps, and Marcus says the ones who came in initiating the fight from the Aspens are experienced soldiers capable of shoring most of their men, and they're not easy foes. As Ghoul swings, knocking his sword backwards, Andrew's a little caught off guard, as the guy seems like he has the advantage. But Rem says that Andrew's definitely not going to lose here. Andrew starts screaming, charging back in, and swings, causing the guy to go back on the defensive. He readies himself for another one and starts hyping himself up. He says his full government, that he, Andrew Gardner, no matter the hardships, no matter the difficulties, always stood back up for the sake of his family regardless of what it took, as he thrusts forward, stabbing Ghoul in the throat, killing him, winning the duel. Andrew says against his resolve, this ugly dude is nothing. Max says Andrew was always talented. He was hidden all this time because of those around him. And they start calling him the Ghoul Killer, saying that he's not half bad for a virgin. And Incrid says he can tell that he's one of the lunatics. That's what the soldiers start calling him as well, Andrew the lunatic, and he lets out a victory scream. Bro got 2 nicknames in one fight, damn. He asks if everyone saw that, saying that he finally got some. Max starts getting second-hand embarrassment, and Rem laughs, saying that he's so damn lame. But Odon and Ragna clap, and Incrid laughs a little bit too. Crace says that Incrid didn't fight, but as expected, this worked in their favor. Marcus says that now will do, and he yells, telling his men to break the formation of the Aspen. As from the top rope come Torres and his squad, instantly dispatching the soldiers in front of them. They turn, realizing that they're getting flanked by the border guards, but it's too late for them, as they're getting torn apart. Marcus says while they are occupied with the flanking border guards, he tells his archers to ready and fire, as they start to blot out the sky with their arrows. Arrow scenes like this are one of my favorites in medieval series. Incrid and the rest run in. And with this, the tides are now turning. Marcus calls the Aspen soldiers dogs, saying no matter what cheap psychological tricks they pull, the ones who win in the end are the ones who fight better. As the boys are about to get some action, they still stop Incrid from fighting. The enemy commander gets called out too. We see it's none other than the Greyhound Company leader, the Grey Dog. He says their preparations are complete, and they can move. And the commander smiles, saying finally. And since the Aspens are running, this means they have won the fight. Crace wonders why they are going along with it, saying this is too easy. Even Marcus realizes this is wrong, and his men say they should chase, but he says they are going to hold, as they are definitely up to something. That night, we see the Grey Dog approaching a tent, and when he enters, we see the commander and 2 other people. The commander asks if he gave them the word, and he says yes, but they can't be seen yet, so they're standing far away. They took the 1 guerrilla 100 men challenge and doubled it. The commander says that the Nalilia bastards are the same as ever. They strike with the border guards and break through with the heavy infantry, and it's all they ever do, and that Abner's plans are different. As he said, the knights have already proven that a small elite force controls the battlefield. However, that small elite force does not have to be composed of knights, and it will be them, the Aspens, who will win this battle. The next day at the boys' camp, a coin slips through the air, and it's none other than Craze, who says that 2 days of standby since returning from the field, and he thought there would be another battle straight away, but this feels more like the calm before the storm. There are 2 things the Aspens can do in this situation: fall back or bring in a different force. The commander said he was prepared for another spellcaster, and they didn't find anything despite doubling the scouts. He wonders what the hell they are thinking, and also what's going on in everybody else's head since they're so calm. Incrid is stretching, as Jackson and Ragna are there as well. The ferry commander asks if he's good to move already, and he asks what brings her here. She asks if it's odd for a commander to inspect her troops, but he wonders what kind of company commander does that herself. Incrid steps up, saying that it's about time that he would have healed up naturally, and he should be well enough to have a duel. Ragna asks what he's doing, and Incrid says that he went easy on him last time because of his injury, but there's no need for that today. Ragna says he wasn't planning to do that anyway, as he swings down directly towards Incrid. Incrid blocks it, but it sends him backwards. He says that Ragna's swordsmanship is clean, almost beautiful, and compared to that, his is too crude, rough, and unkempt. However, that is what he's built up until now, as he starts charging in. He explains the techniques he's absorbed, as he uses his sword to drag up some dirt, and he flings it up towards Ragna, who blocks it with his sword. Ragna recognizes it as the Valen sword technique, and Incrid says this is the path he's walked, as he comes in for a heavy overhead swing. Ragna backpedals and says that that's the sword technique he taught. Incrid says it's also time for new opportunities, as he uses his left hand to grab onto his other blade, and he draws it as Ragna's running straight in towards it. He thrusts it towards his head. Ragna watches and dodges to the side in time, asking why he's using 2 swords. Incrid tells him that this is the path he has chosen to go forward. Ragna tells him that's interesting and swings in, and Incrid blocks it with both blades. Ragna tells him to try harder, as this fight isn't over yet, and Incrid smiles. Their swords start colliding, and sparks fly, and Rem anxiously bites his nails, saying that Ragna is serious today, and if only he didn't lose that damn bet, and he wants it to be his turn already. Jackson says that he doesn't like heading out to fight, but against Incred, he would definitely like to. He makes himself snap out of it, saying that this isn't like him, and Odon is lost in thought, saying that next time he'll be more bold in training, and maybe he'll break his joints, but he hasn't quite got there yet. And he almost sent him to meet the Lord, as he starts laughing. Cray stares at them, saying that they're all out of their damn mind, but he says they've always been this way. The ferry commander says that they're all like kids waiting to play, and that Ragna, and the rest only shows motivation in front of Incred, wondering what it is, and says that he has this weird ability to attract people to him, including her. And she'd also like her sword to get in on some of that action too. Cray sighs, asking if she's also a freak. Rem screams, saying that he can't take it, saying it's his turn already, and then he's going to kill her if she steps in line, even if it's his commander. She asks if this is mutiny, and Incred says that everybody here is so strong, but they still aren't using their full strength against him, but he can see a bit of it now that they're all hungry for victory. As everybody stares at him, anxiously waiting their turns, he says that the day he returned from the recon mission in the tall grass field, these faces are what he swore to draw out of them. And if they have the time to chat, they have the time to fight, and he won't get tired before he duels every one of them. It jumps to night as he is thrown face first into the bed. Andrew tells him to wash up, but Rem says that he's exhausted and to leave him be. Cray says that they fought so many times, and he barely got better from his wounds, and he thought he was going to open them again. Rem asks if he wants a beating, as Incred starts to fall into a deep sleep. When he opens his eyes, what he sees is a forest. He's confused, wondering what his dream is, as there is not a boat or the field of flowers like before, and this is something new. The animals of the forest begin running from something. As he hears a man screaming to fight, he says that this was from his time as a mercenary when they fought the harpies, and we see him running as well, as somebody is hiding in the forest and smiling. This is definitely the guy who said that they all died because of him, and Incred is surprised. We get another flashback to one of his comrades telling him to get behind him before the harpy attacked him. Incred says that all of the mercenaries were good people who accepted him even though he was dog water, except for that man who stabbed his comrades in the back. Incred couldn't believe it, and the stabbed guy asks why. The harpies start tearing him apart, and one of the other mercs call to him, only to get steeled. They realize they were in danger, telling him they need to fall back and called him Enki. But he as well was betrayed. He was the strongest amongst them all, but he used that strength to kill those who trusted him. He told Incred there is no running and he must die here. Incred asked why. The guy tells him that he got a better offer than this piece of shit merc corps. It's best for him not to have any loose ends. It was also annoying seeing how talentless they all were yet talked about camaraderie. Then he spits on one of their corpses. Incred charges at him, but his sword gets sent flying out of the air. The guy pins him to the ground and says that he'll let him go. Because he'll never amount to anything anyway. And he taps his cheek calling him pathetic. Incred says he was strong, but rather he was just too weak. He was helpless to watch as his comrades were murdered, but what troubled him the most was the one who survived thanks to his sympathy was none other than him. That was one of the reasons he dedicated so much of his time to training, because he was toyed with like that, and he continued to strive towards his dream with the loss of his comrades in his heart, but even so, if only he had that power then. The guy yells, asking him if he wants him to kill him this time as well. As he charges directly at him, we hear Esther telling him it's only a nightmare, to slip out of it. As soon as he does, his heartbeat goes calm, and we see her in real life putting her hand on his chest. He starts to snap out of it, and she says that he's such a troublesome man. Back at the rear base, she gave it her all to suck away his fatigue, but she was powerless to help him when he needed it, and she won't repeat that same mistake again. The soldiers start blowing the horn to wake them all up. Incred asks what's going on, and Rem tells him that the Aspen bastards came crawling back, so they're going to be heading out. All the boys start getting ready to go. Cray says that they're here too early and it's bad for his skin. Incred looks down at Esther sleeping, saying that the voice at the end of his dream definitely reminded him of her for some reason. He tells her to guard the tin well as he scratches her neck before leaving. They head out to the battlefield, and Rem says they must have prepared something since they made them wait this long, and he feels like today will be fun. Incred says that he agrees, and wonders what they have prepared for them, and what they have up their sleeves. The ground begins shaking, and the soldiers are immediately terrified, saying they need to fire their arrows now. A giant steps ahead of them. They pull back their bows and release, blotting out the sky like it's from the movie 300, but the arrows don't even pierce the giant and just bounce off. Even Incred is surprised as it raises its club into the air. It swings forward, deleting anything in its path, sending meat chunks flying. Holy shit, this guy got deleted. All the soldiers who didn't get one shot are now stricken with fear, unable to move after what they just witnessed, as there are multiple giants now making their way out of the front line, laughing at them. We finally learn more about the creatures of this continent. Frogs live for dreams and desires. Fairies venerate nature. Dwarves are crazy about metal. Half humans prioritize breeding. Half dragons walk alone. Giants get drunk on slaughter. They love the violence inflicted with their bodies, and they are called the beasts of red blood. Jackson tells them they are coming from both sides, as there are enemies on this side as well. We see mercenaries on one side and fairies on the other. Craze says if they don't stop them here, they will be surrounded and killed. Incred says that they just need to stop them then, and Craze just wonders why he is so calm. The commander appears, saying it's as he says, and it seems that her kin have appeared to the left, so she will head that way. He tells her if that's what she wants to do, and she asks if he will give her a kiss for good luck. He says no, and she calls him cold. He says even now, she's joking in this situation. But he says that since she's going that direction, what remains is the giant ahead and the right flank. Rem says that it's his turn, and he'll show him what's up, and if he watches closely today, this is what he will learn next. Incred wonders why he seems so happy, and what he's going to do. Rem walks forward saying this is fun, and this feeling is like the first time he ever stood on a battlefield. He readies his axe, saying that even without Hearted the Beast, he never even blinked at axes coming for his head, but the reason why he chose to train in it is because it has its uses. His heart starts beating. He says that he can forcefully make it faster than usual, suddenly blood rushing through his body. The soldiers begin panicking, asking where the retreat order is. As the giant leaps at them, Rem charges forward with his heart still thumping, and it sounds like a war drum. The giant gets closer and swings down. Rem leaps up in front of the soldiers and blocks it with his axe. We see him starting to push back against it, but he's managed to successfully block it as he slides a little bit backwards on the ground. He says that his blood vessels expand, and his muscles get pumped up and become more dense, all due to the heart beating. He says this technique, starting from his heart, energizes his whole body. He starts to scream, telling Incred to burn this into his mind. As he starts pushing back against the giant with each and every step, he yells, saying that this is the heart of the superhuman. He pushes up as hard as he can, but it sends his axe heads flying. It's enough though, as the giant's arm is sent flying back as well. While his axe is flying backwards, we see it was actually a giant shockwave sent throughout the entire area, so much so that it blows off the helmets of some of the soldiers, and one of them is just stun-locked. Rem charges forward with his one good axe. The giant is pissed, and he swings forward, calling him an insect. Rem jumps on his knee up to its head as he grabs onto its mustache and plunges his axe directly into the side of its skull. The giant begins screaming and swings upward. Rem dodges the attack, but it destroys the rest of his axe. He looks down at it, saying that these weapons are so damn weak, the only one he has left is inside of the giant's skull. A spear gets thrown at him, he catches it without even having to turn. He looks back, seeing one of the soldiers telling him that he has to win this. Rem starts to laugh and says that's not bad at all as he charges forward. The men say that they will be victorious, and they should help the lunatic and keep him supplied with weapons as they start throwing their spears directly at the giant. Incred watches, saying that he's fighting the giant on equal, rather with a strength advantage. He's strength and reachable by normal humans. He wonders if that's what he is learning next, and he can't help but smile at it. Ragna tells him that he's seen enough and that he's toying with it now. Craze tells him that the company commander went to the left, and since Rem is dealing with a giant, they just have to deal with the right flank, and then they can defeat the Aspens. Incred says he agrees, and it seems like all the other squad members are off doing their own thing, asking Ragna what he will do. He says that he'll go with him, as watching is boring. Incred says now is not the time for him to be excited about learning a new skill, as he needs to focus on winning this battle first and foremost. We see blood flying and Vengeance is bleeding. His men start apologizing, and Vengeance tells them to shut up and stay back. A man laughs, saying that Shura is touching, and charges forward, asking how long he thinks that he'll last. But Incred instantly closes the gap and swings his blade, sending the guy's attack backwards. He tells Vengeance he looks terrible, and Vengeance says that these are wounds of honor. Incred glares back at him. The guy though recognizes the name and takes off his hood. When Incred stares at him, he instantly realizes who it is. The guy smiles, saying it's been a while, saying surely he hasn't forgotten his friend's name, and calls him Enki. Ragna asks if that's his friend, and Incred says that back when he had to bow to his strength, he wouldn't have been able to refute him calling him a friend, but not anymore. Rather than someone like him who kills his own comrades, he's going to call those who risk their own lives to protect their comrades. Then tells him he remembers his name, asking him if it was bitch. The guy gets pissed. Incred says that he forgot it was just a nickname, and that his actual name is just piece of shit. The guy gets pissed charging him, saying that he needs to learn his place. Incred easily meets his blade, saying he wasn't able to do this last time they parted ways. Then swings forward, sending his blade flying. The guy is in disbelief, as Incred tells him this is revenge for his friends. He laughs, saying he wondered how his weak ass survived, and this must have been the reason. Craze runs in asking if he's fighting again. One of the mercs pull up saying he's going to die too, as all of them together wasn't enough to take down their leader. So a mere soldier stands no chance. Ragna says based on their stances and weapons, they've learnt the murderous blades. They have skill built through real-world experience. The leader says he's continued to live his life, while Enki was stuck on revenge. He swings his blade forward, saying that he's been promised a lordship after they win this battle. So he'll climb so high he can't even see his feet. Incred just stares at him, asking if that's all he had to say. This pisses him off, and he leaps forward saying he's always hated that damn gaze he has. He thrusts forward, but it's sidestepped. Incred says that his blade is as sharp as a needle and flexible, calling it the Eastern Key Sword. Incred readies his blade, recalling the man saying he'd be unable to do anything even if he let him live. As he charges in at him, he continues recalling his bad memories of him. He thrusts forward saying he'll kill him this time, calling him by his nickname Enki. His blade starts wiggling. Craze yells saying he won't be able to predict the path and yells out for Incred. But he charges straight forward. Staring at the blades, we learn that Ragna already taught him how to handle this style. Incred charges under the attack, as Ragna's words echo through his head that he should do his own thing with weight behind his actions. As no matter how strong those who train in the murderous blade are, if they don't prune their actions they are vulnerable. Ragna says he already knows how, as Incred swings forward cutting this dude in half. Blood begins to shoot out of his mouth, and Incred says he'll correct him. He's not important enough for him to make his life goal. As his blade is still swinging all the way through, until he's completely severed the guy, he says he is no longer the Incred who watches his comrades die, nor will he let him haunt his dreams. Incred looks up at the sky, saying he can't hear the answers of the dead. But he hopes his friends enjoy this. Ragna's sheath starts dragging on the ground, and he walks forward taking it off saying that was good. It's his turn now to stretch his legs though. One of the mercs asks who he thinks he is, but his sentence gets ended short as Ragna raises his sword and dashes past him taking his head off in an instant. As it falls to the floor, the other mercs stare at it. Ragna asks if he was saying something. Craze says he can't ask him after beheading him. The rest charge at him. He takes a single step forward, dodging an attack, retaliating by cutting one of their heads off. Then thrusts his blade into the next dudes, in another fluid motion stabbing the next guy in the throat. All of it was in the blink of an eye. Incred says he only took a few steps, and used the most minimal movements needed to finish the job. He's impressed once more by how truly strong his squad is. 3 more mercs charge at him, saying they'll do it all together this time. Ragna tells him to pay attention to this as this is what he needs to learn. He holds his sword up, and lowers his stance. As the men charge at him he exhales. He looks forward at his target, and in one stride he is behind all 3 of the men, having severed their torsos. Incred is speechless, as he just witnessed a wall form before his eyes. Ragna says that he just thought of a name for that technique, and that he will call it scission. Incred just stares at him blankly, asking if that's the best he's got. The war continues, as the Aspens are confident due to the giants on their side. The Nalilia soldiers are scared, before we see Odon towering over behind them. He swings his clubs forward, disrupting their front line. And the Aspens are terrified now, asking why the other side also has a giant. Odon laughs saying that he's just an ordinary human. The Aspen soldiers tell him to stop lying, as he's insanely huge. He says he'll give them some time now to ensure their survival. They ask what he means, as he begins to walk forward, counting from 5, which each second, he gets closer. One of the commanders yell, telling his men to get into formation. They charge forward at him on his 3 count, but he just continues counting until he gets to 1. He stomps the floor, which alone is enough to send the soldiers flying and shattering their weapons. Turns out he actually charged forward with his weapons crossed. As the blood drips off it, He tells them he's called upon the war god today. And he's told the god he will be sending him a few souls. That shit goes hard. The soldiers begin to run in fear, saying they need to kill him. But Odan is coming in with his next attack. He charges forward again, sending the soldiers soaring through the air, killing some instantly. Their screams grow louder, but Odan drowns them out, with his laughter, saying he'll send them all to meet God. On the left flank we see the commander and her kin. She says that for fairies it's custom to live in secluded forest communities with their families. But times have changed. One of them call out to her. And she says that a few fairies in exchange for money and their nidals, have either become mercs or joined armies. The man raises his nidal, saying that he won't chase after her if she runs. She draws hers, saying it's the same for her too. He says he wants to see whose nidal is the more superior weapon. As a leaf begins floating on the battlefield, they both vanish in an instant, leaving only the sound of their blades clashing to be heard. She pulls her blade back, creating sparks. The man raises his arm, and reverse grips it, before plunging it into the ground where she was standing. He realizes he's cooked now, as she appears behind him, saying that no fey weapon is superior to the others. Because in the end it's all up to the user's ability. He tries to pull his blade out, and he manages to actually meet her, saving his life. He then grabs her by the throat, then tells his men to jump her now. But as he does, we see them all dying in unison. As they fall to the floor, a blade is pulled out of one of their throats, and Jackson begins to clean it. Bro is the Flash of this universe. The man asks how that happened, and the commander says that him trying to distract her and use his men was smart, but it wasn't smart enough. As she plunges her blade through his head, lifting up his now corpse with her nidal. She throws him to the floor, and she asks Jackson if it's okay to let Incred be. He says he'd have died long ago if this was enough to kill him. She says that means he trusts him. Jackson of course does, but tells her now they have the upper hand. She says that Commander Marcus knows how to fight, unlike the useless commander beforehand. So they won't waste this opportunity. Marcus yells, telling the heavy turtle infantry to march forward. As we see them with their tower shields. The Aspen soldiers recognize them, and get scared as they back up. Andrew runs in, saying they ain't going nowhere. They recognize him as Andrew the Virgin, saying they have to run unless they want to meet the same fate as the ghoul. This pisses him off and he leaps at them like Rem would, which even Mac notices, saying that he can see it. The lunatics are rubbing off on him. They say there is mana in springtime air, and it seems as if that air is seeping all throughout the battlefield, drowning everything out. As everyone is regrouping with Incred. Spring breeze is also signaling the beginning of new things to come. The enemy commanders begin to flee from the war. Marcus yells, telling his men to alert the border guard it's their turn. He's destroyed the enemy's plans, and turned the tide in their favor. All of this was made possible by a squad of lunatics. Craze says that their platoon never would have been this enthusiastic before, but because of Incred the influence of a single man changed the outcome today. The fairy commander stares at them all, saying it seems that they are all drunk on the springtime mana. We hear Maruk yelling for the men to scream the name of the heroes of this battle, as a chant for the lunatics erupts. There's a few people chanting for the Virgin. Poor Andrew. Craze says he doesn't know if this is right, but as long as Incred's happy with the chant. He raises his fist into the air, and people start screaming. We see the Aspen commanders. Receding hairline says that Lord Abner's plans weren't bad, they just didn't expect them to have someone strong enough to defeat a giant. Wondering if Marcus planned ahead or not. The Greyhound is there too, saying that bastard keeps getting in their way. He even took out Mitch as well. He looks pissed. 3 daggers get lodged into his horse's ass, causing it to scream in pain. He falls off of his horse. And he yells, telling Hairline to go as it's the border guards. The soldiers begin to turn towards the oncoming cavalry. A flail comes straight in, but the Greyhound manages to block it. Before the border guard jumps atop him. This is the commander of the border guards, who says that the Greyhounds always appear to be their equals, but here they are tired from fighting with their rear echelon. All of the troops begin to be slaughtered. The Greyhound says too many died while supporting Mitch. They cannot afford to fight the border guards right now. Hairline takes one look back and says oh shit, but while he is distracted Torres comes in and gives him that much needed haircut. Saying to just let it go bro. The Greyhound sees this, then swings pushing the commander off of him. He yells alerting his men to fall back. Torres asks his commander if they should chase, but he says nah. They will be cast aside like the dogs they are. And the only ones left are nothing but strays anyways. They gained a massive W over the fight with the Aspens, But the battle they fought was only a small beginning piece. The proper war still waits in the tall grass fields. Inside the tent, Craze says they are moving bases tomorrow. So they'll wait near cross guard and pressure the Aspens. Incrid says there's no alcohol or party to celebrate their victory. But there are rewards for those who contributed to the battle. Rem says as a reward they don't even need to help with the moving, which is great, it's all thanks to him defeating the giant. Odan says he took out a ton of enemy soldiers. Ragna as well says that the enemies wielding the murderous blade would have been a problem otherwise. Rem barks at them for bragging, asking who told them to butt in. Jackson watches, calling them all idiots. Incrid says this is enough, if they want to fight they should duel him instead. Jackson says he really won't miss a beat. Andrew is excited, saying it's his first time having that kind of experience. The thrill he felt as their name was being shouted was the best. Rem says it's because he's young it was able to move him, and calls him a virgin. Andrew tells him to stop saying that. Rem asks if he's trying to scrap. Incrid sighs, then glances outside to see Henry sitting by himself. He's clearly not that happy. He asks what's wrong. He snaps out of it, so Incrid sits beside him asking what's on his mind. And if he's thinking about the widowed florist again. He laughs while blushing. Incrid says from what he heard in the grass fields his dream is to marry her. But he can't do that if he's here in battle. Incrid asks if he wishes to return. Henry says he'd be lying if he said he didn't, but how can he just leave when everyone else is fighting? Incrid says they've avoided death multiple times due to his skill as a hunter. Thanks to him they escaped the grass fields, also due to him telling them about the snakes under the stones. He's also great with a bow. Incrid stands up, and starts walking away as Henry calls out to him. Incrid says he carries his sword with a dream. Henry himself must live as too. Henry just wonders what that was about. The next morning in the ferry commander's tent, she tells Henry he is being granted a special discharge. So to get on the wagon with the injured, as it's leaving soon. He's confused, asking what she means. She asks if he didn't hear, he is his platoon commander to thank. Henry is speechless, but heads back to pack his things. Rem asks if he's going. Odan grants him some blessings. Ragna says now he can sleep as much as he wants. Craze says he did well among them. Andrew pats his shoulder, telling him to get home safely. Henry nods, and heads outside spotting Incrid in front of him. He calls out to him. Incrid says that unlike Andrew and Mac who integrated well, Henry never quite fit in. He bets it's more so since he doesn't seem suited for battle to begin with. He puts his hand on his shoulder, saying he hopes he wins her over. Henry smiles, then bows, thanking him for everything. He hops on the wagon with the injured, and starts to head out. The commander asks Incrid if he saw him off. He thanks her for accepting his request. She says anything for her fiancé. Asking when he wants their betrothal. He says in 10 years. She says that she's fine with that, but she isn't into old men. He says if he's talking about what he's into, he isn't quite into fairies. She stops and stares at him, saying that surely he never thought that those words would hurt others. He says he can tell she is fine though. She clicks her tongue, saying to walk with her before they return. As the commander Marcus is looking for him. As he is walking to meet him, we see Marcus facing away farming some aura. Craze told Incrid to think about this beforehand, that all of his missions thus far including what he did yesterday in the battle, might get him a transfer. Incrid stops before reaching him. Marcus then asks if he likes tea, and if he wants a cup. Incrid says he's alright. Marcus says he must be busy with the move order, and surely he isn't preventing him from working. Incrid says he is free, since he barely has anything to pack. Marcus laughs, saying he didn't think he'd be capable of sucking up. Incrid says he only spoke the truth though. Marcus says he sees, it's also true he has achieved a great deal. Incrid says if he's trying to poach him with his direct superior present, it means he wants him regardless of what it takes. Marcus says he seems unfazed, asking if he knew he took a liking to him. Incrid says he did. Marcus wonders what his answer is. Incrid tells him that he refuses. Marcus says he's heard multiple times about how he's refused the other commanders. But he must know that his offer is fundamentally different. Incrid says that he has a dream. Even though it's a grand dream. Marcus asks what his dream is. Incrid tells him he will become a knight. Marcus says that a man with a dream shines so bright, he was once like that too. The days where he trained to become the sword of the crown. But as years passed, he compromised with reality. Now he lives a boring life taking each day as it comes. A stagnant dreamless life is a chain that prevents others from growing. He has no right to take him under him. He raises his hand to dismiss him. Incred bows to him. Then walks out. Marcus asks if she thinks he'll become a knight. She says she doesn't know, that is up to him. He tells her being too honest is the advantage of the fairies, but it's also their disadvantage. Marcus respects his dream, and he's inspired him to strive for something new. Norelia is commanded by royalty, however nobles have recently grown in power, meaning they have a lot of pull. He too was once part of the noble side. But now he'd like to chase his own dreams once again. They began moving their base, and they were doing nothing in between. Rem says not having duty is nice, but he's also bored as hell. Odan tries to convince Incred to train, saying their muscles only grow with relentless training. Ragna says before they do that, he wants him to do his swordsmanship. They ask when he brought the blanket out, he ignores the question saying that he needs to work on balance if he's dual wielding. Jackson says he needs to focus on his senses, it's a great time to work on sensitivity in this chaos. Incred asks if him speaking from so far away is also part of the training. Rem tells them to all piss off. As surely Incred remembers. He needs to learn Heart of the Superhuman, but he gets cut off by the commander. Saying the tent needs to go up where they are, and they are blocking their path. Also Ragna is sleeping on her blanket. I love the banter, but she continues saying they need to leave and get out of the way. They get put off somewhere on the side alone. Rem says they should have folded Odan somewhere as he's taking too much room. He says that Rem is quite good in passing blame. They start fighting, as the rest watch. Max says they didn't do anything though. Andrew says he thought Incred was the only one who could talk to them like that. Max says the commander is something special. Craze says she's just as crazy as the rest of them. Andrew asks if he can say that, but Mac tells him he shouldn't get caught up with the lunatics. Craze says these planes aren't normal, this place must have been used as the enemy base before. He starts inspecting the ground, he says he found it. Incred asks what he's doing. Craze says that people tend to hide their valuables before they set off to battle. Incred asks how he knows where they are hidden. Craze says once you think about it, it's obvious. If he was a soldier, where would he hide his things? Somewhere easy to find, even with their base being destroyed. He asks what he thinks is next. Incred says a place that's easily recognizable. He says exactly. The tree root is odd looking, and based on their base. It's got easy access so something must be here. Incred says he's got a great head on his shoulders. Even in battle, he's looking at the big picture and can predict the flow easily. He said it's an ability born out of his struggle to survive, but he's better than most tacticians. Although his dream is to open a salon for rich women, and he's a money-crazed lunatic. He finds a map for something, he realizes what it is asking what it's doing here. Rem says he's got himself worked up, and if they are here to take care of Big Eyes. Incred looks up, saying there's time before it gets dark. And they need to kill time while the tents are being built. He asks what he was going to say beforehand, he smiles saying it's about the heart of the superhuman. Like the name suggests, he created it to let himself surpass his human limits. It puts a great strain on the heart, and he could die while doing it. Incred tells him not to worry, as even death won't stop him. Rem says that he's extremely greedy for that way of thinking, but there's no way he wouldn't put his hopes into him. He puts his hand on his chest, and does the same back. Saying now they can just blow up their hearts together. He begins smiling at Incred, who is excited to learn a new technique. Rem tells him that humans can only draw superhuman strength in a pinch, and that this technique will allow him to control it when he needs it, and his concentration and senses are key here. Rem stares at the boy, saying that he learned from them all, so he should be able to take this, and he tells him that what he needs is faith. He should just try blowing up his heart enough for it not to burst. Incred asks what he means, and then he feels Rem starting to beat. He says that it feels like it's about to jump out of his chest, and he can feel it with just his fingertips, but now he understands what he's talking about. Rem says that he needs to start slowly, about just a quarter of what he's doing now, otherwise his heart will burst and he'll die. Incred says that he just needs to do as he said and try to blow up his heart. Everybody watches, and Rem starts to move his hand around for a bit before he says that his worries were useless, as he's not doing anything. Just like before, he improves like he's a genius, but then he suddenly stops. He asks if he's doing this to mess with them. Odan says that he can't deny what he's saying either, and Jackson and Rajna both agree. Incred asks if it's even possible to control his heart. Rem starts mean mugging him, and he says that he's doing his best. This continues over and over. The next morning Rem asks if he's even trying, and this cycle is just day after day after day. Rem storms into the tent. As Craze asks where the boss is, he says that he's going to go swing his sword apparently, and Jackson says that maybe he's not learning his skill because it's useless, and it's better if he trained him instead. Rem tells him to wait his turn, and Ragna says that if it isn't about motivation, it must be that the teacher's the problem. Rem says there's no way he's worse than him. While they start yapping, he thinks about it. He says it's a technique he's created by modifying the skills of their tribe. You're supposed to get a sense of it with a spell at first and learn to control it by yourself after. No matter how much he tries, he just won't get it, and he guesses even the spellcasters in his village couldn't get it in one try, and even if they did, they almost all died accidentally. And he says that he can't be in a rush, and he knows it himself that even with Heart of the Beast, he took way too long to learn it, and he seems eager, so he just needs to keep at it, and if there's no hope to give up. But it pisses him off, so he tries to sleep it off. That night, Incrid's still training, trying to understand how to mimic this feeling of his heartbeat for tomorrow. The next day, they're back at it once again, and Rem sighs, saying that he wants to stop here for the day, as he thinks it's not going to happen yet. Incrid grabs his hand, telling him to keep going. Rem says that he gets that he's trying, but there's no point in trying when it's not going to do anything, and Incrid tells him to stimulate his heart more. Rem's a bit shocked, and says that he thinks he forgot something, that if his heart is forced, it'll pop, and that he's certainly not asking him to kill him. Incrid tells him just to do it, and Rem's just hesitant. He says that going along with this won't make him learn it, and that he'll just die, and even if he doesn't, he'll become a cripple, and it won't be him suffering, but still, he doesn't want to deny his request. He starts to do it, and asks how stupid he could be. He guesses he's asking because he knows that it'll be fine. Rem starts trying, and Incrid's heart starts beating extremely fast. His face starts to tense up, and we see his eyes go bloodshot, and he says that this was the right choice. Rem asks what he means, before he feels his heart explode. Blood starts pouring out of his mouth, and Rem realizes he made a mistake. Jackson takes his hand off of him, as Odan pulls Incrid back, and Ragna almost cut his arm off. They start yelling at him, asking him what the hell he did to their brother. As his vision fades out, he's back now in the underworld, and the boatman says that he doesn't understand, that this today was not a wall. Incrid says that he chooses his own walls, and the boatman asks what he's thinking. Incrid says that he uses the method he knows best to learn the heart of the superhuman. We get a little flashback to right before he started doing the loops as he's trying to feel his heartbeat. He says that he can feel Rem's effects on his heart, but he just can't. He recalls Rem telling him that he can't force it, and he needs to acknowledge his limits, and give up sometimes. That's not something he wants to do, because giving in means he's satisfied with where he is now, and that might as well mean that he's dead. Right before, there was a method that suits him perfectly, unlike his genius platoon members. Like the skill that allowed him to fight an enemy way stronger than himself, and rather than being petrified in fear, what he needs to do now is to learn part of the superhuman. He says that he knows a very simple place to start, he just needs to control his heart. On the next loop, his heart explodes once more, and everybody starts panicking trying to get him to wake up. Then the boatman asks if this is all he can do, and he continues dying of an exploding heart. Incrid says that Heart of the Superhuman lets him use superhuman strength, and that he gets during life or death situations at will, so if there is a life or death situation, it should be easier to activate. The boatman says that he's completely lost his mind, asking if he doesn't think of the pain he will suffer while he does so. Incrid says that he can take it as long as it continues letting him walk forward. Next loop, Rem says that it's not happening today as well, and he should just wash up and get some sleep, and not try alone. This is actually the 27th loop. Incrid says that he still can't do it on his own. He tells Rem that it will work if he tries harder, and Rem asks if he's really trying to get him to kill him. Incrid says yes, and Rem gets annoyed, saying that he shouldn't drag him into his insanity, as he doesn't want to kill his superior. That sets Incrid off guard, and he says that he knows he doesn't care about that, reminding him that he committed aristocide. Rem tells him to keep bringing it up and see what happens, but Incrid is just trying to figure out why he's reacting differently in this loop. Even if the wall was created by him, if he doesn't surpass it the day resets, and it's fine because he can continue training. He wonders why Rem didn't listen to him, and that he's going to continue until he figures it out. The 40th loop he's telling him to press his heart harder, and he does that, as well as the 50th and 60th loop. He finally tells him that it's an order. He then does it, and Incrid says that he fully understands now that he only listens to him when he commands him. He starts focusing, and Incrid says that Rem and the others all ended up here because they don't listen to orders, and he didn't ever order them around because he didn't think they would listen to him. From a certain point, all started listening to his commands, and he wonders why. But first he's going to focus on himself. He feels his heart pumping faster and faster. He tells Rem to keep going. Rem looks worried as he continues pressing more and more until Encred's heart burst, spitting out blood. This is just what happened with every single loop. He continued to die from his heart exploding until he finally got a feel for it and was able to do it himself. Rem asks if he really learned how to do it in a single day as we see Encred sitting there with his heart beating extremely fast. After all of his loops, he manages to do it on his own. He grabs his blade, and he said there's been 100 plus loops, but he wasn't truly counting. He walks up against a cliff face, with all of the boys watching Rem, then realizes what he's going to do. With his sword still in its scabbard, he thrusts it forward, and he starts to force his heart to beat faster and faster until it stabs into the wall. We see it immediately start to shatter the cliff in front of him, seeing the debris flying everywhere. Damn, our boy's come a long way. He says he finally surpassed the wall he created for himself. Ragna and the rest are just surprised by how strong it was, and Rem says he wants to ask him two things. First is whether he's from the West, and secondly if he really is a genius. He says no to both.
Encred believed he had safely mastered the essence of brute strength, but he hadn't expected such a severe backlash. Now, he lay immobile on his bed, unable to move even a finger. He weakly told Rem that he couldn't move a muscle and asked if that was normal. Rem, dismissing his concern, replied that Encred's body simply wasn't ready yet. He had learned too quickly. Auden added that it was Encred's first time forcing his muscles to handle such power, so it was only natural for them to feel clumped and sore. Still, Encred thought the level of pain was brutal and almost unbearable. The heart of brute strength was a seductive technique, one that allowed a human body to wield extraordinary power. Yet, when used recklessly, it overloaded the body. Encred was learning that truth the hard way. Knights, he reflected, didn't even need such shortcuts. They had already transcended human limits. Though their form remained human, they wielded the strength of giants, displayed the physical prowess of the Forg, and possessed the sharp senses of the fairies. That was what a true knight was. Encred was still far from that realm. As he kept groaning, Auden advised him to rest completely for at least a day, promising to help him recover. Then, with his enormous frame, Auden climbed onto Encred's bed, laughing mischievously as he announced that he called this technique blood, sweat, and tears. Seeing his behavior, Encred grew uneasy. Auden began pressing into his muscles, massaging his pressure points. Pain surged through Encred's body, but he refused to cry out, though it felt like dying, like facing one of the boatman's walls from legend. While massaging Encred's feet, Auden instructed him to remember the points he was pressing, explaining that it was a method to loosen cramped muscles, formerly known as the Balov-style pressure technique. Hearing that it was a technique, Encred suddenly became excited, thinking that learning it could prove useful. Determined, he resolved to endure the pain, even if he felt as though he might meet the boatman himself. Watching Encred's suffering, Rem grew furious and accused Auden of trying to kill their captain, calling him a damn brute. After a long night of agony, morning finally came. Encred rose from bed, thinking that thanks to Auden he had almost met the boatman. But at least the soreness had eased. Auden had told him not to move at all during recovery, but Encred thought it was such a waste of time. He decided at least he could maintain his weapon. As he held his sword, Auden suddenly appeared behind him in dramatic silence, took the weapon from his hands, and reminded him that he had been told not to move his body. Startled, Encred stammered that he had only wanted to clean his sword. At that moment, Cry took the blade from Auden, saying that if it needed maintenance, he would handle it. Encred, suspicious, asked if Cry would really work for free. Cry smirked and admitted that it was sharp of Encred to notice, demanding 20 coppers for the service. Encred immediately tugged the sword back and countered with 10. Cry pulled it again and offered 18. Offended, Encred asked if that was supposed to be an insult. Cry sighed and declared his final offer, 17 coppers, not a single coin less. Encred protested, asking why Cry was charging so much. Cry explained that Encred's swords were high-end and such weapons required extra care. Then, noticing the second blade, he asked if Encred wasn't using two swords, and requested the other one as well, which took Encred completely by surprise. Enred handed over his second sword, and Cry went outside to clean both blades. As he watched, Enred thought to himself that he had mentioned using dual swords, but he still found it strange that everyone had accepted it so easily. He had expected at least one of them to question or oppose his decision. After all, even renowned experts rarely used dual sword techniques. Though the style looked cool and impressive, it was often considered impractical due to its difficulty and inherent risks. Without sufficient strength, it was hard to even wield one sword effectively, and compared to a two-handed grip, each swing lost significant power. In practice, the dual sword technique reduced defense, made coordination more difficult, and was especially ineffective against armored opponents. Yet, despite all that, no one seemed inclined to ask Enred about his decision. Eventually, Enred turned to his squad mates and asked why none of them had tried to stop him from using 2 swords. His question took the others by surprise. Auden then asked why he thought that was, and Jackson remarked that it was probably because Enred was stubborn as hell. Enred looked taken aback and asked if they were really talking about him. Auden laughed and said that his refusal to back down and constant persistence were proof enough of his stubbornness. Enred responded that it wasn't baseless stubbornness. Ragna then asked if he had a reason for choosing the dual sword style, to which Enred replied that it was simply because he liked it. Using 2 swords just felt better to him. It was the same kind of admiration he had always held for knights. He then recalled his days as a mercenary when he had been weak. Back then, people often spoke of knights with awe, their bravery, their noble deeds, and their heroism. Someone once mentioned that the knight destined to end the war was known as the Knight of Armistice. Enred had admired those knights deeply, though his weakness had made him a target of ridicule. The stronger mercenaries had mocked him, telling him that swinging a sword like that would never make him as strong as a knight. They had called him pitiful. Even so, Enred had lived by his own desires. He lived for what he loved. Speaking to his squad mates, he declared that he had no intention of giving up, no matter what. Whether it was becoming a knight or mastering the dual sword style, he would achieve it all to reach his goal. Hearing this, Rem found himself quietly impressed. He thought that Enred was truly different from him. Unlike Rem, who had been born with everything yet abandoned it, Enred possessed only a single sword, but he moved forward with unwavering determination. Rem sighed and laughed, saying that was precisely why he liked his captain. Ragna, in his usual mocking tone, commented that Rem had peculiar tastes. Rem, showing Ragna the middle finger, told him not to worry, insisting that he still absolutely despised everyone else. Ragna casually replied that the feeling was mutual. Jackson, watching their exchange with mild amusement, commented that it seemed they were all on the same page. Auden, in his priestly tone, added that though the Lord said to embrace all things equally, as his servant, even he had his limits, and he too disliked all of them. Rem laughed and teased Auden for talking too much, claiming that was quite a conclusion to reach. Enred observed the group and noted that they got along surprisingly well, though Ragna retorted that such a statement was an insult. Carrying a few small rocks in his hands, Jackson approached Enred and suggested that if he was bored, he could train instead of wasting time. Enred reminded him that he had been told not to do anything, but Jackson clarified that this training didn't require movement. It was all about eye motion, an exercise to develop the sense of evasion. He mentioned that it was the next technique he planned to teach Enred. At this, a gleam of excitement appeared in Enred's eyes at the thought of learning something new. Meanwhile, outside, Cry was finishing up cleaning Enred's swords. As he polished the final blade, its surface gleamed under the light, and he remarked with satisfaction that it looked as good as new. Cry overheard the soldiers talking among themselves, noting that the main battle seemed to be dragging on with no sign of retreat from either side. They were muttering something about their battalion commander, Marcus, and the supply routes being threatened. A new enemy unit had apparently taken position near their rear camp, rumored to be the remnants of the force that had fought them earlier and fled. Hearing this, Cry thought that the war situation was looking grim and decided that they needed to gather more intelligence. Meanwhile, Aspen appeared to be attempting a new move, and somewhere in a dimly lit room, a mysterious man was seen writing something. Elsewhere, Jackson was explaining to Encred that evasion meant seeing with one's own eyes and dodging accordingly. He said that training the sense of evasion was about pushing one's reaction speed to the extreme, but before reaching that level, one first needed to develop dynamic vision. To train him, Jackson announced that he would throw stones with letters carved on them, and Encred would have to read and respond to each one. Encred concentrated deeply as Jackson threw the first rock, but he couldn't react in time. Only after the stone had passed did he realize it had even been thrown. Jackson noticed Encred thinking hard about what the letter might have been, and said he would throw again. Another rock flew, and Jackson asked what letter was written on it. The training continued through the afternoon. Jackson threw yet another rock, urging Encred to focus and look carefully, but Encred still failed to see the letter. Eventually, night fell. Later, Auden applied a massage technique to Encred, who groaned in pain from the treatment. Giving a thumbs up, Auden told him he had improved greatly and should now be fine to move. Encred, still unsure, asked if that was really true. Just then, a rock whizzed past him, and Jackson asked what the letter on it was. Frustrated, Encred asked if Jackson had waited until he was off guard on purpose, to which Jackson replied that there was no mercy on the battlefield. Thus, another day of training began. This time, Jackson hid in a bush and threw a rock unexpectedly. Ankred immediately focused and managed to see the letter written on the stone as it landed before him. Just as he was about to call out what he had seen, a soldier shouted that they were under attack. An ambush. Everyone was ordered to gather. Amid the chaos, Jackson still asked Ankred what the letter had been. Surprised, Ankred demanded to know if he was seriously asking that even now. Jackson revealed that the letter carved into the stone had been me, and added casually that after carving 40 stones with that same letter, he had finally succeeded. Jackson then remarked that Ankred had done well and that he could now carve a different letter. Ankred couldn't tell whether that was praise or sarcasm. When Rem heard about the ambush, he came running, visibly thrilled and eager for battle, asking where the enemies were. Watching him, Ankred wondered if the man had finally gone mad. Jackson explained that Rem was simply frustrated. Ever since Ankred had been bedridden, Rem hadn't had a chance to test his mighty heart technique or challenge anyone properly. Even after bullying a newly appointed squad leader, Rem still hadn't been satisfied. When Rem reached the scene, Ankred noticed that instead of fighting, the soldiers were only gathering together. Yelling with excitement and brandishing his axe, Rem demanded to know where the enemies were and where the giant was with his toy. Nearby, Andrew asked one of the soldiers what was going on, and the man replied that the enemy had only fired a volley of arrows before retreating. Someone else remarked that the border guards would probably catch the archer, meaning there wasn't much else for them to do. However, Rem insisted that the border guards wouldn't be able to catch the archer. Before Ankred could ask why, Rem pointed to one of the arrows and told him to take a close look. The shaft, he explained, was longer and the feathers stretched farther back than usual. It was from a special bow designed to shoot from extreme range. Rem mentioned that he had seen that man before and identified him as Hawk's Claw. Enred, in his usual casual manner, questioned since when hawks had claws. Rem appeared confused and wondered aloud whether it was Hawk. Fong then spoke, but Enred admitted he could not clearly recall, though he was certain it was not that. Rem teasingly asked Ankred whether his memory was really that terrible. Enred reflected that, for Rem, the event had occurred only months ago, but for Ankred, who had relived the same day repeatedly, it must have felt like years. Rem then asked Ankred if he remembered the time he was beaten by the frog and ended up in the infirmary. During that battle, the man firing those arrows had gone on a rampage. Hearing this, Ankred recalled that a soldier named Bell had nearly been killed by the frog, but he had saved him back then. Enred concluded that it must have been the Hawks. As they returned to the tent, Ragna asked if there had been a raid. Enred sharply demanded to know what Ragna had been doing all day to not notice it, but upon seeing Ragna's face, he realized what it was. He told the others to take a look. Ragna's face was greasy from too much sleep. Ragna ignored the teasing and instead said that what mattered more was Ankred's dual sword training. He explained that Enred needed to get his body accustomed to using two swords. Enred asked whether Ragna had a method, and Ragna replied that he would explain it in a way that was easy to grasp. Then, addressing Ankred in a serious tone and calling him squad leader, Ragna told him that from now on, he had two lovers. Rem mockingly remarked that if Ankred's fiancée ever heard that, he would be dead, but Ankred replied with a straight face that she was not his fiancée. Ragna continued, instructing Ankred that whether he was eating, sleeping, or fighting, he must always hold two swords in his hands. Getting used to their weight and presence was the first priority. That night, Enred slept with the two swords beside him. When Esther arrived and saw the swords on either side of him, she thought that there was barely a place for her to lie down. She complained inwardly that this man even trained in his sleep, how uncomfortable it was. Suddenly, a shout came from outside announcing an ambush. Ankred sprang up immediately, startling Esther so much that she jumped from the bed and fell to the ground. Outside, the soldiers reported that the enemy had merely shot arrows again and then retreated. They said they needed to call the border guard. Rem, too tired to care, did not even get up and grumbled that it was such a letdown. Ankred lay back down and fell asleep again, which irritated Esther deeply. She began hitting him with her claw, demanding that he let her sleep in peace. Ankred told her to stop, saying it hurt. Hearing the noise, Cry got up, remarking that this was already the second raid. After that, an endless cycle of training began under Jackson's supervision, interrupted occasionally by arrows striking the camp, the work of the Hawk's Talon. During one such session, Jackson threw another rock. Before it even passed Ankred, who only glanced briefly, Ankred identified it as Ya. Then another arrow struck a soldier. Rem, always ready with his axe, cursed in frustration and called the Hawk's Talon a fast bastard. When night came, Jackson threw yet another rock. This time, Ankred said it was man. Another day passed, and the ambushes continued. Arrows kept flying from time to time. At night, Esther grew increasingly angry and frustrated with Ankred's behavior. Enred's evasion training continued as Jackson kept throwing rocks. At one point, Jackson tossed another and asked Enred what the letter was this time. Enred replied that it was in. Suddenly, Enred realized that if he combined all the letters from before, they spelled out crazy barbarian. Upon hearing that, Rem rushed over with his axe, shouting that he would carve Jackson up himself instead of waiting for that hawk bastard to do it. Ankrit stopped Rem and questioned Jackson, asking if Jackson realized that he was always the one who started the fights first. Jackson only shrugged and gestured vaguely, pretending not to know anything. Meanwhile, Cry overheard the soldiers complaining that they hadn't even found a single hair of that slippery hawk bastard. They mentioned that the archer left no traces behind, and if things continued this way, tracking him down would be impossible. According to them, the enemy always fled after shooting 2 or 3 arrows, disappearing long before the border guard could even mobilize. Hearing their conversation, Cry reflected that despite several raids happening each day, no one had managed to catch the culprit. The damage seemed minor for now, but he sensed that if the situation persisted, it would eventually grow into a much larger problem. He wondered in frustration what the command was doing, as they clearly weren't handling the matter properly. He scoffed to himself, thinking that he had no intention of stepping in and risking his own life for something that wasn't his responsibility. Yet, with the situation worsening, he realized he had no choice. If the command refused to take action, he would have to do something himself. Determined, Cry approached Enkrit and, addressing him by his title as squad leader, told him that he had an idea. He wanted to propose a plan directly to the high command. The scene changes to a tent where someone is yelling about how the Aspen punks keep poking at them and how they should just march in and wipe them out. Inside, the higher-ups are locked in a heated argument. One officer questions whether they're really going to rush in without considering the possibility of a trap. Another snaps back, asking if they're supposed to just sit on their hands and do nothing. Meanwhile, the battalion commander sits quietly, lost in thought. He listens to the shouting and thinks there aren't many useful suggestions here. He clicks his tongue and admits he doesn't have any great move either. He's good at using force on the battlefield, but he's not the type for dirty backstage schemes. Just then, the 4th Company commander walks in, apologizing for being late. The battalion commander asks what took her so long. She explains that the mad squad leader, Inkred, submitted a tactical proposal and requested temporary operational control. The battalion commander raises an eyebrow, wondering if the squad leader actually thinks strategically. The platoon commander says no. The detailed plan was put together by one of Ankrid's squad members, a soldier named Christ. Someone at the table asks what the plan is, and the platoon commander begins to explain it. After hearing the whole plan, the battalion commander decides it's usable. He stands up and announces in a commanding tone that they will adopt the plan and the troops must prepare to march, and the mad squad will go on a falcon hunt mission. He thinks it's finally a plan he likes. We then see Ankrid's squad on the move. Rem, a bit disappointed, asks why they aren't chasing the hawk and are instead heading to the enemy's rear camp. Christ answers saying it's not that they're going to find Hawk's Talon, they're going to make Hawk's Talon come to them. Ankred jumps in saying the Mad Squad will act as a guerrilla unit temporarily. If they hit the enemy's rear camp and withdraw repeatedly, the enemy will deploy similar guerrilla teams to guard the rear, and then Rem finishes the sentence saying, the Hawk bastard will come to them. Christ agrees but adds, that's only if things go well. Even if the hawk isn't lured in, they'll still be able to strike the enemy. Rem says the hunting method is annoyingly slow. Christ turns toward him and says, even simple-minded Rem might not get it, but this is the best option. Rem stares at Christ with a twisted grin, his eyes gleaming with menace, asking if he is talking about him. Christ freezes, realizing the comment may have crossed a line. As Rem's death stare intensifies, Christ, pale and trembling, tries not to piss himself. Anchored steps in quickly, cutting the tension and calling Rem off. Rem turns away, muttering that he'll let it slide, but Christ should learn to keep his mouth shut. Christ, still shaken, tries to salvage a shred of dignity by convincing himself that Rem backed down. Anchored, looking ahead, asks how far they are from the destination and calls out to Pin. Pin, looking out into the distance, says their destination is coming into view. Rem reflects that the core of this plan is hit and run mobility. For that, a skilled ranger who finds safe routes is essential. When he requested reinforcements from High Command, Pin was assigned to join the Mad Squad as their new squad leader. Curious, Rem asks why her assignment was changed to the Mad Squad specifically. Wouldn't a temporary support role have been enough? Pin turns and says it's because of complicated adult reasons. Rem gives her a skeptical look. She explains that her position became awkward after being sent out to support. Anchored, feeling a pang of guilt, says he owes her one. Pin says she will repay him later. She then blows him a kiss and while blushing says with something good. Ink asks if she is still targeting him. Rem pats Anchored on the back and says he even got a fiancé. He should keep some decency. Ancred immediately snaps back, insisting she's not his fiancée. Eventually, they reach the enemy camp and begin observing from a cliff. Pin signals everyone to lower their posture. She's spotted the enemy position. Christ warns that if things go south, they'll need to fall back into a retreat formation. He can't fight the entire battle himself, so they should send only a few forward and keep his escort ready. Before he can finish, Rem suddenly leaps off the cliff, eyes blazing, both axes drawn. Bloodlust radiates from him as he shouts that fresh blood is calling. Pin is caught completely off guard, as Rem slides down the cliff, yelling that he'll kill anyone who cuts in line. Ancred watches and thinks no one has ever dared to covet Rem. Ragna rises, sword in hand, and tells Ancred he wants to see how stable his stance is. Ancred glances at him, wondering if this is some kind of test. Ragna and Ancred follow Rem down the cliff, and Ancred thinks to himself, even here, the training never stops. Someone calls out to the two enemy soldiers guarding the entrance. Ragna walks up to them with a jolly face, waving his hand and telling them to come over. One soldier, confused, asks the other if he knows the guy, while the other wonders if he's his friend. As they continue to puzzle over who he is, Rem suddenly throws his axe and hits one of the enemy soldiers square on the head. The other soldier, terrified, screams that there's an enemy. As Ragna and Ancred finally make it to the bottom, Ancred notices something ahead. Rem pulls his leg back and launches himself forward with insane speed. He charges the enemy with his other axe, his face twisted in bloodlust, catching the soldier completely off guard. Ancred, surprised, wonders what that move was. He grins, thinking it's the fastest charge they've seen so far. He starts to wonder if Rem still has more hidden techniques. As Rem stands over the defeated enemies, Ancred says he wants to learn it. Hearing the commotion, other enemy soldiers begin to emerge, shouting that it's the Kingdom of Nerelia troops and to get them. Ancred, seeing the numbers grow, orders everyone to fall back for now. They need to retreat before the enemies overwhelm them. Behind him, Ragna complains that he hasn't even drawn his sword yet. As they're retreating, Ragna turns to Rem and tells him to get a feel for the situation since it wasn't his turn. Rem, irritated, asks what he just said. Does he want him to split his throat? Ancred steps in and tells them to stop it. The operation is still underway and there will be plenty of chances to fight. The scene shifts to evening. Ancred and the squad move out to attack again. An enemy soldier throws a dagger toward them, shouting that it's them. They're here again. As he slides down the cliff, Ancred sees the dagger coming at him. He thinks about the sense of evasion. The moment he sees it with his eyes, he needs to dodge. Ancred moves his head slightly and avoids the dagger, landing safely on the ground. Jackson, watching closely, says the time from seeing to reacting took 0.4 seconds. As he slits an enemy soldier, he tells Ancred he needs to cut his reaction time down to at least 0.1 seconds. To truly master the sense of evasion, he needs to push himself harder. Ancred drives his sword through an enemy's throat and wonders if Jackson actually counted that just now. Odin, smashing someone's head to the ground, says, "Training is fine, but they need to focus on the operation too." While running, he warns that the enemy is coming, and Ancred immediately orders everyone to fall back. The enemy continues to chase them through the night. One enemy soldier, out of breath from the relentless pursuit, wonders why these guys are so fast. We see Andrew and his bodyguard sprinting through the trees. Christ, being piggybacked by Odin, glances back and thinks honestly. He was worried these madmen could even pull off the plan. Now he sees there was no need to worry. Ancred tells everyone to run deeper into the forest. Rem, trailing behind, casually asks why they can't just kill them all. Ancred says no and tells him to keep running. Ancred spots Ragna veering off in another direction and stops him, telling him to just follow the back of the person in front of him. Ragna insists the other way looks like a shortcut, but Ancred shuts it down and tells him to stay with the group. Looking back at Ancred, Christ says he didn't expect him to lead so steadily. He wonders if this really is the Mad Squad. The squad finally reaches a safe spot. Ancred announces that the pursuit has stopped and they'll camp here for the night. Sitting beside a tree, Ancred reflects on his training loop where he was learning the heart of superhuman strength. Once he realized the squad at least obeys his orders, it became easier to control them. That charge he saw from Rem earlier was impressive. He thinks Rem listens well these days and wonders if maybe he'll even teach that technique if ordered. He calls out to Rem and starts to ask about the charge he showed earlier. But before he can finish, Rem shoots him a scolding glare and says if he's seriously asking that, he'd better think again. Looking at him, Ancred wonders why, as he never refused to learn something before. Rem closes his eyes and thinks Ancred's attitude toward learning is good, but he's forgotten something, the step of thinking for himself. He skipped that stage. Getting too used to just following orders leads to mistakes like this. Growth spoon-fed by others is hollow. He needs to go back to basics. Rem smiles and continues thinking Ancred needs to struggle and think for himself. That's when it becomes worth teaching him. We then see Ankred meditating, silent and focused. As the mad squad retreated, Andrew was out of breath. He realized he had been sprinting non-stop from the beginning and that moving through the mountains at that speed made him feel as if he could pass out at any moment. Every step felt heavier, his chest burned and his lungs screamed for air. He had assumed the madman would be fine, but he had not expected cries to hold up so well either, and he was surprised by how much Ankred had changed. When Andrew first met Ankred, he had not been nearly as strong. Back then, Ankred had been just another young warrior struggling to keep up with the madness of the battlefield. So Andrew wondered how Ankred had grown so much, what training, what resolve, what experiences had hardened him to that degree. By then, Andrew was almost completely spent, his legs wobbling and his vision blurring as if he might collapse on the rocky ground. He forced himself to steal a reserve of resolve, grit his teeth, and start sprinting again. He was determined to push further and prove he could keep going, because the thought of falling behind filled him with frustration, and he forced his body to obey even when his mind screamed to stop. Mac was very surprised as he watched Andrew. He remembered first meeting Andrew as the son of his friends. After the Gardner family had fallen and Mac's dear friend had died, Mac had taken care of Andrew in his friend's place. So where Andrew had once seemed a fragile, confused child stumbling through a cruel world, he now saw that the boy had somehow become a man. Looking at Andrew's back, Mac felt something approaching. Not only determination or spirit, but the sense that the rebuilding of the Gardner family itself was beginning to take shape through Andrew's growth. While they walked, Enred told Rem that he had figured out the principle behind that charge. His tone was calm but excited, as if he had just solved a riddle. He explained that the answer was the heart of brute strength, that Rem had strengthened his leg muscles to produce an explosive thrust, and that this had been the essence of the technique. Rem smiled faintly and told Ankred that if one thought one already knew the answer, there was no need to ask. He warned them not to waste time with words and insisted that now that Ankred knew, he should try it himself. Ankred nodded and promised he would definitely try it. Pin suddenly told everyone to stop and look down, and they discovered a stronghold on flat ground between cliffs. With the rear blocked, the escape route was sealed, the kind of terrain made for an ambush. Ankred narrowed his eyes and said it was a trap. Cries spoke up in a calm voice heavy with experience, saying that preparing a trap so blatantly was meant to make them avoid it. The enemy wanted to guide their path and then kill them if they were cornered, which meant Hawk's talon would appear soon. After Cries finished speaking, he looked at his squad and, seeing their reckless calmness and lack of fear, wondered whether they were even listening. These madmen never approached things like normal soldiers. Enred then asked his squad whether they should play along with the enemy's plan. Ragna grinned, his eyes full of bloodlust, and declared it was annoying and that they should just smash it. Ankred admitted he was tempted to do the same, noting that if the trap failed, the Hawk would show up sooner, which was exactly what the enemy wanted, and that because the armed force was large this time, they should all go together. Cries asked whether he should go too. Enred shook his head and ordered that Cries fall back, saying that Pin, Andrew, and Mac would guard him while the rest charged. They all accepted Ankred's order without hesitation, and with a wild, fearless spirit, the madmen leapt down the cliff like predators diving on prey. Down at the camp, the Grey Dog commander found himself deep in thought. He considered this the last chance for the Grey Dog. Their orders had been clear. Assist the Nerelia guerrilla unit that was ransacking the rear camp by making Hawk's Talon hunt them. The commander, prideful as any renowned Aspen unit leader, felt humiliated that they had been reduced to supporting a single soldier, yet he gritted his teeth because he knew this was the only way for them to rise again. They had to pull it off. To rise, they would have to succeed at any cost. At that moment, one of the Aspen soldiers became alarmed by the mad squad's approach and the camp erupted in panic, with men shouting that it was the Nerelia guerrilla unit. The announcement surprised the Grey Dog commander, and he wondered aloud why they had come in if they had noticed the trap. He called them idiots in his head. His confusion turned to fury when he realized Ankred was leading the attack at the front. His face twisted, and he ground his teeth as he accused Enred, aloud to himself, of having been part of that guerrilla unit. Enred appeared confused when the Grey Dog commander made that remark. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed toward the commander and asked Rem if he knew the man, saying the face seemed familiar. Rem frowned and asked why Ankred was asking him that, and then told Ankred that he must have a bad memory if he could not remember. The Grey Dog commander, whose anger was boiling, called Ankred a cocky bastard and spat that it did not matter if he did not remember because they would kill all the mad squad members there anyway. With burning rage, he drew his sword, the steel gleaming in the firelight, and his soldiers followed suit, raising their weapons with a roar. He pointed his blade at Ankred and declared that Ankred should be a stepping stone for the Grey Dog's future. The commander charged forward, but Ankred blocked the Grey Dog commander's strike perfectly. His blade held steady and his posture was unshaken. The commander's eyes widened when he recognized Encred's sword. Encred, staring straight into the commander's eyes, suggested that if the commander recognized Mitch Hurrier's sword, then he must be the man who had blocked the banner in the fog of slaughter. The Grey Dog commander screamed in anger that it did not matter and struck at Encred again, ordering him to die. Encred blocked the strike once more. Immediately after, Encred fought back with a swift, precise counterattack, which the Grey Dog commander barely managed to parry. Enred recalled their previous meeting when the Grey Dog commander had been a strong enemy who had only managed to flee, and he wondered how the commander would fare now, whether he might make a good test of the results of Encred's training. The thought excited him and ignited a spark in his eyes. Both Encred and the Grey Dog commander charged forward again. Watching the duel, the other Grey Dog soldiers murmured among themselves that there seemed to be a grudge between the two men, while they resolved in the meantime to smash the rest of the madmen. To their astonishment, the mad squad completely ignored them. The deranged warriors stood motionless, their eyes locked onto the duel ahead, utterly focused. To them, no other battle existed at that moment. The Grey Dog soldiers, feeling disrespected by such disregard, were enraged. One of them, unable to bear the insult, charged forward with a club, roaring furiously. Yet Ren, with effortless composure, swung his axe and blocked the strike with overwhelming force. The sound of the impact thundered through the field. Rem smirked and coldly ordered the enemies to remain silent, saying that they were focusing. The duel between Encred and the Grey Dog commander intensified with every exchange of blows. When the commander prepared to strike again, Encred instantly noticed the movement and reacted within a fraction of a second, evading the attack. With a fluid counter, he wounded the commander's back. Watching the scene unfold, Jackson observed calmly, analyzing the situation. He remarked to himself that Encred's reaction time was satisfactory and that his speed met the passing mark. The Grey Dog commander, though growling in pain, immediately retaliated, his rage fueling every movement. In that fleeting instant, Encred drew his second sword, moving swiftly to block the commander's strike with both blades. Sparks scattered as steel clashed against steel. Seeing Encred drawing his blade and assuming a defensive stance simultaneously, Ragna grinned and commented that Encred was beginning to grasp the art of dual swordsmanship. Despite successfully blocking the commander's attack, Encred was still pushed back from the force. Observing this, Odin calmly noted that Encred's strength was still insufficient to parry single-handedly. He resolved that during the next training session, he would increase the weight by adding another rock. The Grey Dog commander sneered upon seeing Encred wielding two swords. He mocked him, saying that he was merely a rookie trying to show off before launching another furious assault. At that moment, a fierce determination ignited in Encred's eyes. His breathing slowed, then steadied. Rem noticed this subtle change and grew excited, realizing that Encred was about to unleash the heart of brute strength. Soon, Encred's heartbeat quickened, pounding like a war drum. His blood surged violently, granting him power far beyond human limits. In a blur of motion, he charged toward the commander with astonishing speed. The commander's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Encred had become so fast. With terrifying strength, Encred struck. The commander barely managed to block, his grip nearly failing as his sword began to crack under the immense pressure. Horror filled his eyes. As the commander struggled to resist, Encred suddenly thrust his second blade straight into his throat. The sword pierced cleanly, and as he withdrew it, blood gushed out, staining the ground. The commander collapsed, twitching briefly before going still. The remaining Grey Dog soldiers stared in shock and disbelief. Their commander, the pride of their unit, had been slain in an instant. Ren threw back his head and laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He shouted that he had known it would be perfect once the captain used the heart of brute strength. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, filled with savage delight. Odin nodded with a rare smile, remarking to Anchor that the Lord must surely be pleased with Encred's growth. Ragna smirked and muttered that it wasn't bad at all. Jackson, as always, merely gave a silent nod of agreement. Ren then turned toward the rest of the Grey Dogs, calling them iron lumps and ordering them to come over immediately. His laughter rang out again as he said he was so thrilled that he felt like slicing something apart. And with that, the madness of the squad swelled even further, echoing across the battlefield like an unstoppable storm. The Aspen soldiers surged forward, declaring that they would prove the pride of the Grey Dogs and fight to the death. Their battle cries thundered across the chaotic field, mingling with the clashing of steel and the rising dust. One of the Grey Dogs swung his massive club with unrestrained fury, but Odin stopped it effortlessly with his bare hand. The soldiers nearby froze, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed such inhuman strength. With a confident laugh, Odin remarked that he would repay that courage by sending the man to the Lord's side. Though his tone carried a hint of playfulness, his eyes gleamed with cold, lethal intent. In the next instant, his fist smashed into the soldier's head, the sharp crack of breaking bone echoing across the battlefield. The Grey Dog collapsed lifelessly, his skull crushed by a single devastating blow. Andrew's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly comprehend what he had just seen. Odin had blocked a weapon with his bare hand and hadn't suffered even a scratch. He wondered what kind of muscles could achieve that, what monstrous strength could hide behind that calm smile. Seeing Odin's overwhelming power, Pin blushed slightly and, with a teasing smirk, remarked that he actually looked rather useful after all. Unwilling to be shown up, Rem charged forward with his axe raised high, his steps pounding the earth like a charging beast. But before he could strike, Ragna swung his sword with terrifying precision, cutting through a gray dog soldier and almost hitting Rem in the process. Rem barely avoided the deadly slash, the blade slicing close enough to brush his hair. Furious, he shouted at Ragna, calling him a mad, lazy bastard and demanding to know if he had tried to cut him too. Ragna, as calm and detached as ever, smirked faintly and replied that it was a shame Rem had dodged. His indifference only enraged Rem further. Before Rem could retort, another grey dog soldier lunged at Ragna with desperate courage, but Ragna merely sidestepped and pierced the man's throat in one fluid motion. Blood sprayed across the dirt as his expression remained as cold as stone. While decapitating another soldier, Rem muttered that one day he would hack Ragna to pieces. Ragna mocked him in return, asking why wait for someday? Why not do it now? And if Rem was simply afraid? The tension between them flared once more, even amid the chaos of battle. On the verge of exploding, Rem shouted toward Odin, telling him to inform his god that Ragna would soon be joining him with a new friend. Odin simply smiled and replied calmly that the Lord had said he didn't like friends like that. From behind them, Cries, clearly exasperated by their endless bickering, sighed heavily and asked if they were seriously planning to fight each other right in the middle of a battlefield. Taking advantage of their disarray, one of the Grey Dog soldiers shouted for his comrades to encircle the mad squad while they were divided from within. But before they could carry out the order, Jackson moved like a shadow through their ranks, cutting them down with such speed that none had time to react. Their bodies fell silently to the ground, lifeless, before anyone understood what had happened. Watching his squad mates bicker, Jackson muttered under his breath that they were idiots. Encred, their captain, told the others that there was no need to kill every single Grey Dog since most of them were already destroyed. At that moment, a sharp glint of light flashed from the bushes, immediately catching Jackson's attention. His instincts screamed danger. An arrow shot toward Encred, but Jackson intercepted it before Encred could even react. The arrow clattered uselessly to the ground. Encred glanced at it and quietly asked if their enemies were there. Jackson nodded grimly, confirming that it was the Hawk's Talon. The mere mention of that name made the air around them tighten. Picking up the arrow, Rem smirked and asked Encred if he knew the difference between a sniper and a hunter. Encred blinked, caught off guard by the sudden question. Rem continued without waiting for an answer, his voice low but filled with excitement as he said that hunters were far more enjoyable than snipers, especially when it came to axe hunting, which he considered the true thrill. Encred, half confused and half concerned, asked what he was trying to imply. Holding the arrow between his fingers, Rem replied that when one received a gift, it was only fair to return one. Without another word, he dashed off the cliffs toward the direction of the Hawk's Talon, moving with wild, reckless energy. Pin watched him go and exclaimed in surprise, wondering aloud if he was even allowed to act alone like that. Cries simply shook his head and remarked that Rem wasn't someone who would die easily, suggesting that it was better to just let him be. Andrew then turned to Encred and suggested that they retreat for now, reasoning that the enemy's main force might pursue them from that direction, and if they stayed put, they would become easy targets for the Hawk's Talon. Encred agreed, saying that they would blind the Hawk's Talon as best they could before escaping. The mad squad then set the enemy camp ablaze, flames devouring the tents and smoke spreading thick across the area as they retreated through the chaos. Watching the fire rise behind them, Encred muttered that it seemed this was becoming a habit. Running beside him, Pin tilted her head in confusion, not understanding what he meant. High above the cliff, the Hawk's Talon's vision was obscured by the heavy smoke. One of the soldiers accompanying him scanned the area and said that it seemed the mad squad had slipped out of sight, then asked what they should do next. The Hawk's Talon, calm yet irritated, ordered that they would continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, down below, the mad squad carefully climbed the cliffs, moving along narrow ledges and rocky paths. Encred silently reflected that Rem acting alone hadn't been part of the plan, though it wasn't necessarily a bad move. Rem was targeting the Hawk's Talon, and in return, the Hawk's Talon was targeting them. It was a dangerous balance, but one that might work to their advantage. They would act as bait to draw the Hawk's attention. The terrain they had chosen was rough and steep, with little visibility, giving the Hawk only a slim chance of getting a clear shot. While climbing, Ragna discovered a small hollow in the rock and immediately slipped inside, declaring that the spot was comfortable before lying down and attempting to sleep. Andrew stared at him in disbelief, wondering how anyone could sleep in a situation like this. In his mind, Encrid silently addressed Rem, telling him to hunt to his heart's content. Meanwhile, Rem, moving swiftly through the forested slopes in pursuit of the hawk's talon, thought to himself that the feeling brought back memories. In the past, he had been the hunter his tribe had placed all their hopes upon, an exceptional one, unmatched with the axe. Though he knew he could never return to those days now that he had left, he could still summon the memory for a fleeting moment. As he crept closer to the hawks from behind, Rem steadied his breathing, his eyes sharp and focused. From the very first moment they had met, he had already decided that the hawk's talon would be his prey. Up ahead, one of the hawk's talon's guards remarked that the mad squad members were escaping at awkward angles, making pursuit difficult. The hawk's talon had replied that it was merely a delay and that he would not lose his target. But before the guard could finish his words of praise, Rem's axe flashed through the air and severed the man's head cleanly, sending his body collapsing into the dirt. Another soldier immediately screamed that it was an ambush and shouted for everyone to scatter. Yet the forest itself seemed to favor Rem. He dashed between the trees with the speed and precision of a seasoned predator, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he hunted down the fleeing soldiers one by one. The sound of steel slicing through flesh mixed with the crunch of boots on fallen leaves, and one after another, they fell. At last, only one soldier remained, trembling in terror. Seeing Rem charging toward him like a starving hound, the man screamed in pure fear. Hearing the cries of his dying soldiers, the hawk's talon turned sharply, wondering in disbelief when that barbarian had arrived, for there had been no sign of his approach. But by then, Rem was already upon him. The hawk's talon muttered to himself that the hunt was always on his side as he loosed an arrow while running. Yet Rem swung his axe mid-stride, cleaving the arrow in two before it reached him. In the same fluid motion, he hurled the axe, and the blade buried itself deep in the hawk's talon's shoulder, sending the archer crashing to the ground in agony. As the man screamed, Rem growled that he should stop whining and use more strength, his voice low and guttural as he advanced like a predator savoring its prey. The hawk's talon glared up at him, blood trickling from his mouth, his hands trembling as he tried to reach for another arrow. But Rem was already holding one of the man's own arrows in his hand. With a cold smile, he remarked that it was a rare hunt and told him not to end it so boringly. The hawk's talon clenched his teeth, his rage tangled with helplessness. Yet before he could act, Rem drove the arrow straight into his throat. The man convulsed briefly, then fell still, collapsing into silence. Looking down at the corpse, Rem scoffed and muttered to himself that the fight had been disappointing until the very end. As he pulled his axe free from the body, he sighed, thinking that he had hoped the hawk's talon would have lasted longer, long enough for him to sharpen his rusty hunting skills. Then, a sudden realization struck him. He was starting to sound exactly like the captain. He understood that after spending so much time under the captain's command, he must have unconsciously picked up some of his mannerisms. The captain was the kind of man who openly admitted his lack of talent, yet never stopped thinking about how to move forward, one step at a time. Rem wondered if, by learning to accept things the same way and making that attitude his own, he might come to understand what it truly meant to grow stronger. Perhaps nothing would change immediately, but at least he could try, just as the captain did over and over again, without ever hesitating. After the Mad Squad had finished dealing with the Hawk unit in the vast, tall grass field, two powerful figures emerged. Both were clad in dazzling armor that glimmered under the sunlight, reflecting an almost blinding brilliance. Their mere presence demanded attention, exuding an innate aura of command that seemed to bend the atmosphere around them. Red and black capes fluttered behind them, caught in the wind, each movement amplifying the tension that filled the air. A heavy stillness descended upon the field, as if the world itself sensed that something momentous was about to occur. The tall grasses swayed in synchronized waves, and the faint rustle of their movement mingled with the distant cries of startled birds. Even nature appeared to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of these two formidable forces. Every witness could feel it, that sharp, anticipatory pulse of energy before the eruption of skill, strength, and will. Gradually, aura began to flow around the two figures. At first it was faint, subtle as a breeze, but soon it grew denser, vibrating through the air with palpable intensity. Then, without warning, the man in the red cape charged forward. His steps were light yet firm, each one striking the earth with deliberate precision. His motions carried an artistry, graceful yet deadly. The man in the black cape countered his strike with flawless control, his parry smooth and instinctive, the product of countless years of disciplined training. The clash of their blades sent a shockwave through the field, the ringing of metal against metal reverberating like thunder. From a distance, Encred watched intently, his eyes narrowed with analytical focus as he observed the confrontation. He remarked quietly that the main forces of both sides had finally met in direct combat. Beside him, Jackson squinted toward the duel and noted that their movements suggested a subknight level of mastery, refined, deadly, but not yet at the absolute peak. Encred drew a long breath, his gaze unwavering as he followed every motion of the battle. He reflected that what unfolded before them was indeed a clash between sub-ranks, fascinating to witness, yet ill-timed. He reminded himself that he could not afford distraction, for victory on the battlefield had to come first. If Krya's plan proceeded as expected, Marcus's battalion would soon reach Crossguard and decisively alter the balance of power. As Encred had predicted, Commander Marcus arrived at Crossguard with his forces. His presence alone radiated authority, immediately uplifting the morale of his troops. Meanwhile, chaos spread through the Aspen command camp. Panic and discord erupted among the officers, who shouted orders and accusations with faces flushed in anger and fear. One of them declared that the Norelia forces had seized the Crossguard courtyard and insisted that such a humiliation could not be allowed to stain the city. He urged his subordinates to send at least part of the Night Order to reclaim it. However, the strategist Abnir remained composed amid the uproar. He advised that the city still possessed standing troops and argued it would be wiser to concentrate on the main front rather than scatter their forces prematurely. His measured reasoning did little to satisfy the agitated officers, whose tempers continued to flare despite his calm restraint. They gritted their teeth in anger, their voices rising as they hurled insults at Abba. They called him a foolish commoner, mocking his lowly birth and demanding to know what he could possibly understand, insisting that he had no right to interfere in their affairs. Abnir, watching their arrogance in silence, thought to himself that as long as those nobles continued to hold power, they would never listen to a single word he said. Every unit of the Night Order, he reflected, was a strategic weapon. Removing even a few could disrupt the delicate balance entirely. If that were to happen, the war would be over before it even began. With that thought in mind, he ordered his guards to return to the castle first, ensuring that he and a portion of his forces would remain safe amidst the growing chaos. Meanwhile, on the city walls, a soldier peered into the distance, his brow furrowed in concern. He asked another where the Norelia army was, his voice tight with tension. The other soldier, scanning the horizon, pointed toward a hill and replied that they were stationed there. But as the first soldier looked more closely, confusion spread across his face. There was no army on the hill. He began to wonder uneasily where they had gone. Elsewhere, Commander Marcus observed his troops from a high vantage point, formulating a plan in his mind. He reasoned that if they staged a fake attack on Crossguard, Aspen would surely send reinforcements, and their sub-knights would seize the opportunity to exploit the resulting gap. Troops that were scattered and weakened, he calculated, would be unable to withstand a direct confrontation with his own subunits. With this single maneuver, he believed, his battalion would secure a decisive and remarkable victory. It was all thanks, in part, to the Mad Squad, whose earlier actions had already shifted the tide of battle in their favor. Aspen, having suffered a crushing defeat, soon found itself incapable of continuing the war effectively. In the end, they requested a truce, offering the vast tall grassfield territory as compensation. Norelia accepted without hesitation. Spring arrived in full bloom, with lush green fields and gentle sunlight marking the end of a long and exhausting war with Aspen. 10 days after returning to Border Guard, most of the soldiers were off duty, resting peacefully, except for those assigned to watch posts. Yet Encred could not afford the same luxury. His mind was burdened with reflections on past battles, techniques to revisit, and strategies to analyze. His thoughts spun ceaselessly between lessons learned and the possibilities that lay ahead. During one of his training sessions, a low-ranking soldier named Pol approached him hesitantly, asking if Encred could teach him a move. His tone was uncertain, almost apologetic. Encred was taken aback. He knew Pol as one of the few soldiers who trained tirelessly, a familiar figure marked by earnest dedication. He asked Pol why he had come to him, explaining that he had never taught anyone before and might not give proper advice. But Pol, undeterred, asked why that should matter, his eyes glimmering with determination and passion. The sight reminded Encred of his own younger self when he had first begun his journey. With a faint smile, he decided he could not refuse. He told Pol to come forward and said that they would spar together. Not far away, Ragna, half asleep, wandered toward the training grounds. When he saw Encred sparring with Pol, he immediately became alert. From a distance, he watched as Pol struggled to keep up, finally collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Encred, observing calmly, noted that Pol's leg strength was lacking, offering the critique with firmness, but also with the intention to help him improve. Pol, undeterred by exhaustion, requested another round of sparring. Ragnar watched from the sidelines, slightly surprised to see that the lieutenant himself had decided to spar personally. He reminded himself that since Encred had been trained by a great teacher, his instruction would certainly be sound. Yet as he observed the match, he began to notice something subtle. Encred seemed to have forgotten the very basics of swordsmanship. It was a detail Ragnar quietly noted for later, resolving to remind him when the time came. Encred soon adjusted his stance and resumed sparring. As he did, the words of his former instructor resurfaced in his memory, words that spoke of the need to first recognize one's true standing in order to grow stronger. He realized then that he had spent too much time looking upward, comparing himself to those stronger than him, and in doing so had neglected to look below, to the fundamentals, to the roots of skill. For the first time in a long while, clarity began to take shape. He saw where he stood and what he still lacked. With renewed understanding, he shifted his sparring style. Ragnar noticed the change immediately, recognizing the stance as one he himself had taught long ago. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Encred had managed to correct himself faster than expected. As he watched, Ragnar's face softened into a rare expression of approval. He started to remark that even he, perhaps meaning even Encred, had shown remarkable growth, but before he could finish, Rem interrupted, wondering aloud what Ragnar had been about to say. Then, turning to Odin, Rem suggested that something strange must have gotten into Ragnar's head since he had started muttering to himself. Odin laughed, dismissing the idea, saying that possession did not occur so easily and that Ragnar was probably just praying to God. He then jokingly asked Ragnar what God had said in reply. Ragnar ignored him, which prompted Rem to sneer that perhaps God had told him to get lost. The two soon began to argue again, calling each other barbarians and tugging at each other's collars. Odin stepped in, pretending to mediate while clearly enjoying the chaos. He addressed Rem and Ragnar as brothers, urging them to refrain from foolish violence, though it was evident he had no real intention of stopping them. Encred could only scoff in exasperation, muttering to himself about how they had started again. At that moment, Jackson appeared unexpectedly, warning that there were many eyes watching them. Startled, Encred wondered when Jackson had arrived. He could only mutter under his breath that they were always such noisy bastards. Upon hearing the remark, Jackson questioned whether Encred's sense training was truly functioning as intended. Encred, puzzled by the comment, asked what Jackson meant. Jackson then explained that the attention of the onlookers was not fixed on the soldiers he had referred to as fools, but rather on the lieutenant himself. Encred soon noticed that the soldiers were whispering among themselves, expressing admiration and envy. Some remarked how fortunate Paul was, while others suggested that they too should ask for a chance to spar. One soldier complained that resting like this felt like a waste of time, adding that if they continued training diligently, perhaps someday they might become like Lieutenant Encred. Commander Marcus observed the scene in silence. He reflected on how Encred's growth, from a mere squad leader to the so-called Mad Lieutenant, had come to symbolize change among the troops, turning him into a figure of admiration and even reverence. As Marcus ascended the stage stairs, he thought to himself that Encred had now become a hero acknowledged by all. When he faced the assembled soldiers and nobles, Marcus announced that they had gathered to bestow rewards for their achievements in the recent battle. He demanded that they consider whose contribution had been the greatest, warning that anyone unable to answer was unworthy even to wear a helmet. His blunt words caused murmurs among the nobles, who whispered in disdain about how vulgar it was for a man belonging to one of the 5 noble houses to speak in such a crude manner. Marcus, however, paid them no mind, fully aware that the soldiers perceived his words quite differently. He then declared that the one who had led the army to victory should step forward. He almost referred to the individual as Mad, but caught himself and corrected the title, calling for Independent Lieutenant Encred instead. As Encred ascended the stairs to the stage, he was reminded of the very same platform on which he had once stood when he had dispelled the fog of massacre spell. Yet this time, the atmosphere was entirely different. There were no jeers or scornful remarks, only a heavy silence brimming with focus, respect, and admiration. Commander Marcus then spoke again, saying that he had given much thought to what might truly satisfy a soldier who had accomplished so much. He presented a chest as a symbol of his utmost sincerity and respect. When the commander opened it, Encred's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay the royal dagger, its blade gleaming magnificently under the light, a grand symbol of honor, recognition, and the ultimate reward for his unyielding dedication, relentless training, and unwavering effort. Commander Marcus explained to Encred that the dagger he had been given was an identity dagger, a rare and prestigious award bestowed only upon those who had rendered great service to the royal family. He said that the royal dagger symbolized far more than just a weapon. It guaranteed the bearer noble status and authority, granting them the privilege of being treated as an honored guest by the royal household. As Encred held the dagger and traced the intricate details along its ornate hilt, he briefly thought to himself that it seemed overly decorated. Something meant more for display than for actual combat. Yet despite that thought, he could not ignore the weight of the honor it represented. A quiet pride swelled within him, and he felt a deep sense of dignity. This, he realized, was what true honor felt like. As the soldiers around him erupted in cheers, he raised his hand in acknowledgement, a silent gesture of respect to his comrades. He reminded himself that a knight who sought nothing but strength was no different from a mercenary. A true knight, he believed, was one who built honor upon skill and fought for a purpose that transcended battle itself. With that conviction, Encred stood tall, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. He lifted his hand toward the cheering soldiers again, a gesture of camaraderie and unity, silently recognizing the significance of the moment. The dagger, he understood, was not merely a symbol of recognition, it was his stepping stone toward becoming a true knight. Amid the applause, Rem frowned, clearly dissatisfied. He muttered under his breath that he too had done something worthy of acknowledgement, questioning why only the lieutenant was receiving all the attention. His tone carried both frustration and mockery. Auden, however, clapped joyfully beside him, his face beaming with a broad grin. He remarked, half in admiration and half in jest, that it looked as though a god had finally answered the prayers of his soldiers. Meanwhile, Ragna, still groggy from the long day, sleepily asked whether they were heading back now, his tone casual and uncertain, as if he wasn't entirely sure where the evening was leading. Andrew, on the other hand, cheered loudly, his voice filled with enthusiasm as he declared how amazing Encred was. Commander Marcus, wearing a wide grin, turned to Encred and said he was glad to see the lieutenant pleased with the reward. But his tone shifted slightly as he added that Encred shouldn't be satisfied just yet. There was still a personal gift awaiting him, something he could look forward to. Though slightly surprised by the statement, Encred felt his anticipation stir. He wondered what Marcus might have planned for him, but before he could ask, the commander raised his voice over the crowd and declared that they would feast that night. He gestured expansively and announced that he had brought the finest liquor, urging everyone to drink until they dropped. As the celebration continued, Encred couldn't help but notice that some of the nobles still cast disapproving glances in Marcus's direction. Watching them, he smiled faintly to himself, thinking that the commander certainly had a fiery personality. He could already picture what the banquet might hold, feeling a blend of curiosity and unease about it. When night fell and the banquet began, the air grew heavy with the rich aroma of roasted food and the clinking of glasses that filled the hall. Rem, ever loud and unrestrained, began making boisterous remarks as he drank. He called out to Ragna in a teasing tone, asking whether he wasn't drinking. Ragna, always the cynic, replied mockingly that his taste was refined, unlike Rem's. Unwilling to back down, Rem suddenly flung his drink straight into Ragna's face, laughing loudly as he told him to stop being so picky and just drink. Ragna, furious, grabbed Rem by the collar and growled that the drink was now mixed with barbarian spit. His face twisted in disgust as he glared at Rem. At that moment, Auden, grinning mischievously, overturned an entire barrel of liquor over both of them, drenching them completely. Enred watched the scene unfold, both entertained and faintly amused by the absurdity. Auden chuckled and told the two to behave while drinking. Red-faced and irritated, Rem called Auden a big oaf and muttered that he would dunk him headfirst into another barrel next time. Ragna, still disgusted, grumbled under his breath, but it was clear the chaos had slightly improved his mood. Encred observed all of this with detached amusement. For someone who had once threatened to smash heads if the booze turned out bad, Auden now seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. Amid the laughter and noise, Enred suddenly realized that Jackson was nowhere to be found. He wondered if Jackson had gone into the city, though he doubted it. Jackson didn't seem like the type to enjoy such noisy gatherings. As Enred drifted into thought, Esther climbed into his lap, breaking his reverie. Even then, Encred found his mind wandering elsewhere. He would have much preferred to be training with his sword rather than sitting at a banquet. His brief moment of solitude was soon interrupted when Pin approached, holding 2 drinks in her hands. She asked, in a teasing yet gentle tone, whether he was thinking about training again. She sat beside him and offered him one of the drinks, encouraging him to cheer up and relax. She told him to enjoy the moment and take it easy, her voice carrying a soothing warmth that he couldn't help but notice. She urged him to drink with her, hoping to lift his spirits. Just as he was about to respond, the ferry commander appeared. The moment she stepped forward, all the soldiers fell silent and turned their attention toward her. Encred too noticed her approach and was instantly drawn to her presence. She called him a wicked man for sitting so casually with another woman, claiming that her heart was torn to shreds at the sight. Encred, keeping a straight face, replied dryly that she must be right. His tone was casual but carried a trace of playfulness beneath the surface. His remark shifted the soldier's mood immediately. They began murmuring among themselves, accusing him of being heartless. One of them even shook his head in disbelief, saying that he couldn't understand how Encred could say such a thing when the fairy commander's eyes were so full of wounded sorrow. The commander herself played along with their teasing, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Pin, still flustered, admitted that she hadn't expected Encred to be so callous. Encred merely shrugged and said he hadn't done anything. Meanwhile, Esther watched the entire exchange with growing irritation and disbelief, her expression tightening as the playful scene continued. She believed she was holding back, yet in truth, she was channeling her strength to help him recover and hasten his healing. Despite her efforts, he continued to flirt with other women, a fact that irritated her to no end. Inwardly, she called Encred a cheeky bastard, her annoyance simmering until, in a sudden flash of frustration, she headbutted him. The soldiers around them were stunned into silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The leopard, as they often called her, seemed to have grown jealous, and Encred, somehow, had managed to charm across species. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to react to their fairy commander's unexpected outburst. One soldier, drunk and enraged, abruptly stood up and drew his sword. He shouted at Encred, demanding to know how many women he was after now, mentioning Jenny's name with fury in his eyes. He declared that he could no longer endure it, and that he would show Encred his place. Yet when he caught sight of Encred's calm, confident smile, his resolve began to waver. His grip on the sword loosened as hesitation took over. Encred then stepped forward with a piercing glare, his voice low and edged with menace, saying something that made the soldier flinch. The intimidation was enough. The man quickly sheathed his sword and began to back down. Seeing this, the other soldiers jeered and pushed him, shouting that a man should never go back on his word, demanding that he fight. At that, Cries, ever the opportunist, immediately set up a betting booth, calling out to the others to place their wagers. The growing commotion drew the attention of a soldier from the border guard, who soon approached the crowd. The ferry commander, watching the scene unfold with increasing unease, demanded to know the reason for his arrival. One of the soldiers pointed to his comrade and explained that they had come to introduce Zenok to Encred. Since the captain of the border defense was usually away on external missions, Zenok had never met the famous figure from their battalion. The ferry commander raised an eyebrow and remarked that their timing couldn't have been worse. Encred, she said, was likely only interested in duels at the moment. As the challenge was issued, the soldiers began mocking the earlier defeated man, calling him weak and angrily demanding their money back. The humiliated soldier, still grumbling, told them to shut up and try fighting Encred themselves if they thought it was so easy. Encred, carried away by the thrill of competition, thought that his previous opponent had not been enough. When the duel began, his hunger for challenge only grew. He longed to face someone stronger. His eyes wandered across the room until they landed on the ferry commander, but she refused his unspoken challenge. He then turned his gaze toward a soldier from the border defense, yet that man too declined. Perplexed, Encred turned to Cries and asked why they would refuse. Cries only grinned and replied that not everyone was as insane as Encred. Mac, ever the serious one, looked toward Andrew and asked if he truly intended to go through with it. Andrew's eyes burned with determination as he answered that he did. This would be his proof. Auden, Rem, and Ragna exchanged glances of surprise at his resolve, while Encred also took note of the young man's seriousness. With deliberate movements, Andrew unsheathed his sword. He said he had learned perseverance from their captain and that he dreamed of restoring his family's honor, just as his mother had wished before she died. Yet his own shortcomings had left him restless. It was their captain's unwavering pursuit of his dreams that had inspired him, the man he aspired to become and deeply respected. With fierce resolve, Andrew declared that Andrew Gardner hereby challenged Lieutenant Encred to a duel. He proclaimed that he had trained tirelessly so as not to fall behind his captain, and that now he would prove it. A faint smile touched Encred's lips as he thought of an old saying, that the spring breeze carried a kind of magic, a wind that heralded new beginnings. He looked up at the sky, a gleam of excitement lighting his eyes, feeling that the night itself seemed to hum with promise. He thought to himself that this was truly a good night for battle. Turning to Andrew with a confident grin, he declared that he accepted the challenge and would face him with all his heart. Andrew, though nervous, steadied his resolve, realizing that this duel might mark the turning point of his journey. The two then began their duel, blades clashing under the moonlight. During the fight, Encred asked Andrew if the scene didn't remind him of that day. He even mocked Andrew by imitating his old voice, repeating the words Andrew had once spoken to him, that he should try taking command from him if he could defeat him by skill. Hearing Encred bring up such embarrassing memories, Andrew flushed with frustration. Encred struck him, forcing him back, and remarked that all of that was in the past before saying, with renewed excitement, that they were different now. Feeling his own fighting spirit flare, Andrew agreed with him. While the two clashed, Rem called out to Encred, telling him not to go easy on Andrew, insisting that even a failed squad leader deserved credit for his grit. As their swords met again, Encred noticed inwardly that Andrew's youthful arrogance had faded, replaced instead by a composed caution and hard-earned experience. He realized how much Andrew had changed since their first encounter. The duel between them continued fiercely, and Encred found himself reflecting that not only their relationship but also their abilities had evolved since those early days. With determination burning in his chest, Encred charged forward once more. Andrew barely managed to block the strike, but his footing faltered and he began to lose ground. When Encred swung his sword again, the blow sent Andrew flying. As Andrew crashed to the ground, Encred stepped forward and extended his hand toward him. When Andrew took it, he surprised Encred by quietly announcing that he was going to leave. Startled, Encred hesitated before regaining his composure. Andrew went on to explain that it was time for him to rebuild his household, adding that if Encred ever came to the capital, he could stay at the Gardner mansion. A moment later, suddenly embarrassed, Andrew added that since Encred had received the royal dagger, perhaps he should stay at the royal castle instead. Smiling warmly, Encred affectionately patted Andrew's head and told him that he would look forward to it. Andrew, his heart full, responded with a bright smile, saying that he would too. Nearby, Ragna, having witnessed their exchange, turned to Mac and asked whether he was going with Andrew as well, but then he noticed that Mac was quietly crying, overwhelmed by how much Andrew had matured. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, Auden told Mac to wipe away his tears, saying it was a joyous occasion. Mac, sniffling, wiped his eyes and nose on Rem's sleeve, much to Ragna's disgust. Furious, Rem demanded to know if Mac had a death wish. As Andrew ran toward Mac, he called out to Rem, telling him to stop bullying the poor man. Watching his teammates laugh and bicker, Encred thought that the banquet would surely last until dawn, and that none of them would regret staying to enjoy it. Inwardly, he silently wished Andrew and Mac happiness on their journey. As the night went on, the banquet showed no sign of ending, filled with laughter, drink, and stories shared among comrades. By dawn, Andrew and Mac boarded the carriage bound for the capital, both looking exhausted after a night of relentless teasing from the squad. As Encred stood watching them depart, he reflected that the next time they met, they would likely be noble heads of their respective households. Seeing them leave like this one last time, he thought, wasn't so bad. Even after the long night, Encred did not neglect his morning training. It was both a promise to himself and a step toward his ideal of becoming a true knight. As he trained, Commander Marcus approached him, remarking with a knowing smile that, as expected, Encred was already awake. Enred was taken aback to see Commander Marcus appear before him, but his attention was soon drawn to the frog and the squire standing quietly behind the commander. Marcus began explaining that he had brought a personal gift for Encred. However, before he could finish his words, the squire suddenly unsheathed a sword, instantly putting Encred on edge. Before Encred could react, the squire lunged forward with a swift attack. Enred barely managed to block the blow in time. The frog looked utterly shocked by the squire's sudden aggression, while Encred's hands trembled as he struggled to hold his stance against the assault. Then, the squire stepped back and tauntingly asked if he wanted her to continue. In an instant, countless spectral blades emerged from her, surging toward Encred. Enred's eyes widened in horror as he watched the blades pierce through him. His thigh impaled, his arms severed, his throat cut. The blades seemed to whisper a warning, telling him to stand down, promising that if he retreated, his life would be spared. But if he refused, death would be inevitable. At that moment, Enred steeled his heart. He resolved that if dying was the price for not surrendering, then so be it. Determination blazed within him as he advanced, refusing to step back from his dream. Even if it meant dying 100 times, even if he had to crawl forward one step at a time, he would not yield. The squire was taken aback by his persistence, clearly not expecting him to continue after such injuries. Just then, the frog intervened, telling her that it was enough. The squire obeyed, removing her helmet to reveal her face. She admitted that he was the first person she had ever met who could endure such an ordeal without knowing how to counter it, and remarked that had he held out just a little longer, he truly would have died. Still gasping for breath, Enred weakly asked who she was. The squire introduced herself as Aisha, a squire of the Red Cloak Order. Moments later, Encred's strength gave out and he began to collapse, but Jackson rushed forward and caught him. Furious, Jackson demanded whether being a squire was all it took to do something so brutal. The rest of Encred's squad instantly prepared themselves for combat, their weapons drawn. With a mocking tone, Rem remarked that Aisha's greeting had been rather formal. Aisha turned to look at Encred's companions, her expression curious, and asked who they were. As the frog's eyes glowed, he silently wondered how people like them, the fierce barbarian in front, the quiet one, and the hulking brute, could all be so overwhelmingly talented, with the swordsman at the back being especially impressive. The frog noticed Ragna's blonde hair and red eyes and wondered if the man was from the north. Ragnar looked as though he had just woken up, yet he held his sword with flawless form, like a true master. Seeing each of them display their abilities, the frog couldn't help smiling. Commander Marcus stepped forward and calmly told everyone to stand down, explaining that things were not as they seemed. Ia, surprised, realized who these individuals were and remarked that they must be the lunatics she had heard about, adding that they certainly did seem insane. Rim, furious and on guard, demanded to know what Marcus was talking about, but Marcus ignored him and instead turned to Aya and the frog to ask whether they thought Ankrid could become a knight. The question left everyone in Ankrid's squad taken aback. The frog explained that Marcus had summoned her and Ia because her eyes could determine whether someone possessed talent and potential. That ability, she added, was the gift Marcus had prepared. With a serious expression, the frog declared that it was impossible. She went on to say that Ankrid's limits were too clear and that it was already impressive that he had made it as far as he had. She then looked at Ragnar and asked if he was interested, but Ragnar, completely indifferent, made it clear that he had no intention of accepting. After his refusal, the frog privately thought that she had heard rumors that these lunatics only listened to their leader, and it seemed to be true. She commented that she was surprised they would refuse an offer from the Red Cape Knight Order. Aya remarked to Marcus that she had done him a favor, and he readily confirmed it with gratitude. Aya placed her hand on the frog's shoulder and they began to leave. However, as they walked away, the frog kept her eyes on Ankrid and told her companion that she intended to stay longer, leaving Aya confused. Marcus, surprised, asked whether the frog truly intended to remain, and the frog replied that she had a request. Aya wondered whether there was yet another offer being made to the blonde boy, reminding herself that frogs simply followed whatever caught their interest. Aya turned her gaze toward Inkard, who was being carried in Saxon's arms, and reflected on how he had endured her aura and even taken a step forward. She noted that she had never seen anyone withstand it, let alone advance while under its pressure. As she walked away, she murmured that he would become a monster if he ever realized the power he possessed, then concluded that if such potential were easy to unlock, anyone could become a knight. From a distance, Torres, who had witnessed everything, was stunned. He muttered to himself that he had heard noise while standing guard, but had no idea what had just taken place. Moving through the camp, he thought about how Ink had always dreamed of becoming a knight, and how he had never hidden that dream. Everyone in their battalion knew about it. Worried, Torres reflected that Ink had always stood tall despite what others said, but that hearing it was impossible, even for someone like Inkid, could be devastating. Concerned about Inkrid's reaction to the frog's assessment, Torres headed to his barracks and knocked. Rim opened the door and mockingly referred to him as the one who had been rejected for being too ugly. Torres questioned whether Rim truly needed to call him that, but Rim ignored the complaint and simply asked what he wanted. Torres's eyes widened in shock when he spotted the frog sitting beside Anchor's bed, and he demanded to know why she was there. The frog, startled by the outburst, asked who he was. Torres noticed that the others were acting as if nothing unusual had happened and silently thanked them for their insensitivity. He wondered why they treated the situation as if it were normal. Ragnar was asleep, Rem was picking his nose, and Torres thought bitterly that the dream of their leader, whom they all followed so devotedly, had just been shattered, and yet they seemed unmoved. Nearby, Auden was praying while Saxon wiped his knife clean. Ankid began to wake and asked where he was. The frog calmly told him that he was awake. Immediately, Rem began mocking him, saying that people were claiming he would never become a knight. Torres was stunned by the cruelty of the remark. Rem continued repeating that there was not a single chance for him, not even the slightest possibility. Torres, incredulous and shocked, clamped a hand over Rem's mouth and told him to stop. Incred, wearing a serious expression, asked if what he had just heard was really true. Torres then tried to lift their spirits by telling Incred that he didn't need to pretend to be fine, insisting that he understood. Rem, muffled and irritated, cursed Torres for covering his mouth. Anchored, however, showed no sign of demoralization and questioned what Torres was even talking about, leaving Torres momentarily speechless. Rem, furious behind him, began beating Torres. At that moment, Ankid stood up, grabbed his sword, and told Rem that he was going out to train. Rem, surprised, asked if he intended to train immediately, and Ankid responded that he had no time to waste since he had missed morning training after having passed out. Ragnar woke up as well and, while stretching, asked what Ankid had left for before leaving the barracks himself. Meanwhile, Rem continued roughing up Torres the frog, observing the interaction between Anchor and his squad, laughed and commented that the situation was entertaining. Torres, baffled, asked Anchor how he managed to stay so calm. Rem replied by asking why Torres thought Anchor was so stubborn. Auden added that Ankid would have reacted the same way, even if the one who had spoken earlier hadn't been a frog, but a real knight. Saxon added that he was simply that stubborn, though, put more kindly, he was persistent. Torres reflected on their responses, thinking that Anchor possessed no sense of defeat, despair, or willingness to give up. Because of that, he would never be talked out of anything. Torres scolded himself for having worried unnecessarily. Rem then asked if Torres was leaving, and Torres replied that he needed to train as well, adding with determination that he refused to lose to Anchor. Outside in the training field, Anchor was doing push-ups while thinking about the power of a proton knight, the illusion of a flurry of blades. He considered that the sensation involved was not ordinary murderous intent. Before he could finish the thought, the frog interrupted and asked whether he was curious about the powers Iya had displayed. Surprised, Inkred responded by calling the frog's words intimidation and then asked if that was the proper name of the skill. At that moment, Ragna arrived and asked what distinguished knights from ordinary people. He explained that those who had surpassed their limits dreamed of knighthood, but that no one could become a knight without awakening this particular power. He added that only 1 in 10,000 could learn it, a mysterious power that did not work for just anyone. Inkred stared at him, and the frog warned Ragna that showing such a thing might make Ankred give up. Ankred, however, paid no attention to the warning and insisted on knowing what the power was. The frog, puzzled by Ankred's persistence, silently studied him. Ankred urged him again to explain. The frog finally smiled and explained that the intimidation Aya had shown was only a part of that power. Ragna added that the term referred broadly to all the abilities knights used to surpass human limits. Ink watched him intently as Ragna concluded with a serious expression, stating that the power was called will. Ragna continued speaking in a calm yet unwavering tone that carried through the quiet air. He explained that will was the power of one's resolve, the manifestation of a person's deepest conviction, something often referred to as willpower. He described it as the greatest mystery a human could manifest, a force so elusive and profound that even lifelong scholars of the subject could never fully grasp its nature. He added that to obtain will, a person must first face and surpass their own limits. Only by confronting the unseen wall within oneself could the seed of will begin to awaken. He paused before explaining how one might truly awaken will. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something distant and difficult to describe. In the end, he told Ankred that he would understand when the time came. Ankred, whose mind always latched onto any hint of power, immediately asked what he was supposed to know and whether Ragna himself even understood it. His tone carried both curiosity and impatience. Ragna, unbothered, responded by saying that Ankred could not understand it at the moment, and that there was no way to explain it, since the nature of awakening differed for every individual. The frog, who had been quietly observing, then interjected. It remarked that will manifested differently for every person and that only the one destined for it could understand how to awaken their own will. The frog further told Ankred that he had not even surpassed a single limit yet, so it was too early for him to speak boldly. Ragna nodded lightly in agreement, reinforcing the claim that one could not understand will without first pushing beyond a true limit. Ankred then asked the question burning in his mind, how one was supposed to surpass a limit. He asked earnestly, genuinely trying to comprehend the path ahead. The frog replied that only Ankred himself could know that, and that he would not understand his limits unless he felt them directly. But before the frog could even finish speaking, Ankred picked up his sword in a sudden decisive gesture, declaring that he understood. His voice held no hesitation as he resolved internally that he would simply keep repeating what he had been doing until it killed him. His expression was grim, yet full of determination. The frog smirked and remarked that, in its opinion, the approach would not work anyway. Deep in its mind, it began thinking again. Its ability to appraise others worked on instinct. Instincts formed through long experience. It reminded itself that it had observed countless humans, from the weak and hopeless to exceptional prodigies, so naturally it was better at judging talent than any other frog. It assessed talent using 2 criteria: whether the person possessed true talent and whether they had the will to move forward. Usually, if the first criterion failed, the second was irrelevant. But Ankred, that man, had overwhelming will, something unlike anything the frog had ever seen. He was a completely unknown existence, far outside the frog's expectations. Frogs lived driven by personal desires. Some sought overwhelming strength, others spiritual love. But the frog desired the exploration of the unknown above all, and Ankred, captain of the Mad Squad, was precisely that, an unknown existence walking in human skin. Calling Ankred's title to mind, the frog concluded that it would be staying with him for a while. When Ankred extended his arm toward the frog and asked for its name, the frog took his hand and introduced itself as Luger. In that moment, the frog found himself thinking again. Ankred intrigued him more than anything else. This strange and unknown existence stirred his curiosity in a way nothing ever had. As night slowly fell and the sky deepened into shades of navy blue, torches flickered across the outpost while the soldiers settled into their evening routine. During dinner, the soldiers were taken aback to see the frog sitting with the mad squad. Whispers spread quickly among them like sparks leaping across dry leaves. Torres quietly muttered to himself that the frog had truly decided to stay. The soldier beside him, noticing his expression, asked whether he knew something. That simple question broke whatever composure remained, and soon all the soldiers crowded around Torres demanding to know what had happened and why the frog was with the mad squad. Irritated, Torres abruptly stood up and began leaving the dining area, calling the others idiots, complaining that they stank and telling them to stop crowding him. Observing the scene, Rem frowned and remarked that they had no manners. Jackson, eager as always to provoke him, retorted that Rem was the last person who had any right to say such a thing. Rem immediately grabbed a fork and attempted to stab Jackson with it, though Jackson easily stepped aside with casual annoyance. The two quickly descended into another round of loud, chaotic bickering, their voices echoing through the dining space. The other soldiers executed a swift, tactical retreat the moment the fight began. Watching them go, someone sighed in disappointment and commented that the pair was completely uncivilized. As the scene unfolded, the frog crossed his arms. He had already judged earlier that these individuals possessed exceptional talent, yet he now realized it was more than that. All four of them, Rem, Jackson, Ragna, and Auden, had already surpassed their former limits. Had they awakened their wills, they would have become knights already, but will, he understood, depended heavily on luck. Even extraordinary potential did not guarantee awakening. Growing increasingly nervous, Pin asked Enkrit whether they shouldn't stop the fight. Enkrit, however, replied in a relaxed tone that the group was very close as comrades who trusted one another and questioned why he should intervene. Pin stared at him in disbelief, asking whether something was wrong with his eyesight. Enkrit then explained that compared to how they used to be, their current way of interacting showed they were now close enough not to kill each other for real. He added that the fight would die down on its own. Pin glanced back at the chaotic struggle with doubt deepening across her face, unsure whether to trust Enkrit's reassurance. The surrounding soldiers grew even more agitated when they saw Rem pulling out his axe and Ragna drawing his sword, sparks of danger almost visible in the air. Ignoring the chaos entirely, Enkrit turned to Lugarn and asked if he had decided where he would sleep at the outpost. Lugarn responded calmly that he wanted the spot next to Enkrit. Suddenly, Rem hurled his axe toward the frog, but Enkrit intercepted it with seamless precision, blocking it with his sword. The steel rang sharply, startling everyone nearby. Rem, furious, shouted at the frog that the spot belonged to him, calling Lugarn a frog bastard and demanding to know where he thought he was sitting. From this outburst, the frog fully realized just how insane these people truly were. Enkrit apologized to the frog on Rem's behalf, but the frog waved the apology off, saying it was fine. He added lightly that good-looking men could be forgiven small offenses. Upon hearing the comment, Enkrit asked whether it was true that frogs judged humans by their beauty. Pin cut in, nodding, and affirmed that it was indeed true, adding that everyone present was fairly good-looking. The frog then told Enkrit that, in that sense, Enkrit passed as well, and that he could overlook a bit of disrespect. The frog then asked Enkrit whether he wanted anything from him. Hearing the question, Enkrit paused to think. Then, with sudden excitement, he declared that he wanted to spar. The frog seemed slightly surprised by the request and asked if Enkrit truly wished to spar after training all day. Enkrit responded with complete seriousness that he intended to spar and then continue training afterward. It was then that the frog realized something important. Enkrit was the craziest of all of them. Pin agreed, noting that a normal person would have collapsed after such intense training sessions. However, Enkrit's mental endurance appeared to far surpass that of ordinary people. The frog began to wonder what Enkrit might become if he were ever to acquire will. The thought sent a strange thrill through him. Enkrit then calmly insisted that he was an extremely normal and reasonable person. Pin stared at him and questioned whether he was truly sane. As the frog pulled out his whip, he thought that under normal circumstances he would never waste his time on someone with no talent at all. But with Enkrit, he felt like indulging him a little. With growing excitement, the frog warned that he would not hold back. Enkrit's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he said that this was exactly what he wanted. The scene then shifted to the Duchy of Aspen. Aspen's strategist sat in dim candlelight, a battlefield map unfurled before him. He admitted to himself that predicting absolute victory had been arrogance. With all the strategies they had prepared, he had believed they would not lose so easily. Yet the defeat had begun with Mitch Hurrier's death. After that, their provocation had failed, and even the giant had been slain. At the center of all those events stood that mad squad leader, Enkrit. He reminded himself that the war was not entirely over. When the ceasefire ended someday, Aspen would claim victory. That was what he believed. But he also acknowledged that if Enkrit interfered, things would become troublesome. He knew that the Grey Dog had already sent assassins after Enkrit once. At the time, he had found it strange for them to target a mere squad leader. Unexpectedly, however, this approach might be the answer. He considered the swamp of Mater, home to assassins of exceptional skill, a guild known for never failing a contract, a guild owned by the Aspen Royal Palace itself. The strategist then issued his order. By the authority of the Royal House of Aspen, the soldier known as Encrit was to be killed. The assassin moved like a shadow, slipping through the darkness until he reached the barracks where Encrit was having dinner. Silence wrapped around his movements as he approached his target. Just as he was about to strike, a hand suddenly appeared behind him. A cold blade touched the side of his neck. Jackson emerged from the shadows, pressing a dagger against him and demanding in a low voice to know who he was. On the outskirts of Aspen territory, tension filled the hidden base beneath the Monterilde swamp. Inside the dim underground chamber, a guild leader slammed his fist onto the wooden table, furious as another report arrived. They had lost contact with their assassins for the 5th time. The weapons on the walls rattled, and his expression showed not just failure, but humiliation. A figure stepped forward from the shadows and reported that an unknown individual had interfered again. Even the top-class assassin they sent, one skilled enough to kill unnoticed, had been taken down instantly. The messenger's voice trembled, as though he feared he might provoke the leader's anger. Cold sweat ran down the guild leader's back as he processed the news. The contract had come directly from the Aspen Royal Palace, and a failure of this scale could destroy their guild. The palace did not tolerate incompetence. One failure might be overlooked, but 5 certainly would not. He tapped the table repeatedly, each tap revealing his rising fear. After a moment of thought, he muttered that only one group could finish the job now, then firmly ordered the deployment of their best assassins, the Lux brothers. The room fell silent before he commanded that the mission be completed at all costs. The story then shifted to the border city of Norelia. Within the busy streets, Encrit, now regarded as a war hero, walked among grateful villagers. Many greeted him warmly, some asking if he was on patrol, while others offered small gifts despite his attempts to refuse. One father insisted he accept them, saying his son survived thanks to Encrit. More people soon gathered around him with similar sincerity. Someone asked about the shoes Encrit once gifted him, and the cheerful crowd paid no notice to the danger moving among them. 3 assassins hid within the area, one blended into the crowd with a concealed weapon, another watched from behind stacked goods, and a third aimed from a tavern window. At the same moment, all 3 struck. 2 weapons flew toward Encrit, while the third assassin pushed through the crowd. Encrit remained unaware. Jackson, appearing suddenly, shattered the incoming weapons with a single motion and grabbed the charging assassin by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Encrit sensed something was off and looked around, but saw nothing unusual as the villagers continued speaking to him. In a nearby alley, Jackson dragged the assassin away. Another assassin confronted him, accusing him of interfering. They clashed, but Jackson quickly ensnared him with a deadly thread around the neck. Above them, the assassin in the tavern realized Jackson was too dangerous. Seeing his brothers defeated, he leaped from the window, determined to kill Encrit himself. Jackson appeared again just in time, destroying the assassin's hidden weapon and incapacitating him, binding him like prey. Moments later, Encrit walked by and noticed Jackson. When he asked what Jackson was doing, Jackson pointed at the unconscious men, claiming they were drunk and lying somewhere dangerous, so he moved them. Encrit smelled alcohol on him and questioned whether Jackson could really do something good, but Jackson stared him down until he dropped the matter. Jackson thought their squad leader needed uninterrupted training and couldn't let small threats interfere. Remembering the half-elf who tried to kill Encrit last time, he murmured that those intruders had no idea whose territory they had stepped into. That afternoon, Jackson went to a tavern and met a dangerous yet elegant woman. She noted that the assassins had masked their scent with alcohol and confirmed they came from the Meter Swamp. When she asked what to do, Jackson told her to handle it however she wished. As he turned to leave, she asked shakily if he was leaving again, but 2 masked subordinates entered and she regained her composure. She ordered them to send Monter Swamp a warning and kill any assassin entering the city from now on. At the swamp base, the Minter Guild leader trembled upon receiving the warning, realizing they had provoked a power far beyond them. Aspen's strategist was furious when he learned the assassination was impossible. The guild leader explained that the target was protected by people of continental-level strength, far above their rank. Shocked, the strategist withdrew the assassination, but resolved to uncover Encrit's true nature on the battlefield. 3 months later, back at the border, 2 exhausted soldiers watched Encrit train relentlessly and admitted that his strength clearly came from constant effort. Before they finished talking, Rem Ragna suddenly spoke from the shade, mumbling that he hadn't trained their leader wrong and that their squad leader must be possessed by a demon. Jackson sighed at Encrid's mad training pace. Nearby, the frog insisted Encrid had no talent and was clearly stagnant, but in Encrid's mind, he smiled darkly, believing he was making a massive breakthrough invisible to everyone else, as if a new day had begun and he was shattering a great barrier. As dawn approached, the barracks remained mostly quiet except for Cries, who was muttering under his blanket while trying to decipher an ancient script on a parchment. His constant whispering woke the frog, who angrily pulled the blanket off and demanded silence. But when he noticed the parchment, he quickly recognized the writing and translated it with ease, shocking Cries with his unexpected ability. Morning arrived fully as Encrid abruptly woke and immediately began training. The squad watched with disappointment, noting that his progress had stagnated. Jackson wondered why Encrid seemed strangely satisfied despite not improving. Their routine was interrupted when a soldier arrived, informing Encrid that Commander Marcus wanted to see him. At the command tent, Marcus assigned him a mission to clear a monster colony near a frontier village. He explained that summer increased monster activity, leading to dangerous colonies that threatened nearby settlements. Marcus then placed Encrid in temporary command of the village watch. Encrid returned to pack, surprising Pin with how much equipment he prepared. He insisted that thorough preparation was necessary. The frog, reading the mission report, agreed that such readiness was appropriate for a large colony. Cries added that even weak ghouls became dangerous in numbers and examined the form himself. While they discussed the mission, Encrid thought about how useful a whistle dagger would be. He regretted no longer having the rare one he once received from the half-elf, but accepted that he had to proceed without it. Jackson noticed Encrid's distraction, especially when his hand brushed the empty belt loop. Meanwhile, after confirming the report's location, Cry began trembling with excitement and rushed to Encrid with greedy, sparkling eyes, insisting he would join the mission because it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Encrid, confused by Cry's sudden shift from nerves to enthusiasm, tried to push him aside, but Cry persisted and showed him the ancient map he had been deciphering. He pointed to a spot near the frontier village, claiming treasure was hidden there. Encrid paused, surprised at the mention of treasure, and recognized the map as the one Cry had scavenged earlier. Cry eagerly confirmed this and explained it was tied to the legendary merchant Dolph. The dungeon was over a century old, and he believed the traps had long decayed, making the treasure high reward and low risk. After glancing at the map, Pin said she couldn't read any of it. Encrid wondered if it was an ancient language, and the frog proudly interrupted, declaring he had translated it and was a scholar. This shocked Encrid and Pin, who had never heard of a warrior species frog with academic skills. The frog dismissed their assumptions as narrow-minded. Ignoring that argument, Cry looked to Encrid again, implying he needed the squad leader's protection to reach the treasure. Encrid shrugged and said that if it was just a brief stop, their captain wouldn't prioritize it, though he also wouldn't stop Cry from investigating. Cry grew even more excited. Enrit then stood up and announced they would depart at dawn, telling everyone to prepare, but he quickly realized no one was moving. Rem calmly said he wasn't going. Odin claimed the Lord gave him no answer. Ragna said he preferred to sleep or train. Jackson stated he had something else to handle without giving any details. Cry, surprised the strongest members refused to join, asked Jackson since when he ignored the squad leader, noting he normally followed him like a quiet bodyguard. Jackson ignored him completely and walked out without a word. Enred stayed silent as he observed everyone, not forcing anyone to follow him. Pin nervously asked if their combat strength would drop without Rem, Jackson, and Ragna. The frog then stepped forward and said he would go, reasoning that there was no point in staying without Encrid. Cry brightened immediately, convinced they would be fine with the frog around, and rushed off to pack. Encrid noted each member's behavior, sensing their refusal came from something deeper, but he kept it to himself. At dawn, the frog informed him that the group was ready. Cry pointed out that Esther was coming too, only to fall silent when the beast growled at him. Just before Encrid left, Jackson appeared and tossed him a pouch filled with whistle daggers, the weapons Encrid had wanted the day before. Jackson admitted he had obtained them through his own means despite the difficulty. Encrid realized Jackson had not avoided the mission, but had been preparing this support. Jackson only said the squad leader needed more weapons, and the others silently agreed. Encrid said he understood their real intentions. With a rare, confident smile, he told them that he would show them something when he returned, that he would break through his limits. Jackson watched him disappear into the morning mist. Rem wondered what Encrid was thinking. Ragna said he didn't see the captain improving at all, but Jackson replied that Encrid tended to grow suddenly and unpredictably. Odin said he wanted to trust that confidence and see what surprise Encrid would bring back. Rem lifted his axe and challenged Ragna to a spar, saying he should bet half his life, making their intent clear. They would train while waiting. Ragna warned him not to blame anyone if he died. Odin seriously said he would join too, not wanting to fall behind, and Jackson cracked his knuckles, offering to accompany him. With excitement in his eyes, Rem thought that if the captain kept his word, things had better get interesting when Encred returned. They would grow stronger too, ready to challenge him again. Chaos spread among the ferocious beasts, as it was explained that a colony tended to attract nearby monsters and wild creatures, and because of that, the journey to the town had been expected to be difficult. Encred powerfully swung his sword, cutting down a monster. Fighting alongside him was Luagarn, who, despite her visible tension, remained remarkably strong, remarking that there were far too many of them. Kreis, growing increasingly anxious, shouted that they had already encountered 6 groups since they began. Finn, overwhelmed with guilt, cursed under his breath and apologized, insisting that he had been certain this was the correct route. Encred calmly reassured Finn, telling him not to worry and urging the group to keep moving. As dusk fell and moonlight covered a thorny side path where monsters supposedly did not pass, it was noted that Pin knew the way. Suddenly the roars of wild beasts echoed from all directions as they charged toward Encred's group. Finn shouted in disbelief, complaining that they kept running into these beasts again and again. Luagarn voiced her confusion, stating that the situation was strange even with a nearby colony and that this place was not Devil's Gate either. Encred reflected on Devil's Gate, known as the source of monsters and beasts, a land unreachable by humans and suspected to be the origin of all monsters, and admitted to himself that he had a bad feeling about the situation. He struck down another monster, and the scene shifted to a strange town filled with guards. The town's mayor greeted Encred's group with seriousness, welcoming them and introducing himself as the leader of the town. Encred replied that he had come in response to a mercenary request regarding a suspected large colony. Suddenly, a large, one-eyed man accompanied by another individual rudely interrupted, demanding to hear the specifics directly. The mayor hesitated as he looked at the man, appearing startled. Kreis stared at him in shock as well. The man then introduced himself, stating that he was the leader of the town's watch, Deutsch Fullman, while extending a handshake to Encred. Encred responded by introducing himself as Platoon Encred of the Border Guard. After the introduction, the watch captain bluntly stated that they had already taken care of the colony, explaining that the town watch consisted of well-trained mercenaries and that ordinary monsters and beasts were no match for them. He went on to praise the massive wall, calling it a masterpiece built by a town engineer, asserting that no regular monster or beast could ever breach it. He concluded by saying that there was nothing left for Encred's group to do and that he would report the request as completed, ordering them to leave. After hearing those unpleasant words, Encred coldly replied that he would decide for himself when to leave. Kreis quickly stepped in, urging calm and pointing out that they were exhausted from the long journey, suggesting that it would be reasonable for them to rest before heading back. Hearing the request, the captain agreed that they would be provided with lodgings. Hugo, who was standing beside him, respectfully acknowledged the order and said that he would take care of it. Luagarn fell into deep thought, and Kreis noticed her unusual reaction and asked what was wrong. Luagarn replied that she simply could not stand looking at that man through her frog's eyes and felt an overwhelming urge to beat him up. After hearing this, Kreis told her to calm down and take it easy. However, Luagarn could not stop thinking about the captain. She had an uneasy feeling about him, sensing that his energy felt similar to that of them. Meanwhile, Hugo, the captain's subordinate, cheerfully announced that he would guide them to their rooms. Luagarn tried to reassure herself that she was overthinking things, and told herself that it must have been a coincidence. Kreis then spoke to Encred, commenting that the people here seemed openly hostile, and added that he could understand why. Encred did not quite grasp Kreis's meaning, as his thoughts were still focused on the one-eyed man. Kreis continued, saying that Encred had come with the authority to command, and that Deutsch must have felt as though he was about to lose control over his watch. Encred replied that he did not think that was the whole story. Nearby, Finn was talking with Luagarni and asked whether she believed it was true that the colony had been eliminated. She answered that it was probably not true, reasoning that based on the number of monsters they had encountered on the way, the colony must still exist. Upon hearing this, Encred said that it did not matter, and that they would do what they had to do. Kreis then asked Encred how long he planned to keep training, and where he had even found those rocks. Encred responded that there was still time left. Finn then yawned, said that it was late, and announced that he was going to bed. Hearing this, Kreis also said that he would do the same and went to rest. On the other hand, Luagarn continued to brood over Encred. She observed that he kept repeating the same training because he was not improving, and yet she could not understand how he could still have that kind of expression. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, remembering how training had once been fun, and how she had promised to help him for as long as he needed her, recalling the time when she still had the mental bond that frogs and humans shared. She reflected that the feeling had never changed, and that things might have been different if her lover had not died to them. Looking toward Encred, she asked him whether training was fun. He replied without hesitation that it was. Hearing his answer, she seemed to sink deeper into thought. The scene then shifted to the mayor and the captain. The mayor loudly called out to Deutsch and insisted that although they had defeated the beast horde many times, there were still too many of them and that they needed to accept outside help. The captain immediately rejected the idea, shouting that this was their town. He declared that everyone there had come to escape corrupt nobles, that they had worked day and night to build the town from nothing, and that if they allowed city people to interfere again just because of some monsters, those people would soon take control of the town. He told the mayor not to worry, claiming that they could hold the monsters back on their own and that even now his trusted men were watching from the walls. The mayor then asked whether the new man he had brought was Hugo. The captain answered honestly that Hugo was trustworthy and good at what he did. The story then moved to the mysterious wall within the town, where Hugo asked if there were any issues. The soldiers replied that everything was ready. Suddenly, Hugo broke into a terrifying smile and said that there was no need to keep acting anymore, and that it was time to begin what they had planned. Hundreds of ferocious eyes of monsters lit up the darkness as chaos erupted. An attack began as a monster colony emerged. The beasts surrounded Encrid's group, and it was revealed that a pack of gnolls had arrived. Luagarn cursed in anger, realizing that her instincts had been right, and that them, the cultists, were involved. At that moment, Hugo declared in a chilling voice that everything was for their god, trapped in Devil's Gate. The previous chapter ended with the sudden assault of the monsters and Hugo's betrayal, the very man whom the captain had trusted the most, everything having unfolded just like that. Throughout the town, people whispered among themselves that everything had happened so suddenly, warning one another to be careful. Meanwhile, a drowsy guard struggled to stay awake, yawning heavily. Encrid, however, continued to train with unwavering dedication. The scene then returned to that night. In an atmosphere so silent it was terrifying, the roars of monsters echoed through what had once been a peaceful village as the stench of blood spread through the air. The townspeople rushed out with extreme determination to exterminate the beasts, screaming in panic and urging one another to flee. At the forefront stood the captain, shouting orders for the troops to protect the villagers at all costs. On another side of the battlefield, Chryse shouted anxiously, urging the captain to move quickly. Encrid responded with firm resolve, calling out to Lugarn and insisting that they had to stop the group of beasts. However, he apologized and stated that he needed to go somewhere else. Lugarn, meanwhile, appeared to be losing control. He declared that he had sworn an oath to kill every cultist responsible for the death of his beloved. At that moment, a wave of monsters surged toward Encrid's group, charging in with savage ferocity. Encrid shouted orders, instructing Finn to check the situation at the defensive wall and calling out to Chryse and Esther. Facing the monsters head-on, Encrid coldly warned them not to stray far from him. His sword pierced deeply into one of the beasts, sending blood spraying everywhere as the battlefield descended into unprecedented chaos. Even as he continued killing, Encrid thought to himself that they had to carve a path forward. He reminded himself that he had fought his way out of a monster horde before, and that he only needed to do the same again, dodging and slashing them down. He swung his blade relentlessly, finishing off each monster with brutal efficiency, as agonized roars echoed across a scene drenched entirely in blood. However, something strange soon became apparent. One monster after another continued to appear without end, each one twice the size of the last, resembling grotesque mutated creatures. Encrid realized that these were mutated gnolls, far larger than normal, and unlike lichens. He recognized with alarm that these monsters kept coming without stopping. They slaughtered people one by one, attacking with overwhelming force that struck terror into everyone's hearts. All across the town, the screams of the villagers rang out endlessly, nothing but shrieks and terror filling the air. At this moment, the captain was desperately trying to protect everyone from the monster's onslaught. He cursed bitterly in his mind, feeling both rage and helplessness as he fought alone against a swarm of beasts converging on him from all sides. What had once been a village built upon hope and the desire for survival was now being reduced to ashes. The peaceful town, created through relentless effort, was burning to the ground. Corpses littered the streets, monsters slaughtered civilians one after another, and the devastation was so severe it became horrifying to behold. The land was being trampled mercilessly beneath the monster's feet. A monster suddenly lunged at Encrid. He tightened his grip on his sword and, with a cold and decisive swing, cut it down in a single strike. Even so, his thoughts remained grim. He realized that a horde of this size could not be exterminated by any magic powerful enough while he remained in his current condition. Suddenly, Chryse let out a broken scream as a monster pierced straight through his neck. At the same time, one of the monsters abruptly fled. Encrid cursed inwardly, recognizing the big-eyed bastard that was escaping. He bitterly reflected that if it were not for the curse binding him, there might have been another way. However, he understood that if he continued fighting like this, only a meaningless death awaited him. He resolved to withdraw for now, vowing that he would avenge Encrid's death someday. It was then revealed that the one behind it all was Hugo. Hugo believed that his plan had already begun and decided to quietly slip away through the rear. However, just as he was attempting to flee, someone suddenly appeared and attacked him. Lugarn struck him with overwhelming rage and a desire for revenge, accusing him of being the true culprit behind everything and condemning him as a corrupted, misguided traitor. Meanwhile, outside, Encrid was still locked in fierce combat against the monsters. Overwhelmed by their numbers, he suffered severe injuries. He felt as though his body were shattered, realizing that he could no longer lift his arms. Exhaustion consumed him completely, and he no longer had the strength to keep fighting. He could not even raise his sword. As he looked around, he saw the bodies of townspeople scattered everywhere. Among them, he noticed a young boy desperately trying to survive, lying motionless and holding his breath to avoid being noticed. That sight reignited Encrid's resolve, forcing him to stand once more. At that moment, a massive monster advanced toward him, the leader of the monster colony. Encrid stepped in front of the child, bracing himself to confront the beast head-on. He challenged it to come forward. The monster charged. Encrid poured every last ounce of strength into his swing, but the attack missed. When he turned around, he saw the creature holding a blade, poised to strike him down from behind. The monster thrust its weapon, but Encrid narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The attack sliced his face, blood flowing down as he stared back at the monster with eyes filled with killing intent. In his mind, he mocked the creature with contempt, accusing it of being a despicable coward who resorted to poisoning its weapon. Amid a sea of flames, the village burned fiercely as if everything were being reduced to ash, and the merciless battle between Encrid and the monsters showed no sign of ending. Encrid realized that he was unable to move because of the poison, yet he also understood that he had not been returned to the beginning of today. His screams echoed through the air as he sensed that the leader of the colony was deliberately enjoying watching him suffer instead of finishing him off. Encrid collapsed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere, while the surrounding monsters howled in delight. Even so, he refused to give up. Anger burned in his eyes as he resolved that killing the leader was the only way to destroy the entire colony. He recognized that, unlike most gnolls with their short legs, this leader was exceptionally fast and had even coated its blade with poison, which meant that he could not allow it to wound him even slightly. The leader monster was truly a formidable challenge for Encrid, completely different from the others, and he knew he had no choice but to kill it. He questioned how a single human was supposed to face such a situation and wondered what one person could possibly do against a wave of monsters. His thoughts drifted to Crace, recalling that he had told him to stay behind him, yet he could no longer sense him and assumed he was probably dead. He also remembered sending Pin beyond the walls, only for her not to return, which made him believe that something terrible must have happened there as well. Lugarn had once remarked in surprise that someone being fully armed so early was unusual. Although everyone else had been asleep at the time, she had remained awake, sitting quietly in a corner. Encrid had asked her whether she knew anything about the cultists. She had been taken aback and remained silent at first, but the anger in her eyes had been unmistakable. Clenching the hand resting on the table, she had explained that they were a rotten group of lunatics, and that among all the cults spreading across the continent, the worst was the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. She had said that they believed the Devil's Gate to be their holy land and worshipped the Demon of Sixes, before finally asking why he wanted to know. Encrid had then recalled the monsters attacking the village and stated that gnolls had appeared in the town, adding that he had an ominous feeling about it. Holding his sword, he had reflected that he did not understand why cultists were present in the town, but he had sensed that Lugarn seemed to share some past history with them. Returning to the present, Lugarn shouted that it was exactly as she had thought, and identified the attackers as cultists. She remarked that having a frog on their side would have been helpful, but there was no time left to persuade her. The leader monster continued its assault on Encrid, yet he managed to drive his blade straight through it. He reflected once more on what a single human could do against a wave of monsters, and concluded that he had no choice but to use everything he had built up so far. Crace and Finn ran together with monsters close behind them. Crace shouted for their boss, trying to understand what was happening, while the captain yelled for the watch to protect the others. As they ran, everyone suddenly witnessed a scene they could scarcely believe. Encrid standing firm as he cut down the strongest monster. Encrid relied on the heart of the beast, his sense of the blade, and his skill in knife throwing as he continued to cut down the monsters surrounding him, making the battlefield more brutal than ever. He focused all his power into a single point as the beasts continued to attack the villagers relentlessly, leaving the people clinging to one another and resigning themselves to fate. Still gripping his blade, Encrid advanced toward the monsters to protect them, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Upon seeing this, Chryses stared in bewilderment and amazement, unable to believe that Encrid was facing so many monsters alone. The surviving villagers were equally stunned that they were still alive. One woman murmured that they could survive, while a man added that it was possible with Encrid on their side. The captain continued fighting alongside the others, shouting for the watch to rally together and urging everyone to help Encrid. As the monsters charged forward without mercy, the people cried out together, vowing to protect their town. Encrid swung his blade again and again, cutting down one monster after another, until a massive creature wielding twin blades appeared behind him, its eyes gleaming as it fixed its gaze on him. The number of monsters facing them continued to grow, leaving everyone in shock. Lost in thought, Encrid noticed a strange figure holding a lamp high in the air and declaring that it was useless, and that this was his limit. In response, Encrid steeled his resolve and vowed that he would not give up. Encrid's eyes flashed with savage intent as he drove his sword into a gnoll, stripping it of its life with the heart of a superhuman. Another gnoll roared and swung its blade at him, and the impact forced Encrid backward, his toes dragging across the ground. Refusing to lose, Encrid let out a thunderous roar and poured all his strength into his strike. With a single swing, he tore through several gnolls at once, their bodies severed and sent flying apart. Suddenly, a gnoll with distinct golden eyes charged forward through the corpses still suspended in midair. Encrid swung the twin swords in his hands, his eyes blazing with nothing but fury. Once again he charged left and right, cutting down the gnoll monsters surrounding him. He continued to swing his blades tirelessly, slaughtering his enemies until they were utterly erased. At that moment, the gnoll leader stirred, its white mane shifting slightly. At the same time, the remaining gnolls grew even more frenzied as they rushed toward Encrid. In the blink of an eye, a spear pierced through his thigh, sending blood and flesh spraying everywhere. Even so, Encrid gripped his twin swords tightly and clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. The gnoll leader then began to approach slowly, wielding two blades. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a warrior was impaled through the back by a gnoll's spear. Deutsche Fullman was struck in the neck by a monster's axe. In another place, Pin had an arrow pierce his throat, while Kreis suffered severe injuries and bled heavily. With the spear still lodged in his thigh, Encrid collapsed face first onto the ground, his knee slamming against the hard earth. Supporting himself with his hands, he struggled not to fall completely. In the distance, the gnoll leader stood between two rows of monsters, watching him. Encrid raised his head, drenched in sweat yet maintaining a cold gaze, and cursed the enemy inwardly, thinking that it was a cunning bastard. The gnoll leader lifted its sharp sword as if responding to Encrid's growl, and Encrid realized it was accusing him of waiting until it was injured before attacking. Suddenly, Encrid surged forward, killing intent overflowing. Blood sprayed like rain through the air as Encrid and the gnoll leader unleashed their strongest techniques simultaneously. Encrid's pupils constricted as he glanced back and realized that the attack had grazed him yet again. Moments later, Encrid slammed face first into the ground. Grinding his teeth, he bitterly lamented inwardly, unable to accept it, feeling as though the enemy truly enjoyed watching him suffer. Behind the other monsters, the golden-eyed gnoll watched with a hostile glare. On the battlefield, with no powerful opponents left, the monsters slaughtered and dismembered the soldiers at will. A young soldier collapsed into a pool of blood. Encrid's eyes burned with hatred, blood vessels bulging as he refused to accept this outcome. Once again, the sun rose over the distant mountain peaks, marking the third attempt. Encrid went on a mad slaughter against the gnoll monsters, but their numbers never dwindled and only continued to increase. He silently counted his attempts, 20, 40, and once more experienced a spear piercing through his thigh. Encrid calculated inwardly that no matter how well he fought, the leader never appeared before he was critically injured. He wondered if injuring himself early might draw it out, and then clenched his teeth and charged forward. However, when Encrid swung his sword, the gnoll leader leapt away with ease. This made Encrid realize that the plan would not work, that its speed rivaled that of Proto-Knights, and that he could not avoid its blade while injured. As another cut appeared on his body, he endured the pain and wondered if there truly was no other way. Visualizing the gnoll army standing before a brick wall with calm water beneath their feet, Encrid analyzed whether he could surpass that wall with what he possessed. Suddenly, he recalled sitting with Jackson in the team's resting room, when Jackson had remarked that Encrid's dodging sense was only halfway there, a statement that had deeply confused him. Jackson, sitting on the bed, had glanced at him and explained that the matter was not about watching and dodging, but something more fundamental. In the present, Encrid woke up on his bed. Unlike usual, he did not jump up immediately, but stared at the ceiling in thought. After a while, he sat up while the others remained fast asleep. Then, in a low voice, he murmured the realization of coordination. Shortly afterward, the alarm bell rang repeatedly. After changing into his uniform, Encrid resolved inwardly that if what he had was not enough, then he would have to try something new. He remembered Jackson pointing with his finger and telling him to reduce the thinking time required to act. Back on the battlefield, a gnoll lunged at him with its mouth wide open, sharp teeth exposed. Encrid lowered his body and dodged its attack. He evaded that one only for another monster to strike immediately after. Suddenly, he frowned tightly as he noticed a spear approaching his face at point-blank range. Jackson's words echoed in his mind, urging him not to hesitate. Even so, the gnoll's spear still struck its target, and Encrid collapsed heavily to the ground as blood burst from his head. He lost his life there, while the gnoll moved on to seek a new target. Once again, Encrid experienced the same scene of the gnoll charging at him with its jaws wide open. This time, when it thrust its spear, he anticipated it and leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the blow. Staring at the monster's snarling sharp teeth beside him, Encrid frowned deeply and recalled Jackson's teaching that he should be ready to react to anything. At the same moment, the gnoll bit down on Encrid's neck. Repeating the cycle once more, Encrid managed to escape the bite and surged forward to attack the monster before it could pounce again, reflecting on Jackson's words about repeating actions until they were ingrained in the body. With eyes as cold and sharp as blades, Encrid thrust his sword straight through the gnoll's head. He reminded himself of the need for precise judgments, quick movements, and the strength to support them all, yet he was struck again and collapsed with a spear piercing his heart. Lying beneath the gnoll's feet, he reflected that proper coordination only occurred when all of those elements worked together. After dying time and time again, Encrid accumulated experience with each death. This time, he tilted his body, allowing the spear to graze past his face. The gnoll struck only empty air and gnashed its teeth in rage. Immediately, it spun around and raised its spear for another attack. Encrid, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. When all the soldiers had fallen, Encrid became the last one to be killed by the monster, marking the 100th attempt. As the gnoll pulled out its spear, his blood and flesh gushed out violently. Then came the 101st attempt, during which Encrid was once again able to avoid that strike. The monster swung its deathly axe toward him. Encrid slightly lowered his body, gripped his sword tightly, and pressed forward, urging himself to keep going. When the two clashed, blood poured down like rain. Encrid's blue eyes flashed with icy resolve as he furrowed his brow and continued swinging his sword, determined to last just a little longer until he could fully understand the true nature of the dodging sense. The townspeople screamed in terror when they saw the gnolls charging toward them, crying out in panic that monsters were attacking. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Deutsche urgently shouted for everyone to protect the townsfolk and kill the attackers. Suddenly, something made him break out in a cold sweat in shock. Nearby, Kreis, who was fighting alongside Pin, stared in disbelief and blurted out that it looked as though their platoon leader had appeared. Esther also widened her eyes, silently doubting her own sight, as she thought that he must have lost his mind to charge into such a large group of gnolls. On the other side, Encrid moved like lightning, narrowly dodging a spear thrust aimed at him. Watching this, Esther wondered what he was trying to accomplish. Encrid panted as he rapidly assessed the battlefield, calculating that he needed to use only the minimum amount of movement to avoid exhausting himself too early. He slipped through an opening on the gnoll's left side, reminding himself to predict their attacks and stay one step ahead. The monster quickly followed up with another strike, but once again missed its target. Encrid planted his hand on the ground and twisted his body, only for another spear to graze his shoulder moments later. As he glanced at the blade coming for him, Encrid analyzed the situation, thinking that he had to process all of this even while fighting. This time, however, the gnoll's weapon sliced across his neck. Flesh and blood dripped to the ground, forming a small pool, before blood burst out like rain, splattering in every direction. Encrid collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up with both hands as he looked at the gnoll leader standing between two lines of monsters. Refusing to accept defeat, he swung his sword and lunged forward with resolute eyes, thinking that the leader only revealed itself when he was critically wounded. At the same time, the gnoll slashed a deep cut along his arm. As blood sprayed out, Encrid reminded himself that there was a trick he had learned after dying many times to this poison. He lowered his center of gravity, bracing his hand against the ground to evade the monster's attacks. Even so, the gnolls riddled him with spear thrusts as he lay on the ground. In his heart, Encrid reflected that this fate was far better than writhing endlessly in agony. Once again, everything repeated. Encrid suddenly sat upright on the bed in the squad's resting quarters. He realized that the day itself was designed to train his sense of dodging. Nearby, Luagarn rested her chin on her hand and asked why he was fully armed so early in the day. Her words startled Encrid, making him turn his head toward her. He carefully observed Luagarn and recalled that she had not changed at all across all of these repeated todays, always chasing after the cultists and never returning. Encrid then asked whether she knew about the cultists. Luagarn, still propping up her chin, replied that they were the most dangerous cultist group on the continent, committing atrocious acts for their so-called god, and operating within the Devil's Gate. She added that they also sacrificed humans in summoning rituals. Hearing this, Encrid grew suspicious and thought about a rumor circulating in the mercenary world regarding a salamander that spewed flames from its entire body. Imagining a monster wreathed in blazing fire, he stated that it must have been summoned by the cultists. Luagarn grew pensive before denying that it was merely a rumor, explaining that she had personally witnessed the cultists summoning the salamander with her own eyes. Outside, the sun had begun to rise over the mountain peaks. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, the howls of the Gnoll pack echoed far and wide. Encrid dashed outside, realizing that the monsters attacked at daybreak. He charged straight into the Gnoll horde, recalling that they fought as a massive swarm with countless attack patterns. A faint smile formed on his lips as he thought that he finally understood. A Gnoll wielding a spear rushed forward to strike, but Encrid arched his body to the side and avoided the blow. He thrust his sword toward another Gnoll while silently counting the repetitions in his mind. 170 times, 180 times, 190 times. Encrid grabbed the arm of an ashen-colored Gnoll and used its own weapon to wound another monster. As he blocked and countered in rapid succession, he reflected that he simply repeated the process, moving as his senses guided him, dodging, blocking, or countering, knowing that choosing the best option often depended on instinct. After bringing one Gnoll down, he immediately prepared to push forward. However, another monster suddenly seized his sword, holding it tightly. Encrid glanced back in confusion and silently added this detail to his accumulated experiences. He unfastened the belt securing his sword sheath, threw it aside, and charged toward the Gnoll in front of him. Time passed quickly. The sun leaned toward the west, flames filled the sky, and the Gnoll pack surged violently in one direction. As the blood-red sun slowly descended toward the foot of the mountain, Encrid noted that the sun was setting. Covered in blood and drenched in sweat, he narrowly avoided 3 weapons striking from different angles. With the sun hovering at the edge of the horizon, Encrid once again recognized that the sun was setting. Encrid, drenched in sweat, leaned backward to evade a thrusting spear. The sun had been reduced to its final lingering rays at the foot of the mountains, and as it nearly disappeared beyond the horizon and night fell, Encrid found himself alone amid the smoke and dust, surrounded by a pack of gnolls. Though completely unarmed, he continued to charge forward to confront them head-on. Their weapons struck at him relentlessly, one after another, while a blood-red moon began to rise faintly along the horizon. By the time the crimson moon stood high in the sky, Encrid was still alive, gazing upward. His eyes burned brightly, and a self-satisfied smile spread across his face. With one hand, he seized the monster's spear, his smile never fading. A drop of sweat fell, reflecting the image of the blood moon within it. The droplet struck the surface of a tranquil lake, sending ripples spreading outward in shimmering circles. As Encrid leaned back again, narrowly dodging 2 weapons slashing toward him, he reflected that the key to the technique was not merely noticing attacks and moving out of the way quickly. Another droplet fell upon the lake's surface. Slipping past a line of gnolls, he affirmed inwardly that the true essence lay in tuning his senses to the point where his body could react automatically. Sweat poured down like rain, yet Encrid felt no fatigue as he continued smiling to himself, recognizing that this was the essence of the dodging sense. His gaze gradually relaxed, and the smile faded from his face. He then closed his eyes, concentrating deeply as he told himself that this ability now belonged to him. When he finally opened his eyes, he turned to look in a certain direction. Upon the rippling surface of the water, it seemed to him that only he remained within the vast, silent space. He murmured inwardly that the other party must already understand as well. Gazing at the mysterious figure holding a lantern aboard a lone wooden boat, he added in thought that merely bearing such a thing was not everything. His pupils widened as he stared straight ahead. In the present moment, he was lying flat on his own bed. Encrid smiled faintly as he confirmed to himself that he did indeed understand, that he already had a plan in mind, and that this marked the 200th today, the day he had endured everything without dying. Nearby, Kreis was still sleeping soundly on his bed. Suddenly, Encrid yanked the blanket off him, startling Kreis awake in panic. Sitting up in confusion, Kreis wondered aloud what had just happened and complained that he had been startled, only to see Encrid loudly ordering everyone to get up. As the others responded sluggishly with yawns, Encrid instructed Pin and Esther that they would be moving out with him and should prepare immediately. Turning to the red-haired youth who still looked dazed, Encrid told Kreis that he had another task he needed him to handle. From the upper bunk, Luagarn sat up and asked curiously what was going on so early in the morning. Encrid offered no explanation, merely stating that there was not much time. In his mind, he reasoned that the gnoll hordes would arrive at sunrise. Resting his hand on the hilt of the sword strapped to his back, his eyes filled with resolve, Encred decided internally that they had to finish their preparations before then and break through this so-called wall. Suddenly, he looked at Luagarn and said that he had just remembered something, which immediately made her suspicious. He went on to explain that there had been cultists who had escaped during a mission from his days as a mercenary, and that there were people in town who looked exactly like them. Hearing this, Luagarn questioned whether he was truly certain about such a memory. Encred met her gaze with unwavering conviction and firmly asserted that no one possessed a better memory than he did. At once, Luagarn ground her teeth and exclaimed that her instincts had been correct all along. She then stormed toward the door, declaring that she would go see that person herself. Encred merely watched her leave without stopping her, thinking to himself that Luagarn had never returned in previous cycles, but that this time he had sent her out before the monsters arrived, so things might turn out differently. Even if she failed to return, he reasoned, it would not affect his plans. Afterward, he ordered his subordinates to bring him Deutsch Fullman, instructing Kreis to handle it. Kreis broke out in a cold sweat and questioned whether those men would even listen to him, but Encred answered with absolute certainty that they had to be brought in by any means necessary, even if taking the mayor hostage was required. Still deeply uneasy, Kreis hesitantly asked whether Encred was truly serious about that, but Encred did not respond. Instead, he called for Pin and Esther to leave with him at once, leaving Kreis standing there in growing confusion. As they exited, Encred informed Pin and Esther of their assignment, telling them that they needed to secure the town walls. A short while later, they sprinted through the dimly lit streets, and Encred reflected on the monsters that would come to the town. Visualizing the wooden palisade outside the settlement, he analyzed that the monsters would have to breach that wall to enter the town, and that there was no way such a structure could collapse so easily. His thoughts then returned to the gnoll leader who had appeared at the very end of the previous battle. He questioned whether creatures with such short legs could have climbed the wall and concluded that there was only one possible answer. The gates must have been opened from within. Leading Pin and Esther toward the town gate, he reasoned that the reason Pin had never returned after being sent to the walls during the first today was because enemies had already been stationed there. Stopping in front of the watchtower at the gate, Encred observed the figures present and concluded internally that every one of those guarding the wall had been cultists. At the same time, atop the watchtower, two soldiers looked down suspiciously and remarked to each other that he was the man who had come the day before. Stepping forward boldly, Encred issued a commanding declaration that control of the wall would now fall under the authority of his platoon, and himself. With a cold gaze, he sternly emphasized that all men on the wall were to obey his commands. Hearing this, one soldier on the watchtower looked confused and wondered what he was even saying, while another soldier at the base of the tower grew anxious, questioning whether Deutsche was even aware of this situation. Encred drew his sword and resolutely stated that any disobedience would result in immediate execution. At once, several soldiers on the watchtower shouted angrily, cursing him as a bastard. At the same time, Encred recalled the death bell from previous regressions, remembering that the bell had rung whenever the monsters attacked. Raising his sword, he hardened his resolve, refusing to allow the soldiers to reject his orders, and reasoned to himself that if everyone here were cultists, the bell would never have rung, meaning that at least one innocent watchman was present. Spotting a bearded man at the foot of the tower charging toward him, Encred inwardly identified him as the one, then sliced apart an arrow fired from above. He remembered that the bearded soldier had been the one who rang the alarm bell and realized that this was the face he had seen on the 200th today. Meanwhile, a soldier on the watchtower pointed with an arrow and ordered the others to kill him. Seeing this, the bearded man turned back in terror and screamed for them to wait, insisting that he was still there. Despite his plea, a rain of arrows poured down. Encred rushed forward, shielding the man from behind and knocking the arrows away. At another corner, Esther clawed her way up the wooden palisade and climbed onto the tower to attack the soldiers above. Esther pounced on one soldier, preventing him from firing, while at the same time Pin was also climbing the tower. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed another soldier by the arm and slammed him face down onto the floor. Down in the yard, Encred calmly waited as the first sunlight touched his body, noting that the sun was rising. Watching the rays pass through the wooden stakes, he immediately understood that sunrise meant the gnolls were coming. He then turned to the bearded soldier and asked whether the gate was secure. After hearing that it was locked, Encred still cautiously ordered him to check it again. Seeing this, the soldier restrained by Pin cried out in panic. At the same time, the soldier inspecting the gate shouted in alarm when he noticed something strange, then reported in horror that the bar was cracked. Outside the walls, the gnolls were surging forward in droves. From the watchtower, Pin saw them approaching and shouted a warning that the colony was advancing. The bearded soldier hurriedly grabbed another intact bar and shouted that they needed to replace it immediately. Suddenly, the soldier pinned by Pin twisted his arms behind his back, unleashed death energy toward the bearded man, and shouted angrily that they should not interfere with what they had done for their god. Nearby, another soldier whose arm was being bitten by Esther fired death energy with his free hand. Sensing the danger, Encred shouted an urgent order to push those bastards over. Without hesitation, Pin gritted her teeth, grabbed the spell-casting soldier by the collar, and lifted him up. Then she and Esther threw both soldiers over the wall, while their streams of death energy shot straight into the sky. The two soldiers fell just as the gnolls surged forward. The monsters trampled over their bodies and rushed toward the gap at the gate. However, the bearded soldier managed to wedge the intact bar into place just in time, replacing the cracked one. Unable to break through, the monsters could only slam against the gate in frustration, lifting their heads and howling angrily. Inside the town, Kreis dragged the village chief by the neck and brought him before Encred, while Deutsche arrived with his men and loudly demanded to know what was going on. Encred glared at them, silently assessing the situation, recognizing Deutsche and the watch, and noting that Kreis had brought them just in time. Kreis released the village chief and announced that he had done exactly as instructed. Turning to face Deutsche, Encred informed him that the gnolls were at the gates. With icy eyes, Encred declared in a low, forceful voice that this was an emergency and that he was taking command as requested. Deutsche, not understanding the situation, hissed in fury and began to protest. Suddenly, the sound of the gate being battered made the bearded soldier cry out in fear, cutting Deutsche off mid-sentence. Immediately, Encred shouted sharply, demanding whether Deutsche could not tell what was more important right now and ordering him to have his men fire their bows. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Deutsche cursed, saying that Encred had better explain everything later. He then climbed the wall and commanded his soldiers to take positions and shoot them all. Arrows quickly rained down upon the gnolls, drawing continuous bloodshed among the monsters. Meanwhile, Encred was troubled by another concern, realizing that even if the gates held as long as the gnoll colony remained at the gates, this, today, was not over. He pointed in a direction and asked the bearded soldier whether that was a side entrance. After the man confirmed it and asked what about it, Encred seriously requested that he open the door just slightly. The request made the soldier's eyes roll back in shock, his mouth hanging open, while those holding the gate screamed that the monsters were pushing through and told them to hold the door. Dazed, the bearded man asked whether he should do it now. Afterward, Encred looked up toward the wall and called out for Esther to help him. As if waiting for that very signal, Esther leapt down from the wall. She landed directly on the head of a gnoll. With fluid movements and sharp claws, Esther sent several nearby monsters flying. A soldier who had been firing arrows suddenly stopped and shouted that there was an opening. Seeing Esther block the gate and prevent the gnolls from approaching and smashing it down, a soldier cried out in shock that the puma had made them stop. At the same time, Encred surveyed the situation and indicated a specific spot, signaling that it was there. Meanwhile, the bearded soldier focused all his strength and skill on carefully opening the gate. As soon as a narrow gap appeared, blinding sunlight poured through it. Spotting the monster leader standing atop a distant rocky outcrop, Encred silently concluded that the colony would only disperse with the leader's death, and that he would have to force his way through the gnoll pack. The leader frowned deeply, gripping his sword with a trembling hand and glaring menacingly, while Encred reaffirmed to himself that he would take the leader down. With killing intent hardening his resolve, Encred charged into the battlefield, sword in hand. He unleashed a sweeping strike that severed the heads of several gnolls standing in his path. Witnessing this, a soldier was left stunned and shouted that the lunatic had run straight into them. From the side, Deutsche desperately yelled for cover. Seeing Encred advancing together with Esther, someone screamed himself hoarse, demanding that they cover him. Standing atop the wall, Deutsche issued rapid orders to his subordinates, commanding them to fire and not stop, urging them to keep aiming. Suddenly, a panicked soldier reported that there were far too many gnolls and that they were running out of arrows, adding that the situation was just as bad on another side. Deutsche clenched his teeth in rage at his own helplessness. Elsewhere, Pin ran down the stairs and shouted to Kreis that Encred was outside. However, Kreis seemed absent-minded as he muttered that they had no proper siege weapons and that the wall was being damaged in real time. Kreis suddenly furrowed his brow, fear clearly visible in his eyes, as he concluded that at this rate it was only a matter of time before the wall broke. He slapped his own face to snap out of it, and despite the stinging pain and flushed cheeks, he forced himself to think clearly, telling himself to get a grip. He reasoned that the captain's reckless move must have some plan behind it, and that he had to do what he could from there. He then turned to the village chief and urgently asked for anything that could be thrown, insisting that if they were short on arrows, they should throw stones instead. The village chief, visibly anxious, shouted that there was a quarry behind the village. Hearing this, Kreis loudly ordered everyone around him to help, declaring that they did not have enough hands on their own. His shout caused the villagers to turn and look toward him all at once. Meanwhile, Encred continued swinging his sword relentlessly, thinking that he needed to draw their attention as much as possible. He cut down 2 gnolls in quick succession, their blood splattering everywhere. Nearby, Esther clamped her jaws onto the arm of a monster. Trusting Esther to guard his back, Encred calculated that all the surrounding gnolls needed to focus on them. Standing back to back, the two of them dealt with every gnoll snarling and rushing toward them, while Encred told himself that the moment was approaching. At that very instant, inside the fortress, Kreis lifted a massive stone and shouted for them to throw them. In response, all the civilians standing atop the wall hurled stones down at once. The monsters near the base of the city wall were crushed one after another by falling rocks, dying instantly. Those fortunate enough to survive immediately howled in terror and fled. Encred's gaze turned razor-sharp as he silently affirmed that even a brief moment of chaos could spread into a massive opening. He then looked through the mass of gnolls and envisioned a route he could use to break through, concluding inwardly that it would work if he advanced along that path. Afterward, Encred instructed the Black Panther, Esther, to watch his back, receiving a low growl in response that confirmed her acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Encred shouted sharply and surged forward along the route he had already determined. He rushed straight through the gnolls without encountering resistance. Behind him, Esther used her claws to eliminate a monster that came too close. Reassured that Esther had the rear covered, Encred poured all his strength into his advance. Suddenly, a monster swung its blade at Esther. She immediately retreated toward the wall and climbed up. Upon spotting the Black Panther, Kreis picked up a large stone and shouted her name in alarm. Holding the stone and looking downward, he wondered anxiously where the captain had gone. Meanwhile, Encred was crawling through thorny bushes, enduring deep scratches as blood flowed from his body. With unwavering eyes, he continued to move stealthily, ensuring that the gnolls would not detect him. He had deliberately covered himself in gnoll blood to mask his scent. This clever action prevented the gnolls from noticing him as they rushed toward the town. Encred was taking advantage of the terrain, advancing while remaining hidden as much as possible, minimizing both injuries and stamina loss. Recalling how he had once stabbed through the gnoll leader and suffered serious injuries in the process, Encred reflected that the wall the ferryman had originally intended was for him to sustain fatal wounds, evade the poisoned blade, and still kill the leader. Now that he had mastered the sense of evasion, he realized that even such a feat was no longer impossible. Suddenly, the image of a village mother and child crushed beneath a fallen beam surfaced in his mind, and Encred recognized that acting that way would lead to the same outcome. In those repeated regressions, Kreis had also suffered a painful death when an arrow pierced his throat, while the gnoll monsters continued their frenzied slaughter. In the present moment, Encred lowered his posture and sprinted through the thorn bushes toward his chosen target, reaffirming that all of those tragedies were things he could not accept. He then drew out the rotating blade of the elven race, thinking that he never wanted to experience such suffering again. Encred quietly reached the base of the rocky ledge where the gnoll leader stood, still unnoticed. Closing in just enough, he threw the blade while reaffirming to himself that there was only one goal that had brought him this far. When the blade whistled past the leader's head, the creature finally noticed and looked up in alarm. Seizing the moment of distraction, Encred drew his twin swords, determined to kill the leader without taking a fatal wound. Only then did the leader sense his killing intent, turning its glowing yellow eye toward him and growling. Encred slashed at the creature, but the leader ducked and narrowly avoided the strike, alerting several nearby gnolls. They immediately roared and rushed toward the two of them. However, the leader released an overwhelming killing intent and glared at its subordinates, causing the gnolls to freeze and look up at it instead. Observing both the leader's reaction and the hesitation of its underlings, Encred inwardly noted that this was exactly as he had expected. He struck heavily at the leader's back while calculating that the leader only appeared once victory was assured, intending to force him to kneel before everyone in order to elevate its own authority. The leader swiftly shifted its glowing golden eyes, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed past, then moved like the wind to leap aside. At that moment, Encred shouted aloud to drive his resolve forward. Wherever the leader fled, Encred pursued relentlessly, swinging his swords to stay close. Suddenly, the leader threw a punch at him, but Encred bent low and evaded it. Fixing his cold blue gaze on the creature, Encred read its intentions clearly, realizing that the human who had dared to grab its back and tarnish its authority would be punished personally, without allowing any other gnolls to interfere. The leader tilted his body, searching for an opening to attack Encred. Then, without warning, he swung his twin blades toward him. Encred had already anticipated this move and thought that it was the leader's fatal mistake. At the same time, Encred counterattacked, severing both arms that held the blades. Losing both arms at once, the leader stared in terror, his eyes widening in shock. Encred did not stop there and continued swinging his sword. The gnolls below looked up in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Christ witnessed the battle between Encred and the gnoll leader, his eyes widening and his mouth falling open as he stammered that the one fighting was the captain. At that moment, Encred drove his sword forcefully into the ground between the gnoll leader's legs. When Christ saw Encred cleave the monster's body vertically, he exclaimed in disbelief that Encred had killed the colony leader. Encred, his eyes filled with killing intent, thought that no matter how fast or venomous the colony leader was, to someone like him who was not exhausted, it was nothing more than a single gnoll. Suddenly, the subordinate gnolls threw back their heads and howled together. Having all witnessed their leader being slain by Encred, they charged forward in unison. Seeing this, Christ shouted anxiously that the gnolls were going wild. Beside him, Pin waved his arms in fear as he warned that with the leader gone, the colony had lost control and urged Encred to escape before being surrounded. Hearing their cries, Encred suddenly released a blazing red aura of spiritual energy around his body and looked toward the town. He then shot forward through the air, the resulting shockwave blasting all nearby gnolls away. Encred flew from the rocky cliff, passing over their heads before landing in an open area. He spread his legs to steady himself, still gripping his sword tightly and preparing to attack. The gnolls snarled madly as they rushed toward him. Encred observed that the gnolls, who should have been surrounding the city, were now converging on him instead. At that moment, Deutsche shouted loudly from inside the city to open the gate. He then led the soldiers charging out, declaring that he would carve a path and ordering them to run inside. Seeing this, Encred immediately gathered all his strength and rushed toward the city wall, where they were waiting for him. Encred's heartbeat pounded like a war drum as he sprinted back toward the fortress, his blades swinging without pause. He did not slow his steps for a single moment, yet the gnolls continued to fall one after another. While running, he raised his twin swords to strike down any gnoll that dared block his path. Suddenly, just as he was about to deal with the two gnolls ahead of him, arrows pierced straight through their foreheads. Deutsche's soldiers charged in, cutting down the remaining gnolls and clearing a path for Encred. In front of the wide-open gate, Deutsche counterattacked a roaring monster and shouted for the charge to begin immediately. At once, Encred kicked off the ground and dashed forward. Behind him, a pack of gnolls pursued relentlessly, but they were quickly stopped as soldiers thrust their spears forward, halting them in their tracks. On the city wall, Pin and Christ stared in shock with their mouths agape. Encred's footsteps thundered against the ground as he leaped through the fortress gate. Seeing this, Deutsche loudly commanded the unit to retreat. The soldiers then pulled back together, running into the fortress while shouting for everyone to enter the gate at once. The gate slammed shut just as the first gnoll lunged forward. In the next instant, blocked outside, the gnolls howled in fury. At the same time, civilians on the wall began throwing stones downward, shouting for the gnolls to get away. Immediately, heavy rocks struck the gnolls' heads one after another. As the monsters fled in panic, the people continued to curse and urged one another to throw more stones and crush them. Only after retreating some distance did a few gnolls turn back to shriek in rage. Inside the fortress, the soldiers who had rushed out to clear the path for Encred collapsed where they stood, some dropping to one knee, others lying flat on the ground, gasping for breath. On the wall, Christ was drenched in sweat, while several civilians beside him were still holding stones, ready to throw. However, the land outside the walls was now littered only with corpses lying in pools of blood, with not a single gnoll left alive. Only then did Christ raise his arm high and shout loudly that the gnoll colony had retreated. The civilians rejoiced, embracing one another as they declared that they were safe. The soldiers also raised their hands to the sky, cheering that they had succeeded. Yet Encred lay face down on the ground, and Deutsche stood watching him, both showing no outward emotion. Deutsche cast a sideways glance and reflected silently that everything had happened in an instant. But it had been enough to see that the village had been on the brink of destruction, and that this squad leader had saved it. Encred then pushed himself up into a seated position, though his head remained bowed toward the ground. Seeing this, Deutsche felt a surge of emotion, thinking that this was a man who had come only to complete a contract and risk his life, for a place that meant nothing to him. Suddenly, Encred lifted his head and stated that Deutsche had said he owed him an explanation. However, Deutsche turned around and walked away, remarking that he would call for the village physician, a statement that left Encred confused. Shortly after, Deutsche slightly turned his head back and explained that, first of all, they needed to examine Encred's condition. Before long, the sun sank behind the mountains, and the village returned to its former quiet. Inside the conference room, Deutsche stood facing Encred's group with suspicion, voicing his disbelief at the possibility that one of his own children could be a cult worshipper. Standing nearby, Christ confirmed the suspicion, saying that everything finally made sense now and that it was impossible for such a massive colony to have formed naturally. Resting his chin on his hand, his gaze steady and analytical, he further explained that even large colonies usually numbered only a few hundred, yet the one they had encountered earlier was close to 1,000, with every gnoll fully armed. If cult worshippers had been involved, then everything became logically consistent. Hearing this, the village chief questioned why the cult would target their village in the first place, only for Christ to respond that one could not understand the logic of cult worshippers. Imagining heretics standing atop tall watchtowers casting spells upon the gnolls below, he explained that they were fanatics who worshipped the demon realm and believed it was their duty to expand it. Based on this assumption, he concluded that they had likely planned to use the village as a base to construct a so-called Gnoll Kingdom. The village chief clutched his head in fear, repeating the words Gnoll Kingdom in disbelief. Meanwhile, Deutsche hesitantly voiced his doubt, suggesting that since they had managed to defeat the enemy, the village should be safe for now. Encred, however, firmly denied this, stating that it was not over yet. In his thoughts, he reflected that killing the colony leader had broken the repetition of today, but it did not mean the threat was gone. He then turned his gaze toward the captain of the guard and revealed that Ruagarn was still pursuing the cult worshipper who had escaped. Upon hearing this, Deutsche panicked and asked whether that meant there were still 2 gatekeepers remaining. Thinking of the bald man with a tied headscarf, the village chief expressed his concern, noting that the man was still missing and questioning whether Hugo was still at large. Encred bluntly admitted that Hugo was likely the mastermind behind the chaos. Beside him, Pin clenched her teeth and added that if they failed to capture him, the village would remain in danger. Turning to her, Encred calmly reassured her that Frog was still in pursuit and that they would wait for Ruagarn to return. At the same time, somewhere across the open fields, Ruagarn was chasing down the heretic. Suddenly, the man spun around and unleashed a surge of necromantic energy while shouting for Frog to surrender immediately. Ruagarn narrowly avoided the attack by lowering her body at the last moment. In the next instant, she moved like lightning and grabbed Hugo's arm, causing him to panic. However, in the blink of an eye, Hugo transformed into air itself, slipping free from Ruagarni's grasp. Fury rising within her, she cursed inwardly at the familiar outcome and attributed it to the power of the cult. She reflected that this very ability was the reason that the despicable cult known as the Sanctum of the Demon Realm continued to gain new followers. Visualizing a hand infused with deathly magic being bestowed upon a believer, she concluded that it was because anyone could so easily obtain power through it, radically changing their lives. Suddenly, Hugo reappeared behind Ruagarni. He immediately turned and fled once more, prompting her to grimly assess the situation. Judging by the sheer number of abilities he could wield, she deduced that he was a priest who had been deeply involved in the cult for a long time and that he had managed to evade her precisely because of those powers. After that, Ruagarni lashed her whip toward him. In an instant, the tip of the whip coiled several times around Hugo's body, forcing him to a halt. At the same time, Ruagarn charged forward with a contemptuous fist, thinking that his strength was nearly depleted. This time, Hugo took her punch squarely in the middle of his face. Suddenly, from far away, an enraged roar echoed through the air. Ruagarn broke into a cold sweat and cried out in shock upon realizing that it was a gnoll. Seizing the moment when she lost focus, Hugo shoved Ruagarn away with force and fled. On the other side, a group of gnolls, their eyes gleaming with killing intent, thundered forward. Gripping her whip, Ruagarn did not pursue Hugo, but instead cursed under her breath in frustration. Meanwhile, Hugo, his violet eyes now resembling those of the gnolls, ran straight toward them. That night in the village, while Pin and Crace were sitting aside to rest, Encred was training with a pair of hand weights. When he saw Ruagarni open the gate and step inside, he remarked that she had finally arrived and asked what had happened to the cultist. Ruagarni looked at Encred with sorrow and explained that the cultist had escaped. Hearing this, Pin twisted his mouth in disbelief and wondered how someone like Ruagarn could have failed to capture a cultist. Crace echoed the doubt, questioning whether she had truly failed. This irritated Ruagarn, who warned them sharply not to repeat that remark. She then pointed in a certain direction and told Encred that his subordinate was starting to go too far. Sweat pouring down his face, Encred tried to respond by mentioning the half-frog brute, but before he could finish, Ruagarn cut him off, accusing him of being the worst offender. She crossed her arms and, while watching Encred continue lifting weights, recounted the incident with clear annoyance. She muttered that if that group had not appeared at the very last moment, things would have ended differently, explaining that the cultist had used his power to control the colony leader and escape. Upon hearing this, Encred stated firmly that the cultist was a tenacious bastard, and asserted that they would certainly return to the village. Resting his chin on his hand, Pin frowned uncomfortably and murmured that this meant they would have to fight another group of gnolls. Suddenly, Encred slammed the weights onto the ground and declared that it would not be a problem. Rubbing his wrist, he proposed that the scattered colonies were dangerous and could not be left alone. He suggested that it would be better to deal with the cultist and settle everything at once. Pin questioned how they could possibly defeat 1,000 gnolls, especially if the cultist had become their new leader. Beside him, Kreis commented that the situation was growing worse. However, his eyes gleamed as he rubbed his hands together, remarking that monsters were unpredictable, but humans were different and their thoughts could be read. Immediately afterward, Incred slung a towel over his neck, turned around, and ordered everyone to head back so they could formulate a plan. Elsewhere in the village, a bearded soldier gestured toward a direction while speaking to Deutsche and the village chief. At the same time, Incred silently steeled his resolve, thinking that they had to be ready before dawn broke. Outside in the wasteland, gnolls roamed across an open field beneath a blood-red moon. Meanwhile, Hugo stared intensely in one direction with his violet eyes, while Incred reaffirmed to himself that they would be prepared. An eagle carrying correspondence flew up into the sky beneath the blood-red moon, while the villagers were seized by fear and suspicion, murmuring that Para-Gnoll might have returned. Deutsche and the village chief stood there listening to the anxious commotion as the people exclaimed in terror that misguided ones and demons had come, and that it would be impossible for them to survive this time. Suddenly, the village chief turned to Deutsche and informed him that they had already sent a request for aid to Baron Ventra's territory nearby, but even at the fastest pace, help would take 7 days to arrive. Upon hearing this, Deutsche lowered his head slightly in distress, yet remained resolute, stating that if that was the case, they would have to endure, as that was the only thing they could do. At that moment, Kreis approached from behind them and suggested that it might not take 7 days after all. He confidently asserted that this would be true, at least if their plan succeeded. Hearing this, Deutsche reacted with surprise and asked whether Kreis actually had a plan. Incred then spoke up, reminding them that this was the home they had all built together. With a cold, sharp gaze, he vowed that he would not allow a band of gnolls to trample over their village so easily. The following day, just as the sun began to rise above the mountain peak, the warning bells rang out continuously. Incred and Luagarn were already standing before the city gate, waiting. On the opposite side, the gnoll horde advanced with a thunderous rumble. Standing atop the city wall alongside the soldiers, Kreis was startled, while Pin cried out in alarm, urging others to look at them. At that moment, it became clear that the gnolls were not only carrying weapons, but many of them were also hauling long ladders as they charged toward the fortress. Someone immediately shouted in panic that the gnolls were bringing ladders. Luagarn calmly stroked her chin in doubt and questioned how the gnolls could possibly have learned what ladders were overnight. Nearby, Incred speculated that Hugo might actually be more suited to being a teacher than a cult worshipper. Suddenly, Kreis shouted down that this was not the time to admire him, warning that if the gnolls managed to hook all those ladders onto the walls, they would be finished. At once, Incred drew his swords and called out to Luagarn. Upon hearing him, she immediately understood his intent and responded that having a clear target made everything easier. Incred raised his twin blades forward, prepared himself, and ordered the operation to begin. Somewhere among the gnolls, Hugo curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, thinking that they were fools. He then swung his arm, commanding the gnoll horde to charge, convinced that the defenders were choosing to die willingly. The gnolls rushed straight toward Incred and Luagarn. At the same time, Incred recalled the plan he had discussed with Krosh the previous evening, in which they had concluded that the strategy remained the same. A new colony would collapse if its leader were killed. Deutsche had shown concern upon hearing this, suggesting that they should temporarily disregard the strength of the cult worshipper and charge in to assassinate the gnolls' leader once again. However, Kreis had shaken his head in refusal, warning that the gnolls would scatter in all directions and threaten every nearby settlement, turning the task of hunting them down one by one into a nightmare. Incred had then proposed that they must first reduce the gnolls' numbers. Acting on this decision in the present moment, he swung his twin swords toward the first wave of gnolls. The sharp blades carved out a sweeping arc, instantly cutting down several of them. Yet despite being wounded, the gnolls, still under Hugo's magical control, showed no sign of pain and continued charging forward. Seeing this, Incred unleashed an even more powerful strike, severing one gnoll's arm and splitting the head of another clean in two. Fragments of gnoll bodies were sent flying through the air. Incred leapt upward and targeted a gnoll carrying a ladder, striking it down. The ladder was split lengthwise and shattered into countless pieces. Witnessing this scene, Hugo turned pale, his eyes widening in terror. Luagarn was no less astonished, recalling that when she had chased the cult worshipper the day before, she had heard claims that Incred could defeat the gnoll leader on his own, something she had honestly not believed. Now, watching him effortlessly eliminate every gnoll that charged forward, she silently reflected that he had only recently been stuck in a stagnant phase, showing no signs of growth at all. Incred seemed tireless as he continued to swing his sword again and again, his face obscured by his hair so that his expression could not be seen. However, the ferocious gleam flashing in his eyes was unmistakable. Seeing this, Luagarn silently remarked to herself that he was now stronger than before. Encrid wielded his twin blades, striking left and then right, and every swing claimed the life of an invader. Before long, Gnoll body parts were scattered violently through the air, with Encrid at the center. Within a 2-meter radius, not a single Gnoll could approach him. Luagarn, overwhelmed by the sight, thought in shock that Encrid was strong enough to turn the tide of the entire war all by himself. Suddenly, something flashed within Luagarn's golden pupils, and she told herself that he was now almost on par with a knight. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, civilians and soldiers worked together to hurl stones and fire arrows downward. Any Gnoll that managed to slip past Encrid was either wounded or killed by the barrage of rocks and arrows. Luagarn continued fighting relentlessly as well, swinging her whip while feeling her heart pound intensely. Her whip coiled around a Gnoll carrying a ladder, and she flung it aside, then used the creature itself as a weapon to strike other Gnolls. Inwardly, she felt a quiet sense of joy, believing that Encrid was finally seeing her mysterious strength. Luagarn smiled as she watched fragments of the shattered ladder scatter everywhere, feeling as though she had become a young girl again. On another front, Encrid unleashed another sword strike, cutting down several more Gnolls. Witnessing this, Hugo was seized by fear and turned to flee, thinking in disbelief that the man was insane and capable of cutting down 100 Gnolls in an instant. He realized that if things continued this way, the Gnolls would be completely routed. While running, he raised his hand and ordered the Gnolls to retreat. Seeing this scene, Encrid bent forward slightly, gasping for breath, and called out Luagarn's name. At the same time, Hugo's pupils contracted in shock. He stared in disbelief as Luagarn supported Encrid and escorted him back inside the city, while the surrounding soldiers shouted that their captain had pushed himself too far and needed to be taken to the medical tent immediately. Hugo fixed his gaze on them with a crazed look and muttered to himself that this was how things were. The scene shifted back to the previous night. Deutsche stood with his arms crossed, looking at Kreis with confusion, and asked what Kreis planned to do to capture the cult worshipper if the captain and his unit managed to repel the Gnoll forces. With a worried expression, Deutsche shared his understanding of the man who had once been his subordinate, stating that Hugo would never willingly show himself and that he was extremely meticulous and cautious. However, Kreis replied with great confidence, smiling as he said that men like Hugo would relentlessly pursue something once they were made to believe in it. Sure enough, in the present moment, after witnessing Luagarn supporting Encrid, Hugo ordered the Gnolls to turn back and resume their attack. He reasoned that the captain was simply too strong, and as long as Encrid remained there, he would never be able to conquer the village. Recalling how Encrid had weakened and needed support, Hugo assessed that such power could not last forever. He curled his lips into a delighted grin, thinking that all he needed to do was slowly drain Encrid's strength. Imagining Encrid fighting alone against an overwhelming horde of Gnolls, Hugo calculated silently that 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, even 4 days of continuous attacks using guerrilla tactics would be enough. As he looked at the dark circles under Encrid's tired eyes, he became fully convinced that holding off the Gnolls for 4 consecutive days would inevitably exhaust him. Suddenly, a Gnoll closed in on Encrid. However, Luagarn appeared just in time, lashing out with her whip and sending the monster flying, saving him from danger. Encrid took advantage of the brief respite to stand beside her and catch his breath. Without warning, Hugo stepped forward from somewhere nearby. His eyes gleamed as he rushed toward Encrid's back, thinking that this was his chance to kill someone who had already run out of energy. Immediately afterward, he spread his palm and manifested necrotic energy, telling himself that he would unleash all of his divine power to sever Encrid's neck. Hugo hurled a sphere of deathly energy toward Encrid, who appeared to be exhausted ahead of him. Suddenly, the situation reversed when Encrid spun around and slashed with his sword, severing Hugo's arm. Hugo stared in disbelief at his mutilated limb, his eyes rolling back in shock. Encrid calmly wiped the dark bruise beneath his eye and remarked that acting like that was quite difficult after all, before fixing Hugo with a cold, sharp gaze and pointing his sword at him. From atop the city wall, Cross looked down and assessed the situation, noting that Encrid had begun the battle by openly displaying his strength, which convinced the cult fanatic that the Gnolls would be unable to stop him. He explained that Encrid had then deliberately pretended to be fatigued so that the overly cautious opponent would lower his guard. Observing the pile of Gnoll corpses outside the wall, Kreis added that, given Hugo's personality, he would certainly attempt to use the Gnolls to continue assaulting the captain, and that thanks to this, they had managed to wipe out most of the Gnoll horde there. After that, Kreis beamed brightly and said that the moment the cult devotee appeared, he had immediately fallen straight into their trap. Only then did Hugo realize his predicament. Clutching his bleeding arm, he screamed in fury, accusing them of being filthy bastards and demanding to know whether they had deceived him. Under the sunlight, Encrid looked at him with contempt and stated that only a fool would fall for such a cheap trick. Standing atop the fortress wall, Deutsche pointed forward and ordered the archers to take aim. Immediately, the bows were directed toward Hugo, who was being pressed by Encrid and Luagarn. Luagarn stepped forward threateningly, telling Hugo not to expect any chance of escape. Seeing this, Hugo clenched his teeth and thought that the situation was bad, realizing that the madman's strength exceeded his expectations and that his escape route had been completely blocked. Unable to attack and with no path to retreat, Hugo lamented inwardly that this was the grand mission of the Sanctum of the Demon Realm. He then glared fiercely, raised his hand and generated deathly magic while asking if they thought it was already over. At the same moment, the blood beneath Hugo's feet suddenly rose and manifested into entities, forming a swirling vortex that surrounded him. Hugo declared that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would fulfill Sanctum's mission. However, witnessing this scene, Encrid began to speak in surprise, while Luagarn stepped in front of him and warned him to be careful. Meanwhile, a monstrous creature of blood and death appeared behind Hugo, opening its crimson mouth and growling. Observing it, Luagarn explained that it was a summoning spell. With madness filling his eyes, Hugo commanded the creature, ordering the Hound of Huaren to tear them apart. The monster immediately charged toward the two of them. At the same time, Encrid and Luagarn leapt in opposite directions to evade it. Luagarn then swung her whip to attack the Hound of Huaren, and the whip moved as fast as lightning, splitting the monster's head in two. However, within moments, the creature's severed head reattached itself as if nothing had happened. This sight horrified Luagarn. Tightening her grip on the whip and pressing her lips together, she stated that although its form was visible, it could not be physically touched and attacks simply passed through it, explaining that the cultist had summoned a wraith. She then swung her whip above her head, and it transformed into a will-o'-the-wisp-like stream of light as she stated that physical attacks were useless against a wraith. Witnessing this, Encrid exclaimed in astonishment, asking whether the whip was a magical artifact. As she rushed forward to confront the Hound of Huaren, Luagarn replied that she had long hunted cultists and had therefore prepared for situations like this. The magical whip wrapped several times around the Hound of Huaren's foreleg, and she continued explaining her preparedness. With that, Luagarn yanked the whip forcefully, severing the monster's front leg. Unable to regenerate due to the whip's magic, the creature howled in rage. Watching the battle from outside the combat circle, Hugo evaluated the situation inwardly, thinking that the beast could rampage as much as it wanted because Frock, the Hound of Huaren, was merely bait to draw their attention. Suddenly, Hugo extended his hand and launched deathly magic while thinking that this was a summoned creature he had called forth with his entire power. The deathly energy shot toward the severed hand lying on the ground. Simultaneously, something began growing from the cut on his arm. Hugo sneered inwardly, thinking that unlike creatures that attacked and vanished, the wraith would tear out its target's heart without fail. Eventually, the manifestation formed into a headless, humanoid monster, which Hugo named the Arm of the Warrior. At the same time, Hugo coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling himself as he realized he had overexerted and that his body could not withstand summoning two creatures simultaneously. With bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, he nevertheless resolved to continue. Meanwhile, the Arm of the Warrior suddenly appeared behind Encrid and raised its weapon to launch a surprise attack. Sensing the killing intent, Encrid swiftly turned his head. Nearby, Luagarn lashed out with her magical whip and shouted a warning for him to watch out. At that moment, madness surged in Hugo's bloodshot eyes as he laughed inwardly, believing it was too late to evade, asserting that the wraith's attack would penetrate any defense as long as he could kill Encrid. Seeing the Arm of the Warrior slash toward Encrid, Hugo smugly thought that he had won. However, Encrid's blade had already been swung. Elsewhere, Esther's eyes suddenly glowed with deathly light. Back at Encrid's battlefield, his sword pierced into the flesh of the Arm of the Warrior. With sharp, composed eyes, Encrid calmly sliced apart the monster that had attempted to ambush him. Witnessing the scene, Hugo turned pale and stared in terror with his eyes widened, while Luagarn also glanced over in shock. Encrid looked at the quantum light energy on his sword and expressed his astonishment, wondering what Kahaya was. From atop the wall, Esther looked down and thought that he always acted recklessly, adding that she had already expected him to face a dangerous situation while fighting the cult worshippers. She then recalled how she had touched her claw to Encrid's sword earlier and told herself that, the previous night, she had secretly infused mana into the sword. Returning to the present, Esther turned around and cast a subtle glance, indicating that he should consider it a gift from her. On the battlefield, Hugo pointed at Encrid and shouted angrily, demanding to know what that sword was. However, Encrid remained silent and only gave a faint smile. He then shifted the tip of his sword toward Hugo and calmly replied that he did not know. Hearing this left Hugo stunned, after which he opened his mouth and furiously yelled, asking if that was all he had to say after everything that had just happened. At that moment, Hugo suddenly dropped to one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. As sweat poured down his body and his pupils bulged, he clutched his chest and screamed internally, cursing while realizing that the side effects of the failed summoning were attacking his heart. With veins bulging across his face, Hugo staggered before collapsing face first onto the ground. Encred watched the dust rise as Hugo hit the ground and reacted with suspicion. On Luagarn's side, the hound Huaren suddenly vanished, leaving her confused. Luagarn widened her eyes and remarked that the wraith had suddenly disappeared. Behind them, Encred approached, turned Hugo's body over to check him, and stated that there was no need to fight anymore. Squatting beside Hugo's corpse, he looked up and announced that the cult worshipper was already dead. Suddenly, the gnolls were released from Hugo's control and threw their heads back as they howled. Luagarn then watched them scatter in panic and commented that the remnants of the brainwashed monsters were fleeing. At the same time, a soldier shouted excitedly, declaring that the troops should launch their final assault. The soldiers then opened the gate, charged out toward the gnolls, and yelled that they must eliminate them so they would never threaten the village again. After some time had passed, Deutsche approached Encred from behind and addressed him as squad leader Encred. He then bowed and expressed his gratitude for protecting their village, while apologizing for the disrespect he had shown on the first day. However, Encred responded that he had merely carried out the duty he had been given, and added that the same likely applied to Deutsche. Encred then held his sword and walked toward Luagarne, who was still swinging her whip, telling her that they should deal with the remaining enemies. Watching him leave, Deutsche broke into a sweat and muttered that the man was truly remarkable, while the village chief behind him added that he was truly safe now. Deutsche immediately regained his composure, grabbed his weapon, and warned the chief that there were still enemies outside, but the chief waved his hand dismissively and said it was fine because they were not a threat. The chief then glanced upward, causing Deutsche to become puzzled. Turning around, the chief looked at the fortress wall made of sharpened wooden stakes and remarked that the fortress was badly damaged. Deutsche followed his gaze and reassured him that it was only temporary, adding that if they wished to develop it into a proper city, they would need to rebuild the fortress more solidly. Hearing this, the chief agreed that he was absolutely right. Beneath the fluttering leaves, soldiers frantically stabbed and slashed at the gnoll horde. Suddenly, the chief suggested discussing the name of the fortress that would be built and proposed a possible name. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Encred continued relentlessly slaughtering monsters. Watching him, Deutsche murmured that it was beautiful and insisted that no better name could exist. He then looked at the soldiers eliminating the gnolls behind Encred and asked for the chief's opinion, adding that he was certain the entire village would agree. Time quickly passed, and the soldiers joyfully raised their weapons and cheered. The villagers on the wall were equally excited, while Deutsche continued by stating that the fortress would be named after the hero who had saved the village. Deutsche and the village chief then smiled together as they looked ahead, where Encred was raising his sword in victory. Around him, the soldiers celebrated and followed suit, and Deutsche loudly finalized the new name of the village as Encred Wall. After defeating the gnoll, the villagers and the warriors raised their cups together and cheered, shouting that they were celebrating. As they congratulated one another, they excitedly called out for another round and praised the homemade cheese. Pin suddenly raised her voice and insisted that he could not just leave like that, pleading with their village hero to let them celebrate first. Standing with one hand on her hip and drinking beer while watching everyone, she remarked that although that was what they said, they were actually the ones enjoying themselves. Hearing this, Encred responded that they had already expressed their gratitude enough. Out of nowhere, Kreis approached their table in confusion and asked why there was so much food there. Encred explained that everyone had brought out their secret weapons from home, especially the apple cider that was said to have only 2 bottles left. Immediately, Kreis grabbed a bottle, lifted a mug, and drank it in one gulp. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she declared that if they distributed it as border guards, they would surely become rich. Esther, now curious, reached her hand toward the table near Encred. Seeing that, he picked up the bottle and poured the drink into Esther's mouth, commenting that he appreciated their hospitality but felt as though they were consuming the village's food supplies. Someone beside him then spoke up, asking what the problem was and saying that this was how the villagers repaid those who had saved them. Luagarn smiled at him and told him that he should at least enjoy a little. After that, the two of them fell into silence. Meanwhile, the village chief, his face flushed red, rested his chin on his hand and announced that he had decided to marry his daughter to squad leader Encred. A person next to him agreed, saying there was no better match out there. Immediately, a woman nearby who was lulling a child to sleep angrily shouted that the girl was only 5 years old and called him an idiot. In another corner, a child excitedly declared that he would join the hero's squad and train under him, prompting someone beside him to scold him for being just a little kid. At another banquet table, a soldier looked at his leader and asked about Commander Deutsche, and the commander replied that joining Encred's squad was not actually a bad idea. The soldier then slapped Deutsche on the shoulder and teased him, asking whether that was betrayal. Meanwhile, Kreis put her arm around a villager and greeted him, asking if he was the brewing expert there and suggesting that they discuss business for a moment. The joyful atmosphere continued as some villagers even proposed celebrating the day every year and suggested calling it Encrid Day. Hearing this, Encrid lowered his head slightly, though a faint smile appeared on his lips. He then looked up and said that it sounded good. Thinking about the countless battles he had endured, Encrid reflected that over the past 4 days, while deceiving cultists and fighting the Knoll, he had felt it himself. His combat abilities had surpassed their previous limits. He realized something even more profound, yet lamented inwardly that without will, this power could not remain stable. He thought that although he had balanced it with the heart of the superhuman, it was, as expected, still insufficient. Luagarn then brought up the way one obtains will and asked Encrid whether he was curious. He responded by asking whether she had not said he would know when the time came. She confirmed that she had, but added that for the person he was now, that time was not far away. Her words left Encrid stunned. Luagarn casually raised 2 fingers and explained that semi-knights channel their will into 1 or 2 specific movements and use it wisely. With sharp eyes, Encrid reasoned that it was like semi-knight Asia who infused her will into her aura for intimidation. Imagining a knight releasing spiritual power in all directions, he continued that one could also channel it into the legs for swift movement. Envisioning someone dropping to one knee and using spiritual power to withstand a rain of arrows, Encrid concluded that this was a use of will tied to specific movements. Luagarn intertwined her fingers, rested her elbows on the table, and emphasized that being able to use will in several movements was what made someone a semi-knight, adding that a true knight could go even further, as they could use will freely in any situation to unleash superhuman strength. With eyes that seemed to drift into distant memories, she further explained that many people had succeeded in using will but had never reached the level of a knight, and that most of them failed to do so. After that, she looked thoughtfully at Encrid beside her and asked whether, even so, he thought he could become a knight. Beneath the night sky, Encrid replied that it was a dream he had held since long ago. He looked at the villagers and the soldiers happily gathered before him. Luagarn's golden eyes turned toward him, waiting for his next words. Encrid tilted his head up toward the brilliant light and firmly declared that he would become a knight. Hearing this, Luagarn was astonished and thought that although he had said it so calmly, she could feel it. There was a fire blazing in his heart. She then touched her own chest, sensing that great ambition that attracted everyone around him, and reflected on it inwardly. Soon after, Luagarn shared that once they left the village, she would return to her own duties, explaining that Frock had a covenant that took precedence over personal interests and that she could not stay away any longer. As if he had known this moment would come, Encrid closed his eyes and expressed that this would then be their farewell, adding that she had stayed longer than he had expected. Luagarn suddenly remarked that he did not need to speak formally to her, which made Encrid respond that he did not mind, though he wondered why she had suddenly said that. Smiling as she revealed her feelings, Luagarn confessed that she did not like formal attitudes from someone to whom she had already given her heart. Narrowing her eyes playfully, she promised that if he became a knight, she swore she would fall in love with him. Thinking about what that meant, Luagarn explained inwardly that for Frock, spiritual love was different from marriage. It was a love that conveyed the deepest feelings of the heart. They did not mind if their spiritual partner had another lover. In fact, they might even introduce themselves to that person and ask for understanding. She glanced at Encrid and reflected that a human who received love from Frock was extremely rare and special. Encrid looked back at her and frankly replied that it was up to her. Hearing this, Luagarn stretched and laughed softly to herself, wondering whether he understood how important this matter truly was. Beneath the blood-red moon, she admitted in her thoughts that even that side of him attracted her. The next day, when the sun was already high in the sky, someone asked whether this was the correct village. The commander of Baron Ventra's army questioned his subordinate about the village that had sent an emergency message regarding a large-scale monster colony attack. Meanwhile, in the village, the townspeople were digging holes with shovels. As they worked together, they chatted excitedly, describing how Encrid had slashed and cut down 500 enemies alone and shouting that they should name the fortress after him, chanting his name repeatedly. Deutsche, unaware of the mounted group behind him, cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted that the monster's flesh and blood could become excellent fertilizer, adding that they had almost buried them all and that only a little remained. Seeing this, the commander of Baron Ventra's army expressed suspicion, wondering whether there was not supposed to have been an attack there, while his subordinate speculated that, setting the attack aside, it looked as though the villagers were farming instead. Suddenly, the village chief ran toward them and asked whether they were from Baron Ventress' forces. Scratching his head awkwardly, he explained that it seemed they had made them come all that way for nothing because the colony had already been dealt with. Upon hearing that, the commander of Baron Ventress' army asked how they had handled it, and the village chief informed him that because of interference from cult worshippers, the colony that had arrived had grown extremely large. He added that they had thought they would die at that time, but the commander of Baron Ventress' army listened in astonishment as the village chief explained that there had been a great hero who had cut down 500 monsters and defeated cult worshippers to save the village. The man standing behind him could not hide his doubt and asked whether that hero was the very Encrid they had been singing about. He then continued to question whether the man was a wandering knight or perhaps the leader of a mercenary group. However, the village chief denied this and clarified that Encrid was merely a squad leader from the border guard. Upon hearing that, one of the soldiers broke into a cold sweat and repeated in disbelief that he was just a squad leader, while the commander let out a thoughtful hum. After a moment, the commander looked at the village chief and stated that he wished to meet him, only to be informed that Encrid had already left, saying that his duty had been only to deal with the colony before departing immediately. The commander of Baron Ventress' army fell silent and murmured that he understood. He then turned his horse to leave, saying that since the area was now safe, they would also return. As the horses galloped away, kicking up clouds of dust, his subordinate curiously asked whether he believed the story had truly happened, muttering about someone cutting down 500 enemies alone. The commander interrupted him, stating that it was surely exaggerated. Thinking of the villagers working in the fields, he added that the only ones who could vouch for Encrid's deeds were those villagers, and that a person's memory tended to grow hazy when pushed to the brink. He further remarked skeptically that the monster corpses had already been buried, making it difficult to verify the claim, and suggested that perhaps they should assume the real number was only 50. Hearing this, the subordinate reasoned that it meant the squad leader had simply been boasting, but the commander denied that conclusion, saying that Encrid might indeed have saved the village. Nevertheless, with experienced yet doubtful eyes, he judged that the man was probably a fool who had exaggerated his own name. Imagining the possibility of encountering Encrid later, the commander added that if they were to meet him, it might be best to teach him a small lesson. Elsewhere, Kreis picked up a crumpled map and declared that at last all their time and hard work would be rewarded. Excitedly, he exclaimed that everything would pay off, which prompted Pin behind him to ask in reluctant curiosity what kind of treasure it actually was now that they had finally arrived. At one side, Encrid turned to the Frog Tribe girl and asked whether they were parting ways there, calling her Luagarn. She confirmed that they were, and at the same time Kreis's ears perked up. He turned his head, still wearing an eager expression, as Luagarn explained that she had indeed decided to leave and therefore had no reason to stay any longer, but since she had also helped map the treasure's location, she might as well see it through to the end. At this, Kreis's face darkened and he complained that he had hoped the treasure would be divided among fewer people. Seeing his reaction, Pin frowned and asked mockingly whether he had a problem. Suddenly, Luagarn reminded them that Kreis had said the treasure's location was about a day's journey from the village and warned that even if traps had been set years ago, it would still be difficult if they were still functioning. However, Kreis did not turn around and merely waved his hand dismissively, grumbling that this was precisely why amateurs could not be relied upon. Encrid worriedly pointed out that Kreis himself was still an amateur, but Kreis retorted sulkily that they should simply trust him and follow his lead. Then he turned back, pointed his thumb at himself, and confidently declared that he would show them what the true skills of a real treasure hunter looked like. Kreis walked ahead while looking at the map and said that 100 years had passed since the treasure dungeon of Dolph had been built, and that during those 100 years many treasure hunters had made various plans. Clenching his fist and knitting his brows, he muttered that he wished he could obtain treasure more easily, and that he wished he could become rich without having to make any effort, which prompted Encrid to mock him, remarking that his thinking was very shallow. After a while, Kreis strained as he pushed a large round boulder aside and murmured that, according to the map, the stone should be the right one. When a tunnel entrance was revealed as the boulder shifted, he exclaimed joyfully that he had found it. While the others stood at the entrance and looked inside, Kreis continued forward with a relieved sigh and said that next came the following step, which made Pin question whether that was not already the entrance and ask where else he intended to go. Kreis kept walking and explained that this was a technique born from the careful consideration of treasure hunters. Suddenly, he decisively pulled out the shovel hanging at his waist and explained that by using the dungeon entrance to measure the location of the treasure room and then digging directly from above, one could reach it more efficiently. He added that this technique was called the back door, and then began digging frantically, claiming that it had insane efficiency because it allowed them to bypass all the installed traps at once. Seeing Christ laboriously digging the ground, Encrid corrected him by saying that it was simply called taking a shortcut. However, Christ argued that it was practical, was it not, only for Encrid to deny it and reply that it did not look practical to him at all. After some time, when Christ was exhausted and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, Pin mocked him by saying that he had only created more work. This time, however, Encrid took over the digging for Christ and remarked that shortcuts sometimes did succeed. Esther even stepped in to help him. As time quickly passed, Luagarn looked at the sky and observed that the sun had already set, suggesting that they should spend the night there first. At the same time, Encrid dug out a brick-lined tunnel beneath the ground. Christ shouted in delight about his gold coins. Beside him, Pin, who had already prepared a rope to climb down, volunteered to scout the situation ahead and was the first to descend into the passage below. Pin looked toward the end of the tunnel and noticed something. Remaining cautious, she glanced around before walking straight toward it. After a moment, she entered a place where a sword and a wooden chest were placed. Then, from below, the group above heard Pin call out that it seemed safe to come down. As soon as Christ descended, he ran toward Pin and asked whether there were any traps, and she informed him that there were no traces of any. With her hands on her hips, Pin looked at the sword and speculated that any proper trap would be easily detected by a ranger's basic instincts, and that in order to evade her instincts, any existing trap would have to be constructed with a spell. Luagarn agreed, adding that doing something like that would be somewhat excessive for a wealthy person from ancient times. Meanwhile, Esther slowly stepped inside, glancing around with suspicion. Christ quickly pried open the lid of the chest in the room and exclaimed excitedly that if there were no traps, he would not hesitate at all. Seeing this, Encrid teased that he already had a lot of krona, yet he was always looking for more. However, Christ denied it, saying that Encrid simply did not know, and that he himself was still far from enough. As he struggled so hard to force the lid open that his body trembled, Christ declared enthusiastically that his salon was not merely meant to become the best in the capital, but that he wanted to establish branches spread across the entire continent. Watching him try without success, Encrid curiously asked whether he truly wanted it that much, and upon hearing Christ confirm that of course he did, Christ added, with eyes as if gazing into the future, that the salon was the perfect place to gather krona, and that only krona could save people's lives. Suddenly, Esther sniffed the air and thought that something felt strange, as there was a faint scent lingering. Sensitive as she was, she noticed a pale blue aura emanating from the location of the chest and the sword. Immediately grinding her teeth and taking a cautious stance, she told herself that there was a spell inside the treasure box. Then she roared a warning at Christ, telling Big Eyes to get away from there. At the same moment, Christ managed to open the chest. Instantly, magic from within spread outward. It enveloped Encrid and Christ first, as they were the closest. The magic then quickly extended toward Luagarn and Pin, trapping them even though the two reacted swiftly and tried to run away. Only Esther remained outside the range of the magic at first. She attempted to run toward the door, but the magical layer had already reached the lower half of her body. In the blink of an eye, the magic covered her up to her head, and in the end, she was knocked back inside the magical barrier. Encrid rushed forward and caught Esther, holding her in his arms as he looked at the magical membrane and asked Pin whether she had not said earlier that there was no trap. Pin frowned and asked in return how she could possibly have known, since this was a magic trap. Meanwhile, Luagarn assessed the situation and stated that it was bad as they were completely trapped inside. Esther slipped out of Encrid's arms and blamed herself, thinking that it was her fault, and that if only the trap had not been so old that its scent had faded. Seeing this, Encrid gently patted her head and asked if she was all right. Touching the magical membrane, Esther remarked that it was not a difficult trap to remove, but that gathering enough power to do so would take about 2 days. Suddenly, Christ looked into the chest and cried out that the treasure was empty, asking where his gold had gone. Encrid was left speechless, thinking that even at a time like this, Christ was still worrying about gold. Pin, standing beside them, looked into the chest and said that it was not entirely empty, as there was some kind of note inside. She picked it up and read aloud that only those who obtained the treasure could leave. As Pin continued reading, Christ seemed to lose faith when he heard the lines asking whether they had come through the back crack, apologizing but stating that this was the only trap in that place. Luagarn then realized aloud that the back door used to be called the back crack. Pin continued examining the paper and questioned whether that technique had been nothing but a waste of time. Hearing this, Christ felt dizzy and angrily refused to believe it, demanding that if the treasure chest was empty, then what treasure they were supposed to obtain, and cursing Dolph. Suddenly, Encrid pointed forward and loudly interrupted, saying that there was one remaining. Only then did Christ stop obsessing over the chest and look up at the sword, wondering if it was that old blade. Observing it, he commented that perhaps 100 years had worn down its edge, but its core was still alive, making it a good sword. Yet with tears streaming down his face, Crace lamented that no matter how one looked at it, it was merely junk, though in the end he conceded that it was the only thing that met the criteria as treasure in that place. Afterward, he grasped the sword's hilt with both hands. Instantly, it felt as though Crace had appeared in a corridor of an ancient castle. Sweating nervously, he looked around in confusion, wondering where he was. All of a sudden, a knight clad in full armor raised his sword and aimed it at him. Terrified, Crace raised his hands to shield himself and screamed loudly. When the others saw Crace suddenly fall backward, Pin and the rest were stunned. Worried, Pin shouted to ask what was wrong. Crace abruptly sat up, turned his head sharply, and yelled that a madman had attacked him from behind with a sword, only to exclaim in confusion that the attacker had disappeared. Pin, baffled, asked what he was talking about. She then stepped forward and, muttering that she had merely touched the sword, grasped the hilt as if to draw it. At that same moment, she too saw the armored knight raise his sword to attack her. Startled, she quickly let go of the sword and screamed in shock, calling the attacker a madman. This made Crace even more frightened as he exclaimed that he had told her so. Luagarn suddenly spoke up, saying that she would try. She then placed her hand on the sword's hilt. However, she quickly let go of it and stood still as if something had affected her. Seeing this, Encrid silently assessed that Frock skin had a distinctively smooth texture, which was why Frock weapons, known as loop weapons, were designed with rings on their handles. He imagined a dagger hilt with 2 loops attached to it. On the other side, Luagarn switched hands and touched the hilt of the ancient sword, thinking that the sword did not have a handle and that it would therefore be difficult for a Frock to wield. She then stammered that she almost could see it and, after a brief moment, declared that she could now see the creature that had used the sword. The 3 cries broke into cold sweat when Luagarn informed them that the sword appeared to be a demonic sword possessed by a spirit. With one hand resting on the hilt, she turned to the others and continued that if Dolph's records were trustworthy, then they would have to kill the spirit and pull out the sword in order to deactivate the magic trap. Hearing this, Crace suggested whether they could simply ignore the spirit and pull the sword out directly. Luagarn warned him that the spirit would split his skull before he could do so, prompting Crace to grumble in reluctant admiration. Meanwhile, Encrid stepped forward toward the ancient sword and reflected that a demonic sword that harbored a spirit could not be affected by physical strength, as such beings could only be erased by holy energy or incantations. He then grasped the sword's hilt. Instantly, just like Crace before him, Encrid found himself standing within the corridor of an ancient castle. He recalled the sensation he had felt when using his swordsmanship to eliminate a gnoll, thinking that during the battle with the cultist, an incomprehensible light had suddenly burst from his sword and driven the spirit away. Yet when he checked again afterward, his sword had returned to being an ordinary blade. With a cold gaze fixed ahead, he told himself that he could not rely on a power he did not understand, and that to kill this spirit, the method he could use was... Suddenly, a knight appeared and brought his sword down toward Encrid's head, startling him. As swift as lightning, Encrid drew his own sword and raised it to block the knight's attack. But the instant he saw the 2 blades clash, Encrid wondered why physical strength was effective in that place. Meanwhile, the knight's blue eyes flashed with a chilling light as he stared at the intruder with killing intent. Encrid fought a knight within the illusionary realm. As he slid backward, he thought that it was an evil spirit against which physical force worked, but then he corrected himself, thinking that this one was different from an evil spirit, and that if he subdued him... Suddenly, the knight charged forward like an arrow, startling Encrid. His heart began to pound violently, and in the next moment it gradually turned to dust and scattered. Encrid was shocked and realized inwardly that his heart of super strength was not activating. On the other side, the spirit knight leveled his sword and rushed at Encrid. However, Encrid quickly used his own blade to cut through the attack. The impact was so strong that the arm holding his sword throbbed with pain. He stomped hard on the ground to keep himself from being pushed back. Then he slashed in a wide arc, but the knight bent low and slipped to his left to evade it. In the next instant, the knight spun around and swung his sword toward Encrid's back, making Encrid think in alarm that the opponent had predicted it. At the same time, the knight severed Encrid's head. Encrid awoke in terror in the real world and released the hilt of the demon sword. Crace, sweating anxiously, called out to him as their leader, while Luagarn asked what was wrong. Encrid touched his neck, still shaken, and thought that his severed neck hurt and that he had definitely died to that spirit just now, but he did not understand why he had not returned to today. He then turned to Crace and asked how much time had passed. Crace stammered in confusion that only a moment, about 5 seconds, had gone by. Hearing this, Encrid raised his brows and reflected that it had felt as though the fight had lasted over 20 seconds, and that even the flow of time was different. Remembering the evil spirit knight in the illusion, he concluded inwardly that while holding the sword, it was a separate space from reality. He then seriously informed them that he had just died to the spirit. His words made Kreis turn pale as he cried out fearfully whether he had died and then questioned what, in that case, was standing in front of them. Pin, startled, took a fighting stance and asked if it was a spirit. Luagarn stepped forward, placed a hand on Encrid's shoulder, and observed that he looked perfectly alive, wondering aloud whether dying inside that space did not affect the body. She then asked if anything else strange had happened. Encrid replied that he had crossed swords with it. Recalling his opponent's final movements, he explained that the spirit had read all his attacks and that it had been high-level orthodox swordsmanship. Hearing this, Luagarn stroked her chin and murmured that she understood. To the astonishment of Encrid, Kreis, and Pin, she declared that this was not a normal cursed sword. Pointing at the demon sword, she stated that it was a tutor, imagining the mage who had enchanted the blade. She explained that long ago a genius mage had wanted to pass down his abilities to his descendants, so he had turned a human into a spirit and sealed it within a sword. Envisioning the knight losing his sanity, she added that the mage had not understood humans. The person trapped as a tutor had had his mind and soul torn apart and had become obsessed solely with passing on skills. Thinking of the knight kneeling and screaming in a blood-red void, she continued that even if the wielder went mad and died countless times, the teaching would never stop. Placing her hand on the hilt, Luagarn warned that one had to fully learn the skill the tutor taught and surpass the tutor with it. Only then would the soul be freed and the lesson end. After finishing her explanation, she revealed information that left Encrid gaping in shock and Kreis utterly dejected, as Kreis realized that the treasure Dolph had meant was swordsmanship. Luagarn then cautioned that he should give up on it, explaining that a human mind could not endure repeated death and that anyone would become irreversibly insane. Her warning made Encrid doubtful. Suddenly, Kreis clutched his head and shouted that it was his fault, while Pin suggested that if they waited, perhaps the barrier would weaken. Encrid merely uttered a vague sound in response. Off to one side, Luagarn looked at her hand and muttered that if the handle had a ring, she could pull it free. Suddenly, Kreis shouted that he would take responsibility, yet Encrid ignored him and gestured for Luagarn. When no one listened, he stomped heavily on the floor and stepped toward the demon sword, announcing that he would simply do it. At once, Kreis and Pin stopped shouting and looked over. However, before Encrid's hand could touch the hilt, Luagarn seized his wrist and told him to stop. With a sharp gaze, she emphasized that she knew his will was strong and asked whether he thought this was a joke. She then looked at him and said that she did not want to lose her future lover for nothing, but he cut her off by calling her name. With resolute eyes, Encrid declared that this was something he could do. Hearing this, Luagarn was momentarily stunned. At the same time, Encrid grasped the demon sword tightly, and once again, he returned to the illusionary realm. Encrid suddenly opened his eyes when he felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him. The evil spirit knight swung his sword at him, and Encrid hurriedly bent down and spread his legs to lower his body and evade the strike. Drawing his sword, he said that it was a rough welcome and asked whether the knight had been waiting for him as well. The knight's eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged again. On his side, Encrid's momentum was no less fierce. As he swung his sword, he thought that, as expected, neither his sixth sense nor his focus was activating, and that the only thing he could rely on there was swordsmanship. The clash of blades rang out sharply, and streaks of spiritual energy scattered in all directions. Suddenly, the knight twisted his sword and dragged it along Encrid's blade, startling him. Encrid immediately launched a preemptive strike and rushed forward, telling himself that even if he died, he would awaken in reality without having to repeat today to pass the time, and that this was a training ground where he could retry again and again. The knight's sword slashed down along Encrid's body, but Encrid leaned back and narrowly avoided it. Even so, one of his ears was severed. With a crazed look in his eyes, he laughed and asked whether it was efficient, remarking that nothing was easier for him than repeated death. Gripping his sword tightly as he charged at the knight, he declared inwardly that this tutor was the perfect tool. Outside, Luagarne looked at his back and called him a fool. In a worried tone, she stated that even priests of the god of endurance failed 9 times out of 10. Hearing that, Pin reassured her that they had no choice if they wanted to escape. Then, glancing anxiously toward Encrid, Pin suggested that perhaps he was trying to protect their minds by handling it alone. After a while, Encrid released the hilt of the demon sword. Rubbing his trembling sword arm, he remarked that the sword strike that had cut his arm at the end was amazing. He then reenacted the knight's stance for the others, saying that the tutor had definitely moved like that and that something was different. Without waiting for their reaction, he stepped back onto the demon sword platform and announced that he would go check again. Encrid continued talking to himself, saying that he thought he was getting it and that it was like that, which left Kreis staring blankly and pointing, while Pin admitted that he was sorry and that he had been mistaken. The two then turned away, and Krace asked whether they had all forgotten that their squad was called Madmen. Pin replied that maybe Encrid was already crazy, so he could not become any crazier. Immediately, Krace suggested that since Encrid would be like that for a while, they might as well eat dinner. Luagarn, still watching Encrid with suspicion, said that even so it was hard to understand and questioned whether it did not hurt, adding that with his talent he would have to die countless times. However, Encrid responded that it was not real death anyway. Casting a sideways glance, he let out a low laugh and asked why pain would matter. Seeing this, Luagarn broke into a cold sweat and thought that he looked completely fine, wondering whether it was her imagination or whether he even enjoyed the pain. Suddenly, she heard Encrid assert that no matter the pain, he would learn everything he could. Tightening his grip on his sword and assuming an attacking stance, he continued that that was how a dull person moved forward. At that, Luagarn placed her hands on her hips and, seemingly accepting that she could not stop him, remarked that even a dull person would not go that far and that he was truly an uncontrollable madman. Afterward, Luagarn commented on his stance, saying that it was a step and that the move he had kept trying required his right foot to be placed farther forward. Upon receiving her guidance, Encrid praised her, saying that she was good at teaching. In response, Luagarn explained that as a scholar she also researched swordsmanship and that passing it on was part of her role. Smiling, she emphasized that teaching was her specialty, adding that by the oath she could not teach new techniques but could supplement with other forms of swordsmanship. Her words made Encrid hesitate, and he said that meant, to which Luagarn replied that if he was going to try anyway, she would help. With a sincere smile, she promised that she would help him surpass the tutor's orthodox swordsmanship. Hearing this, Encrid's eyes lit up and he smiled in excitement. As dawn broke above the roof of the treasure vault, sunlight slowly seeped into the dark tunnel where Krace and Pin were lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, Esther raised her ears and sensed the energy that was imprisoning them. Looking at the spiritual power radiating from her hand, she thought that her power was gathering faster than she had expected and that, if things continued like this, she would be able to escape the trap. Her blue eye then glanced to the side as she told herself that she could destroy it later. At that moment, Esther saw Luagarn instructing Encrid in sword techniques, telling him that the movement he had just made was not correct and that he needed to raise his arm higher. When Luagarn asked whether he understood, Encrid, drenched in sweat, replied that he wanted to try once more. Watching them, Esther frowned and wondered what was making him so enthusiastic. She questioned herself about whether destroying the trap would hinder him or not, and wondered what she should do now. Thinking too much gave her a headache, so she lay down on the floor and concluded to herself that it seemed she would just stay idle for now. Meanwhile, Luagarn continued explaining to Encrid that his swordsmanship was primarily built from the heavy style he had learned from the blonde man, but that swordsmanship itself included many styles such as heavy, standard, enchanting, fast, and flowing. Hearing this, Encrid remarked that all swordsmanship ultimately came from the same source, and that it would therefore be better to train them all evenly. Luagarn smiled and confirmed that he was correct. She explained that if heavy swordsmanship was about moving with straightforward, weighty power, then the key to standard swordsmanship was reading one's opponent. Imagining two fighters crossing blades, she emphasized that it involved understanding the opponent's movements and trapping them within one's own flow of motion, which she described as the essence of the standard sword. Seeing Encrid turn his back to her in deep thought, Luagarn continued by advising him to predict and respond, telling him to build enough experience to read everything about his opponent. She added that once he could perfectly replicate the tutor's movements, he would eventually be able to surpass them. Preparing himself, Encrid grasped the hilt of the demon sword and once again entered the illusion, where the evil spirit knight swung his blade toward him. Encrid drew his sword and quickly intercepted the knight's attack. Seeing this, the knight pulled his blade back behind his head. Without looking directly but lowering his gaze slightly, Encrid analyzed that it was an upward diagonal slash and reasoned that if he created distance there, he would be dragged into the knight's next movement. Instead of retreating, Encrid rushed forward as the knight's sword came down, raising his blade to confront the attack. He wondered whether pressing closer and blocking the path of the knight's sword might work. At that moment, the knight's eyes flashed, and he suddenly changed his technique, raising the sword high above his head before bringing it down in a powerful strike toward Encrid. Encrid widened his eyes in shock as the blade rapidly approached his face. Back in the real world, Luagarn commented that it had been a good attempt, but that trying to block was a response that was too defensive. Once again, Encrid grasped the demon sword's hilt and returned to the illusion. With a determined and sharp gaze, he charged forward while swinging his sword, telling himself that he should keep pressing inward like before rather than blocking the blade's path. Sliding one leg forward, he glided along the ground and slashed while thinking that he should aim for the knight's ankle. However, the knight reacted with lightning speed and leaped up, easily avoiding the attack. Even so, Encrid continued rushing forward, realizing that the knight's stance had been broken and thinking that this time he had seized the flow of the fight. On the other side, the knight landed, stomped heavily on the ground, and swung his sword upward. In the next instant, Encrid's head was severed. Later, standing before Luagarn again, Encrid explained that the attack had been a mid-level slash and continued analyzing the sequence. After sharing what he had observed, he once more grasped the demon sword and inwardly praised how quickly the tutor responded to variables, describing it as a clean and flawless example of standard swordsmanship. When Encrid appeared again in the illusion, the knight suddenly materialized behind him and thrust his sword forward. Encrid suddenly turned his head in shock and saw a sword blade rushing straight toward him. He quickly jumped to the side to avoid it, his back slamming hard against a nearby pillar. Without even having time to cry out in pain, he swiftly drew his sword. As he looked at the knight charging toward him like lightning, he remarked inwardly that the brilliant textbook technique was being demonstrated right before his eyes. Then he recalled Luagarn and thought that there was also a teacher who explained it perfectly. His eyes flashed with excitement as he smiled to himself and wondered whether it was really all right to learn swordsmanship this easily, adding that it was truly thrilling. While continuously clashing swords with the knight, Encrid felt grateful inwardly that he had listened to Chrysa's nagging and joined the treasure hunt. Outside, the sunlight was gradually turning orange. Chrysa and Pin sat around looking bored, while Esther lay stretched out without moving. The three of them all stared ahead, where Luagarn was teaching Encrid swordsmanship. After that, Encrid approached the demon sword again, while Chrysa started nodding off. Later, Encrid resumed training with Luagarn, and the sound of clashing weapons startled Chrysa awake. Pin, who was sitting beside him, commented that Encrid was really doing it non-stop the entire day and wondered if he had not even slept yet. Hearing this, Chrysa groaned that if someone wanted to become a madman, he should at least do it with some elegance. Pin pouted and teased him by asking whether he had already lost interest now that there was no treasure. Chrysa casually lay down and replied that there was no reason for him to obsess over something he could not even sell, adding that he did not understand what was so great about becoming stronger. Looking ahead again, Pin murmured that she supposed that was the case and said that she thought she understood how Encrid felt. As she watched his back while he practiced tirelessly, she observed that if he could move forward, he would move forward because he was not satisfied with the limits that others set for him. Pin's eyes shone brightly as she said that watching Encrid reminded her of something again. Then she looked at Luagarn and reflected inwardly that Encrid possessed a determination so strong that no suffering could stop him. She thought that he had already grabbed the tutor and died hundreds of times as if it were nothing, and she wondered whether that was the reason he had become so skilled. At that moment, Encrid swung his sword rapidly and powerfully. Seeing this, Pin concluded in her mind that he was skilled enough to imitate it perfectly. As she watched Encrid's eyes grow cold while he brought his sword down, she realized inwardly that every movement he made came from what he had observed while fighting the tutor. Encrid spun around and slashed horizontally, creating a crescent-shaped arc with his blade. Luagarn's eyes widened in astonishment as he thought that he was witnessing Encrid's talent with his own eyes. He reasoned that it was impossible for a fool to develop so quickly and wondered what exactly this was. The firm and resolute back of the man before him left a strong impression on Luagarn. Meanwhile, Encrid told himself that when he had learned the sense of evasion while fighting the Null Pack, there had been no time to understand it with his head, so he had had no choice but to risk his life and feel it with his body. Holding his sword, he concluded inwardly that after using his body countless times, understanding had naturally followed, and he had discovered a way to learn techniques more easily. Tightening his grip on the sword hilt, Encrid reflected that those who mastered skills faster and more easily than others were the ones called talented. A delighted smile appeared on his sweat-soaked face as he shouted in his mind that a talent that had never existed within him had finally begun to sprout. At that moment, Luagarn spoke honestly, saying that what Encrid possessed was not human determination, but something terrifying that gave him chills. Hearing that, Chrysa, still lying on the ground without even turning to look at Encrid, remarked that Encrid must have been possessed by a wraith. Pin then asked whether they should stop by the temple on their way back. Encrid was left speechless and replied that there was no need. Seeing this, Luagarn reminded him that that much training should be enough and told Encrid to go in there and surpass the tutor. A moment later, Encrid seriously stepped forward and grabbed the hilt of the demon sword. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the knight's training illusion. This time, however, the knight did not attack immediately and instead stood facing him, which made Encrid suspicious. Encrid raised his sword into a guard stance and asked why he was just standing there and told him to come at him. Suddenly the knight spoke, saying that Encrid was truly the first of his kind he had ever seen. This left Encrid stunned. Curious, he asked whether the knight could speak, and the knight replied that of course he could, explaining that before becoming a tutor, he had once been human. The knight then admitted frankly that Encrid's desire for swordsmanship was immense and said that his desire had awakened his conscience. However, Encrid suddenly rushed forward and attacked, startling the knight. The knight reacted quickly and slashed out, breaking Encrid's attack. With a cold gaze that radiated chilling intent, Encrid smiled and told him that there had been enough talking and that they should fight first. As Encrid charged at the evil spirit knight to attack, he thought that after fighting his tutor hundreds of times, he could now see every movement clearly. From the other side, the knight rushed forward, stamping heavily on the ground and shouting that this person. Encrid took a defensive stance while waiting for the attack and inwardly judged that the knight intended to strike straight at his heart. He immediately corrected himself, realizing that the angle of the arm was actually directed toward something else. As the tip of the knight's sword came close before his eyes, Encrid concluded to himself that the target was his head. He swiftly launched a counter-slash, instantly knocking the knight's sword path backward. With a cold expression, Encrid stated that all of the knight's movements were already in his hands. His sharp eyes flashed with killing intent as he rushed forward and declared that at this moment the knight had already fallen into his trap. Holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, the knight raised it high and remarked that Encrid was truly worthy of praise. However, he merely used the hilt to slam down hard onto Encrid's blade. Immediately, Encrid withdrew his sword, spun around, and continued attacking. Seeing this, the knight commented that Encrid had developed rapidly since they had begun. Their swords clashed loudly. While fighting Encrid, the knight calmly analyzed that from reading the sword's trajectory to the movements of his feet, everything had already reached a solid standard. Unfazed by the commentary, Encrid continued pressing forward with relentless attacks. After a moment, he seized an opportunity and slashed straight toward one side of the knight's neck. Yet the knight bent down and avoided it while swinging his sword, adding that there was still a gap. His eyes behind the helmet gleamed coldly as he affirmed that it was indeed true. Even so, Encrid suddenly dropped to one knee and narrowly evaded the attack. He then slashed toward the knight and replied that it was because that was exactly what he wanted the knight to believe. At the same moment, Encrid's blade struck the knight in the stomach, causing blood to spray. The knight staggered backward, and Encrid immediately closed the distance. The knight stabbed his sword into the ground to steady himself and warned Encrid not to be arrogant. However, when he attempted to pull the sword back up, Encrid had already stepped on it. Encrid pointed his sword at the knight's face, cornering him. With a cold gaze, he acknowledged that the knight had fought exceptionally well. The knight's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next instant, Encrid's sword pierced through the eye slit of the knight's helmet and drove deep inside. The knight's body fell backward under the force of the thrust. When Encrid pulled the sword out, a spirit emerged from the knight's head, and the knight's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Only then did Encrid let out a long breath, thinking that he had finally surpassed his tutor. He wondered what level of strength he had reached now. Turning to walk away, Encrid told himself that in order to find that out, he had to return to that place as soon as possible and confirm it with his own eyes. As he thought about the mysterious and sinister forces, his eyes suddenly filled with fury. At that moment, the knight lying on the ground suddenly spoke and thanked him. Encrid turned around suspiciously and saw a spirit sitting there. The spirit explained that even before he had begun training Encrid, his soul had already been shattered. Lowering his head slightly so that his hair covered most of his face, the spirit confided that his lifelong ambition had been to restore the lost swordsmanship of his clan. He said that he had devoted himself to that pursuit until his final breath. Hearing this, Encrid frowned and asked whether the knight had started rambling again. The knight hesitantly asked if that was so, but Encrid ignored him, turned away, and said that he did not have time. Seeing Encrid leaving, the knight hurriedly called out for him to wait and begged him to give him 1 minute. No, even just 30 seconds. When Encrid agreed and told him to make it short, the knight looked up in delight. He sat cross-legged, placed his sword across his thighs, and explained that through their battle he had once again found his inspiration and completed the swordsmanship he had failed to finish. He said that the wish of his life had finally been fulfilled. Looking at Encrid before him, the knight declared that from now on it would be passed down to him. With a faint smile, he added that everything had finally come to an end. The knight then remarked with emotion that he had always felt chills every time Encrid returned with that frightening smile on his face, which left Encrid confused. Gradually, the knight began to fade away and bid him farewell, saying that he had never wanted to see him again. As the blue energy dissolved into the air, he insisted that he was serious and that they would never meet again. Before leaving this place as well, Encrid sighed that it had been the knight who had tormented him from the very beginning, but that it was fine since everything had ended now. After a while, outside the tunnel, the magical barrier that had been sealing them in was finally lifted. Seeing the situation, Kreis and Pin both turned their heads back and exclaimed that the magic barrier had disappeared. Luagarn looked at Encrid, who was still standing silently beside the demon sword, and asked whether he had succeeded. Encrid gave a faint smile and replied that the spirit inside the tutor had already departed and that now things were different. Encrid then gripped the sword's hilt tightly and pulled with force, easily drawing it out of the stone pedestal. After examining the demon sword, he remarked that the sword had returned to its original form. Seeing this, Krace excitedly ran over and shouted that they could finally leave. However, Pin gestured toward the outside and suggested that since it was already past midnight, perhaps they should rest there first. Holding the demon sword, Encrid speculated that the tutor had clearly been deliberately stalling for time, which made Luagarn wonder in confusion what had actually happened to him. Meanwhile, Esther widened her eyes in astonishment and thought to herself how Encrid could possibly have pulled out that sword. At that moment, Encrid remained extremely calm, without a single drop of sweat on his body. Soon afterward, the whole group lay down on the ground and slept soundly. After some time, Esther quietly approached the deeply sleeping Encrid. Her leopard-like eyes shone brightly as she stared at him, and she even stuck out her tongue and licked his face. At the same time, Encrid found himself transported into an aurora-like space where he was lying on a bed of flowers. When Encrid opened his eyes, he did not understand what had happened. He quickly sat up in surprise and thought that the place felt like the garden he had once known so well. Suddenly, someone stepped onto the flower-covered ground and commented that purifying the tutor's soul purely through ability, without using any magic at all, was something that even the most extraordinary geniuses could not guarantee they could accomplish. Standing behind Encrid, Esther appeared in human form amid falling petals. Encrid turned around to look at her and asked whether it was truly that extraordinary. Esther replied that he did not even understand the magnitude of the miracle he had just performed. However, she soon paused and added that because of that event, she had been able to preserve a reserve of her mana. After a while, Encrid opened his eyes again and realized that he had returned to the tunnel. He simply lay there staring at the ceiling. Then he noticed the gaze of the leopard Esther beside him and glanced sideways at her. Esther twitched her nose while observing him as well. Encrid continued staring silently without saying a word. Before long, the first rays of sunlight shone down through a hole in the tunnel's ceiling. Encrid sat up and gripped the sword firmly. When he stood and began to walk somewhere, Krace rubbed his eyes, raised his head, and curiously asked where the squad leader was going. Encrid did not answer, quietly drawing the sword from its sheath. A moment later, while watching his back, Krace heard Encrid say that it was time for morning training. Upon hearing that, both Krace and Pin, who had only just woken up, were left staring in silence. Outside, the dawn light was just beginning to appear beyond the distant mountains, and Krace grumbled that the man's dedication was truly terrifying. When the sun had risen high, someone exclaimed that it was time to set off. Hearing this, Encrid turned and began walking while reminding Krace to stop whining and move quickly. However, Krace remained seated, clutching the shattered chest and crying, complaining that his leader was truly heartless and that although Encrid was skilled in swordsmanship, his dream of becoming rich had been completely shattered. Seeing this, Encrid approached and pointed at the chest, asking how it had ended up so badly damaged. Krace replied that the shock from a magical trap had likely caused it to crack. Suddenly, Krace noticed a golden light shining from inside the chest and reacted with confusion. When he opened it and saw the brilliant golden color within, he excitedly shouted that there was something inside. Beneath the ground where the chest had rested, a large pile of ancient gold coins was revealed, prompting Krace to cry out in joy upon discovering the treasure. He lifted a heavy bag of gold, and soon after, with each of them carrying a bag, they left the tunnel. Delighted, Krace remarked that Dolph had turned out not to be entirely a scoundrel, while Luagarn responded indifferently that she was not particularly interested in treasure. Hearing this, Krace turned back and began to protest, but Encrid advised Luagarn to just take it, stating that the spoils should be shared fairly. After a while, noticing the demon sword strapped to Encrid's back, Krace mockingly commented that such words were coming from a boss who took more for himself. Pointing at the sword, he added that it was tutor and suggested it would probably fetch a high price if sold, then asked whether Encrid intended to sell it. When Encrid replied that he would not, Krace questioned why, asking if it was because he was a madman obsessed with swords. Encrid responded that the lunatic obsessed with Krona had gone out of control. Looking at the sword at his side, he explained that the weapon he had used to fight the Gnoll was quite damaged and that with some maintenance, this sword could still be useful to him. At that moment, Luagarn, who was ahead of them, spoke up and said that in that case, she would take her leave. While Pin bowed to her, Encrid gently said goodbye, and Krace enthusiastically waved, telling her to be careful. After that, they split into two different directions. Suddenly, Luagarn stopped walking. Seeing this, Encrid glanced back at her with curiosity. Tilting her head slightly, she asked whether, if becoming a knight was his goal, it had to be in this country. Her words caused Encrid to fall into brief contemplation. Without waiting for his answer, she left. As Encrid continued standing still, Kreis called out to him, asking what was wrong. Only then did Encrid close his eyes and murmur that it would be soon, reflecting that when he had first dreamed of such a thing as a child, he had not even understood the concept of a country. He then stepped forward and followed after Kreis, Pin, and Esther. Encrid, with a contemplative gaze, thought that when he grew older, he had come to realize that a knight bound to a nation by an oath of loyalty was different from what he had once dreamed of, and he wondered whether there might be another path. Under the blazing sunlight, they all headed in one direction, and somewhere, weapons were sent flying into the air. Rem, looking down coldly, told the others to start sparring and urged them to wager about half their lives. At the training ground, he overwhelmed his opponent to the point that the latter could not counterattack. In another bout, his wooden weapon was shattered by the opponent's sword, yet this only caused the killing intent in Rem's eyes to flare up as he cast a sharp glance at his foe. Watching from the side, several soldiers trembled and whispered among themselves, questioning whether those people were truly human and admitting that they were too afraid to even set foot on the training ground. One of them, sweating profusely, looked at his own sword and wondered what the point of trying was, before throwing it to the ground and lamenting that he would never have the chance to fight people like them. Meanwhile, a man hiding behind a wooden post silently cursed them as cowards. As he observed, he analyzed that fighting at such intensity meant there was much to be learned, thinking that Paul, after slacking off in training, had been reborn as a more spirited soldier. At that moment, a man being grabbed by the leg by Rem was suddenly hurled away, and Rem even used him like a weapon to smash the wooden post where the hidden man was taking cover. Terrified by the destruction, the man broke into a cold sweat, his whole body trembling before he turned and fled for his life. Elsewhere, Marcus, looking out the window, remarked that the place was being called a training ground exclusively for madmen. He took a sip of hot tea and added that he had heard rumors spreading within the unit, saying that the soldiers had lost morale after witnessing those sparring sessions. He then ordered the elven captain that one solution was to separate them completely and instructed her to carry it out. She slightly bowed and agreed, but before she could continue, Marcus cut her off and added one more thing, questioning her with a sharp gaze about the rumor that she had also fought alongside them and whether it was true. At that time, the elven captain had already drawn a sharp slash with her sword as she faced Ragna in combat. Squatting nearby and watching, Rem wondered aloud whether a company commander should not be busy and asked if it was really fine for her to be playing around with them. She replied that from everything she had observed so far, every time her fiancé paused for even a moment, something surprising would always happen. Having said that, she swung her sword toward Ragna again. Under the bright moonlight, the captain loudly declared that merely accepting things was not a fitting way for a lover. Hearing this, Auden smiled with narrowed eyes and remarked that the time seemed to be approaching, while Rem, still squatting, said he could not wait. Suddenly, Rem threw his head back and laughed wildly, declaring that if nothing impressive happened when that person arrived, he would beat them half to death. Meanwhile, inside a lit wooden house, Encrid stood straight and reported that independent platoon leader Encrid and two others had returned. Seeing Marcus reading documents, Encrid added that Luagarn had already returned to his original post. Marcus praised this, saying it was good and that he had already received news that the mission had been completed without issue. However, he then added that he had received a different report, which made Encrid suspicious. Looking at a white letter sealed in red, Marcus stated that a border village claimed Encrid was the hero who had defeated cultists and killed 1,000 gnolls, while another report from a commander in Baron Ventra's forces suggested they should warn him not to exaggerate his achievements, stating that it was only 50 gnolls. With a cold gaze, Marcus looked up and asked which version was true, ordering Encrid to answer for himself. Encrid pressed his lips together in thought before frankly replying that it depended on whose words one chose to believe. After saying that, he bowed his head again and thought about how much weight the words of a platoon commander truly carried, reasoning that someone of Marcus's rank as a battalion commander would surely already know the answer. Hearing this, Marcus smiled again and cheerfully announced that from that moment on, the independent platoon would be promoted to a company, telling him to continue carrying out his duties as a company commander. This unexpected news made Encrid widen his eyes in shock. He hurriedly began to mention his platoon members, but Marcus cut him off, reminding him that it was now a company. Encrid immediately corrected himself, saying that the company had fewer than 10 members and that it did not seem to make sense. However, Marcus firmly reassured him that he was the one responsible for the city, and that it made sense, which only deepened Encrid's confusion. Suddenly, Marcus emphasized loudly that he wanted Encrid to love the city, leaving him utterly stunned. A short while later, Kreis waved his hand and called out excitedly, telling him that they now had their own training ground. Encrid approached and explained that they had now become a company, which left Kreis confused. Rem slung an arm over his shoulder and rapidly asked about commissions and whether he had been flying around everywhere. Kreis, still not understanding, pressed him to explain what he meant by company, while Ragna asked with concern whether he had returned without any broken limbs. Encred remained silent, not answering anyone, and heard Ragna remark in amazement that their beloved company commander looked so small and fragile, which made him smile happily. Seeing this, Rem asked what was so funny, and Encred replied that it was nothing. Looking at his comrades, Encred thought that even if he were to return to the hometown where he was born, he would never feel like this. After that, he smiled brightly and suggested that they have a sparring match. Hearing this, Kreis blankly reminded him that he had not even unpacked his belongings yet. Ragna, curious, agreed immediately, while Odin rubbed his shoulder and laughed, saying that he seemed confident. Meanwhile, Rem hoisted his axe onto his shoulder and grinned with delight, saying that this was what he had been waiting for all along. With shining eyes, he excitedly declared that he wanted to see just how interesting it would be. At the same time, Encred also reached for the hilt of his sword. Encred's sharp blade glinted with a flash of light, as, at the same time, he thought to himself that at some point, Rem had become the standard for his strength. A series of questions surfaced in his mind as he wondered whether he was weaker than Rem, whether they were equal, whether he was stronger, and where he stood right now. Meanwhile, the others outside continued to watch the ongoing battle intently. Rem narrowed his serious eyes slightly as Encred brought his weapon down powerfully toward his head. The clash of two solid weapons echoed through the air as Rem raised his own to block the strike, letting out a short exclamation. He then bared his teeth in an excited, cold grin and remarked that Encred was coming on strong from the start. Encred, unwilling to yield, frowned and warned that if Rem did not take this seriously, he would be pushed back. Hearing this, Rem found it amusing and commented on Encred's confidence before shouting loudly that he wanted to see what Encred had. Rem then swung his axe back with force and brought it down in a heavy strike, which Encred managed to block. The scene of the two exchanging blows unfolded rapidly, with the continuous sound of weapons clashing ringing out. Encred, his eyes faintly glowing blue, drew his sword back, while Rem glared upward with red pupils. Sparks flew repeatedly as their weapons collided, and Rem leaned aside to evade the heavy sword descending toward him. Watching the scene, Odin raised an eyebrow and thought that Encred possessed excellent physical strength, noting that even if it was thanks to using the barbarian's technique, his stamina had improved tremendously. At the same time, Jackson curiously wondered whether Encred had developed coordination, reflecting that he definitely had not mastered his dodging sense before and questioning when he had become so proficient. Ragna, resting his chin on his hand, considered that the technique Encred was using seemed to be the righteous sword technique and observed that Encred had not learned it half-heartedly but was blending it naturally with the heavy sword technique. Encred showed no intention of stopping and continued swinging his blade. His sword was about to collide with Rem's axe again when he delivered a powerful strike that made Rem cry out for help. Driven by the momentum, Rem quickly stepped back while thinking that his rhythm was no longer breaking Encred's, and that while before he had found enough amusement in simply toying with him, things had now changed. With sweat running down his face, Rem smirked inwardly, affirming that he was surging with excitement and bloodlust to the point where he would have to risk half his life. After that thought, Rem charged forward forcefully, pushing Encred back. His expression darkened as he glared ahead and thought that if he could not stop himself now, the fight would not end as just a spar. Unaffected by the pressure, Encred swung his sword decisively and slashed Rem's arm, drawing blood while internally urging himself to keep going. Without stopping, he followed up with another strike as Rem, in turn, told himself to continue just a little more like this. Rem then struck Encred's upper arm, while Encred cut into the man's back. A thrill-filled smile spread across Rem's face as he swung his axe forward again, thinking that he would push on until he could truly risk his life. The sharp blade of the axe was about to reach Encred's shoulder, but he immediately twisted his body to evade the attack. Seeing this, Rem was startled and thought that Encred had not been able to raise his guard, and that it was already too late for him to pull his axe back. Suddenly, a blade appeared before Rem's eyes and severed the handle of his axe. The sound of the broken weapon hitting the ground echoed throughout the area as he stared ahead in shock, drenched in sweat. At that moment, Jackson, standing behind, spoke in a low voice and accused him of trying to kill his opponent the moment he saw an opening. Rem, irritated, retorted that he wanted to know why Jackson was stepping in, insisting that he would have stopped cleanly on his own. Odin, raising his eyebrow, hesitated before admitting that he could also understand why Rem had been unable to stop himself. Ragna narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked that he was surprised, adding that Encred had been growing steadily. Although Encred was almost completely exhausted, he still forced himself to stand, while Ragna's firm voice continued, saying that before they knew it, Encred had already caught right up to them. Christ gently patted Encrid's back and asked with concern why he had pushed himself so hard and suggested that he should just rest, but Encrid wiped the sweat from his face and replied that it was too early for him to collapse from something like that. Then, with a confident smile, Encrid looked up and challenged who would be next, to which Jackson, Auden, and Ragna answered in unison that it would be them. Encrid then spoke sternly, urging them to hurry up and decide. Watching the scene, Rem narrowed his eyes and thought to himself with disbelief, wondering when Encrid had come this far and reflecting that on the day he first met him, he could not have imagined this at all. The scene shifted to a training camp under a clear blue sky, where a young man was knocked hard to the ground and cried out in pain, asking what had just happened. Nearby, Rem's self-satisfied voice told him not to get involved, referring to it as the reject squad. The man on the ground, frightened, questioned why he had been attacked while he was just standing there, while Rem casually replied that it was simply because he was bored. Suddenly, a hand shot out and stopped Rem's fist midair, and the terrified young man, drenched in sweat, scrambled away. Annoyed at being interrupted, Rem demanded to know who it was, and Encrid, completely fearless, raised his brow and answered that he was their new squad leader, adding that every leader they had before had been a complete, half-witted idiot. At that moment, a bald man loudly declared that he was their commander and demanded more respect, but before he could finish, a sword struck him in the face. The owner of the sword, Ragna, clicked his tongue in irritation and remarked that the man was in the way. Another scene appeared, showing a fully armed man shouting energetically for Squad 444 to follow his lead, but before he could do anything, a sharp spear pierced through his neck. A man wearing a smug expression grinned and said that he had heard they fought well and wanted to see who was better. Someone shouted urgently for the medical barracks, and after Auden knocked the man flat to the ground, he quietly clasped his hands and prayed that the man might go to heaven. Another furious shout rang out, reporting that someone over there was in critical condition, drawing weary reactions from those present. The scene then shifted inside a room, where Rem sat on the bed, frowning as he questioned whether all those idiots had their brains roasted in their skulls and complained about someone barking orders at them. Kreis calmly wiped his belongings with a cloth and replied that the man probably just wanted to make a name for himself, reasoning that even though they were rejects, managing capable people like them would still be considered an achievement. Rem frowned and let out a sigh, commenting that those weak fools sure had wild dreams, and added that he had assumed the new guy, Encrid, would be no different, thinking he would just be another idiot barking orders without knowing his place. Returning to the past, as Rem pressed his opponent's face down, a loud voice suddenly demanded to know what he was doing as the leader of the reject squad. A man pointed at him and angrily scolded Encrid, asking whether he could not see that his squad member was causing trouble and telling him that if he was the leader, he should get him under control. Hearing those words, Encrid broke into a slight sweat and reluctantly agreed. He then glanced sideways and told Rem to do as the man said before returning to his sword training, completely ignoring Rem's gaze. Seeing this behavior, Rem scoffed and wondered to himself what the hell was wrong with that guy.